Jiuzhou, at the summit of Kunlun Mountain on Shinnong Peak. Xiaoye, I once promised your mother that I would shelter you for 10 years. Now that the decade has elapsed, it is time for you to descend the mountain. The old man in black turned to his disciple. Descend the mountain? Yichen could not help but widen his eyes. Old man, are you jesting with me? My meridians have yet to be healed, and only the spiritual energy of Kunlun Mountain can sustain my life. If I were to leave, I would hardly survive 3 months. Are you intent on harming me? Regrettably, Kunlun Mountain is a sacred place of the 3 purities. Your earthly ties remain unresolved, and I cannot keep you here. With a wave of his hand, the old man summoned 9 marriage contracts before Yichun. These are the betrothals your mother arranged for you, that if you wish to continue your cultivation here, you must sever these earthly ties and annul each engagement. I have 9 fiancés. Yichun was astonished. Indeed. However, as a practitioner and a martial arts master, you cannot force these annulments. They must be willingly accepted by the women involved. Only then can you resolve this karmic entanglement. The old man nodded sagely. Yichun was rendered speechless. After a long silence, he finally stammered, Master, what if I encounter danger upon descending the mountain? Perhaps you could lend me the dragon-seeking sword? What a farce! In Jojo, aside from myself, who could possibly harm you? Do you think I would wish you ill? The old man glared at him, indignant. That remains to be seen. As soon as Yichun spoke, he was unceremoniously hurled off the mountain by the old man, who angrily proclaimed, If you cannot annul the marriages, do not return to see me. 3 days later, in Jiuzhou, Jiangnan Province. Yichun arrived here, weary from his journey to Jiangnan Province. He had 2 fiancées, the esteemed young lady of the Yun family, Yun Yin, and the distinguished young lady of the Su family, Su Shuani. The first family Yichun visited was the Yun family. Situated in Jinling City, the Yun family is one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan. Grandfather, I have brought him here. In the grand courtyard of the Yun residence, a striking young woman clad in a blue robe, with an alluring figure, bowed to the elderly man seated on high. You are the son of Qiongyi? The elder's lofty gaze scrutinized Yichun. Indeed, Yichun replied without hesitation, producing the marriage contract. Grandfather Yun, I have come to the Yun family. There is no need to elaborate, I understand. With a snap of his fingers, the elder summoned a servant, who placed a bank card before Yichun. Grandfather Yun, what is this? Yichun inquired, perplexed. 10 years ago, the Yi family was the foremost family in the capital, wielding immense power. I willingly betrothed my granddaughter to you. However, a decade later, the Yi family has vanished. You wish to marry my granddaughter? Not a chance. The elder's expression remained stoic. The card contains 2 million. This is your compensation for silence from now on. You must not mention the Yun family to outsiders. Yichun was incredulous. Was it truly this simple to annul the marriage? No need for him to voice it. What? Are you unwilling? Noticing Yichun's silence, Yun Xiaolong's expression darkened. And oh, Grandfather Yun, I am merely the word happy was left unspoken as Yun Xiaolong continued. Yichun, you're no longer the young master of a wealthy family. As the saying goes, a dragon does not dwell with snakes. You and Yunyan inhabit different worlds now. Do not seek to make a fool of yourself. And what is Miss Yunyan's stance? Yichun's gaze fell upon a graceful and enchanting woman before him. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her delicate features radiating both innocence and allure, her black thigh-high stockings accentuating her mature charm. She was none other than Jiangnan's most beautiful woman, Yunyan.Mr. Yi, my grandfather's wishes align with my own, Yunyan said with a gentle smile directed at Yichun. Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of wind chimes in early spring, soft and soothing. Very well then. Yichun nodded as he recalled the old man's words that the annulment required the woman's willing consent, since Yun Yin had expressed it thus. Then, Grandfather Yun, here is the marriage contract. Yichun handed the document to Yun Xiaolong. Not bad for knowing your place. Yun Xiaolong nodded with approval. Noticing that Yichun had no intention of leaving, he furrowed his brow. Aren't you going to depart? Grandfather Yun, I kindly request that you tear up the marriage contract in my presence. Yichun's expression turned serious. Are you concerned that the Yun family might renege on our agreement? Yun Xiaolong regarded Yichun with a teasing gaze, then said, Rest assured, I, Yun Xiaolong, have never known the meaning of regret. With that, he tore the marriage contract in half with a crisp sound. Are you satisfied now? Thank you. Yi Chen smiled, preparing to leave the Yun family. However, at that moment, tap tap, several uninvited guests entered the grand courtyard of the Yun residence. Yin Xiaolong, how have you been? The leading middle-aged man wore a cold expression. And you are? Yin Xiaolong's body trembled at the sight of the men, all sporting identical black tiger tattoos on their arms. They were none other than the underground overlords of Jiangnan province, the Black Tiger Society. Summon help. Yin Xiaolong shouted desperately. Yin Xiaolong, there is no need, your men have already been dealt with by my brothers. The middle-aged man grinned maliciously. I have not wronged the Black Tiger Society. What is the meaning of this? Yin Xiaolong asked coldly. In Jiangnan province, someone has offered 600 million for your life. The middle-aged man snapped his fingers. Attack. With that, over a dozen men in black lunged at Yin Xiaolong. Do not harm my grandfather. Yin leaped into action, engaging in combat with the attackers. But the result? Within just 2 exchanges, Yin was thrown to the ground, unable to rise. Overestimating oneself, our Lord Tian is a martial arts master, and you, a mere practitioner, dare to stand in the way. One of the assailants sneered at Yin. Release my granddaughter, do not harm her. Yin Xiaolong's face turned pale. Apologies, Yin Xiaolong, today, you all must perish. Su Zhenchen's expression remained impassive. Then let him go, he is not one of us. Yin gestured towards Yichun. Do not harm the innocent. Innocent? Su Zhentian stepped forward, placing a foot on Yan's face. Let me tell you, in my dictionary, there is no such word as innocent. Yin bit her lip, remaining silent. Remove your foot, that ate tea that moment. Yichun raised his gaze to Su Zhentian. Are you speaking to me? Su Zhentian looked down on Yichun, his demeanor exuding an air of arrogant superiority, his gaze tinged with condescension. Kid, what do you think you are? How dare you instruct Lord Tian? Kneel and slap yourself 10 times, and we might consider granting you a dignified death. A black-clad man mocked. Smack! Yichun delivered a resounding slap that sent the man flying. Am I addressing you? Su Zhentian regarded Yichun with surprise, not expecting such a formidable young man to be beside Yin Xiaolong. Quite bold indeed, to dare challenge our Black Tiger Society in Jiangnan province. Su Zhentian scrutinized Yichun, still maintaining his lofty demeanor. Which hand struck him? Cut it off yourself. Otherwise, your bloodline will not see the sun rise tomorrow. The surrounding black-clad men looked at Yichun with pity. Yin closed her eyes, unwilling to witness Yichun's tragic fate, for she understood all too well the weight of a martial arts master in Jiangnan province. The outcome was, a hysterical wail reverberated through the grand courtyard of the Yun residence. Yichun gazed at the severed hand of Su Zhentian and remarked enigmatically, Is this how one strikes? Silence, a deathly hush enveloped the space. Yin Xiaolong and Yin stared at Yichun in disbelief, never having imagined that he could sever Su Zhentian's hand. Are you a martial arts master? Su Zhentian collapsed to his knees before Yichun, stripped of his earlier arrogance, his face now a canvas of fear and despair. The Yun family and I share a significant bond today. This act serves as a minor reprimand. Should you dare to disturb the Yun family again, you shall bear the consequences, Yichun stated coldly as he glared at Su Zhentian. Yes. I, Su Zhentian, shall never again cause trouble at the Yun residence, he stammered, retreating with his entourage. Once they had departed, Yichun assisted Yin to her feet. Miss Yin, are you unharmed? You are a master. Yin, her heart unsettled, looked at Yichun with the same incredulity as Su Zhentian. Yichun remained silent, offering a slight bow to Yin Xiaolong before making to leave. Young friend Yi, please stay, Yin Xiaolong called out, halting him. Young friend Yi, I was blind to your greatness. With a master of your caliber present, I behaved like a clown seeking attention. I implore you, grant me the opportunity to marry Yin. At that moment, Yin Xiaolong felt not only regret, but also profound shock. For a master was indeed a ruler standing atop the realm of martial arts. Should the Yin family be allied with Yichun, a future of wealth and prosperity awaited them. Grandfather Yin, the marriage contract is void. It is better not to speak of my union with Miss Yin, Yichun replied with a gentle smile. I take my leave. After Yichun departed, Yin Xiaolong collapsed on the ground. Grandfather, Yin rushed to his side. Yin Yin, regardless of the circumstances, you must win Yi Chun back. He is a master. A master. Yin Xiaolong looked at Yun Yin with hopeful eyes. The fate of our Yun family returning to the capital rests upon you. Upon hearing the mention of the capital, Yun Yin nodded earnestly. I shall not disappoint you. After leaving the Yun family, Yi Chun made his way to the Su family in Jiangnan province. In stark contrast to the Yun family's foundation, the Su family, situated in Beihai City, was merely a small clan, inconsequential in Jiangnan. Yi Chun had initially presumed that the dissolution of the engagement with the Su family would proceed smoothly. Yet, father, are you truly going to marry Xian Yi to Yi Chun? A graceful woman clad in a qipao, exuding elegance without extravagance, regarded the elder Su with furrowed brows. If Yi Chun were still the foremost young master of the capital, a union with Xian Yi would be a notable affair. But now, how can an ordinary man be worthy of our Xian Yi? Indeed, father, Xian Yi was the belle of her university and, upon graduation, took the reins of the Su family, becoming the president of the Su group. Such a remarkable woman, while not on par with Yun Yin or Murong Wan from Jiangnan, is still a phoenix. How can she marry a mere, pitiful scion of a fallen house? A young man beside her concurred. Enough. The elder Su's voice was cold as he retorted. Yi Chen's mother has rendered great kindness to the Su family even without a marriage contract. We ought to support Yi Chun for life. With that, the elder Su turned to Yi Chun with a smile. Young Yi, do you have a marriage contract with you? Here it is. Why Yi Chun produced the contract. In an instant, the gaze of everyone in the Su family fell upon the document. Indeed, it is my own handwriting, the elder Su said with a slight smile, gesturing to a beautiful woman beside him. Young Yi, this is your fiancé, Su Xianyi. You shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register your marriage tomorrow. Grandfather, I will not marry him. Su Xianyi bit her lip, protesting vehemently. My second aunt is correct. I am a phoenix of Jiangnan. Why should I marry an ordinary person? Then whom do you wish to marry? The elder Su thundered in anger. In this life, it ultimately comes down to wealth and power. While I may not rival Yun Yin or Murong Wan, I desire to wed a martial arts master, Su Xianyi declared, enunciating each word. A martial arts master holds great power and influence in Jiang, and only such a man is worthy to be my husband. Such nonsense. The elder Su scoffed, his disdain palpable. What stature does a martial arts master possess that you, Su Xianyi, could possibly deserve? Let me say this once more. Go and register your marriage with Yi Chun, or you shall be cast out of the Su family. The elder Su issued an ultimatum. Su Xianyi was reduced to tears in her fury. Yi Chun observed her, a young woman in her early 20s, clad in a light blue gown, exuding youth and purity, with delicate features and a porcelain complex Iona true beauty. Grandfather Su. Yi Chun approached, bowing respectfully to the elder Su. Please do not make things difficult for Miss Su. In truth, I have come to the Su family to dissolve our engagement. A hush fell over the Su family. Young Yi, you wish to annul the engagement? The elder Su asked, trembling slightly. Indeed, Yi Chun replied with a hint of regret. I am no longer the young master of a grand household. The saying goes, a dragon does not dwell with snakes. Miss Su and I belong to different worlds and should not make ourselves uncomfortable. He echoed Yun Xiaolong's sentiments. The Su family regarded Yi Chun with newfound respect, surprised by his self-awareness. Yet, the elder Su shook his head vigorously. Young Yi, if you wish to annul the engagement due to your perceived low status, I cannot agree. I believe your mother would not want you to belittle yourself. Before Yi Chun could respond, the elder Su continued, Xin Yi, Young Yi is new to Beihai City, taken to find lodging and purchase a few garments. Su Xianyi was reluctant. Why are you still here? The elder Su glared at her. Understood. Su Xianyi gritted her teeth and said to Yi Chun, what are you waiting for? Come with me. At a shopping mall in Beihai City, Su Xianyi abandoned Yi Chun at the entrance. Yi Chun, buy your own clothes and find your own place to stay, and do not entertain any delusions about me marrying you. I, Su Xianyi, am a phoenix of Jiangnan, while you are merely an ordinary person who has distanced himself from the elite circle that a chicken cannot mate with a phoenix. Take care. With that, Su Xianyi drove away in a Mercedes-Benz. Watching her leave, Yi Chun felt a sense of satisfaction. At least this woman was contemplating annulling the engagement. It was the elder Su who posed a more challenging predicament. Just then, Another black Rolls-Royce pulled up before Yi Chun. Young Master Yi. The car door opened to reveal an enchanting woman, her grace reminiscent of a figure stepping out of a painting. Upon seeing her, the men at the mall's entrance gasped in awe. It's Yun Yin, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Miss Yin? Yi Chun observed the captivating Yun Yin with a hint of confusion. What brings you to Beihai City? Young Master Yi, I've come to find you. Yun Yin smiled warmly. You seek me? Yi Chun was puzzled. What business do you have with me? Yun Yin replied with gentle sincerity. I wish to marry young Master Yi. Chapter 3. Rinjitang, are you proposing to marry me? Yi Chun's lips twitched in disbelief. Miss Yun Yin, are you jesting? Not at all. Yun Yin stepped closer, taking Yi Chun's hand and placing it upon her chest. I speak with utmost sincerity. My heartbeat cannot lie. Sighing, Yi Chun withdrew his hand abruptly. Miss Yun Yin, our fates have run their course. Your grandfather has even torn up the marriage contract before my eyes. I am aware, Yun Yin conceded. Yet this does not deter my intention to wed you. The laws of Jiuzhou do not stipulate that one cannot marry without a contract. Miss Yun Yin, please do not pursue this matter further. If there are aspects of me that you admire, I can change, cannot I? Yi Chun felt a headache coming on. On one hand, he faced the unyielding attitude of old Master Su, who refused to annul the engagement. On the other, he was taken aback by Yun Yin's unexpected reapproach. Young Master Yi, you have just arrived in Beihai City and likely lack a place to stay, correct? Without waiting for a response, Yun Yin produced a set of keys and handed them to Yi Chun. These are the keys to Beihai's premier estate, Fenghayaju. Should you feel weary, you may find solace there. With that, she departed in her vehicle, exercising restraint without overly entangling him. That woman. Yi Chun stared at the keys in his hand, lost in contemplation. Yet soon, a flush crept onto his face. Had he inadvertently trespassed into inappropriate territory just moments ago? After purchasing 2 garments from a shopping mall, Su Xuani's call came unexpectedly. She informed him that she required him to fetch the herbs that the Su family had ordered from Rinjitang. 15 minutes later, Yi Chun arrived at Rinjitang. Buying medicine. Young man, the proprietor of the apothecary greeted him warmly. Nanyang grass. At the counter, Yi Chun's gaze fell upon a reddish-brown herb. It bore 9 leaves, each a different hue. I never expected to encounter Nanyang grass in Jiangnan province. A smile spread across Yi Chun's face. He possessed a rare constitution, with an imbalance of yin and yang within him, and the Nanyang grass was the premier herb to harmonize these forces. Just one of these herbs could extend his life by 10 days. How much for this herb? Yi Chun inquired, pointing at the Nanyang grass. 50,000. The apothecary replied. I'll take it. Yi Chun was about to make the payment when a group of well-dressed individuals entered Rinjitang. Grandfather, rest assured. My friend has gathered information that the Nanyang grass you need for your longevity is indeed here at Rinjitang. A uniformed young woman assured the elderly gentleman beside her. Old Master Qin? Miss Qin, what brings your family here? The apothecary's expression turned astonished upon seeing the Qin family members. The Qin family, a prestigious force in Beihai City, was one of the 3 prominent families alongside the Su and in families, although they held little significance in Jiangnan province. Enough of the pleasantries. Quickly produce the Nanyang grass from your Rinjitang. My grandfather awaits it to prolong his life, a younger member of the Qin family said impatiently. Nanyang grass. The apothecary hastily handed over the herb he had intended to sell to Yi Chun to Old Master Qin. Old Master, please accept this herb as a gesture of our respect. Humph. Does our Qin family require your trifling charity? Beside him, the uniformed Qin Yuma casually tossed a bank card, which contained 500,000. Thank you, Miss Qin, thank you, expressed the grateful owner of the medicinal shop. Let us depart. As the Qin family prepared to leave the Rinji Hall, Yi Chun obstructed their path. Ladies and gentlemen, propriety dictates that matters should be approached in the order they arise. I have set my sights on the Nanyang grass first. I advise you to relinquish it. What did you say? A man from the Qin family glared at Yi Chun. Release the Nanyang grass. Do you comprehend whom you are addressing? Are you aware of who wields authority in Beihai City? Given your youthful ignorance, I suggest you leave at once, or, Qin Tian, do not be rude. Interjected the elder of the Qin family, bowing slightly to Yi Chun. My young brother, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that the Nanyang grass was of your interest. However, I am in dire need of it to prolong my life. I hope you will accept this token of goodwill. Upon finishing, the elder presented a stack of money, no less than 20,000. Old man, considering your earnestness, Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. You are on the brink of death. The 9-yang grass will not remedy your ailment. It would be a waste of money, Yi Chen stated boldly. What did you say? Preposterous. Do you dare to curse our elder? The surrounding Qin family members shot venomous glares at Yi Chen. Among them, a white-haired elder reprimanded, such nonsense. I recently examined Elder Qin. His heart condition has worsened, and the 9-yang grass can indeed extend his life. Where does this notion of imminent death come from? Are you a doctor? Yi Chen inquired, turning his gaze towards him. Dr. Wen is the most esteemed traditional physician in Beihai City. Should you continue to speak such absurdities, prepare to suffer the consequences. A Qin family woman warned harshly. Yi Chen merely smiled in silence. What is so amusing? Do you look down upon Dr. Wen? The Qin woman pressed. I say, in 3 seconds, your elder will faint. Do you believe it or not? Yi Chen posed a thought-provoking question. Faint. Utter nonsense. Do you even understand medicine to make such proclamations? The Qin woman's expression turned icy. Seize this fellow. How dare he offend the Qin family in Beihai City? He is courting disaster. A Qin family man, seeing Yi Chen start the countdown, immediately summoned several family servants. At that moment, Yi Chen reached the count of 3, and suddenly, the seemingly weak Elder Qin spat out a mouthful of black blood. He collapsed to the ground. Chapter 4. The Herbal Medicine Robbery? Grandfather. Father. Witnessing Qin Chang'an lying on the ground, barely conscious, all members of the Qin family stood in shock. Dr. Wen, what has happened to my grandfather? Qin Yuma urgently inquired, her lovely face etched with anxiety and distress. Dr. Wen swiftly examined Qin Chang'an, his expression changing drastically. This is dire. Elder Qin's vital energy has been compromised. His days are numbered. What? Qin Yuma's face turned ashen. What do we do now? There is nothing that can be done, Dr. Wen replied, straining to speak. Patients with compromised vital energy can only survive for 3 more days. 3 days? Qin Yumuo was engulfed in despair. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze towards Yi Chen. Just moments ago, the young man had revealed the affliction of her grandfather, which implied that he must possess a means to save him. Please save my grandfather. I am willing to offer you the Juyang grass, she pleaded, tears glistening in her eyes. Your grandfather's life is difficult to save, Yi Chen remarked, his brow furrowing. He spoke of it being hard to save, rather than impossible. As long as you are willing to save my grandfather, the Qin family can pay any price. I would even marry you, Qin Yumuo said, struggling momentarily before gritting her teeth. Miss Qin, you must not entertain such thoughts, Yi Chen hastily interjected upon hearing the word marriage. I can save your grandfather, and as for the reward, it will suffice to be the Juyang grass. However, he paused, I am rather occupied today. Perhaps tomorrow would be better? Tomorrow? Very well. I shall await you at the Qin residence. I hope you will not go back on your word, she affirmed. Once the Qin family departed, the proprietor of the apothecary glanced at Yi Chen and remarked, Young man, you are quite fortunate. Miss Qin Yumuo is renowned for her beauty in Beihai City, often likened to Su Xuani, both regarded as the goddesses of first love in our city. If you truly manage to marry her, it would be akin to reaching the pinnacle of life. I do not share that sentiment, Yi Chen replied, securing the Juyang grass. I still need to procure the herbs ordered by the Su family. Upon hearing this, the apothecary's expression shifted. What is the matter? Yi Chen inquired. To be candid, the herbs for the Su family were seized yesterday by a local ruffian known as Pingtu Gu, the apothecary lamented. He recounted how Pingtu Gu had extorted protection fees from him and casually taken several precious herbs that had been allocated for the Su family. Where can I find Pingtu Gu? Yi Chen inquired, his brow furrowing. At the Purple Rose nightclub, came the reply. Understood, Yi Chen said as he departed from Rinji Hall. At the Purple Rose nightclub, a middle-aged man, ostentatiously dressed and rather greasy, sat in a private booth, surrounded by sycophants. Pingtu Gu, we are relying on you for the Beihai New Town project, they urged. If this project succeeds, you shall receive 80% of the profits. We merely require your endorsement. The man, basking in their flattery, shook his head. The Beihai New Town is a key provincial project. The Su family, the Yin family, and the Qin family are all vying for it. What can a mere thug like me negotiate? But Pingtu Gu, you are a man of Suzhen Tian. How trivial is a project like Beihai New Town for you? They pressed. Indeed, Lord Tian is a martial arts master in Jiangnan province, and he does not regard even the 4 great families of Jiangnan with much weight. They continued, their eagerness intensifying. Let us set aside Lord Tian's matters for now. When seeking help, One must adopt the proper attitude. You come to me empty-handed? Ping Tu Gu squinted his eyes. Bring her in. With a clap of his hands, a couple of men in black ushered in a pure-looking female student into the nightclub booth. Let me go? You cannot forcefully abduct me in broad daylight. Lu Xiang protested vehemently. Ping Tu Gu, are you satisfied with this student? Xiao Lu wore a flattering expression as he said, I have already administered the drug to her. Momentarily. If you guide her east, she will undoubtedly not venture west. Oh, Ping Tu Gu scrutinized Lu Xiang. Observing the young woman clad in a long dress adorned with yellow and white patterns, her figure delicate, reminiscent of a water nymph. The innocence and sweetness radiated from her youthful visage. Indeed, I find this young lady quite satisfactory, Ping Tu Gu responded with a mischievous smile, nodding his approval. Xiao Lu, go, remove this lady's clothing. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Lu Xiang cried out in despair as she noticed someone approaching her. You have a younger brother studying at Beihai Affiliated Primary School, do you not? Xiao Lu brandished a photograph before Lu Xiang. Now, you have two choices. Either tomorrow you will collect your brother's remains, or you will obediently spend the night with Ping Tu Gu. Lu Xiang bit her lip, rendered speechless. Ultimately, she closed her eyes and began to weep silently. Observing her tears, Ping Tu Gu felt a surge of excitement. However, at that moment, the door to the nightclub's private room creaked open. A young man dressed in white entered. Who is Ping Tu Gu? Chapter 5. The Su family banquet, huh? Upon seeing Yi Chun intrude into the nightclub's private room, Xiao Lu and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Who allowed you to enter? Ping Tu Gu seized medicinal herbs from the Su family at Renji Hall. I have come to collect my goods, Yi Chun replied with a calm demeanor. Oh, Xiao Lu laughed at Yi Chun's naive appearance. Collect goods? Even the Su family hasn't spoken up, so who do you think you are? Slap yourself. Then kneel and apologize to Ping Tu Gu. Considering your youth and ignorance, I shall only break one of your legs today. Who are you? Yi Chun inquired, turning his gaze toward Xiao Lu. Tell him who I am. Xiao Lu instructed a small thug nearby. Our Lu is the chairman of Suhi Pharmaceutical. Suhi Pharmaceutical. Do you comprehend? One of the top 3 pharmaceutical companies in Beihai City. The thug smirked at Yi Chun. Suhi Pharmaceutical? So, you are just a petty fellow. Yi Chun replied with an amused tone. How dare you seek death? Lu, the chairman, seized a bottle of liquor and hurled it toward Yi Chun's head. In response, Yi Chun effortlessly snatched the bottle from Lu's grasp and, with a resounding crash, struck it against Lu's head. In the next moment, Lu collapsed, bloodied and unconscious. Interesting, Ping Tu Gu remarked, his deep gaze glinting with coldness. It has been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble in my domain in Beihai City. Today, I am in a good mood. You may call an ambulance yourself. As his words fell, someone nearby leaned in and whispered, Ping Tu Gu. News just arrived from the Su family that Su Xuani's fiancé has come to Beihai City, and it seems to be this lad. Su Xuani's fiancé. Ping Tu Gu's gaze flickered before he smiled and remarked, Ah, so he is one of the Su family. No wonder he possesses such audacity. In light of my amicable relationship with old Master Su, you may take the herbs. Ping Tu Gu would not sever ties with the Su family over Lu. You have some sense, Yi Chun replied, ready to leave with the herbs. However, he suddenly turned his attention to the seemingly helpless and fragile Lu Xiang. I shall take her with me as well. Young man, do not overstep your bounds. A voice reprimanded from within the private room. What do you say, brother Flathead? Yi Chun merely cast a knowing glance towards the man with the flat top. Let them leave. Brother Flathead replied coldly. Upon exiting the Purple Rose nightclub, Lu Xiang looked at Yi Chun with tears of gratitude in her eyes. Thank you for saving me. No need for thanks, he replied. After parting ways with Lu Xiang, Yi Chun suddenly recalled that Feng and Yaju were nearby. Although he had not intended to stay in this location, he found himself without alternative accommodations. Inside Feng and Yaju, a maid donned in a provocative uniform noticed Yi Chun's arrival and gracefully bowed. Master, welcome home. Who are you? Yi Chun asked, slightly taken aback. You may call me Xiaoyan. Miss Yunyan sent me to attend to your needs, she replied with a sweet smile, her figure strikingly elegant, with long, shapely legs that seemed to embody grace. Is Yunyan still in Beihai City? Yi Chun inquired, his lips twitching slightly. Yes, Xiaoyan responded, presenting a contract. This is what Miss Yunyan instructed me to give you. What is this? Yi Chun asked. This is the project contract for the new district in Beihai. Miss Yunyan was concerned you might find yourself bored here, so she secured this project to keep you occupied, Xiaoyan explained earnestly. No sooner had she finished speaking than an incoming call from Old Master Su interrupted. Xiao Yi, where are you? That girl Xian Yi is quite unreasonable. I told her to take you shopping, yet she left you alone at the mall. I have already scolded her. Send me your address, and I will have someone pick you up immediately. The welcoming banquet is all prepared. No need for that trouble, Grandpa Su. I can make my own way there. Yichun replied with a resigned smile. Half an hour later, Yichun arrived at the Su residence, just as the welcoming banquet commenced. However, aside from Old Master Su, the other members of the Su family regarded Yichun with disapproval, and Su Xian Yi remained silent. Xiao Yi. Today I consulted a fortune teller and learned that the day after tomorrow is an auspicious date. How about you and Xian Yi go and obtain your marriage certificate? Old Master Su suggested with a smile. Grandpa Su, I have only just met Miss Su. Wouldn't it be a bit too hasty to marry so soon? Yichun's eyelids twitched. You have a point. Perhaps I am being too eager. Then you may marry next month? Old Master Su conceded with a nod. Grandpa Su, I actually intend to discuss the matter of withdrawing my engagement. Yichun began, but was interrupted by a beautiful woman nearby who scoffed. Yichun, I have heard that you caused a disturbance at Brother Flathead's nightclub today. Is that so? The others turned their attention towards Yichun. Brother Flathead stole medicinal herbs belonging to your Su family. I merely went to collect my goods, Yichun clarified, producing several precious herbs. Humph. Who told you to act on your own accord? The woman continued relentlessly. Such a significant matter, and you didn't think to contact the Su family? Brother Flathead is associated with Su Jintian from Jiangnan. If you offend him, do not expect Xian Yi to marry you. Indeed, even we, the Su family, cannot afford to provoke Su Jintian, let alone you. Continue with such recklessness, and you shall be expelled from the Su family. Yichun silently committed these words to memory. If the Su family remains adamant about the engagement, he would have no choice but to confront the buzzcut fellow. Silence. Young Yi is seeking the buzzcut for the benefit of the Su family. Why do you blame him? Old Master Su stated with displeasure. Father, please do not be angry. A middle-aged man interjected, attempting to divert the topic. By the way, is there any progress on the Beihai Newtown project? None. Old Master Su shook his head. This provincial project is closely watched by both the Qin and in families, and those fellows with the buzz cut also wish to partake. Our Su family faces considerable difficulty in securing Beihai Newtown. Upon hearing this, Yichun calmly remarked, Grandfather Su, I actually possess a method to assist the Su family in acquiring the Beihai Newtown project. However, my marriage with Miss Su. Yichun, must you boast? Before Yichun could finish, Su Xuanyi scoffed. Do you still believe you are the eldest son of the Yi family? Securing the Beihai Newtown project? I wouldn't even bother to expose your farce. Truly a jester. Su Xuanyi, how dare you speak to young Yi in such a manner? Old Master Su glared at Su Xuanyi. If you dare utter another word against young Yi, you shall leave the Su family. Su Xuanyi trembled with indignation. Young Yi, do not concern yourself with the Beihai Newtown project, Old Master Su said with a smile directed at Yichun. You should focus on preparing for your marriage with Xuanyi. It was evident that Old Master Su did not believe Yichun could negotiate the Beihai Newtown project. Yichun chose to remain silent on the matter. I have had my fill. At that moment, Su Xuanyi tossed her bowl and chopsticks aside, rising to depart. Stop. Old Master Su called after her. Where do you think you are going? I am going to celebrate the opening of Mengming's horse ranch today. Wang Lingming, a dear childhood friend of Su Xuanyi, shared a deep bond with her. Bring young Yi along, Old Master Su commanded. Why should I? Mengming does not even know him. Su Xuanyi protested. Will you not introduce young Yi to her? Do not forget, you are to be wed soon. Old Master Su replied coldly. With that, Su Xuanyi's composure faltered, and in the end, she shot a glare at Yichun. Stop eating and come with me. Chapter 6. Qingshan Horse Ranch. After leaving the Su family, Su Xuanyi drove Yichun to a horse ranch in Beihai City. The entrance of the ranch was adorned with numerous floral arrangements, and a sign read Qingshan Horse Ranch. Xuanyi, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. A group of elegantly dressed young men and women gathered outside the ranch, led by a short-haired youth clad in a Givenchy jacket. He wore a $1 million Rolex, exuding an extraordinary presence, his sharp features revealing a certain coldness. This individual was Chu Tianlong, the scion of the Chu family in Beihai. Though the Chu family did not rival the Su, Qin, or in families, they were nonetheless a prominent financial power in Beihai, and Chu Tianlong was also a suitor of Su Xuanyi. Xuanyi, who is this unsophisticated lad? A child from a distant relative's family? After some pleasantries, Chu Tianlong's gaze fell upon Yi Chun. Chu Xiao, you may not be aware, but he is the fiancé that Grandfather Su arranged for Xuani. Wang Lingming interjected from the side. Not long ago, Su Xuani sent her a text message, expressing her grievances about Yi Chun. Consequently, Wang Lingming summoned Chu Tianlong, intending to give Yi Chun a stern warning, making it clear that their circle was not a domain where anyone could easily integrate. Fiancé? Chu Tianlong's expression darkened, as the other handsome men and beautiful women around him turned their gazes toward Yi Chun. Wang Lingming, who is this fellow? Why would Grandfather Su want Xuani to marry him? Chu Tianlong inquired in a hushed tone. Don't mention it. He is the boy whom Grandfather Su promised to Xuani in their childhood. With the Yi family in the capital having been annihilated, Yi Chun found himself homeless and came to Beihai seeking refuge with the Su family. Wang Lingming declared self-importantly. The Yi family of the capital? Chu Tianlong had heard about the engagement between Su Xuani and the eldest of the Yi family. His gaze flickered before he remarked meaningfully. So it turns out the young master from the capital has graced Beihai with his presence. My apologies. By the way, does the young master Yi have a place to stay in Beihai? If not, I could offer you a spot in the Chu family's restroom. He understood Su Xuani's intentions. Bringing Yi Chun to the Qingshan Equestrian Center was likely a ploy to make him feel inferior, prompting him to leave the Su family voluntarily. Are you looking for trouble? Yi Chun glanced at Chu Tianlong. Yi Chun, Chu Xiao is merely jesting with you. Why are you so touchy? Su Xuani retorted, displeased. I prefer not to jest with those who have blood on their hands. Yi Chun replied inexplicably. Yi Chun, if you cannot articulate properly, then remain silent. Su Xuani's pretty face turned cold. Chu Xiao knows you just arrived in Beihai and have nowhere to stay. He is kindly offering you a place in his restroom. What do you mean by cursing others? No need. I have already found a place to live. Yi Chun shook his head. Humph. Can that hovel you found possibly compare to Chu Xiao's restroom? His restroom is 200 square meters. Su Xuani scoffed, feeling unrestrained in her words in the absence of old Master Su. Xuani, if Yi Xiao does not appreciate the gesture, let it be. Chu Tianlong shook his head, then turned to Yi Chun. I just didn't expect a prominent young master from the capital to be superstitious. Do you not believe me? Yi Chun looked at him. I only believe in myself. Man can conquer nature. Chu Tianlong replied with a measured demeanor. Well said. Su Xuani clapped her hands in applause. Yi Chun, you should learn from Chu Xiao, observe his depth, and then reflect on yourself. You are nothing. Yi Chun smiled silently. Xuani, did you not mention wanting to race against me? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess today. Chu Tianlong chose to ignore Yi Chun. Chu Xiao, as a professional, how can you bully Xuani? That is quite excessive. Wang Lingming chimed in with a radiant smile. Who in Beihai does not know that you, Chu Xiao, were the champion of the last equestrian competition? Champion of equestrian events? Chu Xiao is that impressive? Su Xuani expressed surprise, as she was unaware of Chu Tianlong's equestrian skills. The equestrian competitions in Beihai are merely trifling affairs. My best achievement in international events was reaching the quarterfinals. Chu Tianlong feigned modesty. You have participated in international events? Su Xuani regarded Chu Tianlong with newfound admiration. Even with a suitor of such exceptional caliber, to marry someone like Yi Chun, a scion cast aside by the affluent, seems akin to placing blossoms upon dung. Since everyone believes I am bullying Xian Yi, let us propose a challenge. Young Master Yi has grown up in the capital. He must know equestrianism. How about a race? The one who loses shall forever distance themselves from Su Xian Yi, Chu Tianlong suggested with deliberate provocation. Yi Chun remained silent. It was not that he wished to abandon Su Xian Yi. Rather, a dissolution of engagement required the consent of the other party, and with old Master Su present, how could Su Xian Yi ever willingly agree? It appears that young Master Yi is apprehensive of the stakes. Very well, let us lower the wager. The one who loses shall bark like a dog twice. Noticing Yi Chun's silence, Chu Tianlong understood that the young man would not leave Su Xian Yi. This was only to be expected. After all, having finally ascended to the heights of a prestigious family, how could one easily relinquish such an opportunity? Yi Chun, I do not wish for you to shy away. If you cannot summon the courage to confront this, it would be best for you to exit the Su family immediately. My grandfather sent me to introduce you to the circle of the elite, not to have you bring disgrace. Su Xian Yi also wished to see Yi Chun bark like a dog. So let us compete. Yi Chun shrugged. Initially, he had no intention of bullying anyone. Yet circumstances compelled him otherwise. Chapter 7. The Horse Race. Young Master Yi, It seems you have not engaged in equestrian activities for quite some time. As the champion of equestrianism in Beihai City, I do not wish to take advantage of you. How about this? During the race, I shall grant you 3 minutes. My record for completing a lap is 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Thus, if you can finish within 10 minutes and 20 seconds, I shall consider myself defeated. Chu Tianlong remarked with a smirk, intent on making a spectacle of Yi Chun before Su Xianyi. No need for that. Yi Chun calmly shook his head. I fear that if I take 3 minutes to complete a lap, you may not even have the opportunity to mount your horse. 3 minutes to finish a lap? Chu Tianlong was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. The other handsome men and beautiful women joined in, guffawing. Young Master Yi indeed hails from the capital, having seen the world, yet makes such fantastical claims. To my knowledge, even the global equestrian champion requires 4 minutes and 30 seconds to complete a lap. Could it be that young Master Yi surpasses the world champion? Yi Chun, who has granted you the liberty to speak such nonsense? Su Xianyi was equally vexed by Yi Chun's words. This is Ming's racetrack, not Beihai Theater. Who allowed you to seek attention like this? A clown. You will soon discover whether I can finish in 3 minutes. Yi Chun did not offer an explanation to Su Xianyi, instead directly selecting a chestnut steed from the paddock. This chestnut horse measured 2 meters in length and stood 1 meter tall, belonging to the Heka breed. Choosing that. Chu Tianlong scoffed even more. Young Master Yi, have you made an error? This Heka horse is still immature. How can it compete? Or perhaps you are aware that you cannot win against me, and thus seek to save face in advance. At this sight, Su Xianyi wished she could vanish into the ground. The race is about to commence. Yi Chun disregarded Chu Tianlong's jests. The latter could not discern the true nature of the scarlet steed, yet Yi Chun was well aware that it was indeed a genuine red hare. Bring forth my steed of sweat and blood, he commanded. Chu Tianlong obliged, summoning a steed of sweat and blood alongside Yi Chun's racing horse. Chu, are you taking this too seriously? Someone nearby quipped. Yi Chun is no longer the young master of the capital. Why would you need a steed of sweat and blood to race against someone so inconsequential? Another woman chimed in. Indeed, it seems Yi Chun knows nothing of equestrianism. Choosing an immature horse for a race is utterly ludicrous. I wonder how Grandpa Su could allow Sister Xianyi to marry such a peculiar man. One must approach the race with utmost seriousness, Chu Tianlong retorted, shedding his earlier nonchalance and adopting a more solemn demeanor. Hearing this, Su Xianyi regarded Chu Tianlong with newfound respect. He had not dismissed Yi Chun's foolishness lightly, but prepared earnestly for the contest, a quality befitting a successful individual. On the racing field, Chu Tianlong noticed the scarlet steed quivering beside Yi Chun. He smirked. Young Master Yi, why does your horse tremble? Is it intimidated by the steed of sweat and blood? After all, a small horse belongs in the paddock, not on the racetrack. Similarly, if one has distanced themselves from the affluent circles, why cling to the Su family? My affairs do not concern you, Chu. Perhaps you should call the hospital to prevent a potential disaster. Yi Chun replied with a hint of profundity. Xianyi is correct. You truly are a clown. No sooner had Chu Tianlong finished speaking than the referee blew the whistle, signaling the commencement of the race. Go. Yi Chun mounted the scarlet steed and cracked the whip. In an instant, the scarlet steed surged forth like a streak of lightning, galloping across the track, leaving Chu Tianlong's steed of sweat and blood trailing by 100 meters in the blink of an eye. What? Chu Tianlong was left dumbfounded by the speed of the scarlet steed. Is this truly the speed of a Heka horse? Has Yi Chun somehow gained an advantage? It is known that even the swiftest panther of the forest could not achieve such velocity. In the spectator stands, Su Xianyi awaited Yi Chun's folly. However, to her astonishment, as the referee blew the whistle, both she and Wang Lingmeng were left speechless. How can he be so fast? Su Xianyi exclaimed, incredulous. In less than a minute, Yi Chun had covered a third of the distance. Could it be that Yi Chun can complete a lap in 3 minutes? Just as Su Xianyi wrestled with her confusion, a thunderous crash reverberated from the racetrack. A signboard suddenly plummeted from above, striking Chu Tianlong squarely on the head. Bang! The next moment, Chu Tianlong tumbled from his steed, his face a mask of blood. Young Master Chu? Tianlong. The spectators gasped in shock at Chu Tianlong's predicament, and Yi Chun was forced to halt his race. Chu, are you all right? Su Xuanyi and others rushed to Shushanlong's side. Wang Lingmeng, what is going on with your horse ranch? Why did a sign fall and hit me? Shushanlong questioned Wang Lingmeng, visibly irritated. I am so sorry, truly sorry. Wang Lingming hastily apologized. Damn it. It's all that crow's fault. Yi Chun, saying that I would encounter a calamity. Shushenlong clenched his fists in anger. Meanwhile, Yi Chun approached from a distance. Shushenlong, a bet is a bet. You should bark like a dog, he taunted. What a joke, I lost. Shushenlong sneered. If I continue racing, you will have already lost, Yi Chun asserted calmly. Humph, you Yi Chun are merely quick off the mark. You will surely tire out later. There is no way I can lose if we continue racing. Shushenlong retorted without reservation, adding, moreover, in Jiuzhou, I know many who have a faster start than you. This superficial racing style will only earn you ridicule on the international stage. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun merely smiled. What are you laughing at? You don't accept it, do you? Let us continue competing, and I will make you comprehend the true worth of the North Sea City racing champion. Shushenlong spat through gritted teeth. Is there any point in being obstinate? For the sake of your friendship with Su Xuanyi, I advise you not to mount up. Your calamity is far from over. Yi Chun remarked, unwilling to argue further. What a joke. I have a calamity. I, a mortal, shall defy heaven. Shushenlong mounted his prized horse, looking down at Yi Chun. You little rascal, if you have the guts, bam. Before Shushenlong could finish his sentence, a larger sign fell from above, striking him squarely on the head, rendering him unconscious. Quick, call an ambulance, Wang Lingming said, panic-stricken. After taking Shushenlong to the hospital, Su Xuanyi, feeling dejected, dragged Wang Lingming and others to a bar to drown their sorrows. Xuanyi, are you feeling down? Wang Lingming inquired. It's all because of Yi Chun. Su Xuanyi fumed. She had intended for Yi Chun to embarrass himself at the racetrack. Only for him to steal the show. Xuanyi, you need not be angry. What if Yi Chun knows a bit about horse riding? For someone like Shushenlong, racing is an elegant pastime. As for Yi Chun, humph, he is merely wasting his potential, Wang Lingming said with a smile. Sister Lingming is right. Yi Chun, the scion of a fallen family, does not strive for progress or hard work, but chooses to emulate Shushenlong in racing. It's utterly childish and laughable. Shushenlong can afford not to work for a month, and his father will still deposit millions into his account. What does Yi Chun have? The Yi family has long since vanished. Just as a short-haired girl finished speaking, the entire bar fell into an unexpected silence. What is happening? Su Xuanyi looked up to see a stunningly beautiful woman, radiant and clear as the stars, entering the bar. It's Yun Yan, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Upon seeing Yun Yan, Wang Lingming and the others revealed expressions of envy, and even Su Xuanyi instinctively lowered her head. What brings Yun Yan to North Sea City? Wang Lingming whispered. It was heard that Yun family recently called off an engagement with a wealthy scion, and Yun Yan came to unwind. The man at the adjacent table chuckled. A wealthy scion? Who is that? Wang Lingming inquired with an inquisitive expression. It seems to be Yi Chun, the young master from the capital. The man at the nearby table responded. Yi Chun. Upon hearing these two syllables, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Su Xuanyi felt a tempest brewing within her heart. Xuanyi, are you all right? Wang Lingming glanced at her friend. You all continue drinking. I shall return home first. Su Xuanyi stood up to leave. Xuanyi, wait for me. Wang Lingming hurried after her. Outside the bar, Su Xuanyi's body trembled incessantly, particularly upon learning that Yun Yan had called off the engagement with Yi Chun, while she was to marry him instead. Her heart felt exceptionally stifled. Why should it be so? Why must she marry a man discarded by Yun Yan? Ming, I want to return home tonight. I will stay at your place. Su Xuanyi declared to Wang Lingming. But your grandfather, I do not wish to see him. Su Xuanyi's eyes reddened as she spoke. Yi Chun is worthless. Even Yun Yan does not want him, yet my grandfather treats him like treasure to bestow upon me. What does he take me for? A trash bin? All right. Don't be angry. I'll take you home, Wang Lingming reassured. Wang Lingming resided near Fenghayaju. As the two arrived home, they noticed the lights were on at Fenghayaju. Is someone living in Fenghayaju? Wang Lingming was taken aback, knowing that this mansion had been uninhabited for many years. It must be a high-ranking official from the province come for a vacation, Su Xuanyi mused. The following morning, Yi Chun arrived at the Qin residence as agreed to provide medical treatment. Just as Su Xuanyi was leaving Wang Lingming's home, she unexpectedly ran into Yi Chun. It's you? Su Xuanyi's expression was frigid. Yi Chun, who sent you to find me? I've said it before, a mountain chicken cannot match a phoenix. I will never marry you. I will not accept what others have discarded. Observing the furious Su Xuanyi, Yi Chun felt somewhat perplexed. I am not here to seek you. I reside nearby. Nearby? Su Xuanyi laughed derisively. Yi Chun, Can you concoct a more plausible excuse? The only mansion near Mengmeng's home is Fenghayaju. Do you live there? Don't be ridiculous. Remember your status. You are no longer the young master of the capital. With that, Su Xuanyi turned and left without a backward glance. Instead of feeling repulsed by Su Xuanyi's indifference, Yichen found himself secretly delighted. As long as the old man Su relents, the annulment from the Su family would be effortlessly achieved. Half an hour later, Yichen arrived at the Qin residence. Miss Qin, I apologize for my tardiness. He smiled gently at Qin Yuma. I thought you wouldn't come. Qin Yuma replied, appearing relieved. I never go back on my word, especially since I accepted your Jiuyang grass. Yichen replied. Let us go. Take me to see your grandfather. They arrived at the place where the elder Qin was recuperating. As Qin Yuma surveyed her desolate surroundings, she hurriedly summoned a servant, inquiring, Where are my uncle and the others? The servant responded, Miss, young Master Qin, he summoned a renowned physician from Jiangnan this morning, claiming he possesses the ability to cure old Master Qin's ailment. Presently, the head of the family is accompanying this esteemed doctor. Upon hearing the name Qin Yumo's expression subtly shifted, revealing an evident apprehension towards him. Pray tell, which physician from Jiangnan did Qin invite? She probed further. It is Dr. Lu Chongqing. Came the reply. So it is he, Qin Yumo reflected, having heard of Lu Chongqing's illustrious reputation throughout Jiangnan. Dr. Lu? Yichen mused. Aware of the man's lineage as the disciple of the renowned medical sage Hua Ming. Indeed, he possessed formidable skills, but alas, he would not be able to cure old Master Qin. Dr. Lu cannot heal your grandfather, Yichen asserted plainly to Qin Yumo. What utter nonsense. Just then, Dr. Wen arrived at the Qin residence and overheard the exchange, remarking, I suspected you were merely putting on a show at Renji Hall, but I never imagined you would dare to question Dr. Lu's abilities. Do you doubt me? Yichen retorted with a wry smile. I certainly do not believe you. Ask Miss Qin, does she trust you or Dr. Lu? Dr. Wen dismissed him with disdain. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yumo bowed to Yichen. Since my brother has already invited Dr. Lu from Jiangnan, perhaps you should take your leave for now. Consider the Jiuyang herb a gift from the Qin family. I await your plea, Yichen replied, choosing not to depart, but instead finding a place to sit within the Qin residence. Miss Qin, there is no need to concern yourself with this fellow. Young master, he is still awaiting you. Let us depart, Dr. Wen suggested. After much deliberation, Qin Yumo ultimately decided to leave with Dr. Wen. Deep down, she harbored doubts about Yichen's medical prowess being superior to that of Lu Chongqing. Inside the Qin family's sanatorium, upon entering, Qin Yumo was greeted by the sight of a stern young man clad in a suit and glasses, exuding an air of refinement. Brother, she greeted him with a hint of trepidation. She had always held a fear of Qin He. Though they shared the same father, she was but a concubine's daughter. While Qin He was the legitimate heir of the Qin family. Qin Yumo, how dare you show your face here? Qin He glared at her. I have heard that you recklessly sought out a random young man on the street to treat grandfather's illness. If I had not returned just in time to discuss the North Sea Newtown project, you would have put grandfather in jeopardy. Qin Yumo lowered her head, too intimidated to utter a word. You are truly a waste, accomplishing nothing but causing trouble. Qin He was on the verge of erupting when an elder beside him interjected coldly. Qin He, be quiet. Dr. Lu is currently treating your grandfather. Qin He fell silent. At that moment, Lu Chongqing withdrew several silver needles from old Master Qin. Addressing the assembled family, he announced, the consultation has concluded. Dr. Lu, may I inquire when my esteemed father will awaken? Qin Tian respectfully bowed to the ethereal figure before him. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that old Qin may never awaken again. Lu Chongqing abruptly uttered words that the Qin family could scarcely accept. Old Qin's vital energy has already faltered. Having sustained grave injuries to both heart and lungs, it would be prudent for you to prepare for his final arrangements. What? Are you saying my grandfather? Qin He's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He had expended considerable resources to invite Lu Chongqing to Beihai City, only to discover that the latter could not save his grandfather. Young Master Qin, your grandfather's condition is beyond even divine intervention. I find myself powerless to assist. With that, Lu Chongqing rose to depart. At that moment, the Qin family villa was engulfed in a profound silence, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Only Qin Yumo recalled Yichen's previous words. The divine healer could not save old Qin. Chapter 9. The life-saving pill. Yichen, please save my grandfather. In the Qin family estate, Qin Yuma hurriedly sought out Yi Chun. Is this your attitude when seeking help? Yi Chun was not surprised by Qin Yuma's arrival. With a thud, Qin Yuma knelt before Yi Chun. Yi Chun, I was in the wrong earlier. I should not have doubted you. I beg you, save my grandfather. Seeing the pitiful figure of Qin Yuma, Yi Chun was taken aback by her sudden act of kneeling. He smiled and said, Miss Qin, please rise. I shall attend to your grandfather's ailment at once. Upon arriving at the Qin family's infirmary, many relatives were kneeling before old Qin, weeping sorrowfully. Uncles, don't cry. Yi Chun said he could save grandfather. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Miss Qin, why have you brought him here? Dr. Wen's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Yi Chun and Qin Yuma approach together. I brought Yi Chun to treat my grandfather, Qin Yuma replied candidly. He is here to treat him? How could a mere charlatan like him possibly heal? Even divine healer Lu was helpless against this condition. Before Dr. Wen could finish his sentence, Qin He shot a glare at Qin Yuma. Qin Yuma, do not bring anyone dubious into the Qin family. Leave at once. Qin He, Yi Chun can truly save grandfather. Qin Yuma said, biting her lip in desperation. This boy is merely someone you picked up off the street, right? Does he even possess a medical license? Qin He inquired coldly. I do not have a medical license. Yi Chun smiled slightly, but I can indeed save old Qin. Nonsense. Qin He, unwilling to engage in further discourse with Yi Chun, scolded Qin Yuma fiercely. Qin Yuma, I shall say this once more. Take him and leave. Qin He, with grandfather in such a state, we must try everything. Let Yi Chun treat him. Qin Yuma pleaded almost desperately. Slap. Qin He raised his hand and struck Qin Yuma across the face. Qin Yuma, who do you think you are, daring to compare grandfather to a mere beast? Yuma, do not disturb your grandfather's final moments of peace. Take him away. Other members of the Qin family began to persuade her as well. I will not leave. To their astonishment, Qin Yuma glared at Qin He, saying, Qin He, have you not always sought to expel me from the Qin family? Very well. At this moment, Qin Yuma decided to intertwine her fate with Yi Chun's, offering him the chance to heal her grandfather. Despite her uncertainty regarding Yi Chun's ability to cure him, she could not bear the thought of inaction. Had it not been for the old man, she would have long been expelled from the Qin family. Her grandfather was, without a doubt, the most significant person in her life. Are you truly willing to entrust your destiny to this young man? Qin He inquired, his surprise evident as he turned to Qin Yuma with a smirk. Let him treat your grandfather, and afterward, you both can leave the Qin family. Yuma, you're out of your mind. How can you gamble your fate? A woman from the Qin family urged her to apologize to her brother. Aunt San, there is no need for further words, Qin Yuma replied, shaking her head. If my grandfather were to pass, I would have no reason to remain in the Qin family. You foolish child, the woman lamented, furrowing her brow. Miss Qin, do you have such faith in me? Yi Chun asked, intrigued as he regarded Qin Yuma. Yi Chun, I believe in you, she affirmed, nodding earnestly. Yi Chun smiled, flicking his fingers to administer a pill to the unconscious Qin elder. What did you just give my father? Qin Tian exclaimed in outrage upon witnessing Yi Chun's actions. When it comes to healing, recklessly administering medication is the greatest taboo. Revitalizing pill? The onlookers from the Qin family changed their expressions upon reading the label on the vial. The name alone suggested it was nothing more than a deceptive health supplement. Qin Yuma, given the circumstances, you may take this young man and leave the Qin family. Treating illness with a health supplement? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing, Qin He remarked with a smirk. Miss Qin, you are truly misguided to place your trust in this charlatan. Dr. Wen expressed his dismay for Qin Yuma's faith in Yi Chun. Qin Yuma chuckled softly and shook her head. Yi Chun, let us depart. She had no regrets about her choice. Even if given a second chance, she would still place her fate in Yi Chun's hands. Why leave? Hasn't he, your grandfather, awakened? Yi Chun countered with a smile. Awakened? Qin Yuma gasped, looking up to see the old man indeed stirring in his bed. Grandfather, you're all right, she exclaimed, rushing into his embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. The expressions of Qin He and Dr. Wen shifted as they witnessed the elder's revival. Was Yi Chun's revitalizing pill genuinely effective? But Dr. Wen saved me, Qin Chang'an said, recognizing the physician as he awoke and promptly bowed in gratitude. Grandfather, it was Yi Chun who saved you, Qin Yuma exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Yuma, don't speak nonsense. How could this young man's health supplement possibly save anyone? Qin He retorted, glaring at her. Your grandfather's safety is solely due to my invitation to Physician Liu. Upon learning the full circumstances, Qin Chang'an bowed respectfully to Yi Chun. I am grateful to you, young brother, for your health supplement. Here is a sum of 500,000. I hope you will accept it. Although he did not believe that Yi Chun's health supplements could cure him, the intention behind them was worth 500,000. Grandpa Qin, I shall not accept this money. Yi Chun shook his head. Miss Qin has already compensated me. Then why are you still here? Qin, he said impatiently. If it weren't for Dr. Lu's miraculous acupuncture, both you and Qin Yumao would have been expelled from the Qin family. Perhaps, Yi Chun did not argue with Qin He, turning away as he exited the Qin residence. Yi Chun, Qin Yumao chased after him from the nursing home. Thank you for saving my grandfather today. Do not take to heart what my brother said. I believe in you. Qin He doubted that Yi Chun had saved Qin Chang'an, but Qin Yumao held a different opinion. No need for thanks, Yi Chun smiled. It was only right for me to treat your grandfather after taking your Jiang grass. Then, after a moment's hesitation, Qin Yumao suddenly asked, Yi Chun, do you have a girlfriend? No, Yi Chun replied, for he did not have a girlfriend, yet he had 8 fiancées. Really? Qin Yumao's eyes sparkled. Just then, Yi Chun's complexion turned pale. Miss Qin, I must take my leave, he said, glancing at the full moon above, and he hurriedly departed. At Fenghayaju, when Xiaoyan saw Yi Chun approaching, she bowed and greeted, Master, welcome home. Yi Chun remained silent, locking himself in his room, feeling beads of sweat forming on his palms. On this night of the full moon, as yin and yang intertwined, I am at my most vulnerable. Previously, on Kunlun Mountain, I had not felt such torment. Now, devoid of spiritual energy, how despicable, that old man truly wishes to harm me. Yi Chun trembled as he took out the Jiang grass. But before he could consume it, a sharp pain shot through his dantian. Yi Chun fainted from the agony, uncertain of how much time passed. Yi Chun awoke the next day, finding himself beside an alluring woman with a complexion as fair as a flower, her skin radiant. Her delicate legs resembled a lotus emerging from water, captivatingly slender. Yin Yan. Chapter 10. A Calamity of Blood. Young Master Yi, you are awake? Yun Yin noticed Yi Chun stirring, her enchanting countenance revealing a trace of concern. Are you all right? I saw you sweating profusely last night. What are you doing here? Yi Chun was taken aback. Xiaoyan said you fainted, so I came to take care of you. Yun Yan's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yi Chun, her genuine concern evident. Are you feeling better? I am feeling somewhat better, but where are my clothes? Suddenly, Yi Chun realized his garments were missing. You sweated too much yesterday, and your clothes were foul. I took them to wash, Yun Yan explained earnestly. You took off my clothes? Yi Chun's lips twitched. You need not fear. Young Master Yi, I did not do anything to you. I am not a woman of loose morals. Yun Yan smiled gently, and if you do not believe me, I can swear to the heavens. Hearing Yun Yan utter these words, Yi Chun felt a peculiar discomfort. Miss Yun, our engagement has been annulled. There is truly no need for you to squander your time on me. To speak candidly, I shall not remain in Jiangnan province for long. Yi Chun hoped that Yun Yan would heed his words and retreat gracefully. However, her eyes sparkled like a clear spring, and with a smile, she shook her head. I do not mind where young Master Yi goes. Should we wed, I shall always remain by your side. Alas, how could this woman not comprehend my intentions? Just as Yi Chun was speaking, Xiaoyan entered. Miss Yun, the clothes you asked me to purchase for the master have been acquired. Young Master Yi, this is an Hermes suit. Do try it on, Yun Yan said, placing the garment before him. By the time Yi Chun had changed, Yun Yan had already departed, and Xiaoyan approached, saying, Master, Mr. Chu Tianlong from the Chu family seeks your presence. Chu Tianlong. Yi Chun furrowed his brow. What does he want with me? Mr. Chu Tianlong wishes to discuss the cooperation regarding Beihai New Town, Xiaoyan replied truthfully. It then dawned on Yi Chun that Yun Yan had entrusted him with the Beihai New Town project. Take me to see him, Yi Chun said, curious to ascertain how Chu Tianlong was faring in his recovery. Half an hour later, Yi Chun and Xiaoyan arrived at the headquarters of the Beihai New Town project. Master, I shall go park the car, Xiaoyan said before departing. At that moment, a white Mercedes-Benz pulled up before Yi Chun. Shortly thereafter, Su Xuani and the bandaged Chu Tianlong emerged from the vehicle. Yi Chun, what are you doing here? Su Xuani, upon seeing Yi Chun, wore an expression of cold indifference. Do not entangle yourself with me. Do you not understand? I work here. Yi Chun clarified. Work? Su Xuani scoffed. So you are a security guard here. Indeed. What use is your prowess in horse racing if you are merely a hired hand? Why are you here? Yi Chen countered, refusing to provide an explanation. I am accompanying Chu Tianlong to discuss the Beihai Newtown contract. As she spoke, a hint of derision crept into her voice. Yi Chen, did you not boast at the Su residence about securing the Beihai Newtown project for our family? If you are so formidable, why are you reduced to a security guard? Xuani, why engage with this fool? If he can negotiate the Beihai Newtown project, I shall leap from the Xiang River this very moment. Chu Tianlong looked down upon Yi Chen, his tone dripping with mockery. By the way, young Master Yi, what is your salary? Perhaps you should abandon security work and come to the Chu family to shine my shoes. I shall offer you double the pay. Previously, at the Qingshan racetrack, Chu Tianlong had lost face to Yi Chen, and now he sought to reclaim his dignity. No need. Your salary is beyond my worth. Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. Beyond your worth? Huh. Yi Chen, I call you young master, and you truly take yourself seriously? Do you think you are still a young master in the capital? Chu Tianlong brandished a bank card. Here is 50,000. Call me father, and it shall be yours. Chu Tianlong, it would be best if you refrained from embarrassing yourself with such a trifling sum. However, if you were to address me as father, I might consider sparing you from a calamity today, Yi Chen remarked with significant undertones. I would rather call your mother. Upon hearing the term calamity, Chu Tianlong was incensed and humiliated. Previously, at the Qingshan racecourse, he had endured 3 stitches in the hospital due to Yi Chen's utterance of calamity, and his head still throbbed from the pain. Xiao Xiao. It's futile to argue with someone who has severed ties with the affluent circles. As the saying goes, people ascend while water flows downward, Su Xuani interjected. Shaking her head at Chu Tianlong's fury, I inquired with Ming Ming, and the falling light sign was merely an accident, with no connection to Yi Chen whatsoever. I am well aware that it has nothing to do with Yi Chen. Chu Tianlong scoffed. He is but a clown. After Chu Tianlong and Su Xuani departed, Xiaoyan parked the car and approached Yi Chen. Master, Mr. Chu Tianlong is waiting for us upstairs. No need, Yi Chen replied, shaking his head. Xiaoyan, please find a few individuals to give Chu Tianlong a beating. Let him witness bloodshed. Xiaoyan paused momentarily, then resolutely affirmed, understood. At the headquarters of the Beihai Newtown project, Chu Tianlong awaited in the office alongside Su Xuani. The door creaked open, revealing a strikingly elegant woman clad in dark stockings and a uniform. Chu Tianlong's eyes brightened at the sight of the exquisitely proportioned Xiaoyan. You must be Mr. Chu Tianlong, she remarked, directing her gaze toward the bandaged Chu Tianlong. Indeed, I am Chu Tianlong of the Chu Tian family. Regarding the Beihai Newtown project, I possess some unique insights that I hope. Before he could complete his thought, Xiaoyan interjected, I apologize, but your words reek. It's rather nauseating. You. Chu Tianlong's expression soured. Someone, beat this foul-mouthed creature. Xiaoyan promptly summoned several burly men in black. I have always despised foul-mouthed individuals. Yes, Miss Yun. In the blink of an eye, Chu Tianlong was left battered and bruised, ultimately being ousted from the project headquarters by Xiaoyan. Xiao Xiao, are you all right? Su Xuani gasped, witnessing Chu Tianlong's bloodied state. Reflecting on his recent misfortunes, this is utterly intolerable. Chu Tianlong seethed, his face contorted in rage at the thought of Xiaoyan's demeanor. Yet, he could not afford to offend her, as she was indeed a member of the Beihai Newtown project team. Is that not Xiao Xiao? What a pity. Encountering calamity once more. A voice laced with intrigue echoed from ahead. Had you known this would occur, why not call me father? Damn it. Yi Chen. Upon seeing Yi Chen's smug expression, Chu Tianlong was overwhelmed with fury and fainted. Yi Chen, was this your doing? Su Xuani strode toward Yi Chen, her high heels clicking with a cold demeanor. Miss Su has misunderstood me. I am merely a pitiable wage earner, lacking the prowess to thrust young Master Chu into a predicament of peril. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. Before Su Xuani, he had no intention of revealing any cards, lest this woman, much like Yun Yin, become overly attached to him. Humph. I doubt you would dare to offend young Master Chu. Su Xuani also believed that Yi Chen could not possibly possess the capability to command Xiao Yun, as he was merely a lowly security guard. How could the project team heed his words? After Su Xuani departed with Chu Tianlong, Yi Chen received a call from Qin Yuma. Yi Chen, my grandfather's health has improved significantly today. He wishes to invite you to dinner as a token of gratitude. Would that be convenient for you? Chapter 11. Help me persuade him in Beihai City at the Qin residence. Grandfather, I have brought Yi Chun with me. Today, Qin Yuma donned a delicate white gown, radiating youthful purity and grace. Her clear eyes sparkling like a captivating fairy emerged from a painting. No wonder Qin Yuma is often compared to Su Xuanyi as the goddess of first love in Beihai. She indeed possesses such allure. Young friend Yi, please take a seat. Qin Chang'an snapped his fingers, and soon, servants from the Qin family began to serve the dishes. Young friend Yi, these are merely some home-cooked dishes. I hope you do not mind. Qin Chang'an smiled gently. You are too kind, Grandfather Qin. Yi Chen sat down to dine, aware that the invitation from the elder was merely a formality of gratitude. If they truly had thoughtful intentions, they would surely have reserved a table at the finest restaurant in Beihai rather than dining at home. During the meal, several members of the Qin family approached Qin Chang'an. Qin He, how goes it? Has the project in Beihai New Town been secured? Seeing his beloved grandson approach, Qin Chang'an asked with a smile. Grandfather, the project team in Beihai New Town has not even granted me an audience. Qin He replied with a wry smile. He had assumed that by stepping forward, he could easily secure the project, but instead, he faced numerous setbacks. Is it not quite normal for them to refuse to see you? There are countless eyes on the Beihai New Town project, Qin Chang'an remarked in a low voice. Qin He, I recall you mentioned that if I entrusted the family's real power to you, you would secure the Beihai New Town project. Yet, how many days have passed? Grandfather, please grant me another 7 days. I assure you I will secure the Beihai New Town project. Qin He insisted earnestly. 7 days? Humph. I have already given you 7 days, and yet you have disappointed me gravely. Today, I shall lay down the law. Whoever among the younger generation can secure the Beihai New Town project shall be the next head of the family. Who is willing to undertake this task? With these words, Qin Chang'an set the room abuzz among the younger members of the Qin family. However, after the initial excitement, many regained their composure. Presently, the Su family, the Yin family, and others were vying for the Beihai New Town project. If Qin He could not secure it, the odds of their success would be exceedingly slim. Furthermore, failing to clinch the collaboration could provoke the ire of the elder Qin, rendering their efforts both laborious and thankless. What? Is there no one willing? Seeing that the younger members of the Qin family remained silent, Qin Chang'an was filled with rage, exclaiming, what a bunch of good-for-nothings. They wish to retreat at the slightest setback. The Qin family has wasted its efforts on you. Observing the old master of the Qin family in a fury, Yi Chen suddenly turned to Qin Yuma and suggested, Miss Qin, why not give it a try? Initially, Yi Chen intended to entrust the Beihai New Town project to the Su family, yet he found himself at a loss for a suitable excuse. If Su Laozu were to discover his remarkable capabilities, both he and Su Xuanyi would find themselves unable to back out of their engagement. Give it a try? Qin Yuma appeared momentarily taken aback. Grandfather, it might be beneficial for Qin Yuma to attempt it. At this juncture, Qin He interjected, she, being an illegitimate child, has done nothing for the Qin family except enjoy its privileges over the years. This project is a fitting test for her. Should she fail to secure a partnership, she ought to be cast out of the Qin family. Qin He speaks wisely. All descendants of the Qin family, upon reaching adulthood, must take up the family business. Yet, Qin Yuma remains idle, akin to a mere ornament. I support her negotiating the Beihai New Town contract. The other young members of the Qin family echoed their agreement. Grandfather, it's not that I refuse to take on the family business. It's that Qin He simply does not allow me. Qin Yuma was about to explain when Qin He interrupted. Qin Yuma, I am granting you this opportunity to represent the Qin family, and you seem displeased? You constantly proclaim that women are no less capable than men. Thus, step up and negotiate. If you secure the Beihai New Town project, you shall be the next head of the Qin family. I understand. Qin Yuma, wishing to avoid further argument, took a deep breath and stated, I will strive to negotiate the project. Strive? Humph. Do you think negotiating a project is akin to taking a university exam? When you are chased out by the Beihai New Town project team, you will only bring shame to the Qin family. I've heard that Chu Tianlong was beaten black and blue at the Beihai New Town project office today. A young member of the Qin family sneered with malice. Everyone, Miss Qin has yet to visit the Beihai New Town headquarters. How can you be so certain she will fail to secure a partnership? Observing Qin Yuma's isolation, Yi Chen spoke meaningfully. What if Miss Qin successfully negotiates the partnership? She could very well become the next leader of the Qin family. Have you considered the repercussions of offending the head of the family? Yi, this is none of your business. Qin He retorted, visibly displeased. Eat your meal and leave. Stop pretending to be mysterious in the Qin family. Qin He, be courteous to my friend, Qin Yuma asserted, slapping the table. Friend? Huh. When you are cast out of the Qin family, let us see if you still have any friends. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Noticing this, Yichen chose not to remain at the Qin family dinner any longer. He stood to bid farewell to the old master of the Qin family, who made no effort to retain him. Instead, it was Qin Yuma who took the initiative to escort Yichen out. Yichen, I apologize for having subjected you to such a spectacle today. My brother has always relished humiliating me. What can I say? Such is the fate of an illegitimate child. Qin Yuma offered a self-deprecating smile. I've heard that you and Su Xuani are renowned as the first love goddesses of Beihai City. Do you know Su Laozu? Yichen inquired suddenly. Yes, I am acquainted with Grandfather Su. Qin Yuma nodded. It is as follows. Grandfather Su has arranged a fiancé for Su Xuani. To put it bluntly, there are flaws in his character. Would you kindly persuade Grandfather Su to annul Su Xuani's engagement? In return, I shall assist you with the Beihai Xinqing project. Yichen wore an expression of innocence. You want me to convince Grandfather Su to break off the engagement? Qin Yuma looked at Yichen with a peculiar expression, and after a long pause, she sighed. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for Su Xuani? Do you not wish for her to marry another? Yichen remained silent and simply inquired, will you agree? Very well, I shall agree. Qin Yuma nodded firmly. Since Yichen had saved her grandfather, she could not refuse him. However, the thought of Yichen's affections for Su Xuani left her somewhat unsettled. Chapter 12. Expulsion from the Qin family at the Beihai City Hospital. Chu Tianlong awoke from his coma. Young Master Chu, you have finally regained consciousness. A nurse beside him remarked sternly. You are injured. Why would you engage in a brawl? Remembering the girl, Xiaoyun, who had assaulted him, Chu Tianlong trembled with rage. Yet he dared not confront her. Instead, he took out his phone and called Brother Ping. Brother Ping, please take care of a certain individual named Yichen. I want to break one of his legs. Once completed, I will reward you with 500,000. Yichen, Su Xuani's fiancé. Brother Ping rejected the proposal. I would rather avoid any entanglement with the Su family at the moment. Brother Ping, you have Xuanjin Tian backing you. Are you truly afraid of the Su family? Chu Tianlong frowned. I am not afraid of the Su family, but Yichen hails from the capital and is bound to have influential connections. Therefore, so you dare not act against him. Thus, you must increase the payment. 2 million, and I will assist you in incapacitating Yichen. Brother Ping's tone was intriguing. Agreed. I will provide you with the funds. Chu Tianlong reluctantly acquiesced. 2 million was no small sum, even for him. He would have to economize for half a year. Yet, thinking of Yichen's detestable demeanor, Chu Tianlong compromised. No matter what, he intended to make Yichen pay for that misfortune. The following day, Qin Yuma visited the Su family as per her agreement with Yichen. Oh, you claim that Xuani's fiancé has character issues? Grandfather Su looked at Qin Yuma in surprise. Indeed, Grandfather Su, this was relayed to me directly by another, she began, but before she could finish, Grandfather Su interrupted, Yuma. Anyone who questions our son-in-law must discuss it with me personally. I understand. Recognizing Grandfather Su's intent to defend Su Xuani's fiancé, Qin Yuma refrained from further discussion. After leaving the Su residence, she proceeded to the project department of Beihai Xinqing. Are you Miss Qin Yuma? On the third floor of the project department. Upon seeing Qin Yuma approach, Xiaoyun greeted her with a radiant smile. Yes, I wish to represent the Qin family in collaborating with your company on the Beihai Xinqing project. Qin Yuma spoke with palpable apprehension. It was quite unexpected for her to meet Xiaoyun today. Especially since Qin had been at the Beihai project department for 7 days without encountering any relevant personnel. No problem. This is the contract for Beihai Xinqing. As Qin Yumuo finished speaking, Xiaoyun presented a contract before her. A contract? Qin Yumuo shivered slightly, gazing at Xiaoyun in disbelief. What did you just say? Miss Qin, if you wish to collaborate on the Beihai Xinqing project, please sign here. Xiaoyun indicated the document before her. After signing, Qin Yumuo's expression remained somewhat surreal and dreamlike. To her knowledge, Xiaoyun was not known for her amiability, and Chu Tianlong had suffered a severe beating. Why then? Was Xiaoyun treating her with such gentleness? Suddenly, an answer occurred to Qin Yumuo. She turned to Xiaoyun and inquired, Do you know Yichen? Of course, mister. Yi entrusted me with delivering the contract to you, Xiaoyun replied without reservation. Upon hearing this, Qin Yumuo intended to seek out Yichen to express her gratitude, but first, she returned to the Qin family to silence those who looked down upon her. Meanwhile, at the Beihai Qin residence, Qin He received a phone call. Oh, you say she secured the collaboration? A man on the other end confirmed the news. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Qin He's eyes flickered with a shadow. Qin Yumuo, I truly underestimated you. Fortunately, I have connections in the Beihai Xinqing project department. Otherwise, this significant achievement would have fallen into your hands. Upon returning to the Qin family, Qin Yumuo found the household bustling with a celebratory feast. What is going on? Why is it so lively? She inquired of a servant. Miss Qin, your brother secured the collaboration for Beihai Xinqing today. The master intends to pass the family jade pendant to him tonight, the servant explained. What did you say? Qin Yumuo's gaze froze, and she hurried to find Qin He amidst the celebration. Currently, Qin He was the center of attention, surrounded by admirers at the banquet table. Qin He, what do you mean by this? Qin Yumuo demanded, her frustration boiling over. The contract for Beihai Xinqing was clearly negotiated by me. How dare you steal my credit? Qin Yumuo, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Qin He feigned ignorance as he looked at her. Open your eyes and see clearly. What is this? Without hesitation, Qin Yumuo threw the contract in front of Qin He. He glanced at the document and then burst into laughter. Qin Yumuo, you resorted to a forged contract to deceive grandfather for the position of family head? Do you not feel any remorse? After saying this, Qin He produced his own contract, which was distinctly different from Qin Yumuo's. His contract bore his signature. You? How do you possess the Beihai Xinqing contract? Qin Yumuo felt as though struck by lightning. And then she recalled that not long ago, grandfather had bestowed the real power of the Qin family upon Qin He. Given the Qin family status, it would be effortless for Qin He to fabricate a contract for Beihai Xinqing. Grandfather, do not believe Qin He. His contract is a forgery. My contract is genuine. It is the one that Yi Qin negotiated for me. Qin Yumo hurriedly explained to old Master Qin. Huffed, Qin Yumo, if you're going to lie, at least provide a plausible reason. You claim Yi Qin negotiated this contract? That trickster possesses such remarkable abilities? Perhaps he also provided Manager Yin with some health supplements? Ha. As Qin He finished speaking, the other young members of the Qin family erupted in mockery. Qin Yumo, have some dignity. Is it truly honorable to steal your brother's achievements? I did not steal anything. Qin Yumo protested, feeling wronged. If you do not believe me, let us go to the Beihai Xinqing project department right now. Going to the project department is too troublesome. I'll call Supervisor Shin right now. Without further ado, Qin He made a phone call, and soon, Supervisor Shin's assured response confirmed that it was indeed Qin He who secured the Beihai Xinqing collaboration. Qin Yumo, what do you have to say now? Qin He inquired, narrowing his eyes. His fraudulent contract was originally intended to deceive Qin Chang'an in the future, yet unexpectedly, it had become useful so soon. Qin Yumo found herself at a loss for words. Grandfather, Qin Yumo has forged a contract to deceive you. This is an act of filial disrespect. She has spent years in the Qin family, indulging in pleasures without contributing to the family. This is disgraceful. Qin He raised his voice, declaring, a person so unfilial and shameless should be expelled from the Qin family. Exactly. Expel her from the Qin family. The other young members echoed, recalling how Qin Yumo had previously claimed she would strive to negotiate collaborations, only to reveal that her so-called efforts were merely fabricating a false contract to deceive grandfather. Grandfather, I did not deceive you. Qin Yumo choked out. Throw Qin Yumo out. Seeing that old Master Qin remained silent, Qin He summoned several servants of the Qin family. Once Qin Yumo was forcibly removed from the Qin residence, Qin He then bowed to old Master Qin, saying, Grandfather, I acted without your consent. I hope you can forgive me. Qin Yumo has brought great shame to the Qin family. Old Master Qin regarded him for a long moment before coldly responding. Qin He, you have expelled your sister from the Qin family. This has crossed my bottom line. You had better not deceive me. If something goes awry with the Beihai Xinqing collaboration, you know the consequences. Chapter 13. Eager for demise. The celebration banquet of the Qin family came to a close. Qin He arrived at the Purple Rose nightclub. Pingtu, long time no see. Qin He greeted Pingtu with a smile. It is young Master Qin. What brings you here today? Pingtu gestured for someone to pour a drink for Qin He. In the upper echelons of Beihai City, Qin He was indeed a young master with real influence, far surpassing the likes of Chu Tianlong, who belonged to a wealthy family. Pingtu, I have come today to seek your assistance. Qin He placed a bank card worth 5 million before Pingtu. I wish for someone to disappear from Beihai City. Oh, Who might that be? Pingtu asked, intrigued. Qin Umo Qin, he stated, shocking all. You want me to take action against Qin Umo? Isn't she your sister? Pingtu's expression faltered. Do not worry. Qin Umo is no longer a member of the Qin family, and the Qin family will not trouble you over an outsider. Seemingly sensing the concerns of the man with the flat cap, Qin he offered a faint smile. Moreover, regarding what you wish to do with Qin Yuma before her disappearance, I shall not inquire, as long as she vanishes. After Qin he departed. The man with the flat cap gazed at the bank card before him and called for two of his subordinates. Brother Flat Cap, what are your orders? The two men in black asked respectfully. Bring me Qin Yuma, he commanded, taking a sip of his drink with an air of undeniable authority. Half an hour later, expelled from the Qin family, Qin Yuma arrived at the Purple Rose nightclub. Brother Flat Cap, what do you need from me? Qin Yuma asked nervously, casting a glance at him. Indeed, a person's reputation casts a long shadow. In Beihai City, the man with the flat cap was a well-known figure, having thrived in the underworld for many years. In the past, Qin Yuma would not have feared him, as she had the backing of the Qin family. But now Qin Yuma, I find myself rather lonely tonight, and I would like you to join me for a few drinks, he said, seated on the sofa, his greedy gaze fixed on her delicate legs. Brother Flat Cap, I am not in the mood to drink with you today, she retorted, turning to leave. Did I say you could go? He snapped his fingers, and several burly men in black blocked her path. What do you mean, Brother Flat Cap? Do you wish to provoke the Qin family? Qin Yuma questioned him, feigning strength. With a resounding slap, he struck her across the face. A stray dog dares to act fierce in front of me? You know? Qin Yuma covered her face, fear evident in her eyes as she looked at him. He merely took another sip of his drink and ordered, remove your clothes and lie down. You. Qin Yuma was engulfed in shame. Not willing to comply, are we? The man with the flat cap signaled to a nearby burly man, go, bring the camera. Brother Flat Cap, what are you planning? Qin Yuma's face drained of color. You enjoy pretending to be noble, don't you? Let the people of Beihai City witness your disgraceful self, he said, a wicked grin spreading across his face. At that moment, a small-time thug rushed into the nightclub's private room. Brother Flat Cap, I've brought Yichun. As he spoke, Yichun entered with a bemused expression. Brother Flat Cap, I hear you were looking for me? Oh, Miss Qin? Upon noticing Qin Yuma in the Purple Rose nightclub, Yichun inquired, do you know each other? The man with the flat cap did not respond. Instead, he handed Yichun a mobile phone. Yichun, don't say I haven't given you a chance. Call your most formidable ally, or you might find yourself leaving with only one leg today. Oh, Yichun chuckled, amused. He had yet to confront the man with the flat cap, but he found this little rascal quite eager for trouble. Please, Brother Flat Cap, do not trouble Yichun. Qin Yuma implored, having learned of the man's intentions. What is this? Are you fond of this fellow? No, I was merely about to explain, when suddenly, Yichun seized a bottle of wine and struck it against the head of the man known as Flathead. With a resounding crash, Flathead's face became drenched in crimson blood. A chilling silence enveloped the entire private room of the nightclub, as all eyes widened in disbelief at Yichun's audacity to act so brazenly. Brat, how dare you lay a hand on our leader? One of the underlings snapped back to reality, his voice a menacing growl. You're finished. Our boss is a man of great influence in Jiangnan. And what of it? Yichun retorted with a smile. Finish him. Flathead, clutching his head, revealed a glint of malice in his deep-set eyes. It had been years since he had suffered an injury while working for Su Jintian. Little did he expect such a confrontation today. Brat, don't say we were unkind. Call your mother and have her come to the Purple Rose nightclub to collect your remains. Several burly men in black threatened sternly. Flathead loomed over Yichun with an air of authority. I do not know what gives you the confidence to create chaos in the Purple Rose nightclub. This is Beihai City, my domain where I set the rules. Regardless of your backing, you must face the consequences for your actions. Even if you can fight, how many can you truly defeat? My subordinates are all elite veterans. They can easily take you down. Is that so? Yichun nonchalantly dispatched the advancing dozen men in black, then turned to Flathead with a bemused expression. What were you saying about rules? Seeing his heavily paid subordinates lying incapacitated, beads of anxious sweat trickled down Flathead's forehead. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Observing Flathead's bewildered gaze, Yichun offered him a phone. Flathead, do not say I did not give you a chance. Call for your strongest ally, otherwise, one of your legs may not survive this encounter. You, Flathead, unaccustomed to such humiliation in Beihai City, made several calls without hesitation. Soon, over 100 men in black armed with steel rods and clubs stormed into the Purple Rose nightclub. "Finish this brat," Flathead bellowed as he saw the reinforcements arrive. "Attack!" The swarm of men in black charged toward Yi Chun. With a swift kick, Yi Chun shattered a crystal table. Crack! The table splintered into fragments, sending countless shards flying like daggers towards the advancing horde of men in black. "Ah, my eyes!" Cries of agony filled the air as the men fell to their knees, drenched in blood. "This brat." Flathead's heart sank as he beheld Yi Chun's seemingly harmless smile, while beside him, Qin Yuma was utterly stunned, never expecting that Yi Chun was not only skilled in medicine but also formidable in combat. "Flathead, it seems your allies are not quite as impressive as you claimed," Yi Chun taunted, placing a foot upon Flathead's head. Bearing the humiliation, Flathead reluctantly retrieved his phone. This time, he summoned 30 retired mercenaries, brandishing machetes with an intimidating presence. "Disable him," Flathead roared. "Kill." 30 retired mercenaries advanced menacingly towards Yi Chun, their presence imposing. Yet, no matter how vigorously they swung their blades, they could not graze him in the slightest. "That is not how one wields a knife," Yi Chun remarked, seizing a cleaver and casually brandishing it a few times. In an instant, all 30 mercenaries collapsed, losing consciousness simultaneously. "Continue to shout," Yi Chun commanded, directing his gaze towards the terrified crew-cut man. The man, trembling, made a phone call, but this time, the reinforcements he summoned were even weaker. With merely a flick of his wrist, Yi Chun filled the nightclub with the wails of despair. "Keep going." He smiled at the crew-cut man. However, to the latter, Yi Chun's smile appeared as sinister as a demon emerging from the abyss. I'm sorry," the crew-cut man stammered, realizing that he was utterly alone. "Brother Yi, I was wrong. I have no one left at my side." He fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, stripped of all arrogance and bravado, leaving only humility and desperation. "No one. Aren't you under Su Jintian's command? Call him here," Yi Chun said coldly. The crew-cut man felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had recently learned that Su was recuperating out of town due to an injury. How could he possibly summon him now? Since Su Jintian cannot come, then there's no need to spare your legs. Yi Chun exerted his foot downwards, and with a sickening crack, bones shattered. The next moment, darkness enveloped the crew-cut man as he fainted from the excruciating pain. Chapter 14. Regretful engagement as they exited the Purple Rose nightclub. Qin Yumuo's gaze remained fixated on Yi Chun. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Yi Chun asked with a smile. "Yi Chun, are you a martial arts master?" Qin Yumuo inquired, only to realize how futile her question was. In the realm of Jiuzhou, martial arts masters were not mere commoners. Given Yi Chun's youth, it was improbable that he held such a prestigious title. Even if he were a martial arts master, how could he possibly hold affection for Su Xuani? "I am not," Yi Chun replied calmly, shaking his head. Indeed, he was not a martial arts master. For 5 years prior, he had already transcended to the level of a Grandmaster. "Then you are quite formidable, as the crew-cut man could not contend with you despite calling so many for help," Qin Yumuo said with self-deprecation. "Had I not encountered you today, I might have been sullied by him." "Oh," Yi Chun furrowed his brow slightly. "What happened?" "It concerns my brother." Qin Yumuo recounted the incident involving Qin, he usurping credit for her efforts. "Yi Chun, I am sorry. You kindly offered to assist me in negotiating the cooperation with Beihai Xinqing, but you mean Qin he took credit for your work?" Observing her despondent expression, Yi Chun gently reassured her. "Do not worry. Tomorrow the Qin family will plead for your return." "Plead for me?" Qin Yumuo appeared taken aback. "Do you not believe it?" Yi Chun asked. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yumuo forced a bitter smile and replied, "Yi Chun, there is no need for your comfort. When Qin he cast me out of the house, my grandfather said not a word. He would never allow me to return." Qin Yumuo naturally did not believe that the Qin family would change their stance, for she understood Qin Chang'an's temperament all too well. Yi Chun offered no explanation regarding this matter. Upon returning to Fenghe Yaju that evening, Yi Chun informed Xiaoyan that unless Qin Yumuo intervened, the Qin family should not expect to meddle in the cooperation of Beihai Xinqiang. Xiaoyan, of course, would not defy Yi Chun's request. Without hesitation, she dialed the phone of the elder Qin. In the Beihai Qin family, a resounding slap echoed as Qin Chang'an struck Qin he across the face. "Kneel." With a thud, Qin he dropped to the ground, and the surrounding members of the Qin clan held their breath, fearing to utter a word. "Grandfather, What has provoked your wrath so greatly? One of the younger Qin members finally dared to inquire. Moments ago, Qin Chang'an had merely received a phone call, yet in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a figure radiating fury. Qin He. Just now, Manager Yin from the Beihai Xinjiang project called me, stating that unless Qin Yumuo steps forward, this cooperation is off the table. The elder Qin coldly regarded Qin He. What do you have to say for yourself now? Qin He found himself at a loss. He had always presumed that Qin Yumuo's ability to secure the Beihai Xinjiang cooperation stemmed from Manager Yun's regard for the Qin family, only to discover that it was Qin Yumuo herself who held that esteem. Qin He, I shall grant you but one night to bring your sister back. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to witness the dawn. Each word from the elder Qin dripped with disappointment, a clear indication of his disillusionment with Qin He. Grandfather, please calm your anger. I will fetch Qin Yumuo immediately. Qin He was now drenched in cold sweat, having no doubt that his grandfather would act without hesitation. For in the past, Qin Chang'an had secured his position as the head of the Qin family with the blood of his kin. The following morning, Yi Chun was roused from sleep by an urgent phone call. Yi Chun, where are you? Hurry to the Su family. We have been gravely harmed because of you. The frantic voice of Su Xian Yi echoed through the receiver. What happened? Yi Chun asked, perplexed. Xiao Yi, you must come to the Su family at once. Came the voice of the elder Su. All right, I'm on my way. Without further ado, Yi Chun ended the call and hastened to the Su residence. Upon arrival, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped him. Grandfather Su, what has transpired? Seeing the grim expressions on every face in the Su family, Yi Chun inquired with curiosity. What has happened? Yi Chun, how can you have the audacity to ask? Su Xian Yi trembled with rage. You bring calamity with you. The Yi family has been annihilated. Do you wish for the Su family to meet the same fate? Xian Yi, why waste words on this brat? Bind him and hand him over to the Longhu brothers. A splendid idea. Su Xian Yi's eyes lit up. As the members of the Su family regarded him with disdain, Yi Chun turned to the elder Su and asked, Grandfather, what exactly is going on? The elder Su sighed. Xiao Yi, did you not engage in a confrontation with the flat-headed brother at the Purple Rose nightclub yesterday? Indeed. Yi Chun admitted without reservation. Ah, how many times did I implore you to refrain from provoking Ping Tu, yet you dared to disrupt his domain? Now, aware that you are Su Xuani's betrothed, he seeks your ruin alongside the Su family. The elder Su, weary and disheartened, pondered if he should have permitted Su Xuani and Yi Chun to sever their engagement in the first place. Can Ping Tu truly bring about the downfall of the Su family? Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. While Ping Tu is not a match for my family, he is backed by Su Zhentian. The elder Su trembled as he spoke. Has Su Zhentian arrived? Yi Chun inquired. Su Zhentian himself has not come, but his disciples, the Longhu brothers, are here, the elder Su replied just as a chilling voice echoed from outside the Su residence. Yi Chun, we meet again. Upon seeing Ping Tu, confined to a wheelchair and flanked by several men in dark attire, Yi Chun remarked with intrigue, Ping Tu, have you the audacity to seek me out? It seems you find my previous restraint insufficient. Yi Chun, silence. Su Xuani exclaimed in exasperation. Will you not kneel and apologize to brother Ping Tu? What does your strength amount to? Before Su Zhentian, you are not but a jester. Are you aware of the martial arts masters? Su Zhentian, the martial arts master of Jiangnan province, has disciples who are both half-step masters themselves. In the presence of such formidable figures, your endeavors appear as mere child's play. As she concluded, Su Xuani felt an overwhelming urge to strike Yi Chun, yet with the elder Su present, she restrained herself. Miss Su, there is no need for concern. One must face the consequences of their own actions. I am the one who struck Ping Tu. It bears no relation to your family. Yi Chun said with a faint smile. Very well, you have spoken. Grandfather, I implore you to annul the engagement at once and sever ties with Yi Chun. I, Su Xuani, am a phoenix of Jiangnan province. I shall undoubtedly what a martial arts master. Yi Chun is simply unworthy of me. Preposterous. Is marriage a trivial matter? You cannot simply declare an annulment at whim. The elder Su retorted, discontented. I have already announced that you and little Yi shall wed in a month's time. If you annul it now, what will the people of Beihai City think of me? Then I shall surrender him to brother Ping Tu. The troubles of the Su family are of his making. He must bear the burden, Su Xuani declared through clenched teeth. A scion of a wealthy family seeks refuge with the Su family, lacking the sense to be discreet, and instead provoking those he cannot afford to offend. It is utterly irrational. Father, I believe Xuani speaks truthfully. Keeping Yichun within the Su family will inevitably bring disaster. Perhaps you should reconsider the engagement. Other members of the Su family began to urge the elder Su, asserting that a dragon does not dwell with a snake. Since Yichun had distanced himself from the high society, he ought not to return. Just as the elder Su hesitated, Yichun calmly produced the marriage certificate, Grandfather Su. Since no one holds our union in esteem, let us dissolve the engagement. Chapter 15. The Longhu brothers observing the marriage certificate presented by Yichun. The elder Su wrestled with his thoughts for a long while before finally declaring, "Little Yi, please put away the marriage certificate. Your mother once showed me kindness. How could I be so ungrateful? You have troubles with the bald man. I shall mediate." Old Master Su understands that if he consents to the annulment, Yichun's fate at the hands of the bald man would indeed be irrevocable. Upon noticing Old Master Su's refusal to agree to the annulment, Yichun felt a chill run through him. After offending the bald man so grievously, would Old Master Su still choose to protect him? "Grandfather, have you lost your mind? Do you truly intend to keep Yichun in the Su family?" Su Xuanyi's emotions were somewhat agitated. Old Master Su remained silent, merely directing his gaze towards the bald man. "Bald man, young Yi is new to Beihai City and is unfamiliar with our customs. I apologize on his behalf. Name your price, and the Su family shall compensate you." Old Master Su was aware that the bald man was easily swayed by money. However, this time, the bald man merely sneered. "Su Baiha, your esteemed son-in-law has treated me thus. Do you believe that merely paying me off will suffice? What do you desire?" Old Master Su furrowed his brow and inquired. "You know, our Su family has connections in the capital. Stop trying to intimidate me with connections." The bald man retorted angrily from his wheelchair. "Do not think for a moment that the Su family in the capital recognizes your branch." The bald man glared ominously at Yichun. "You little wretch, do you not relish having me call upon my men? The Dragon Tiger brothers will be here in no time. Dare to act insolently once more?" The bald man looked down upon Yichun from his elevated position, then abruptly changed his tone. "I had intended to kill you today, but in light of Su Baiha, I shall offer you a chance. Kneel and sever your own legs, then send your fiancée to my bed. I may consider allowing you to live on in Beihai City." Upon hearing these words, Su Xuanyi's complexion turned ashen, for she understood that her grandfather might indeed sacrifice her to preserve Yichun. "What did you just say?" Yichun raised his gaze towards the bald man. "I couldn't hear you clearly. I said to send your fiancée to my bed." "What? Do you not comprehend human speech?" The bald man hissed. "Once I grow tired of your fiancée, I will naturally return her to you." Before the bald man could finish, with a resounding thud, Yichun stepped forward, overturned the bald man's wheelchair, and then placed his foot upon the bald man's head. "Say it again. Damn it, kid. Remove your foot from our leader's head. You dare to be brazen even when death is imminent? Our leader desiring your woman is your fortune. If you do not willingly relinquish Su Xuanyi, do you still dare to strike?" Upon witnessing Yichun's actions, many of the thugs were immediately incensed, yet they dared not lay a hand on Yichun, for they had witnessed his prowess just the previous night. "You little wretch." The bald man's once lofty demeanor instantly deflated beneath Yichun's foot. "Who did you say you would send to your bed?" Yichun looked at the bald man with profound significance. I. The bald man stammered, unable to utter a coherent word. Within the Su family estate, Su Xuanyi was taken aback by Yichun's defense of her. Her expression was a mixture of confusion and complexity. Just moments ago, she had thought Yichun would sacrifice himself to the bald man for the sake of survival. Yet unexpectedly, he had acted otherwise. It must be said, Yichun's actions instilled a modicum of admiration in Su Xuanyi, yet that sentiment was fleeting. Alas, Yichun was merely an ordinary individual, estranged from the affluent circles. No matter how fervently he might champion her, it could not alter the undeniable reality of his inadequacy in matching her stature. Su Xuanyi shook her head inwardly. In fairy tales, the ugly duckling transforms into a swan. But in reality, the ugly duckling remains forever an ugly duckling. "Kid, why don't you release our boss?" At that moment, a group of ruffians began to taunt Yichun. "The Longhu brothers will arrive in 5 minutes. I doubt you dare to lay a finger on Ping too. Quit pretending to be formidable here. Try harming our boss and see what happens. If our boss sustains even a scratch today, both you and the Su family will suffer the consequences." In response, Yichun merely smiled in a manner that was unyielding. "I do not take kindly to threats. Each time I am threatened, someone inevitably faces misfortune." With that, he exerted force with his foot, A resounding crack echoed as Ping Tu's other leg succumbed to the sound of shattering bones. A hiss escaped the lips of onlookers as they witnessed Ping Tu collapse into unconsciousness, leaving the raucous ruffian speechless. Even the members of the Su family gazed at Yi Chun in disbelief. In the ensuing silence, Yi Chun approached the elderly patriarch of the Su family once more. "Old Master Su, I have irrevocably severed ties with Ping Tu. I wish to spare the Su family any further entanglement. I kindly request your consent to annul my engagement with Miss Su." "You, why must you go through such hardship, little Yi?" Su Baihe appeared to have aged a decade, his voice trembling. "You should not have harmed Ping Tu. It was unwise." Yi Chun remained silent, awaiting Su Baihe's response. "Father, hurry and annul the engagement, otherwise. The Longhu brothers will arrive soon." Some members of the Su family hastily urged Su Baihe. With a deep sigh, Su Baihe wrestled with his internal turmoil before finally shutting his eyes slowly. Despite his reluctance, he could not allow Su Xuanyi and others to accompany Yi Chun to ruin. Now that Yi Chun had definitively severed ties with Ping Tu, even he could not shield Yi Chun any longer. "Little Yi, it is I, your grandfather, who has wronged you. It is the Su family that has failed you." Su Baihe lamented, tears streaming down his aged face. Just as he was about to voice the annulment, suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from outside the Su family estate. "Su Baihe, how have you been?" Panic surged within him. "Not good. The Longhu brothers have arrived." Seeing two middle-aged men approaching, Su Baihe's complexion turned ashen. Yi Chun's pupils likewise constricted. How could it be them? Previously, at the Yun family gathering, Yi Chun had incapacitated Su Jintian, and these two happened to be present. This is disastrous. Should old Master Su learn that I have rendered Su Jintian incapacitated, he would undoubtedly refuse to annul the engagement, leaving me with no means to return to Kunlun Mountain. Instinctively, Yi Chun sought refuge in a corner of the Su estate, hoping the Longhu brothers would not catch sight of him. "Greetings, Elder Bolong and Elder Bohu." Observing the formidable presence of the Longhu brothers, exuding an aura of oppression, Su Baihe managed a strained greeting. Su Xuanyi and the other younger members of the Su family were utterly paralyzed with fear, realizing just how terrifying the aura of a half-step martial arts master could be. "And where is Ping Tu?" After the Dragon and Tiger brothers arrived at the Su family, they did not even spare a glance at Su Baihe. To them, Su Baihe, a titan of Beihai City, was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Master Hu, Master Long, and Brother Ping were lounging nearby. A petty thug approached, pointing at the unconscious Brother Ping. Upon seeing the critically injured Brother Ping, the expressions of the Dragon and Tiger brothers shifted dramatically. "Who did this?" they demanded coldly. The Su family members fell silent, heads bowed, too fearful to speak. "I will ask one last time, who did it?" Wang Bolong said impatiently. "I will count to 3. And if no one confesses, the Su family will face annihilation." Faced with Wang Bolong's overbearing demeanor, Su Xuanyi was drenched in cold sweat, glancing back at Yi Chun, only to find him cowering in a corner, igniting her fury. This jinx. Previously, when Yi Chun had beaten Brother Ping, he had been arrogant and brazen. Yet now with the Dragon and Tiger brothers present, he had turned into a turtle withdrawing into its shell? How foolish of her to have harbored any affection for him. It was a complete waste of emotion. "Yi Chun, do you think hiding will spare you?" Su Xuanyi bit her lip, her voice icy. "Who said one should bear their own consequences? Get out here now." Chapter 16. You didn't deceive me? Yi Chun, do you not understand when I ask you to come out? As Yi Chun continued to remain hidden, Su Xuanyi's remaining goodwill evaporated. This cowardly man was far inferior to Chu Tianlong. With reluctance, Yi Chun stepped into view. Observing his demeanor, Su Xuanyi scoffed repeatedly. "Yi Chun, weren't you quite the fighter? What good is your strength? Before the Dragon and Tiger brothers, all your skills are rendered utterly laughable." Yi Chun refrained from responding, instead directing his gaze at the Dragon and Tiger brothers. "I was the one who struck Brother Ping. Kid, you're not hiding now?" A petty thug sneered at Yi Chun. "You've attacked our boss. Soon you will pay a painful price." Just then, a resounding slap echoed as Wang Bolong struck him across the face. "Don't you see there are elders present? Speak so loudly. Do you seek death?" Upon seeing Yi Chun, Wang Bolong was momentarily dumbfounded. He had previously thought it was some insignificant character who had offended Brother Ping, merely passing through Beihai City to gain some benefits. But Wang Bolong never imagined that the one who had assaulted Brother Ping would be Yi Chun, a martial arts master. "Brother Bolong, Brother Bihu, you have finally arrived." At that moment, Brother Ping regained consciousness, sobbing on the ground. My leg is broken. Avenge me. Avenge me. Wang Bolong and Wang Bihu fell silent simultaneously. Suddenly, Wang Bolong turned to Brother Ping. Who are you? He sought to distance himself from Brother Ping to avoid attracting trouble. Brother Bolong, it's me, Chao Ming. Don't you remember me? I even gave your wife a red envelope during the New Year. Brother Ping hurriedly explained. Chao Ming, is it? My stomach is a bit upset. I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me, Wang Bolong said. Borong, the Su family has a restroom. Just go ahead. I'll wait for you here, Chao Ming, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, replied. You. Wang Bolong's expression darkened. Just as he hesitated, Wang Bohu delivered a sharp slap to Chao Ming's face, exclaiming, You're Chao Ming, aren't you, Brother Bohu? Chao Ming was left dazed by the sudden blow. Chao Ming, let me make this clear. Su Xuani is my goddess. Do you dare to cause trouble at the Su residence without consulting me first? Without further ado, Wang Bohu knocked Chao Ming unconscious to prevent him from revealing any secrets. What is happening? The members of the Su family were all taken aback to see that instead of confronting Yi Chun, Wang Bohu had chosen to incapacitate the buzzcut man. Miss Su, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware that this brat was troubling you, Wang Bohu said as he approached Su Xuani to offer his apologies. His assertion that Su Xuani was a goddess was merely a pretext. Wang Bolong also turned to Su Liuyizi, saying, Old Su, I truly apologize for the disturbance. You may find it hard to believe, but we are really not acquainted with this brat, Chao Ming. Throughout this exchange, neither of them dared to meet Yi Chen's gaze, fearing that a mere glance could seal their fate for the day. Yi Chen, too, chose not to expose the truth, as he equally wished to avoid any recognition with the Longhu brothers. Thus, the three of them silently pretended not to know each other. Are you truly not here to avenge the buzzcut? Su Baihe inquired, noticing the Longhu brothers' suddenly respectful demeanor. Of course not, they replied in unison. Once the Longhu brothers departed, a member of the Su family quietly remarked, Dad, why do I feel like the Longhu brothers are quite wary of our Su family? Almost as if they were encountering a ghost. Indeed, it feels just like that, Su Baihe nodded in agreement. Perhaps you are mistaken, Su Baihe countered. The Longhu brothers are semi-masters of martial arts in Jiangnan province. They occupy a stature that the Su family can only look up to. How could such prominent figures fear the Su family? That makes sense, a Su family servant pondered aloud. Grandfather, weren't you planning to call off the engagement? Suddenly, Su Xuani directed her gaze towards Su Baihe. I have changed my mind, Su Baihe replied, turning to Yi Chen. Xiaoyi, please take the marriage certificate back. Yi Chen sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of loss. Grandfather, what do you mean? Just now, Brother Bohu said I am his goddess. I am now in the sight of a semi-master of martial arts. How could I not marry a martial arts master in the future? In contrast, Yi Chen, despite his propensity for trouble, seemed to have little else to offer. Had it not been for me today, you would certainly be facing death. Su Xuani exclaimed indignantly. Why do you still allow him to remain in the Su family? Be quiet. Su Baihe glared at her. On the 15th of next month, you will marry Xiao Yi. Speak another word, and you will be cast out of the Su family. Then let me go? Su Xuani cried, running out of the Su residence. Dad, what about Xuani? A Su family member expressed concern. Do not worry about her, Su Baihe replied dismissively. Old Master Su let out a hum, then turned to Yi Chun, saying, Little Yi, although the Longhu brothers no longer trouble you, you must remain vigilant against the retaliation from the flat-headed ones in Beihai City. I understand, Grandpa Su. Yi Chen replied with a bitter smile and a nod. Meanwhile, at the Beihai City train station, an elderly gentleman, carrying luggage, approached Qin Yuma. Young lady, are you traveling alone? He inquired. Yes, just by myself, Qin Yuma affirmed with a nod. Why are there no family members accompanying you? Asked the old man. I have no family, Qin Yuma replied with a self-deprecating smile. What about a boyfriend? A beautiful young lady like you should have one, the elder pressed on. The mention of a boyfriend suddenly reminded Qin Yuma of Yi Chen, but her gaze quickly shifted to one of disappointment. After all, the one Yi Chen fancied was Su Xuani. Young lady, I noticed you gazing towards Beihai City. If you have something you cannot let go of, perhaps you should reconsider your departure, the old man advised with a smile. Once you leave, returning may be uncertain. There is no place for me in Beihai City. Qin Yuma lamented deeply. In that moment, she recalled Yi Chen's comforting words, yet she shook her head in dismissal. The Qin family? How could they possibly seek me out? She thought. Yi Chen, farewell. You are so capable. I believe you will surely win Su Xuani's heart. I wish you happiness. Qin Yuma offered her blessings. As the train approached the station, she gathered her luggage, preparing to check her ticket. Just then, Yuma, you cannot leave. Qin He, accompanied by hundreds of Qin family members, blocked her path. Qin He, what are you doing? Qin Yuma questioned, her eyes filled with anger. Is it not enough that you drove me out of the Qin family? Yuma, I was wrong. I implore you, please come back to the Qin family. I should not have taken credit for your accomplishments. I will not dare again. Qin He, in a moment of desperation, knelt before her. If you do not return home, grandfather will not spare me. What? Qin Yuma stared at Qin He in disbelief. Had Yichen truly not deceived her? Chapter 17. Invitation. As night fell, news spread through the upper echelons of Beihai. One of the top powers in Beihai, the Qin family, had secured a partnership for the Beihai New Town project, with none other than Qin Yuma appointed as the project leader. Qin Yuma is in charge of the Beihai New Town collaboration. In Wang Lingming's home, upon hearing this news, Su Xuani felt a pang of envy. Both women were regarded as the first love goddesses of Beihai City. Yet, she was to marry Yi Chun, an ordinary man. Next month, while Qin Yuma ascended to a position of prominence in the Beihai New Town project, the comparison was stark and undeniable. Xuani, what is wrong? You seem troubled. Wang Lingming inquired, unable to contain her curiosity at her friend's pensive demeanor. It's all about that Yi Chun. Su Xuani gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Ming Ming, you have no idea. If it weren't for me today, Yi Chun would have been in dire straits. I simply cannot fathom why Grandpa insists that I marry him. She recounted the events that transpired at the Su family residence to Wang Lingming. Oh, you mean Wang Bo, who is fond of you? Wang Lingming was somewhat taken aback, for she was well aware of Wang Bohu's status as a half-step martial arts master. Indeed, but alas, Wang Bohu is rather advanced in age. Otherwise, marrying him would certainly be preferable to tying the knot with Yi Chun, Su Xuani lamented. Then what are your thoughts? Are you truly planning to wed Yi Chun on the 15th of next month? Wang Lingming inquired hesitantly. Do I have any choice in the matter? Su Xuani replied, her voice tinged with grievance. Despite the myriad of reasons she wished to avoid marrying Yi Chun, she dared not defy Su by his command. Sighing, Wang Lingming wished to offer words of comfort, but realized the depth of Su Xuani's predicament. Thus, she swallowed her words, allowing only silent sympathy for her friend. What a splendid North Sea goddess, destined to marry a mere wastrel like Yi Chun, such a pity. The following morning, Wang Lingming returned with breakfast. Xuani, Xuani, she called out, rushing to find Su Xuani. What is it, Ming Ming? Su Xuani asked. I just saw someone come out of Fenghayaju, and that person looked remarkably like Yi Chun. Wang Lingming exclaimed. Yi Chun? Su Xuani scoffed, shaking her head. Ming Ming, you must have mistaken him. How could a mere nobody like Yi Chun ever afford to live in Fenghayaju? That's a fair point, Wang Lingming conceded, then continued, Xuani. I heard that a prominent figure from the province is coming to Beihai City to celebrate their birthday in the next few days. Yes, it is indeed someone from the Kong family of Jiangnan. The young master of the Kong family has come of age. Su Xuani nodded. The Kong family? The foremost family among the Jiang clan's 4 great families? Wang Lingming gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Such matters were far beyond her station to discuss. Speaking of which, Xuani, when do you intend to return to the Su family? You can't possibly plan to stay with me indefinitely, Wang Lingming queried. I do not wish to see my grandfather at the moment, Su Xuani retorted angrily. I want to demonstrate through my actions that I, Su Xuani, can thrive independently outside the Su family. Meanwhile, in a CAF in Beihai City, Yi Chun observed the enchanting Qin Yumao seated across from him. Adorned in a verdant cloud robe, her charming smile and captivating eyes radiating joy. Miss Qin, ever since you entered the CAF, a smile has graced your face. Could it be that you have something delightful to share? Yi Chun, how did you know that the Qin family would seek my return? Qin Yumao inquired, her face aglow with happiness. Today, Qin Yumao felt more elated than she had in over 20 years. No need to leave her home, for the one she cherished sat just across from her. That's a secret, Yi Chun replied, refraining from divulging further. He countered, Miss Qin, I have successfully negotiated the collaboration for the new township in Beihai. Have you had the opportunity to mention Su Lao Ye's news about Su Xuani's fiancé? I have, she confirmed. Qin Yumo smiled wryly. Yet grandfather Su was determined to protect Su Xuani's fiancé. He stated that if one were to question Su Xuani's betrothed, they should confront him directly. Yi Chun remained silent. Yi Chun, Do you truly have feelings for Su Xuanyi? Noticing Yi Chen's reticence, Qin Yumo hesitated for a lengthy moment before continuing. In Beihai City, there are countless admirable women. You should not hang all your hopes on a single tree. Yi Chen found himself at a loss for words to explain his sentiments to Qin Yumo. He merely sighed and resolved. Let me ponder other ways to see if I can persuade old Master Su to reconsider the engagement. Yi Chen, Su Xuanyi is indeed remarkable, Qin Yumo began. But her phone rang abruptly. After ending the call, she addressed Yi Chen. Tomorrow marks the ceremony for me to take over the Qin family. Will you be able to attend? There was a mix of anticipation and anxiety in her tone, as she feared Yi Chen might decline. Yes, I shall be there. Yi Chen nodded in affirmation. After Qin Yumo departed, old Master Su called Yi Chen to convene a family meeting. Upon Yi Chen's arrival at the Su residence, he was taken aback to find Su Xuanyi present as well. Grandfather, on what grounds have you frozen my bank account? Su Xuanyi exclaimed in indignation. She had intended to remain at Wang Lingming's residence indefinitely, but was taken aback when she received a notification from the bank regarding her account being frozen. Since you chose to leave home, what relevance does the Su family's wealth hold for you? Su Baihe scoffed. Su Xuanyi could only seethe in silence, eventually muttering, Grandfather, I was wrong. I will not run away again. That's more like it, Su Baihe retorted. Then informed the family that significant provincial figures would be visiting Beihai City soon and instructed them to maintain a low profile. Xiaoyi, during the next few days, avoid any trouble. He specifically cautioned Yi Chen, stemming from some unsettling incidents that had troubled him. Understood, Grandfather Su. After Yi Chen departed, Qin Yumo arrived at the Su household with a group. Yumo, what brings you here? Su Xuanyi greeted her with a smile. As two esteemed figures of Beihai's elite society, their camaraderie was notable. Tomorrow is my inauguration ceremony for taking over the Qin family, and I came specifically to invite you all, Qin Yumo said, greeting old Master Su and presenting an invitation addressed to the entire Su family. Congratulations, Yumo. Su Xuanyi offered her obligatory congratulations. Yumo, could you enlighten Grandfather on how you secured the partnership with Beihai New Township? Old Master Su inquired, his expression serene. He had spent 3 days at the Beihai New Township project office, but had failed to finalize the deal. To be honest, Grandfather Su, it was a friend who assisted me, Qin Yumo replied, suddenly feeling bashful. He is a significant person to me. Oh, Yumo, do you have feelings for this individual? Su Xuanyi asked, taken aback. Yes, I do. He saved both my grandfather and me. He was the beacon of light during the darkest times of my life. Qin Yumo candidly acknowledged her feelings, prompting Su Xuanyi to remark with a tinge of jealousy that her admired one was indeed extraordinary. To negotiate a partnership with Beihai Xinxing is no small feat, stating that he is a dragon among men would not be an exaggeration. A nearby Su family woman echoed this sentiment, further intensifying Su Xuanyi's envy towards Qin Yumo. How could such an exceptional man remain unknown to her? Miss Qin, will your friend be attending your inauguration ceremony tomorrow? Inquired an elder from the Su family. Yes, I have invited him, Qin Yumo replied with a nod. Could you introduce us to him? We are genuinely curious about the individual capable of securing the collaboration with Beihai Xinxing, the elder from the Su family asked innocently. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yumo acquiesced, no problem. He has something to discuss with Grandfather Su regarding Miss Su's fiancé. Chapter 18. The inauguration ceremony the following day. At the Marriott International Hotel, numerous influential figures from Beihai's elite society gathered to attend Qin Yumo's inauguration ceremony. Yu Chen, dressed in a white evening gown, appeared before Yu Chen as if she had stepped out of a painting. Noticing a delicacy in his hand, she smiled and inquired, how do you find the pastries at the Marriott International Hotel? Quite satisfactory, Yu Chen replied with a smile and a nod. By the way, the Su family will be arriving shortly, and you can directly inform them of Su Xuanyi's fiancé's misdeeds, Qin Yumo continued. Yu Chen's lips twitched, uncertain of how to respond. You need not fear. Grandfather Su is a kind man and will not put you in a difficult position, Qin Yumo gently reassured him. Mistakenly believing he was apprehensive of the Su family. Let us set that aside for today. It is your day to take over the Qin family, and we can discuss my matters later, Yu Chen suggested, seeking an excuse. All right. Qin Yumo felt a flutter of excitement at his concern for her. Yumo, come here. Grandfather is looking for you, called a member of the Qin family. I must see my grandfather first. I will find you later, Qin Yumo said to Yu Chen. Attend to your affairs, he replied. After her departure, a young man in a suit approached Yu Chen. You are Yu Chun, correct? Qin He scrutinized him before adding with a smile. I hear you are the one who secured the partnership with Beihai Xinqing for my sister. Is there something you need? Yu Chun replied, glancing at him coolly. My sister seems to have a great deal of trust in you. Would you consider working with me? Qin He extended an olive branch, dismissing Qin Yumuo as merely a woman unfit for significant matters. This is a token of my sincerity. If you help me keep Qin Yumuo in check, you can expect even greater benefits once I assume the role of head of the Qin family. He presented a bank card to Yu Chun. Yu Chun chuckled softly. Do you truly believe I am swayed by such a trifling sum? Yu Chun, sometimes one must learn to know when to take a step back, Qin He advised. Upon witnessing Yi Chin's refusal, Qin He's expression darkened. This was Beihai City, a place governed by the rules of the Qin family. With my capabilities, ensuring your disappearance by tomorrow would be as effortless as a mere flick of my wrist. Are you threatening me? Yi Chin inquired, casting a glance in his direction. You may perceive it that way, Qin He replied with an air of superiority. To be honest, having the opportunity to work with me is a privilege you have earned in your past life. Now, I graciously offer you the position of my loyal subordinate. Do not be ungrateful. After all, not just anyone can be my dog. His tone dripped with condescension and disdain. I cannot assist you in your endeavors. However, you could serve as my dog. If you perform your duties well, I might consider elevating you to the position of head of the Qin family. Yi Chin retorted with a hint of mockery. You are courting death. Qin He seethed, and without hesitation, he seized a wine bottle and hurled it at Yi Chun. If it were not for Yi Chun, Qin Yumao would have never stood a chance at inheriting the Qin family. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the Wanhao International Hotel. Yet, it was not Yi Chun who was injured, but rather, blood. There's blood. The onlookers gasped in shock as they beheld Qin He lying on the ground, bloodied. You dare strike me? Qin He stared at Yi Chun in disbelief. This is Beihai City, the territory of the Qin family. How dare you lay a hand on me here? Qin He, is it? I have little tolerance for threats. Yi Chun replied coldly. For Qin Yuma's sake, I shall spare your life today. Should there be a next time, your fate will be dire. Qin He clenched his fists in fury just as Qin Yumao and the elder Qin approached from a distance. What is happening? Qin Chang'an's expression darkened upon seeing Qin He sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood. How dare anyone cause a disturbance in the Qin family's domain? Grandfather, I merely invited Yi Chun to work at my company, and this useless brat struck me, demanding I serve him. Qin He falsely accused. Qin He, you speak falsely. It was undoubtedly you who provoked Yi Chun. He is not that sort of person. Qin Yuma shot back, glaring at Qin He. Without seeking clarification on who was right or wrong, Qin Chang'an turned to Yi Chun. Young friend Yi, if Qin He has wronged you, please bring it to my attention. I shall ensure justice is served. However, you must refrain from harming members of the Qin family, for you lack the standing to do so. His tone exuded authority. Are you implying that you intend to seek retribution, grandfather? Yi Chun replied nonchalantly with a smile. Grandfather, Yi Chun has secured the North Sea New Village collaboration for our family. You cannot make things difficult for him. Qin Yuma interjected hastily. Young friend Yi, I can overlook today's events, but let this be a warning for the future. Qin Chang'an huffed before instructing someone to take Qin He to the hospital for treatment. Once the elder had departed, Qin Yuma sighed in relief and turned to Yi Chun. Yi Chun, you acted recklessly. Though Qin He is vile, you should not have struck him. My grandfather possesses an eccentric temperament. He can cleanse his own household, yet will not permit outsiders to mistreat Qin He. Fortunately, he did not trouble you, or else. Just as she was speaking, a graceful figure adorned in a long azure robe, radiant and clear as the starry sky, entered the Marriott International Hotel. How did she arrive here? Upon seeing the enchanting Yun Yan, whose beauty could captivate both city and country, Yi Chin's demeanor became somewhat awkward, especially after that fateful night beneath the full moon. Now, upon encountering Yun Yan, he wished to retreat to avoid any embarrassment. Yi Chun, that person is Yun Yan, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Sister Yun knows my grandfather, which is why she has come to support us today. Qin Yuming assumed that Yi Chun was unfamiliar with Yun Yan and thus took the initiative to introduce her. Miss Qin, I just remembered that I have some matters at home and might need to take my leave. Yi Chun expressed with an apologetic tone. You are leaving? Qin Yuming felt a twinge of reluctance but did not press him. Instead, she offered a gentle smile. Then please attend to your business. Once the inauguration ceremony concludes, I will reach out to you. Very well. Yi Chun turned away discreetly, lowering his head as he passed by Yun Yin, trying to blend in like an ordinary passerby. Soon, he reached the entrance of the Marriott International Hotel. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Yi-chun, what are you doing here?" In an instant, both Yun Yin and Qin Yumeng turned their gazes toward him. Su Xuanyi, accompanied by Chu Tianlong, who had a bandage wrapped around his head, approached the hotel. "Yi-chun, could you please stop following me? Is the Marriott International Hotel a place for you? Leave quickly." Su Xuanyi, believing Yi-chun had come to seek her out, reprimanded him coldly. "All right, I will leave at once." Noticing Yun Yin walking in this direction, Yi-chun hurriedly exited the Marriott International Hotel. As Su Xuanyi dismissed him with an air of indifference, Qin Yumeng watched from a distance, filled with envy. Why was it that both she and Su Xuanyi were regarded as the first loves of Beihai City, yet Su Xuanyi could win Yi-chun's affection while she could not? Moreover, Su Xuanyi already had a fiancé. Why did Yi-chun still harbor feelings for her? What was it about Su Xuanyi that captivated him so? Chapter 19. A lifelong yearning. After Yi-chun departed the Marriott International Hotel, Su Xuanyi let out a soft huff, grateful that he had recognized her intent. Had he lingered, she would have undoubtedly lost her temper. Suddenly, she caught sight of Yun Yin approaching, her every smile imbued with 1,000 charms. How beautiful! Gazing at the ethereal figure who seemed to have stepped out of a painting, Su Xuanyi felt unable to meet her gaze. Is it possible that Jiangnan boasts such an astonishing beauty? Is she truly Yun Yin, the most exquisite woman in Jiangnan? Chu Tianlong, adorned in bandages, was utterly mesmerized by Yun Yin's beauty. In that moment, he found himself inexplicably disenchanted with Su Xuanyi. After witnessing Yun Yin's appearance, it seemed that the countless beauties of Jiangnan could not compare to the sheer allure of her smile. As Yun Yin passed by Su Xuanyi, she suddenly halted her steps. "Do you know Yi-chun? I was once betrothed to him." Su Xuanyi spoke with great reluctance. "How wonderful," Yun Yin replied with a self-deprecating smile, before turning to leave. Yet, the laughter that escaped Yun Yin's lips was perceived by Su Xuanyi as something entirely different. She must be mocking me, humiliating me. Su Xuanyi clenched her fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Just because the unwanted refuse of Yun Yin is to marry me, does that make him superior? Why should it be so? Why must I marry what Yun Yin has discarded? I, Su Xuanyi, am a phoenix of Jiangnan, and Wang Bohu regards me as a goddess. What is the justification for this? Even Qin Yumiao, who shares my renown, can walk alongside outstanding men. Why can I not? The more she pondered, the deeper her sorrow and indignation grew. She envied Yun Yin, envied Qin Yumiao. "Xuanyi, are you all right?" Noticing Su Xuanyi's pallor, Chu Tianlong finally came to his senses. "I'm fine." "Chu Xiao," Su Xuanyi shook her head. No sooner had she spoken than the members of the Su family from Beihai made their tardy entrance. "Hello, Grandpa Su." "Hello, Uncle Su." Qin Yumiao stepped forward, greeting them politely. "Yumiao, have you managed to speak with your friend from Beihai Xinqing?" Su Baihe inquired with a smile. "Grandpa Su, my friend had a family matter, so he left early," Qin Yumiao replied, chuckling softly. "I see. That truly is a pity," Su Baihe said, refraining from further questioning. Instead, it was Chu Tianlong who interjected. "Yumiao, what does your friend's family do?" "I'm not quite sure." Qin Yumiao shook her head, genuinely unaware of Yi-chun's background, as she believed it impolite to pry into others' affairs. "Then do be cautious. Do not let yourself be deceived," Chu Tianlong advised kindly. However, a young member of the Su family countered, "Chu Xiao, you worry too much. Yumiao's friend is quite impressive. My grandfather has been negotiating with Beihai Xinqing for 3 days without success, while he resolved it with ease." "Oh, I see." Chu Tianlong fell silent. He had also attempted to negotiate with Beihai Xinqing, only to be left bruised by Xiaoyun's rebuttal. The comparison was stark. After Qin Yumiao attended to other guests, the Su family began to engage in laughter and conversation with their acquaintances from the upper echelons of Beihai. However, as they conversed, the expressions of the Su family members shifted. They had just learned that not long ago, Yi-chun had assaulted Qin He at the Marriott International Hotel. "Grandpa, look at Yi-chun. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous," Su Xuanyi exclaimed, speechless with fury. "Just yesterday, you told Yi-chun not to cause trouble in Beihai. And what happens today? He goes and strikes Qin He. What will tomorrow hold? Will he also strike the Kong family of Jiangnan?" Su Baihe frowned, lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Xuanyi, let Xiao Yi work at your company tomorrow. Keep a close watch on him, and ensure he does not stir up trouble. It will be a good opportunity for you both to develop your relationship." At this juncture, Su Baihe harbored concerns that if Yi Chun inadvertently offended a prominent figure from the Kong family in Jiangnan, their Su family might suffer dire consequences. Outside the Marriott International Hotel, Yunyan caught up with Yi Chun, saying, "Young Master Yi, please hold on." Yi Chun's lips twitched slightly. Yet he paused to regard Yunyan, exclaiming, "Miss Yun, what a coincidence. Young Master Yi, were you deliberately avoiding our acquaintance at the Marriott?" Yunyan inquired, her smile charming and captivating. Realizing he had been exposed, Yi Chun felt a surge of embarrassment, but maintained his composure, replying, "Not at all. I simply did not see you. By the way, do you require something?" Yunyan refrained from making her intentions explicit, instead smiling, "Young Master Yi, I am hosting a gathering in Beihai City tomorrow evening and would like to invite you to join me. Would that be agreeable? Why do you wish to bring me along?" Yi Chun replied, exasperated, "Miss Yun, our fates have diverged. I truly cannot marry you. Please let it go." In contrast to his demeanor with Su Xuanyi, Yi Chun spoke bluntly, as the Yun family had already rescinded their engagement. "Is your rejection of me due to Miss Su Xuanyi?" Yunyan's beautiful eyes flickered with intrigue. "No, Yi Chun began to respond, but Yunyan interjected softly, "Young Master Yi, I will strive to make you marry me. It is my lifelong aspiration." With that, she chose not to disturb him further and gracefully departed. This only exacerbated Yi Chun's headache. Marrying Yunyan would surely prevent him from ever setting foot on Kunlun Mountain again. That evening, Old Master Su called Yi Chun, instructing him to report to Su Xuanyi's company the following day. The next day, Yi Chun arrived at the Su group. Initially, Su Xuanyi intended for him to serve as a mere security guard, but fearing he might report to Su Baihe, she instead assigned him to the business department. This department was notorious for its arduous tasks and meager compensation. "Yi Chun, do not accuse me of making things difficult for you. If you wish to excel and earn money, you must rely on your own abilities. And do not say I haven't given you a chance. This is a contract for Qianshui Mountain Villa. If you can secure this project, I will willingly marry you," Su Xuanyi declared, tossing an insurmountable challenge at him. Conversely, she added, "Should you fail to secure it, I hope you will voluntarily leave Beihai City and vanish from my grandfather's sight forever." If Yi Chun were to disappear, Su Baihe would undoubtedly prevent Su Xuanyi from marrying anyone else. Chapter 20. Dream of the South Dust. After Su Xuanyi left the business department, the gazes of her colleagues towards Yi Chun grew peculiar. It turned out he was the fiancé of the esteemed Su. He appeared rather unremarkable, leaving them puzzled as to why the Su family would consider such a man suitable for their daughter. "Lower your voices. I heard Su's fiancé has a buzz cut. Are you not afraid he might retaliate?" The business department fell into an immediate hush. As Yi Chun approached the personnel in the business department, he sensed their trepidation towards him. However, he boldly inquired, "Who knows what the situation with Qianshui Villa is?" "I know," replied a chubby man clad in suspenders, grinning widely. "Qianshui Villa is a key resort in Jiuzhou, located near Yun Lake. The old master of the Su family has been negotiating for 5 years without any results. Our general manager Su has also been in discussions about Qianshui Villa for years, yet it remains an elusive endeavor. Is the project really that challenging?" Yi Chun asked. His curiosity piqued. "Indeed, the construction of Qianshui Villa requires the guarantee of the Kong family from Jiangnan," the chubby man lamented. "Brother Yi, what have you done to provoke our general manager Su? How could she be so ruthless as to assign you to negotiate this project? Perhaps you should soften your stance with her. Our general manager is beautiful and kind-hearted. Since you are about to marry, she surely wouldn't make things difficult for you." The chubby man appeared genuinely concerned for Yi Chun's predicament. After all, currying favor with Yi Chun would equate to gaining favor with the entire Su family. "Who said I was going to negotiate the Qianshui Villa project?" Yi Chun replied with a subtle smile. Earlier, Su Xuanyi had mentioned that if he successfully acquired the project, she would willingly marry him. That was not what Yi Chun desired. "What does that mean, Brother Yi?" the chubby man asked, bewildered. Yi Chun offered no answer and departed from the business department. At 6 in the evening, within the Ziyun Villa in Beihai City, several luxurious vehicles bearing the license plates of Jinling City arrived, their grandiosity causing passers-by to gaze in awe. "Dream Xian, it has been a while." Yunyan smiled as she noticed her friend approaching from the imperial suite. "Yunyan, what brings you to Beihai City?" Yang Mengxian inquired with curiosity. "Nothing much. Just felt stifled in Jinling and needed a change of scenery," Yunyan replied just as 2 more individuals approached. The leader was a striking young man, around 18 years of age, clad in a black suit, exuding an air of refinement akin to a wealthy heir from a television drama. Following closely was a buzz-cut man, approximately 25 or 26 years old. Yin, you've arrived. The buzz-cut man greeted her with a smile. Allow me to introduce my brother, Kong Jiuxiao. You may have heard of him. Jiuxiao, this is our Jiangnan's most beautiful woman. Yin, the buzz-cut man continued, gesturing towards the young man beside him. Most beautiful woman in Jiangnan? Huh, hardly, Kong Jiuxiao scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. I expected her to be exceptionally stunning, but upon meeting her, I find myself quite disappointed. Yin, please don't take offense. My brother grew up in the capital and tends to speak rather bluntly. The buzz-cut man apologized to Yin. Feigning a smile, Yin reassured him, it's nothing. The stature of Kong Jiuxiao was such that she dared not offend him. His father was to be the next patriarch of the Kong family, and his mother hailed from one of the most prestigious families in the capital. Most significantly, Kong Jiuxiao was a martial arts master at the cusp of greatness, an unprecedented feat for an 18-year-old in Jiangnan province. Shortly thereafter, several young individuals arrived at Ziyun Villa. These individuals are all descendants of the four prominent families of Jiangnan. Upon encountering Kong Jiuxiao, they shower him with flattery and gifts, clearly aware of his promising future. After exchanging pleasantries, the attendants of Ziyun Mountain Manor began to serve the dishes. Once satiated, a provocatively dressed young woman approached Kong Jiuxiao, eager to please. Young Master Kong, I have heard of your fondness for dance. I recently learned a new routine. Might you indulge me with your appreciation? Kong Jiuxiao glanced at the alluring woman, repulsed by her heavy makeup. You are too unattractive. I have no desire to witness your dance, he stated bluntly. The woman hesitated. Yet in her quest to win his favor, she continued, Young Master Kong, while my looks may be ordinary, Yin is renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Perhaps she could perform a dance for you? Zhao Jiangqing, what do you mean? Why would you bring Yin to curry favor with Kong Jiuxiao? Yang Mengxian retorted angrily. Zhao Jiangqing did not respond, instead casting a seductive glance at Kong Jiuxiao. Young Master, what is your opinion? Kong Jiuxiao casually nodded. Let Yin dance then. Her appearance is tolerable. Yin, did you hear that? Hurry and perform for Young Master Kong. Zhao Jiangqing pressed insistently. Young Master, I apologize, but I am feeling unwell today and may not be able to dance for you. Perhaps another time? Yin expressed regret. Oh, Kong Jiuxiao furrowed his brow at Yin's refusal. It had been far too long since he had heard someone dare to decline him in Jiangnan. Miss Yin, I am granting you this opportunity. You must accept it. Do you have any idea how many women in the entire Jiuzhou wish to dance for me? Kong Jiuxiao regarded Yin calmly. Do not be unappreciative. At this, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Young Master, Yin truly is unwell. Please do not put her in a difficult position, Yang Mengxian implored. Before she could finish, Kong Jiuxiao struck her sharply across the face. What do you think you are? Did I permit you to speak? Yang Mengxian tasted blood in her mouth, but dared not protest. If even Yin could not afford to offend Kong Jiuxiao, how could she? Yin, why not perform a dance for my brother? Suggested a man with a buzz cut from the Kong family, forcing a smile. Though he was Kong Jiuxiao's cousin, he knew Kong Jiuxiao would show him no mercy. Indeed, Yin, behind young Master Kong, stands the Bai family of the capital. Do you wish to offend them? Others chimed in, urging Yin. As the saying goes, one must bow when the time calls for it. Very well, I shall dance. Yin bit her lip and finally rose to perform Nanqing Dream. This was the premier dance of Jiangnan. Many in attendance had witnessed it countless times, yet when Yin danced, she imbued it with a soul, creating an illusion of dreams, leading one to forget the passage of time. Bravo, bravo, bravo. As he watched Yin's graceful movements, Kong Jiuxiao's eyes sparkled with delight. It must be said, the ethereal beauty of Yin as she dances is truly captivating. Her eyes shimmer with a mesmerizing allure, reminiscent of a charming woman from the Jiangnan region, draped in delicate silk, leaving one in awe of her unparalleled grace and sensuality. Among all the women whom Kong Jiuxiao has encountered over the years, none possess the enchanting charm that Yin does. As the performance concluded, the audience found themselves entranced by Yin's dance. Kong Jiuxiao applauded and subsequently presented a room card before her, declaring, indeed, one night with a southern dream is sufficient for you to be my bed companion. This is my room card. Once the birthday banquet concludes, you may join me in my chamber. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present varied greatly. Zhao Jiangqing gazed at Yin with envy. while the short-haired man from the Kong family found himself at a loss for words, fully aware that no one in the vast Jiangnan could defy his cousin's command. In Chapter 21, I have questions for you. Within the Feng, in your residence, Yi Chun was diligently practicing the Nanhua Sutra, a life-preserving technique passed down from the elder. Without the Nanhua Sutra, it is likely that Yi Chun would have succumbed to his affliction a decade prior. As he focused intently, completing a full cycle of the Nanhua Sutra, Yi Chun was astonished to discover signs of healing within his previously stagnant condition. The once incompatible energies of yin and yang in his body were now showing faint signs of convergence. Though the merging process was exceedingly slow, almost imperceptible, it nonetheless stirred a sense of unease within Yi Chun. How could this be? He had suffered from this ailment for over a decade, attempting countless remedies. All to no avail. Even the elder had declared that his condition was beyond healing, relying solely on the Nanhua Sutra to prolong his life. Yet now, what had transpired within him? Yi Chun began to reflect on the events following his departure from Kunlun Mountain, and his thoughts turned to Yunyan. Since arriving in Jiangnan province, she was the only one who had touched him. Could this be related to her? Feeling increasingly restless, Yi Chun had devoted these years at Kunlun Mountain to mastering the Nanhua Sutra, with the hope of surviving long enough to uncover the truth behind the massacre of the Yi family. However, as he aged, his condition became increasingly unmanageable. It was likely that within 2 years, he would be consumed by his affliction, meeting a tragic end in the Zhejiu region. Yet now, with the merging of yin and yang energies, a glimmer of hope for survival had emerged. Xiaoyan. Yi Chun hurriedly sought out Xiaoyan, inquiring, "Where is Yunyan?" "Master, Miss Yunyan is currently at Ziyun Villa," Xiaoyan replied truthfully. At Ziyun Villa, upon receiving the room card from Kong Jiuxiao, Yunyan's complexion turned pale and unfavorable. After being compelled to perform a dance for him, Kong Jiuxiao had now audaciously requested her to be his bed companion. "Master Kong, please take your room card back. I am not a woman of loose morals and cannot accompany you for the night." Yunyan, suppressing her anger, placed the key card back in front of Kong Jiuxiao. "Yunyan, the young Master Kong has taken a liking to you, offering you the position of his bed warmer. That is a stroke of fortune for you. Do you dare to refuse?" Upon witnessing Yunyan's actions, Zhao Jiangqing coldly remarked, "What pretense of integrity are you putting on? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Last year, in your desperate bid to connect with the martial arts master of the capital, you willingly spent 3 days with him. TSK, 3 days. Who knows what transpired between you at night?" Zhao Jiangqing, refrain from slandering. Yunyan and Master Amo are innocent. Yang Mengxian shot her a glare. "Oh, Yang Mengxian, why the haste? Are you perhaps sharing the bed of that martial arts master alongside Yunyan?" Zhao Jiangqing mocked. "You." Yang Mengxian was on the verge of exploding, but Kong Jiuxiao interjected. "Yunyan, I am not negotiating. I am handing you the key card. Do you understand? Young Master Kong, I am not a woman of loose morals. If you are feeling lonely tonight, I can send a maid from the Yun family to accompany you." Yunyan responded, steeling herself. "A maid?" Kong Jiuxiao chuckled. "Yunyan, you are willing to spend 3 days with the martial arts master, yet you refuse to spend even 1 night with me? Do you look down upon me, Kong Jiuxiao?" As he spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the room. Everyone held their breath, afraid to exhale. "Young master, it is not that I do not wish to accompany you. It is simply that I am indisposed at the moment," Yunyan said, her face flushed with embarrassment. For a fleeting moment, she considered confronting Kong Jiuxiao, but the consequences of such an action were beyond her endurance. And the Yun family could not bear them either. Slap. Kong Jiuxiao struck Yunyan across the face. "Your demeanor is calm. You clearly do not appear to be indisposed. Do you dare deceive me?" Yunyan was rendered speechless. "Jiuxiao, a forced relationship is never sweet. Since Yunyan is not inclined, why not let it be?" A short-haired man from the Kong family could no longer bear to watch. "Kong Baishan, silence yourself." Kong Jiuxiao glared at his cousin. "What gives you the right to instruct me?" Kong Baishan opened his mouth, but ultimately fell silent in resignation. At this moment, Kong Jiuxiao turned to Yunyan and said, "Yunyan, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Take the key card yourself. Otherwise, tomorrow, there may only be 3 prominent families left in Jiangnan." "What do you mean?" Yunyan's expression shifted slightly. "Nothing of consequence. I extend you grace, and you must accept it. My willingness to share a bed with you is already an act of kindness. Do not be ungrateful," Kong Jiuxiao proclaimed with an air of arrogance. as though the others present were mere ants in his eyes. Very well, I shall accompany you. Yun gritted her teeth as she took the key card. For the sake of the Yun family, what was her personal sacrifice in comparison? Apologies, I have changed my mind. Observing Yunyan's concession, Kong Jiuxiao remarked with a smirk. I preferred your defiant demeanor. Your current disposition is truly repulsive. Yunyan's fists clenched in anger. Go, perform an exotic dance for me. And then kneel to offer me 2 cups of wine. The matter you previously rejected can simply be overlooked, Kong Jiuxiao declared, with undeniable authority. A murmur rippled through the crowd upon hearing the words exotic dance, and several faces paled. It was well known that Yunyan was the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. If she were to actually dance in such a manner at Ziyun Mountain Manor, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Kong Jiuxiao, you have gone too far. Yunyan finally could no longer contain her indignation. Too far. Kong Jiuxiao stepped closer, lifting Yunyan's chin. What if I have? This is Jiangnan, a place governed by the rules set by my Kong family. Even if I were to provoke the heavens, what could you do? Yunyan glared at Kong Jiuxiao, speechless. I will count to 3. Either you dance, or I will bring a camera to reveal your nakedness to all of Jiangnan, he proclaimed, commencing his countdown. 1. Yunyan bit her lip tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. 2. Seeing her friend humiliated, Yang Mengxian was at a loss for what to do. 3. As Kong Jiuxiao reached the final count, Yunyan, in despair, closed her eyes, resigned to dancing. But at that moment, a hurried voice called from the entrance of the royal box. Yunyan, come out. I need to speak with you. The voice belonged to Yi Chun, who had rushed from Fengyaju. Yunyan, come out. Upon hearing Yi Chun's voice, Yunyan, who was initially filled with despair, paused in surprise. When she caught sight of the familiar figure at the entrance, her tears flowed even more profusely. Yunyan, why are you crying? Yi Chun's expression shifted as he noticed her tears. Did he cause her such heartache? Who gave you permission to cry? Remove your clothes and dance for me. Kong Jiuxiao seemed oblivious to Yi Chun's presence, still looking down at Yunyan from his lofty position. Yet, Yunyan continued to weep uncontrollably. How vexing. Kong Jiuxiao, growing impatient, raised his hand and struck Yunyan sharply across the face. Suddenly, a hand seized Kong Jiuxiao's arm. Oh. Seeing Yi Chun intervene, Kong Jiuxiao chuckled. Boy, do you wish to stand up for Yunyan? Yunyan is my friend, Yi Chun replied calmly. Friend? Ha. Who here isn't a friend of Yunyan? Ask them if they would dare to stand up for her, Kong Jiuxiao mocked, glancing around. Cut off your hand and kneel to apologize to me. Today, I am in a good mood and might let you off. Apologies, but I am in a foul mood today, so even if you kneel to apologize, I shall not spare you, Yi Chun retorted resolutely. A collective gasp escaped the audience in the royal box. Everyone looked at Yi Chun in disbelief, astonished that he dared to demand Kong Jiuxiao kneel. How ridiculous. What kind of foolish friends has Yunyan surrounded herself with? They thought, bemused. After Zhao Jiangqing regained her composure, she cast a scornful glance at Yi Chun. Are you still half asleep, young man? What makes you think you can make young Master Kong kneel? Do you believe that with just a word, he could condemn you to eternal damnation in Jiangnan province? I certainly do not. Yi Chun shook his head. Utterly unreasonable. Zhao Jiangqing sneered at Yi Chun's self-righteous demeanor. In Jiangnan province, she had encountered countless arrogant youths who believed that sheer will could triumph over fate, oblivious to the fact that Jiangnan adhered to its own rules. To defy these rules was to pay a price. No exceptions could be made. You just spoke something. I did not catch that, said Kong Jiuxiao, carelessly lifting a bottle of wine as he beckoned Yi Chun to repeat himself. Observing this, Kong Baishan's pupils constricted. He realized that his younger cousin was infuriated, and that blood might soon be shed. While Kong Baishan lamented Yi Chun's fate, a resounding crash echoed through the air as Yi Chun smashed a wine bottle against Kong Jiuxiao's head. Didn't he hear me? Should I repeat myself? Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the room. Kong Baishan gaped in shock, while the younger members of the 4 prominent families in Jiangnan stared at Yi Chun in disbelief. How dare he? He must be insane. I wager that none of his blood relatives will witness the sunrise in Jiangnan tomorrow. They all condemned Yi Chun to death. Ah, I will kill you. Kong Jiuxiao roared in a frenzy, blood trickling down his forehead. How many years had it been since he had drawn blood? He never expected to be injured in a small county like Beihai City. As Kong Jiuxiao lunged at Yi Chun, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. A mere insect dared to defile the rules of Jiangnan? It was laughable, a futile struggle against a towering tree. Kong Jiuxiao was a half-step martial arts master. The only outcome for a moth drawn to the flame was death. Yi Chun's life was over, and so was Yunyan's. Zhao Jiangqing's expression was filled with derision. Just as everyone believed that Yi Chun would perish at Kong Jiuxiao's hands, a thunderous crash resounded. Yi Chun had kicked Kong Jiuxiao away and stepped forward, placing his foot upon Kong Jiuxiao's head. "Who did you say you would kill?" Hiss. The atmosphere in the Imperial Pavilion grew even more hushed. How could this be? Young Master Kong, he has been defeated? Some appeared numb, struggling to comprehend the surreal scene before them. Who was this young man? How had he never been heard of in Jiangnan? How could Yunyan know him? Was he a martial arts master? As this thought crossed her mind, Yang Mingxian shook her head. Absolutely impossible. Yi Chun appears so youthful. How could he possibly be a martial arts master? He must merely be a half-step martial arts master. And Kong Jiuxiao simply fell short. Fool, you dare strike young Master Kong? Do you have any idea the magnitude of your transgression? In the vast expanse of Jiangnan, no one can save you. Suddenly, Zhao Jiangqing roared menacingly. Even if you are a master of martial arts, it is utterly impossible for you to leave here alive today. Kneel down at once and offer up the women in your household to young Master Kong. Perhaps he might spare your corpse. Otherwise, bang. Before Zhao Jiangqing could finish her words, Yi Chun smashed a wine bottle over Kong Jiuxiao's head. You utter a word, I shall retaliate with a bottle. Continue speaking. Useless. How dare you? Zhao Jiangqing bellowed. Bang. Yi Chun forcefully hurled another bottle. Useless. Do you dare to offend the Kong family of Jiangnan? Have you thought this through? Young Master Kong's mother is a princess from the Bai family in the capital. Bang. You bang. Stop it, please. I beg you. Seeing Kong Jiuxiao covered in blood, Zhao Jiangqing truly panicked. She had never encountered someone like Yi Chun before. Bang. Yi Chun struck Kong Jiuxiao's head with yet another bottle, insisting, I am listening. Zhao Jiangqing covered her mouth, silenced by fear. Kong Baishan observed his cousin being beaten, his expression growing complex. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and addressed Yi Chun. My friend, Kong Jiuxiao is a young master of my Kong family. You have struck one of our own, and it will be difficult for you to establish yourself in Jiangnan from now on. So, Yi Chun replied with a knowing smile. Therefore, you are left with two options. Either you die to atone for your actions, or you flee Jiangnan and live as a fugitive. Kong Baishan advised gently. Kong Baishan, why waste words with this fool? Call for help. Hurry. Kong Jiuxiao shouted fiercely. Today, I will ensure this fool's demise. I will see him dead. Alas. Kong Baishan sighed and took out his phone to make a call. He expected Yi Chun would intervene, yet to his surprise, Yi Chun encouraged him to summon more people. This fellow? Seeing Yi Chun's audacity, Kong Baishan paused slightly. Out of control, completely out of control. Zhao Jiangqing glared at Yi Chun. You fool. You still do not realize the gravity of the situation you have provoked, and you wish to call for more? Even a single martial arts master from the Kong family could leave you in despair, waiting for death. Bang. Yi Chun smashed a wine bottle against Kong Jiuxiao's head. Did I permit you to speak? Chapter 23. Murong Yu within the confines of the Ziyun Mountain Villa. Yunyan gazed at the bloodied Kong Jiuxiao and felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Yet soon after, concern for Yi Chun crept into her heart. Though she was aware of Yi Chun's mastery, the Bai family behind Kong Jiuxiao was not to be trifled with. Even if the Bai family did not intervene today, it was undeniable that Yi Chun had made an enemy of them. Yi Chun, Yunyan began to voice her thoughts, but he interrupted her. There is no need to fear. I will handle everything. Just those few words caused Yunyan's heart to tremble anew. If it were true that her arrival in Beihai City was prompted by Yun Xiaolong's command, she now found herself unexpectedly harboring feelings for Yi Chun. Yunyan, just who is your friend? Yang Mingxian inquired softly as she approached Yunyan. His name is Yi Chun. We had an engagement in the past, Yunyan succinctly explained. An engagement? Upon hearing those words, the gathered crowd suddenly understood. Realizing why Yi Chun had the audacity to confront Kong Jiuxiao, it was born from a passionate rage for a beloved. With the surname Yi? Could he be that wasteful scion of the Yi family from the capital? Zhao Jiangqing exclaimed in surprise. The Yi family in the capital? Haven't they been eradicated? A murmuring arose, questioning how a man without backing would dare to offend Kong Jiuxiao. He must be overly reckless, perhaps still thinking of himself as the foremost young master of the capital. In the midst of their discussions, the sound of footsteps approached from the imperial package. Shortly after, over 10 middle-aged men entered, led by a dashing figure clad in white, with a refined demeanor and striking eyebrows. Following him were prominent figures from Jiangnan province, including members of the Kong family and others, all of whom shared a common trait. They were all half-step martial arts masters. What on earth is happening, Baishan? You mentioned someone dared to insult Zhu Xiao? A man from the Kong family stepped forward towards Kong Baishan, introducing himself as Kong Tianhe, a key authority within the Kong family and Kong Baishan's father. Father, you can see for yourself, Kong Baishan indicated towards the bloodied form of Kong Zhu Xiao, who, despite his weakened state, glared venomously at Yi Chun. Zhu Xiao. Kong Tianhe hurriedly assisted his son. Second uncle, make this brat suffer. I want him to wish for death. Kong Zhu Xiao raged, pointing at Yi Chun. I understand. Kong Tianhe nodded, looking down at Yi Chun. Young man, will you kneel and submit on your own? Or shall I take action? Let me make it clear. Even among half-step martial arts masters, there are distinctions. My strength surpasses that of Kong Zhu Xiao by a considerable margin. Half-step martial arts master? Yi Chun chuckled as he regarded Kong Tianhe. You lack the qualifications to compel my submission. What if I join in? Another half-step martial arts master from Jiangnan stepped forward. He was aware that Yi Chun had incapacitated Kong Zhu Xiao and recognized his capabilities, but believed that was the extent of it. Still not enough? Yi Chun shook his head. What if we all join? The other half-step martial arts masters from Jiangnan advanced. Yet the dashing man in white remained unmoved. You all? Yi Chun again shook his head, still unconvinced. Such arrogance. Seeing Yi Chun's dismissive attitude towards the elite circles of Jiangnan, a man in blue robes charged forward with lightning speed, akin to a flash of thunder. Is it him? Wang Peng. Yang Mingxuan's expression shifted as she recognized the assailant, a renowned half-step martial arts master in Jiangnan, his reputation eclipsing even that of the Longhu brothers. With a disdainful smirk, Zhao Jiangqing observed as Wang Peng made his move, believing that after defeating Kong Zhu Xiao, he could act with impunity. Little did he realize that beyond the realm of Jiangnan, there existed individuals of even greater prowess. Within the hierarchy of martial arts, Wang Peng had already ascended to the pinnacle. However, Zhao Jiangqing's scoff quickly faded into silence as a thunderous crash resounded. Yi Chun had sent Wang Peng flying with a single kick, causing him to crash into the wall of the imperial bag, shattering several bones and spewing blood. Kong Tianhe's gaze flickered with astonishment, and the other martial artists, poised to act, collectively held their breath. The effortless way Yi Chun had incapacitated Wang Peng left no doubt regarding his strength. He was undoubtedly a master of martial arts. Elder Morong, I implore you to intervene and teach this arrogant youth a lesson on behalf of the Kong family. Kong Tianhe requested respectfully of the man in white robes with sharp eyebrows standing behind him. This individual was none other than Morong Yu, the foremost expert of Jiangnan. 5. Morong Yu extended 5 fingers. 50 million? Kong Tianhe was taken aback. 500 million, Morong Yu replied with a smile. Kong Tianhe's expression shifted dramatically. It was known that the bounty for slaying Jiangnan's dragon, Yin Xiaolong, was merely 600 million. How could a mere junior like Yi Chun be deemed worthy of such a comparison? I will pay 500 million. Just incapacitate him. Before Kong Tianhe could respond, the bloodied Kong Zhu Xiao bellowed. As a scion of the Kong family, with a mother who was a princess from the Bai family of the capital, his wealth was substantial. Very well, young Master Kong, Morong Yu said, casting an appreciative glance at Kong Zhu Xiao before turning to Yi Chun. In Jiangnan, I seldom take action, yet when I do, it results in death. If you can procure 1 billion to buy your life, I might consider sparing you. Morong Yu, I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Yi Chun replied, having heard of Morong Yu before arriving in Jiangnan. Recognizing him as a formidable figure, you are aware of me? Morong Yu asked, a serene smile gracing his lips. Jiangnan's 8th-rank martial arts master. Merely 3 steps away from achieving the status of a Grandmaster, Yi Chun elucidated, recognizing Morong Yu as a legendary figure overshadowing even Su Jintian. Since you are cognizant of my identity, you must comprehend that ending your life would be a trivial task for me, Morong Yu remarked cryptically. You cannot kill me, Yi Chun retorted, shaking his head. Humph. This discarded scion of the Yi family must be deluded. Does he truly believe that Elder Morong cannot eliminate him? What audacity! Zhao Jiangqing laughed derisively. The others quietly shook their heads, deeming Yi Chun's outlook to be naive. Yi Chun, if you lack the 1 billion, you should simply await your demise without further ado. Is there any need for such idle chatter? You profess to be willing to risk everything for a woman? I advise you, Even if the Yi family remains intact, Elder Morong would not indulge you. Zhao Jiangqing pressed vehemently. Kong Jiuxiao echoed her sentiments, his voice laced with fury. You insolent wretch! I've warned you. Dare to challenge me in Jiangnan, and your fate will be sealed. I have heard that you were betrothed to Yunyan, is that so? Very well. Tonight I shall show you how I shall humiliate Yunyan. I will make you a mere pawn. I will make your existence a living torment. I am the master of Jiangnan, and everything here is under my dominion. As for you, what does your strength matter? Can you best Wang Peng or Morongyu? In this world, it is not merely strength that prevails, but connections and status. You, a discarded scion, dare to challenge me? I shall bring you to your demise. Having said that, Kong Jiuxiao turned to Morongyu and commanded, First, sever Yi Chen's legs. I want him to kneel and witness my humiliation of Yunyan. Understood. Morongyu did not waste words. He elegantly waved his sleeve, and with a swift motion, a concealed sword was grasped in his hand. The blade was drawn, and a chilling aura enveloped the entire imperial hall. Everyone instinctively recoiled, feeling as though they were standing at the foot of a snow-capped mountain. Such formidable strength. As Morongyu made his move, Kong Tianhe and the others trembled. Being half-step martial masters, they understood the dread that accompanied this sword strike. Even if Yi Chun were a martial master himself, attempting to block it would be nothing short of delusional. With a flash, the sword's radiance surged towards Yi Chun. Kong Jiuxiao clapped his hands in excitement, thoroughly amused. But the next moment, with a resounding crack, Yi Chun pinched the sword between his fingers, flicking it aside with ease, rendering it shattered, while Morongyu knelt on the ground, his face as pale as snow. And Master, Morongyu gazed up at Yi Chun in terror, his body quaking. Chapter 24. Under the moonlight at Ziyun Villa. Kong Jiuxiao observed the kneeling Morongyu, struggling to swallow. Perhaps others did not comprehend the significance of a master, but he was acutely aware of the esteemed position a master held in the Zhuzhou realm. His mother's family, the Bai family, wielded immense power in the capital precisely because they had a master in their ranks. Qi manipulation technique. He is a master? Witnessing Yi Chun's effortless flick that shattered Morongyu's sword left the half-step martial masters present feeling a chill run down their spines. Just moments ago, they had even contemplated engaging with a master? A master? How could Yunyan possibly know a master? Zhao Jiangqing shook her head vigorously, unwilling to accept or believe what had transpired. Jealous of Yunyan's unparalleled beauty, she had sought to destroy her. Yet now, everything made sense. No wonder he urged me to gather more people. No wonder he was so unafraid. No wonder he disregarded Kong Jiuxiao. It turned out that he occupied a height that even the Kong family had to look up to. Kong Baishan gazed at Yi Chun with a mixture of solemnity, respect, and longing. Wang Peng, just awakening from his stupor, was met with the sight of Yi Chun annihilating Morongyu's sword, causing him to quickly shut his eyes once more. Feigning death. Master Yi, spare me. I was wrong. Morongyu, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowed to Yi Chun, genuinely terrified. Qi manipulation techniques could only be wielded by a master. Though Morongyu was arrogant, he dared not offend a master. Even a first-tier master could lead him to utter ruin in Jiangnan. Morongyu, had I known this day would come, would I have acted differently? Yi Chun gazed at him, reflecting on how, since becoming a master, he had seldom intervened directly, yet each time he did, it was with consequences that left others in irreversible despair. Considering the difficulties you faced in your martial training, if you could offer 10 billion for your life, I might contemplate sparing you. The familiar words struck Morongyu, leaving his complexion pale. Were these not the very sentiments he had once expressed in pity for Yi Chun? Master Yi, 10 billion is no trifling sum. I do not possess such wealth. Perhaps I could bestow upon you the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan? Morongyu ventured. Apprehensively, is the Yunlong Chamber worth 10 billion? Yi Chun inquired, his gaze fixed upon him. Indeed, the Yunlong Chamber is worth 10 billion, Morongyu hastily affirmed. Then so be it. You may leave. Yi Chun chose not to further torment Morongyu. Once Morongyu departed, the atmosphere within the imperial hall grew increasingly oppressive. All present held their breath, afraid to exhale. Kong Jiuxiao, is it? Yi Chun turned to the visibly terrified figure before him. In Jiangnan, I may lack connections and a foundation, but what does that matter? With just a slight exertion of my influence, the leaders of Jiangnan will bow to me. What do you possess to contend with me? By what right do you consider yourself the sovereign of Jiangnan? Young Master Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. I was blind to your true status. I implore you to forgive my ignorance. I swear, from this moment forth, I shall never trouble Yun Yin again. Speak while kneeling. Yi Chen commanded, observing him intently. Kan Jiuxiao, swallowing his pride, knelt before Yi Chen. Young master, my mother is by Muxue of the Bai family in the capital. For her sake, I beseech you to spare my life. Bai Muxue? The princess of the Bai family? Yi Chen could not suppress a laugh. Will she dare to request such mercy on your behalf? What do you intend to do? Kan Jiuxiao trembled. If you slay me, the Bai family will not let this go unpunished. My maternal grandfather is also a master. Render yourself incapable of walking. Let today as humiliation of Yun Yin be as if it never occurred. Yi Chen's voice, though soft, was chilling. You. Kan Jiuxiao glared at Yi Chen, and finally, with a sense of defeat, he muttered, You are ruthless. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and crippled his own legs. A wretched scream echoed throughout Ziyun Mountain Manor, causing Kan Baishan and others to gasp in shock. Upon witnessing Kan Jiuxiao lose consciousness, Yi Chen took Yun Yan's hand. Yun Yan, step outside. I have matters to discuss with you. All right. Yun Yan followed him out. Once the two had left, the remaining attendees exhaled in relief, having felt as if they had danced on the precipice of death. Father, do you think the Bai family will seek vengeance for Jiuxiao? Kan Baishan inquired, glancing at the nearly lifeless Kan Jiuxiao. Not a chance. Kan Tianhe replied without hesitation. The Bai family would never risk offending a master over a distant relative. I understand. Kan Baishan ceased further discussion, approaching Zhao Jiangqing, and with a swift motion, he hurled a wine bottle at her. Kan Baishan, what do you mean? Why did you strike me? Zhao Jiangqing was brought to tears by the blow. Zhao Jiangqing, just because of you, my cousin was left bloodied and bruised by Yi Chen. A sharp tongue must pay the price. With that, Kan Baishan clapped his hands, and several men in black emerged from the imperial package. Throw her into the Ziyang River of Beihai City, he commanded, pointing at Zhao Jiangqing. No, Kan Baishan, I was wrong. I shall warm your bed tonight. I will be obedient. Please do not cast me into the river. Witnessing Zhao Jiangqing's fate, none of the younger members of the four prominent families of Jiangnan dared to speak on her behalf, for they could not afford to offend the Kong family. Outside the Shuyun Mountain Villa, the moonlight danced like silk, casting a silver glow upon Yun Yan's enchanting face, making her appear as if she were a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, breathtaking as a painting. Young Master Yi, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Yun Yan gazed at Yi Chen with gentle allure, her eyes as clear as water, her voice akin to a song from the heavens. Yun Yan, what exactly transpired that night at Fengayaju? Yi Chen asked gravely. Yun Yan was taken aback by his inquiry, her delicate face suddenly flushed. Observing her reaction, Yi Chen felt a surge of anxiety. Young Master Yi, that night I heard from Xiaoyan that you had fainted, so I came to attend to you. However, when I saw you, as Yun Yan began to speak, her figure suddenly swayed, and she collapsed directly into Yi Chen's embrace. Miss Yin? A fragrant scent enveloped him. And as he looked down at the lovely figure in his arms, Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Why was her body so cold? Beneath the moonlight, a thin layer of white frost appeared on Yun Yan's tender skin, emanating an overwhelming chill that caused Yi Chen's expression to darken. A body of profound yin? At the same time, within the Su family of Beihai, Su Xuani was reporting on Yi Chen's situation to Su Baihe. Grandfather, rest assured. I have sent Yi Chen to the business department for training. He is undoubtedly busy and cannot cause trouble in Beihai City, Su Xuani said, relishing the prospect. The business department? Su Baihe frowned slightly. Xuani, the business department is the most arduous and demanding division of the Su group. Why would you send young Yi there? What's the difference? I also trained in the business department back then, and I managed just fine. Why shouldn't Yi Chen be capable? Just as Su Xuani finished speaking, several members of the Su family rushed in. Father, it's bad. A grave matter has arisen. The family member looked at the elder Su, his voice trembling. I just heard that Kong Jiuxiao sent people to attack the Shuyun Mountain Villa. Chapter 25. It cannot be him. What did you say? Upon hearing Su Qishan's words, both Su Baihe and Su Xuani were taken aback. Kong Jiuxiao? That name was indeed daunting to them. The young master of the Jiangnan Kong family, a half-step martial arts master, and the son of the princess of the Bai family in the capital. Each title alone was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the Su family. Kong Jiuxiao is the local sovereign of Jiangnan province. One cannot fathom how a figure of such authority could be assaulted. Su Qishan, clarify your words. Who exactly struck Kong Jiuxiao? What audacious individual would dare to act with such boldness? Su Baihe wore a grave expression. Kong Jiuxiao's injury would not be taken lightly by the Kong family. It is feared that many factions in Jiangnan will henceforth tread cautiously. Yes, Su Qishan stammered, but as he uttered the name Yi, Su Xuanyi's countenance turned to one of shock. Yi Chen. It is understandable that she harbored such thoughts. Since Yi Chen's arrival in Beihai City, he had first assaulted a man with a buzz cut, followed by a confrontation with Qin He of the Qin family, displaying an utter disregard for authority. Were it not for the support of the Su family, Yi Chen would likely not have survived 3 days in Beihai. However, Su Xuanyi soon deemed her thoughts fanciful. How could a mere scion like Yi Chen dare to confront Kong Jiuxiao? Would he attempt to do so head-on? Kong Jiuxiao was a master of martial arts, a figure far removed from the likes of common thugs. Su Qishan, speak quickly. Who was it that attacked young Master Kong? The elder Su urged. It was Master Yi. Su Qishan replied hastily. It is said that Master Yi is the boyfriend of Miss Yunyan. Kong Jiuxiao had disrespected Yunyan, and Master Yi retaliated by incapacitating him, breaking both of his legs on the spot. Even the esteemed Murong Yu, who sought to intercede for Kong, was severely injured by Master Ye's kick. This information reached me through hearsay. The details may not be entirely accurate, but the outcome is undeniable. Master Yi, Yunyan's boyfriend? Su Xuanyi was instantly unsettled. Who is Master Yi? I am uncertain. It seems he hails from another province, Su Qishan replied ambiguously. Could it be the young Yi? The elder Su speculated. Grandfather, are you jesting? How could Yi Chen even aspire to associate with Master Yi? Humph. He is merely an inconsequential figure in Jiuzhou. In my opinion, it must be Master Yi Xian who has come to Jiangnan, Su Xuanyi scoffed. Yi Xian? Upon hearing this name, Su Baihe nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the possibility. After all, in today's Jiuzhou, apart from Yi Xian, there are no other masters bearing the surname Yi. In the Fenghe Yaju, Yi Chun brought Yun Yan to this place. Master, is my lady. Little Yun's face was filled with worry and anxiety upon seeing Yun Yan covered in frost. Your lady's old ailment has resurfaced. Yi Chun turned to Little Yun. Were you aware that Yun Yan was unwell? I knew, Little Yun nodded. However, my lady claimed she was simply cold in constitution, stating that a warm bath would suffice. Cold constitution? Yi Chun shook his head, opting for silence. He laid Yun Yan, enveloped in frost, upon the bed and instructed Little Yun. I require silver needles. Little Yun handed him a set of silver needles. Yi Chun pressed a needle into the center of Yun Yan's brow. Immediately, the frost upon her body dissipated at a visible rate, revealing skin as delicate and radiant as water. Master, is my lady all right now? Little Yun inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she witnessed Yi Chen's prowess. I merely suppressed the ethereal body of Yun Yan, sparing her from the brink of death. However, awakening her is no simple endeavor. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of the situation. He stepped aside and retrieved a medical tome from his pocket, its title inscribed as the Record of Longevity. After flipping through several pages, Yi Chun discovered the description of the ethereal body. It experiences an eruption of energy every 3 years, each instance more severe than the last. Should one fail to withstand the energy, they would perish, turning into a frozen statue. Treatment requires 2 measures of xuanhua fruit and 3 measures of hua lingji decocted together. Xuanhua fruit. Yi Chun possessed one, yet the hua lingji. Master, are you all right? Upon noticing Yi Chen's troubled expression, Xiaoyan approached, inquiring if she could assist in any way. Xiaoyan, do you know where I might find hua lingji in Jiangnan? Yi Chen asked, unwilling to let Yun Yan suffer when she harbored the secret of his miraculous recovery. I heard that the Jianglong Chamber of Commerce might possess hua lingji, Xiaoyan recalled. The following day, Yi Chen departed from Fenghe residence. Yi Chun, is that really you? Suddenly, an incredulous voice called out. Wang Lingmeng gazed at Yi Chun, her mind reeling in disbelief. Could it be that this forsaken scion truly resided in the most luxurious mansion in Beihai City? Is it you? Seeing Su Xuanyi's close friend, Yi Chen furrowed his brows and asked, do you need something? Do you truly live in Fenghe residence? Wang Lingmeng leaned curiously towards the villa. It is none of your concern. With that, Yi Chun turned to leave. At the Su Corporation, Wang Lingmeng hurriedly sought out Su Xuanyi. Xuanyi, you must believe me. I saw Yi Chen emerge from Fenghe residence today. Su Xuanyi paused, her expression momentarily stunned. Mingmeng, are you joking? I swear. Previously you said I must have seen it wrong. So I waited specifically at the entrance of Fenghe residence, and there he was. Wang Lingming's expression was one of astonishment. Xuani, you must understand. Yi Chun, enough, no need to elaborate. Su Xuani interrupted her friend. Meng Meng. I previously mentioned that Yi Chun serves as a security guard at the Beihai New Town project. If my assumptions are correct, the residents of Fenghe residence are likely the project's overseers, and Yi Chun must have been there for work-related matters. I see, Wang Lingming conceded, finding Su Xuani's reasoning sound. Initially, she had contemplated that should Su Xuani refuse to marry Yi Chun, perhaps she could consider him herself. After all, residing in Fenghe residence was the aspiration of countless women in Beihai. However, it now seemed prudent to further investigate Yi Chun. By the way, Xuani, I heard there are issues with the financial chain of the Su Corporation. Wang Lingming shifted the topic, asking, how much do you need right now? 50 million. Su Xuani revealed, reluctant to discuss the matter. Such a substantial sum. Have you informed your grandfather? Wang Lingming gasped, taken aback. 50 million was not a trivial amount. No. My grandfather has always wanted me to marry and focus on family, and he has even begun grooming Su Ming to take over the Su Group's affairs. If he were to learn about the issues with the financial chain, he would certainly strip me of my position as chairman. Su Xuani sighed helplessly. What are you planning to do? Wang Lingming inquired with concern. Chu Xiao has offered to help me gather 10 million. I intend to borrow the remaining 40 million from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Su Xuani disclosed her plans. Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Wang Lingming gasped in shock. Xianyi, I've heard that borrowing money from them is perilous. Those who seek their loans seldom end well. Shouldn't you reconsider? There's no time for that. I have already arranged to meet Manager Wang of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce tonight. Su Xuani shook her head. Chapter 26. The new president at 2 in the afternoon. Yi Chun arrived at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Beihai City. The Yunlong Chamber boasts 17 branches across Jiangnan Province, with one conveniently located in Beihai City. Young man, is there something you need? A man in a brown coat approached Yi Chun, his demeanor harmless. This man was Wang Mo, the manager of the Yunlong Chamber in Beihai City, and also the nephew of Wang Peng, which secured his position. I heard your Yunlong Chamber has fire Ganoderma? Yi Chun inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, Wang Mo replied with a smile. What is the price? Fire Ganoderma is a rare longevity herb, and thus not inexpensive. Seeing the sincerity in the young man's demeanor, he quoted a flat rate of 20 million. That's acceptable, Yi Chun nodded. 20 million for a single piece of fire Ganoderma was not an outrageous price. Bring out the fire Ganoderma, Wang Mo commanded. Shortly after, a provocatively dressed woman emerged, carrying a brocade box. You? The seductive woman was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yi Chun. Hongyu, do you know him? Wang Mo asked. Manager Wang. He is the one who assaulted Brother Qin at the Marriott International. Qian Hongyu glared fiercely at Yi Chun, for she was a fervent admirer of Qin He. I see. Wang Mo replied as he took the brocade box and smiled at Yi Chun. Young man, here is the fire Ganoderma. However, before I hand it over, I must verify your funds to ensure you can purchase it. This card contains 20 million. Is that sufficient? Yi Chun flicked his fingers, and a bank card landed before Wang Mo. Please wait. After the verification concluded, Wang Mo handed the brocade box to Yi Chun. Upon opening it, Yi Chun's expression darkened. Inside was indeed a gleaming red Ganoderma, but it was not fire Ganoderma. Rather, it was red Ganoderma. Young man, the transaction is complete. You may leave now. Wang Mo signaled to the alluring woman to escort him out. Can't you hurry up and leave? You're bothersome, Qian Hongyu seethed, wishing she could inflict 1,000 cuts on Yi Chun. However, Yi Chun coldly remarked, return my money. I will not purchase the fire Ganoderma. Not buying. Wang Mo's expression darkened suddenly. What do you mean, kid? Do you think I have nothing better to do? You said you wanted fire Ganoderma, and I procured it for you. Now you refuse to buy? Are you toying with me? Manager Wang, this scoundrel has crossed the line. Today he must receive a lesson, and it serves as perfect retribution for Brother Qin. Qian Hongyu declared venomously. Bring him here. Wang Mo clapped his hands, and a dozen sturdy men in black surrounded Yi Chun. What is this? Do you intend to resort to coercion? Yi Chun remarked with a knowing smile. Listen, young man. I, Wang Mo, am willing to sell you the fire spirit mushroom. Consider it a favor from your past life. Do not refuse it. Wang Mo asserted, unyielding. Want to return it? No problem, but there's a 5 million fee. And what if I refuse to pay the fee, yet still wish to return it? Yi Chun inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. Refuse the fee? Qian Hongyu scoffed. What a joke. Do you think the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is your family business? Have you not awakened from your slumber? Wang Mo, likewise looking down at Yi Chun, stated, listen, either you take the fire spirit mushroom and leave, or I will beat you until you pay the fee before you can go. With that, Yi Chun swiftly hurled a brocade box at Wang Mo's head. You dare to deceive me with a mere few hundred yuan worth of fire spirit mushrooms? You have some audacity. Damn it. You dare to cause trouble in the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Wang Mo, taken aback by Yi Chun's boldness, ordered the group of men in black, disable him. As they charged forward, Wang Mo wiped the blood from his forehead, his eyes dark with malice. Over the years, he had sold numerous counterfeit goods, who had not endured in silence. Hit him hard. Qian Hongyu eagerly anticipated seeing Yi Chun bloodied and broken. However, amidst the cries of anguish, the dozen men in black suddenly knelt down before Yi Chun. What? Qian Hongyu gasped in disbelief. Yet, rather than fear, Wang Mo burst into laughter. You little rascal, you can fight quite well, can't you? Medical expenses are 50,000 each. Will you pay them? Or shall I call your parents? That is far too little, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. And how much do you propose? Wang Mo's amusement grew, while Qian Hongyu rolled her eyes, pondering if Yi Chun had lost his mind. She had only ever seen people trying to lower prices. Never had she witnessed someone attempting to raise them. No wonder this fool dared to strike Brother Qin. It turned out he was merely a simpleton. Qian Hongyu looked at Yi Chun with pity. Yi Chun extended a single finger. 10 million each. You understand the situation well, young man? You know you cannot offend the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce and wish to settle with money? Wang Mo chuckled. All right, I'll grant you this opportunity. Bring forth the money. I mean, each of you pays me 10 million, and I will act as if today's South events never took place. Yi Chun's words were astonishing. What? You little rascal, are you toying with me? Wang Mo lifted a chair to strike Yi Chun. With a powerful kick, Yi Chun shattered the chair, sending countless splintered pieces crashing into Wang Mo. With a cough, he spat blood and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Manager Wang. Qian Hongyu was startled, her demeanor shifting as she scolded Yi Chun. You fool. Do you realize the havoc you have unleashed? Manager Wang is the nephew of Wang Peng. Your life is over. Do you understand? What does it matter how strong you are? Could you possibly defeat Wang Peng, a master of martial arts at the half-step level? Upon uttering these words, Qian Hongyu immediately dialed a number. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man, appearing rather frail, arrived at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Second uncle. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Mo frantically pointed at Yi Chun, exclaiming, this waste is bullying me. Eliminate him. Wang Peng, upon hearing this, grimaced. This person is arrogant and overbearing. He has previously struck Master Qin, and now has assaulted Manager Wang. It would be prudent to eliminate such a menace at the earliest opportunity. Qian Hongyu glared at Yi Chun with gritted teeth. Oh, someone dares to bully my nephew, Wang Peng? Wang Peng's expression turned ominously dark. The events of the previous day at Ziyun Mountain Villa had ignited a fury within him, and he was eager to vent it. So you are the one who struck my nephew? Wang Peng gazed at Yi Chun, but then he was taken aback. Master Yi, it was indeed I who struck him. What of it? Yi Chun retorted. Haha, even when death is looming, you remain defiant? Why not kneel and utter your final words? What are you pretending for? Let me inform you, a tragedy awaits you. Qian Hongyu scoffed. Yet, in the next moment, her smile vanished as she witnessed Wang Peng stride over and deliver two resounding slaps across Wang Mo's face. President Yi, you were too lenient. Allow me to deal with this unworthy waste. President? Wang Mo was momentarily stunned. Wang Mo, you blind fool. How dare you be disrespectful before the newly appointed president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Watch as I put an end to you. Wang Peng forcefully kicked Wang Mo, causing him to spit blood. This scene left Qian Hongyu utterly bewildered. This person, who struck Brother Qin, is actually the new president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? No, I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that he is the president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Qian Hongyu shook her head in disbelief. Our president is Mu Rongyu. What merit does he possess? Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Peng delivered a slap to her face. You wretched creature. What do you think you are? How dare you speak disrespectfully to President Yi? Wang Peng summoned several burly men clad in black. Take this harlot and sell her to a nightclub. Let her learn the consequences of her words. Please, Uncle Wang. Qian Hongyu cried, fearfully gazing at Wang Peng. But he remained unmoved. Desperate, she knelt before Yi Chun. President Yi, I was wrong. I should not have spoken ill of you. I was blinded by Brother Qin He. If you forgive me, I can serve you. Slap. Slap. Wang Peng struck her again. You worthless wretch. How dare you even think of sharing a bed with President Yi? You are unworthy. Take her away. Once Qian Hongyu was escorted out, Wang Peng lowered his voice, addressing Yi Chun. President Yi, my nephew is naive. I kindly ask you to spare him. Indeed, President Yi, I was mistaken. I truly regret my actions, and I promise I will never engage in coercive dealings again. Wang Imo bowed repeatedly, pleading for mercy. I ask you, where is the fire spirit mushroom? Observing the terrified and trembling Wang Imo, Yi Chun inquired in a solemn tone. Is it true that the fire spirit mushroom is not in our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, but has been borrowed by the Belan Chamber of Commerce from Beihai City? Wang Imo hastily retrieved a blood-stained note from his pocket, presenting it to Chairman Yi for his examination. Why has the Belan Chamber borrowed the fire spirit mushroom? Yi Chun asked, his curiosity piqued. It seems that the former president of the Belan Chamber is gravely ill, and they have heard that the fragrance of the fire spirit mushroom possesses medicinal properties, Wang Imo explained in a hushed voice. How long have you been employed at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Yi Chun suddenly queried. For 20 years, Wang Imo stammered. In light of your long-standing service to the Yunlong Chamber, I shall spare you today, but let this be a warning, Yi Chun cautioned, turning on his heel and departing without a backward glance. I am safe now. After Yi Chun left, Wang Peng exhaled a sigh of relief. Uncle, who exactly is Chairman Yi? You seem quite fearful of him. Wang Imo scrambled to his feet, his confusion evident. And why did President Morong entrust the Yunlong Chamber to him? Wang Imo, do not inquire into matters beyond your station. You must understand that throughout Jiangnan, no one dares to offend Chairman Yi. That he has chosen to spare you today is a testament to your fortunate fate. From now on, adhere closely to Chairman Yi and perform your duties well. Perhaps the prosperity of our Wang family will depend upon you, Wang Peng stated gravely. What? Wang Mo's eyes widened in realization. Although Wang Peng did not explicitly state it, he inferred that Yi Chun's background was extraordinary. This was undoubtedly a powerful ally, and he must ensure to maintain close ties. By the way, in 3 days, there will be a ceremony for Chairman Ye's inauguration. Please make the necessary arrangements and ensure the attendance of dignitaries from all major chambers in Jiangnan. It must be a grand affair. Wang Peng added. I understand, uncle. Wang Imo nodded earnestly. Upon leaving the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, Yi Chun arrived at the Belan Chamber. The Belan Chamber was the sole local enterprise in Beihai City. While it paled in comparison to the Yunlong Chamber throughout Jiangnan province, it enjoyed a superior reputation locally. As Yi Chun entered the Belan Chamber, he immediately sensed an ominous atmosphere. Interesting. He glanced at the main residence of the Belan Chamber, and just as he was about to approach, several security guards obstructed his path. Friend, the Belan Chamber is not open for business today. We kindly ask that you return another day. I have come to retrieve something. Yi Chun replied, flicking his fingers to send the note soaring into the hands of one of the guards with pinpoint accuracy. The guards were taken aback by Yi Chun's skill, their hearts racing at his remarkable prowess. He was surely not far from becoming a martial arts master. Please hold on. Young man. After reviewing the note, the guards sent someone to relay the message within the chamber. Moments later, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a blue silk garment, with short hair and an air of confidence, emerged from the residence. Are you from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? The woman scrutinized Yi Chun with keen eyes. Indeed. Yi Chun nodded affirmatively. You should return and inform Wang Imo that I initially agreed to return the Fire Lingji after 3 months. And only 1 month has elapsed thus far. The woman in the blue robe handed the IOU back to Yi Chun. She did not believe that Wang Imo was in urgent need of the Fire Lingji. Otherwise, he would have come in person rather than sending a subordinate like Yi Chun. Miss Feng, it's bad. The old president has fainted again. At that moment, a servant from the white phosphor chamber hurriedly approached the woman in blue. What? Feng Wenjing's expression changed dramatically as she dropped Yi Chun and rushed towards the residence behind her. Observing this, Yi Chun followed suit. Upon reaching the residence, Yi Chun heard the woman in blue speaking on the phone. Dr. Wen, please come to the white phosphor chamber at once. My grandfather has fainted again. Merely 5 minutes later, a frail yet benevolent elderly man arrived at the white phosphor chamber. Dr. Wen, you have finally arrived. Seeing the foremost physician from Beihai, Feng Wenjing expressed her urgency. Please examine my grandfather. All right. Dr. Wen sat beside the unconscious Mr. Feng and checked his pulse. After a considerable time, he reassured Feng Wenjing. Miss Feng, Do not be anxious. Your grandfather is not in grave danger. He merely suffers from coldness in the blood. I will prescribe some medicine for him, and he will be fine. Thank you, Dr. Wen, Feng Wenjing replied, her eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Miss Feng, there is no need for such formality. It is my duty as a healer to treat and save lives. Dr. Wen swiftly handed a prescription to Feng Wenjing. Upon viewing the prescription, her expression stiffened. Does it require fire lingji? Indeed, fire lingji is a herb that warms the blood and dispels cold. It is crucial for your grandfather's recovery. Dr. Wen nodded. After a pause, he added, is it possible that someone of your stature cannot procure fire lingji? That should not be the case. Dr. Wen has misunderstood. Our white phosphor chamber happens to possess a fire lingji. Feng Wenjing remarked as she resolved to use the fire lingji from the Yunlong chamber to save her grandfather, intending to repay Wang Mo with something else. Miss Feng, I advise against utilizing our Yunlong chamber's fire lingji. Yichen interjected, approaching her. The fire lingji will not save your grandfather. Rather, it could endanger him. How dare you? Feng Wenjing frowned slightly upon seeing Yichen. Did I not tell you to leave? It is you, young man. Dr. Wen was equally taken aback upon seeing Yichen. Dr. Wen, do you know this young brother from the Yunlong chamber? Feng Wenjing inquired. He is merely a charlatan. I do not know him. Dr. Wen huffed. Then moved to the side of the unconscious Mr. Feng. Miss Feng, please prepare the herbs from the prescription. I will administer acupuncture to invigorate his blood. Thank you, Dr. Wen. Feng Wenjing expressed her gratitude, then turned to Yichen, saying, concerning the fire lingji, I will inform Wang Mo myself. You have no business here. Leave at once. Hand over the fire lingji to me. Utter a few kind words, and perhaps I might consider saving your grandfather's life. Otherwise, shall I let Dr. Wen handle the needles? Your grandfather will not survive until that time. Yichen smiled and extended 3 fingers. 3 days? Feng Wenjing's expression shifted slightly. 3 seconds. Yichen spoke with profound meaning. Nonsense, utter nonsense. Dr. Wen glared coldly at Yichen. Young man, you previously questioned me at Renji Hall, and now you seek to attract attention? Do you think Miss Feng will believe you? Dr. Wen, please do not be angry. I implore you to treat my grandfather. I will have him leave at once, Feng Wenjing said, her brow furrowing as she rebuked Yichen. The White Phosphorus Chamber of Commerce is not the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Even Wang Mo would not dare to act recklessly here, let alone you. Get out. Never mind. Miss Feng, allow him to stay. Since this young man has questioned me, I shall let him witness how I cure old Master Feng, Dr. Wen declared, before promptly beginning his needlework. However, scarcely had he inserted the first needle when the old gentleman on the bed began to convulse. 3 seconds later, old Master Feng had ceased to breathe. How could this be? Dr. Wen was taken aback. Chapter 28, An Olive Branch? How could this happen? Within the White Phosphorus Chamber of Commerce, Dr. Wen stared at the lifeless old Master Feng, genuinely alarmed. Having practiced medicine in Beihai City for many years, it was his first time witnessing a patient die, and the impact on him was profound. Dr. Wen, what has happened to my grandfather? Feng Wenjing, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, was prompted by Yichen's words. Your grandfather has passed away. What? Feng Wenjing trembled, hastening to her grandfather's side. And indeed, there was no heartbeat. Dr. Wen, what is going on? Did you not say my grandfather was fine? Why has he died? Feng Wenjing's emotions spiraled into despair. After rebuking Dr. Wen twice, she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Miss Feng, I am deeply sorry. My medical skills are lacking. Dr. Wen offered in silence. What use is your apology when a life has been lost? Feng Wenjing cried even more fervently. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Yichen. You can save my grandfather, can't you? I beg you, please save him. Earlier, Yichen had declared that with Dr. Wen's needlework, old Master Feng was undoubtedly doomed. The current situation validated Yichen's words entirely. Miss Feng, your grandfather has passed away. Even a deity could not resurrect him, let alone this charlatan. Dr. Wen could not help but interject, feeling guilty towards old Master Feng and wishing to spare Feng Wenjing from further deception by Yichen. Be silent. Feng Wenjing could not absorb Dr. Wen's words. Her reddened eyes remained fixed on Yichen, filled with desperation. Miss Feng, I reiterate, I can save your grandfather. But you must hand over the fire spirit mushroom. Yichen placed a promissory note in Feng Wenjing's hands. I will give you the fire spirit mushroom. I will give you anything you desire, so long as you can save my grandfather. Feng Wenjing, without uttering a word, retrieved the fire Ganoderma from the Merchant Association and presented it to Yi Chen. This was a crimson-hued fungus, no larger than a palm, adorned with flame-like patterns on its surface, resembling a blazing inferno. Indeed, it was the fire Ganoderma from the Yunlong Merchant Association. Yi Chen accepted it with great satisfaction. Now, can you save my grandfather? Feng Wenjing asked, tears welling in her eyes, her voice trembling. Of course. Yi Chen rose and seized a landscape painting from beside the bed. With a resounding crash, he shattered the artwork. There, your grandfather is free of illness now. Sighing in exasperation at Yi Chen's frivolous antics, Dr. Wen could only shake his head. He had long cautioned Feng Wenjing not to be deceived by Yi Chen, yet here they were. You may have played tricks at the Qin family, but now that old Feng has passed, are you attempting to profit from the dead? Seeing Feng Wenjing remain silent, Dr. Wen protested, return the fire Ganoderma to Miss Feng. Yi Chen chuckled, Dr. Wen, if your medical skills are lacking, that is one thing. But how can you be so blind? Hasn't old Feng already awakened? Awakened? Nonsense. Dr. Wen scoffed. Old Feng has no breath left. Even a deity could not save him. What trickery can you possibly employ? Suddenly, Dr. Wen was jolted by disbelief. How can this be? He beheld old Feng, who had opened his eyes. Dr. Wen, did you save me? Feng Gaoming, upon awakening and seeing Dr. Wen, was filled with admiration. You are indeed the foremost physician of Beihai. After awakening, I feel no pain and seem to have regained years of vitality. Feng Gaoming's complexion had markedly improved, and his spirit was notably revitalized. Grandfather, it was not Dr. Wen who saved you. It was this young brother from the Yunlong Merchant Association. Feng Wenjing finally regained her composure. In that fleeting moment, her emotions had surged like a roller coaster. First hope, then despair, and then hope once more. Oh, a member of the Yunlong Merchant Association? Feng Gaoming scrutinized Yi Chen and then smiled. Thank you, young brother, for your rescue. May I know your name? Yi Chen. Oh, Brother Yi, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to speak. Feng Gaoming expressed sincerely. No need for that. I came to the White Phosphorus Association solely to retrieve the fire Ganoderma from the Yunlong Merchant Association. With that, Yi Chen turned to leave. Please, young friend, you wait. Dr. Wen, who had remained silent until now, called out. Might I inquire how you managed to save old Feng? Now you believe me? Yi Chen replied, his tone enigmatic. I was indeed foolish before. Your medical prowess is beyond my comprehension, Dr. Wen admitted, filled with a sense of shame. He was not naive. Yi Chen's repeated miraculous feats indicated extraordinary talent. After all, luck does not favor one indefinitely. It is not a secret. Old Feng was afflicted by a malevolent spirit. He carried an ominous aura, the source of which was the painting I shattered. Yi Chen spoke calmly. Afflicted by a malevolent spirit, Dr. Wen opened his mouth, eager to voice a torrent of nonsense, yet found his throat constricted as if a fishbone were lodged within, rendering him incapable of uttering even a single sentence. Ultimately, he could only exit in despondence. After Dr. Wen departed, Feng Wenjing placed a black and gold badge before Yi Chen. What is this for? Yi Chen inquired, glancing at her. This is the emblem of our White Phosphorus Chamber of Commerce's president. You saved my grandfather, and thus, I wish to repay your kindness. Should you choose to join the White Phosphorus Chamber, you shall be appointed as the vice president. Feng Wenjing gracefully extended her olive branch. Beyond merely repaying a debt, she held great admiration for Yi Chen's character. After all, not everyone could dismiss the benefits promised by Feng Gaoming. Are you attempting to win me over? Yi Chen's expression grew complex. Indeed, while our White Phosphorus Chamber may not rival the Yunlong Chamber in power, you are merely a subordinate within Yunlong. If you join us, you could swiftly ascend to a prominent figure in Beihai City's elite circles. Do you not aspire to rise above your current station? Feng Wenjing was confident that Yi Chen would not decline her generous offer. Miss Feng, I must apologize, but I have no interest in the position of vice president at the White Phosphorus Chamber. Yi Chen returned the badge to Feng Wenjing. Are you rejecting my offer? Feng Wenjing trembled slightly. Yi Chen, please consider this carefully. People naturally strive for higher ground while water flows downward. Remaining in the Yunlong Chamber means you will always be overshadowed by Wang Mo. Are you truly content to remain subordinate? Farewell. Yi Chen chose not to engage in further debate with Feng Wenjing. What an insufferable person. After Yi Chen left, Feng Wenjing was exceedingly irate. She had lowered herself to invite him, yet he displayed such ingratitude. Wenjing, do not be upset. Everyone has their own aspirations. If Yishao brother is unwilling to develop within the white phosphorus chamber, so be it. Feng Gaoming expressed his regret regarding Yi Chen's decision. He could not comprehend the significance of the title of vice president at the white phosphorus chamber. If he remained, even Wang Mo would treat him with a degree of respect. Yet this fellow willingly chose to remain beneath Wang Mo. Feng Wenjing felt an acute frustration at his lack of ambition. Feng Gaoming chuckled. Each individual has their own circumstances. I believe Yishao will come to regret his choice today. Chapter 29. The twofold interest upon exiting the white phosphorus chamber. Yi Chun returned to Feng Hayaju, clutching the fire spirit mushroom. Master, you have returned, Xiao Yun greeted respectfully. Where is Yunyan? Yi Chun inquired. I prepared a warm bath for Miss Yunyan. Yet she remains unresponsive, Xiao Yun replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone. Do not fret, Yunyan will awaken shortly. Following the records of the longevity codex, Yi Chun crafted a medicinal soup to treat her condition. After she consumed the concoction, he observed the sinister energy within her gradually dissipating. If all goes well, in 3 days, Yunyan will awaken. Your young mistress is no longer in peril, Yi Chun informed Xiao Yun. Thank you, Master, for saving my young mistress. Xiao Yun expressed her gratitude, bowing deeply. At that moment, Yi Chun received a phone call. It was from Wang Mo. 3 days from now, a ceremony will be held at Qinghe Garden in Beihai City to inaugurate the new president. Yi Chun responded with a simple acknowledgement. Just as he hung up the phone, a series of knocks echoed from outside Fenghe residence. Who could it be? Yi Chun opened the door to find a captivating silhouette standing before him. It was Wang Lingming, the close friend of Su Xuanyi. Yi Chun, you truly reside here? Upon seeing him, Wang Lingming's suspicions were confirmed. Yi Chun was indeed an extraordinary individual. It seems Su Xuanyi had misjudged him. Are you here for something? Yi Chun inquired, knitting his brows. Will you not invite me in for a moment? Wang Lingming boldly cast a flirtatious glance at him. Fortunately, she had not heeded Su Xuanyi's words, but instead came to Fenghe residence to investigate personally. Otherwise, she would have missed the opportunity to connect with such an exceptional man. As the conversation unfolded, Yi Chun refrained from inviting Wang Lingming inside, as Yunyan was still within. You men are truly heartless, Wang Lingming pouted sulkily, then queried, how much did you spend to purchase this Fenghe residence? If you don't discuss the matter at hand, I shall close the door, Yi Chun replied, seeking to avoid frivolous chatter. Why must you be so aloof? Wang Lingming playfully nudged him. You're quite mischievous. With that, Yi Chun firmly shut the door, leaving Wang Lingming bewildered outside. Yi Chun, open the door. Do you not wish to know about Su Xuanyi? She called out. I must tell you, she may be in danger. What has happened to Su Xuanyi? Yi Chun reopened the door, his expression turning serious. The financial chain of the Su Group has encountered issues, and Xuanyi has gone to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce to borrow money, Wang Lingming explained. It is challenging to secure funds from the Yunlong Chamber. I fear for Xuanyi. Why does Su Xuanyi need to borrow money? Doesn't the Su family possess wealth? Yi Chun questioned, perplexed. Although he had only recently arrived in Beihai City, he was well aware of the Su family's affluence. Of course the Su family is wealthy, but Xuanyi is too proud to confide in her grandfather, Wang Lingming sighed. I have watched Xuanyi grow up. She is a strong-willed woman who refuses to admit defeat. She wishes to resolve the financial issues of the Su Group on her own. Then why have you come to me? Yi Chun narrowed his eyes. Do you believe I can assist Su Xuanyi? Initially, I did not think so, but upon discovering you reside in Fenghe residence, I am convinced you can help her. Wang Lingming replied without hesitation. But why should I aid her? Yi Chun chuckled lightly. Are you not Xuanyi's fiancé? You are to marry next month. If Xuanyi encounters peril, you will be left without a wife. Wang Lingming stated with gravity. That sounds delightful. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled. Although such a method of breaking off an engagement seemed rather callous, the outcome would be favorable. How can you be so heartless? Wang Lingming exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Hasn't the Su family treated you well? When that troublemaker came after you, Grandpa Su continuously advocated on your behalf. You struck Qin He at the Marriott International Hotel, and rather than reprimanding you, Grandpa Su has arranged for you to work at the Su Group. Now, with Su Xuanyi in trouble, are you truly inclined to turn a blind eye? You are correct. Grandpa Su has indeed treated me with great kindness. The thought of Su Baihe's attentive concern leaves Yi Chun feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Were it not for Su Baihe's exceptional kindness, he would not have been unable to extricate himself from the engagement. Tell me, where is Su Xuanyi? Yi Chun inquired. At the Star Dream Tea House, Wang Lingming replied. Shall I accompany you? No, I shall go alone, Yi Chen responded, dismissing her. As he turned to leave, Wang Lingming suddenly spoke up. Yi Chen, if Su Xuanyi truly does not wish to marry you, how about I marry you instead? Although I may not possess the beauty of Su Xuanyi, I have an admirable figure. With that, she crossed her arms, intentionally accentuating her curves. Do you genuinely wish to marry me? Yi Chen regarded her, formulating a plan. Of course. Just ask any woman in Beihai City who would not desire to be the mistress of Feng Yaju. Wang Lingming replied without hesitation. In that case, you must persuade Grandpa Su to call off the engagement. Only if the Su family annuls the betrothal can I marry you, Yi Chen stated nonchalantly. But what if you do not marry me after that? Wang Lingming expressed her skepticism, recalling the saying about men's words being deceitful. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do, Yi Chen replied with indifference. As he turned to depart, Wang Lingming wrestled with her thoughts, ultimately conceding, Yi Chen, do not forget our agreement. I will help you persuade Grandpa Su to annul the engagement, and you must remember to marry me. I shall certainly remember. Yi Chen replied earnestly. At the Stardream Tea House, Su Xuanyi was engaged in conversation with Chu Tianlong and a young woman. Xiaoya, why hasn't Manager Wang arrived yet? Su Xuanyi inquired of her high school classmate, Li Xiaoya, who had facilitated her connection with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. I just texted Manager Wang. He mentioned he has matters to attend to and may not make it. How about I have Chen Xiaofeng, the second in command of the Yunlong Chamber, come instead? Li Xiaoya suggested. Can Chen Xiaofeng lend me 40 million? Su Xuanyi asked. She was indifferent to who came, as long as she could secure the funds. Of course, that's no problem. Chen Xiaofeng primarily handles lending at the Yunlong Chamber, Li Xiaoya affirmed. Very well, have him come, Su Xuanyi agreed. 20 minutes later, Chen Xiaofeng arrived at the Star Dream Tea House with several companions. Chen Ge, you are here. Li Xiaoya greeted him warmly. Hello, Chen Ge. Su Xuanyi also stood to acknowledge him. Miss Su, it has been a while. The last time I saw you was at the Su family's annual meeting. I hear from Xiaoya that you are seeking a loan from the Yunlong Chamber? Chen Xiaofeng's gaze inadvertently lingered on Su Xuanyi's long, alluring legs. It must be said, Su Xianyi's grace and appearance are unparalleled in Beihai City. It is no wonder that many men regard her as their first love goddess. Indeed, I wish to borrow 40 million. Su Xianyi nodded. 40 million is not an issue. However, the rule of our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce dictates that for every 10 borrowed, 8 must be repaid, leaving a 2% interest. Chen Xiaofeng stated. I understand the rule. I require the full 40 million in hand, Su Xianyi emphasized. Very well. Chen Xiaofeng snapped his fingers, and a man in black handed over a contract. Miss Su, this is the contract. Once you sign, the funds will be transferred. Understood. After Su Xianyi signed, she waited, but the bank notification was inexplicably absent. Where is the money? She inquired, turning to Chen Xiaofeng. Miss Su, please remain calm. I cannot guarantee that you have the capacity to repay our chamber the 40 million. Therefore, collateral is necessary. Chen Xiaofeng spoke with a cryptic tone. What kind of collateral do you require? Su Xianyi asked. As per our usual practice, you need to go to the adjacent room with your identification and take a few photographs. Chen Xiaofeng licked his lips. Remember to remove your clothing for the photos. Chen Xiaofeng, what do you mean? Su Xianyi's expression shifted. How dare you treat me as such? Miss Su, please do not be angry. This is the rule of our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Do you wish to offend us? Chen Xiaofeng said meaningfully. You, threatened by Chen Xiaofeng. Su Xianyi stood up in anger. I will not borrow this money. Chu Tianlong, Li Xiaoya, let us leave. Wait. Chen Xiaofeng blocked. Su Xianyi, Miss Su. If you choose not to borrow the money, should you not return the interest? 20% interest? Su Xianyi was genuinely infuriated by Chen Xiaofeng's shamelessness. She had not even borrowed the money yet was being asked to pay interest? What kind of rule is this? You. Just as Su Xianyi was about to erupt, a figure appeared from outside. Yi Chen. Upon seeing Yi Chen, both Su Xianyi and Chu Tianlong were momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? Su Xianyi frowned, her demeanor icy and aloof. I happened to pass by and, upon hearing your voice, decided to take a look. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. It seems you are in a predicament? It is none of your business, Su Xianyi retorted coldly. This matter does not concern you. Kindly leave. Chu Tianlong glared at Yi Chen. With me here, what trouble could Su Xianyi possibly be in? You cannot assist Su Xianyi. Yi Chen stated firmly. What a joke. What is your status? And what is yours? Do not look down on others with your dog eyes. Chu Tianlong dismissed Yi Chun and turned back to Chen Xiaofeng. Chun, we have not even seen the money, and you are already demanding interest. This seems rather inappropriate. Does it not? The contract is quite clear. If you do not borrow money, you must repay the interest. Do you not know how to read? Chen Xiaofeng threw the contract in Chu Tianlong's face. Xian Yi, why not step into the adjacent room and capture a few photographs? Suddenly, Li Xiaoya, who had been silent, spoke up. She owed Chen Xiaofeng a considerable sum of money. Chen had previously stated that if she introduced women to him, her debts would be forgiven, which was why she had brought Su Xianyi along. I cannot take photographs. Su Xianyi replied in a low voice. Not taking photographs is acceptable, but I require 10 million now. Chen Xiaofeng retorted coldly. I have no money. Su Xianyi glared at him defiantly. Miss Su, what do you mean by this? No photographs and no repayment? Do you think I, Chen Xiaofeng, have no temper? Chen Xiaofeng clapped his hands, and several men in black swiftly surrounded Su Xianyi. Chen Xiaofeng, if you dare to lay a finger on me, the Su family will not let you off. Su Xianyi bit her lip fiercely. What a joke. Does my Yunlong Chamber of Commerce fear your Su family? Chen Xiaofeng scoffed. Xianyi, it's merely a few photographs. It's not a significant matter. A wise woman does not suffer immediate losses. You should just take the photos. Li Xiaoya added with embellishment. I would rather die than take them. Su Xianyi exclaimed, and with that, she kicked Chen Xiaofeng in a sensitive area. You vile woman, seeking your own demise. Chen Xiaofeng slapped Su Xianyi across the face. Miss Su, I am asking you to take photographs out of respect. Do you truly wish to refuse? I have changed my mind. Here is my room key. You will strip and lie on my bed. Or else you can forget about that pretty face of yours. He handed her a room key. Su Xianyi's face turned pale with fear. For her, nothing was more important than her beauty. Chen Xiaofeng, I will give you 10 million. Do not make things difficult for Su Xianyi. Chu Tianlong interjected through gritted teeth. Also, I know Wang Yimou from your Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. In truth, he did not know Wang Yimou. He merely sought to intimidate Chen Xiaofeng. You know Brother Yimou, do you? Fine, call him now. If he comes, I will let you go today. Chen Xiaofeng did not believe that Chu Tianlong knew Wang Yimou. As Chu Tianlong felt awkward, Yi Chun approached Chen Xiaofeng and said, Release Su Xianyi. I'll smash her mother. Chen Xiaofeng hurled a chair at Yi Chun, but with a resounding crash, Yi Chun kicked the chair into splinters, sending Chen Xiaofeng flying. Brother Feng? Several of Chen Xiaofeng's subordinates rushed to his side. Kill this brat. Chen Xiaofeng shouted, pointing at Yi Chun. Go. A dozen men in black charged towards Yi Chun, but amid their cries of despair, Yi Chun easily knocked them to the ground. All right, kid, you can fight, huh? Our President Murong of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is the greatest master in Jiangnan. What does your prowess matter? Offending our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Not even a deity can save you. Chen Xiaofeng promptly called Wang Yimou. Soon, a figure arrived at the Xingming tea house, and it was indeed Wang Yimou. Chen Xiaofeng, what is going on? You claim someone is causing trouble on Yunlong Chamber of Commerce's turf? Wang Yimou inquired coldly, his face stern. Brother Yimou, it is this penniless fool. He struck our chamber's people. Chen Xiaofeng maliciously pointed at Yi Chun. Manager Wang, Yi Chun did not act with ill intent. I implore you to consider the Su family's reputation and refrain from making things difficult for him. Su Xuanyi suddenly interjected. Yi Chun's heart skipped a beat. Why was Su Xuanyi siding with him? The Su family? Is the Su family so formidable? To dare lay hands on someone from our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is tantamount to challenging the heavens themselves. Following Chen Xiaofeng's accusatory gesture towards Yi Chun, Wang Yimou was poised to deliver a harsh retort, but his body trembled instead as Yi Chun's mere glance halted him. Wang Yimou understood immediately. He promptly altered his tone, declaring, the Su family indeed holds significant influence. Chen Xiaofeng, apologize. What? The corners of Chen Xiaofeng's mouth twitched. I'm not the one who should apologize. Wang Yimou struck Chen Xiaofeng twice across the face, commanding, kneel. If Miss Su does not forgive you today, you might as well await your demise. Upon exiting the Xingming tea house, Su Xuanyi expressed her gratitude to Chu Tianlong, saying, Thank you, Chu Xiao. Had it not been for your acquaintance with Wang Yimou, Yi Chun and I could have encountered serious trouble. In her view, Wang Mo's leniency was undoubtedly due to his connection with Chu Tianlong. Taken aback by Su Xuanyi's gratitude, Chu Tianlong quickly composed himself, replying nonchalantly, No need to thank me. I did nothing significant. However, Yi Chun, Daring to strike someone from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce shows remarkable audacity. Pausing for a moment, he added, Yi Chun, did you not assert that I could not assist Su Xuanyi? Yi Chun remained silent, his mind in disarray, unable to comprehend why Su Xuanyi would advocate on his behalf. Yi Chun, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not perceive the world through the narrow lens of a mere commoner. My stature, Chu Tianlong, is far beyond what a reckless individual like you could fathom. Noticing Yi Chun's silence, Chu Tianlong earnestly continued, in Beihai City, there are always those greater than you. Even if you have engaged in a brawl, what does it matter? In this world, connections and background are the true currency. You, Yi Chun, possess nothing. So it is advisable to maintain a low profile in my presence. Yi Chun, disinterested in a dispute, simply stated to Su Xuanyi, I am heading back, and turned to leave. Useless is as useless does, Chu Tianlong scoffed, observing Yi Chun's swift departure, surely out of concern for potential repercussions from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. As his words faded, a BMW pulled up before Su Xuanyi. Xuanyi, are you all right? Wang Lingming anxiously stepped out of the vehicle. I am fine. I owe my safety today to Chu Xiao. Su Xuanyi recounted the events. Ming, you were right. Borrowing money from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is indeed fraught with difficulty. Where is Yi Chun? Wang Lingming inquired, skeptical that Wang Mo would truly extend any courtesy towards Chu Tianlong. However, she had not anticipated that Yi Chun might possess connections within the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. What do you need with Yi Chun? Su Xuanyi countered. Wang Lingming faltered, awkwardly chuckling. My mother has been pressing me to marry, and I was wondering, if you are unwilling to wed Yi Chun, what would you think of me marrying him instead? Ming, please do not jest. I am well aware of your taste. In the city of Beihai, where the affluent second generation dwell, you look down upon them all yet consider marrying Yi Chun. Su Xuanyi rolled her eyes. Wang Lingming merely smiled in silence. Chapter 31. Qinghe Garden. A long night in the Su family of Beihai. Oh, are you saying that Young Yi has caused a ruckus at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Upon hearing Su Xuanyi mention the incident at the Xingming Tea House, the members of the Su family furrowed their brows. Father, this Yi Chun is utterly outrageous. He has only been in Beihai for a few days, yet look at the trouble he has stirred. Su Qishan frowned, first with Ping Tu Gu, then with Qin He. And now he dares to cause a scene at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. This is simply lawless. Indeed, Yi Chun hails from the prestigious Yi family in the capital and has practiced martial arts, which should be commendable. But who could have predicted that this young man would be such a troublemaker? Does he think he is a master of martial arts? Does he believe that sheer force can intimidate all? He is still too young. Even a prodigy like Kong Jiuxiao has faced setbacks, let alone Yi Chun. A middle-aged woman nearby complained. Second aunt, the commotion at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was actually due to me. Su Xuanyi could not help but interject. What do you mean by that? Wasn't his earlier altercation with Ping Tu because of you as well? The middle-aged woman pressed on relentlessly. Silence, Su Baiho admonished, then took out a bank card and placed it before Su Xuanyi. Xuanyi, don't you know to ask the household for money when you're out of it? Why go borrowing from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Su Xuanyi lowered her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Father, please do not scold Xuanyi just yet. Su Qishan suddenly spoke. Xuanyi, did you mention that Chu Tianlong has connections with Wang Mo of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Yes. Su Xuanyi nodded. Could you possibly ask Chu Tianlong to procure an invitation for our Su family to Qinghe Garden? Su Qishan's gaze was filled with hope. An invitation? Su Xuanyi was perplexed. I have insider information. In 3 days, the new president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce will be inaugurated at Qinghe Garden. The Qin family and the Yin family are both striving to obtain invitations, and our Su family cannot afford to lag behind. Su Qishan elucidated. I see, Su Xuanyi nodded. However, obtaining an invitation to Qinghe Garden will not be easy. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is a top-tier force in Jiangnan province, its status rivaling that of the 4 great families. This time, they even invited the 3 prominent families of Beihai for the inauguration ceremony. Su Qishan sighed in resignation. If our Su family could attend Qinghe Garden, it would signify our ascendance to a position among Jiangnan's elite forces. Understood, uncle. I will inquire with Chu Tianlong tomorrow to see if he can assist the Su family. Su Xuanyi affirmed solemnly. If Chu Tianlong can indeed make it happen, what harm would there be in marrying you off to him? Su Qishan added. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Baihe shot him a glare. Su Qishan chuckled apologetically and fell silent. The following day, Wang Mo arrived with Chun Xiaofeng to apologize to Yi Chun. Chairman Yi, I was wrong, truly wrong. I had no idea that Su Xuanyi was your woman. Had I known, even with 1,000 times the courage, I would not have dared to entertain thoughts of her. Chun Xiaofeng knelt on the ground, his face a mask of terror. He had never anticipated that the newly appointed president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce was none other than Su Xuanyi's fiancée. Who are you? Yi Chun inquired, observing the battered and bruised Chun Xiaofeng. President Yi, this is Chun Xiaofeng, Wang Mo quietly clarified beside him. Gazing at Chun Xiaofeng, Yi Chun shook his head. In truth, I am not well acquainted with Su Xuanyi. His attempt to rescue her was solely out of respect for Su Baiha. Chun Xiaofeng presumed Yi Chun was merely speaking in anger. He slapped his own face twice, declaring, President Yi, I dare not. I truly do not dare. Soon, he rendered himself unconscious. Noticing this, Yi Chun turned to Wang Mo. What do you have in your hand? President Yi, this is the invitation list for Qinghe Garden. Please have a look. Wang Mo respectfully presented the roster. Why isn't there any influence from Beihai City? Yi Chun inquired curiously. President Yi, you jest. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce is a top-tier force in Jiangnan. The combined might of the 3 prominent families in Beihai City does not suffice to merit an invitation to your inauguration ceremony. As Wang Mo spoke, he realized he had misspoken, for President Ye's fiancé hailed from the Su family of Beihai. Add the Su and Qin families, Yi Chun instructed. He was unconcerned that the Su family might recognize him. He could arrange for an intervenue to prevent them from entering. Understood, Wang Mo replied respectfully. Meanwhile, Su Xuanyi sought out Chu Tianlong of the Chu group. Oh, you want me to secure an invitation to Qinghe Garden for the Su family? Chu Tianlong responded, his expression troubled. Do you not know Wang Mo? Su Xuanyi looked at him. Very well, I shall inquire, though the outcome remains uncertain. Chu Tianlong replied dismissively. That evening, the Su and Qin families in Beihai received invitations to Qinghe Garden. Grandpa Su, Uncle Su, you called for me? Chu Tianlong queried, puzzled, as he gazed at Su Qishan and the others. Tianlong, thank you for your assistance with Qinghe Garden. Su Qishan's satisfaction with Chu Tianlong grew with each passing moment. Qinghe Garden? Chu Tianlong was taken aback. Tianlong, half an hour ago, our Su family received the invitation to Qinghe Garden, all thanks to you. You are a fine young man. It is a pity that your grandpa Su is so stubborn. Otherwise, I would have certainly arranged for Xuanyi to marry you. Su Qishan lamented. Su Xuanyi remained silent at the dining table. Oh, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce has invited your Su family? Chu Tianlong felt a sense of unease, for he did not know Wang Mo at all. Of course, all credit goes to you. How about this? The day after tomorrow, you join us at Qinghe Garden. Su Qishan decided unilaterally. Then it would be disrespectful not to comply. Chu Tianlong chose not to clarify, allowing the misunderstanding to persist. At the Beihai Qin family residence, Grandpa, I have secured the invitation to Qinghe Garden. Qin, he exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He had merely asked someone to give Wang Mo a heads up, but to his surprise, it had yielded such delightful results. Grandfather, I am no less capable than Qin Yuma. He secured a partnership with Beihai Xinqing, and I too can obtain an invitation to King Yuan. Qin, he began to boast. Is this invitation genuine? Qin Chang'an expressed skepticism towards Qin He. Grandfather, the invitation is absolutely authentic. If you doubt it, you may send someone to inquire at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Qin He nodded earnestly. Humph, I doubt you would dare to deceive me. Qin Chang'an took the invitation, and after a long pause, he inquired, Qin He, you have contributed to the family. Now, speak. What is it that you desire? 2 days later, outside King Yuan, luxury cars gathered in abundance. The Su family members arrived early. Where are Xian Yi and Yi Chun? Su Baiha asked with a frown upon seeing Su Xian Yi approach with Wang Lingming and Chu Tianlong. I did not call for him, Su Xian Yi replied bluntly. What did you say? The elder Su's expression darkened. Father, let it be. Yi Chun is not one of our Su family. What if he causes trouble at King Yuan? Su Qishan shook his head, noting the prominence of those in attendance. The elder Su grunted in response, but suddenly, a member of the Su family spotted Wang Peng surrounded by several influential figures from Jiang and entering King Yuan with a young man. Grandfather, second uncle, look quickly. That person seems to be Yi Chun, exclaimed the Su family member in shock. Yi Chun. The crowd looked up, but they could only see a vague silhouette. Su Ming, you must be mistaken. How could so many of Jiangnan's dignitaries surround someone as insignificant as Yi Chun? Su Qishan shook his head. Indeed. How could a mere nobody command the respect of prominent figures like Wang Peng? It is utterly absurd, in my opinion. It must be members of the four great families of Jiangnan arriving, Chu Tianlong chimed in. Upon hearing this, Su Ming also began to doubt her own perception. Yet, only Wang Lingmeng felt a disquiet in her heart, for she recognized the figure as none other than Yi Chun. Chapter 32. The hidden dragon amongst the fish Kingyuan was divided into an outer and inner venue. The outer venue was populated by the families of Jiangnan, while the inner venue hosted prominent members of various business associations. Within the inner venue, Feng Wenjing stood alongside her grandfather, Feng Gaoming, with several core members of the White Phosphor Chamber of Commerce behind them. Yi Chun, you have come as well? Upon seeing Yi Chun and Wang Peng approach, Feng Wenjing promptly stepped forward to greet him. Ah, it is Miss Feng. Yi Chun greeted her as she approached. Yi Chun, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Feng Wenjing motioned to the side. Yi Chun followed her, asking, Miss Feng, what is it that you wish to speak about? Yi Chun, I forgot to mention earlier that our White Phosphor Chamber of Commerce has been acquired by a chamber from the capital. Soon, my grandfather and I will be heading to the capital. As I said before, if you are willing to work with me, I will take you along to the capital. Feng Wenjing looked earnestly at Yi Chun. The force that has acquired our White Phosphor Chamber is formidable, rivaling that of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, they have promised me 2 management positions. If you agree now, I will reserve 1 position for you. With a helpless smile, Yi Chun said, Miss Feng, I appreciate your kindness, but I shall not be going to the capital for the time being. Yi Chun, have you truly considered this? The capital is the foremost city of the 9 provinces, far more prosperous than Jiangnan. Are you content to remain in Beihai City as an insignificant figure? Feng Wenjing expressed her frustration, unable to comprehend why anyone would decline the opportunity to thrive in the capital, opting instead to remain in a small county like Beihai City. Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Feng, Yi Chun replied before turning to leave. Feng Wenjing was quite vexed. What is the matter, Wenjing? Has young friend Yi turned you down again? Feng Gaoming approached with a grin upon seeing his granddaughter left dejected. Indeed, I cannot fathom what is so special about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Yi Chun would rather serve under Wang Mo than join us in the capital, Feng Wenjing lamented. Everyone has their own aspirations. Some things cannot be forced, Feng Gaoming chuckled. When young friend Yi realizes his folly, he will come seeking us. Time passed, and more individuals from Jiangnan's merchant associations gathered within Qinghe Garden. Everyone, please be silent, Wang Mo announced nonchalantly. Today marks the inauguration of our new president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Next, let us welcome President Yi to say a few words. At this declaration, all present held their breath, aware that the dynamics of Jiangnan's major merchant associations might soon shift. Previously, Mu Rongyu held the most influence. Henceforth, it would be President Yi. President Yi, please. Wang Mo eagerly gestured toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun stepped forward, smiling slightly. I am but a transient in Jiangnan. What has transpired in the past shall continue henceforth. Well said. Both Wang Mo and Wang Peng applauded in approval. A mere sentence from President Yi encapsulated a grand vision. Impressive indeed. Grandfather, is he? Him? As Feng Wenjing observed numerous prominent figures from Jiangnan flattering and courting Yi Chun, she felt utterly bewildered. She had always assumed Yi Chun was merely a subordinate in the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, only to discover he was the newly appointed president. No wonder he declined the position of vice president at the Beiying Chamber of Commerce and refused to accompany me to the capital. The wealth I deemed significant held little value to him. Feng Wenjing lowered her head in shame. Beside her, Feng Gaoming watched Yi Chun, his lips twitching. Not long ago, he had insisted that Yi Chun would regret not staying with the Beiying Chamber of Commerce. Yet, it appeared he had been sorely mistaken. We misjudged him. Mistaking a potential dragon for a mere fish, Feng Gaoming chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, in the banquet outside Qinghe Garden, Chu Tianlong, slightly intoxicated, began to toast old Master Su. Grandfather Su, I am not satisfied. What are you dissatisfied with? Su Baihe inquired, looking at him. I am not satisfied that you allowed Su Xuanyi to marry Yi Chun. A mere nobody. Chu Tianlong articulated slowly, people strive for higher grounds, while water flows to lower places. Su Xuanyi, a true phoenix of Jiangnan province, deserved a brighter future rather than degrading her status by marrying a scion of a wealthy family who had fallen from grace. As the saying goes, a dragon does not dwell with snakes. Su Xuanyi, noble as a phoenix, could hardly be compared to Yi Chun, who was merely a small loach. Chu Tianlong. You have pursued Su Xuanyi for 3 years, haven't you? Su Bai has suddenly interjected. 3 years and 4 months, Chu Tianlong replied. In all that time, you have failed to win her hand. Even without Yi Chun, do you truly believe Su Xuanyi would choose to be with you? Su Baihe remarked with a knowing expression. Chu Tianlong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. Su, I must say I agree with what you said. Xuanyi and Yi Chun inhabit entirely different worlds. Wang Lingming, recalling her promise with Yi Chun, quickly added, Xuanyi deserves far better. Mingming, considering you and Xuanyi grew up together, let me speak candidly. You girls should not set your sights too high. Do you all aspire to marry martial arts masters? How many such masters are there in Jiangnan? Su Baihe sighed helplessly. Isn't Yunyan already dating a master? Su Xuanyi retorted indignantly. What a joke. Can you even compare yourself to Yunyan? She is the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Su Baihe countered. True, I may not match Yunyan, but what about Qin Yuma? Surely I can compare with her, right? The man she admires wields immense influence in Jiangnan and can easily resolve matters in Beihai. Su Xuanyi said, her envy palpable. Qin Yuma has been gentle and graceful since childhood, excelling in all arts. What do you have to compare with her? Su Baihe scoffed. Grandfather, Su Xuanyi exclaimed, rendered speechless by frustration. Mr. Su, you cannot think this way. Xuanyi has her own merits. She is the president of a publicly listed company, beautiful and wealthy. If she were to marry a mere nobody like Yi Chun, she would undoubtedly be ridiculed, Wang Lingming stated earnestly. And I believe Xuanyi's mother would never allow her to marry Yi Chun. At this proclamation, a heavy silence fell upon the Su family banquet. For Su Xuanyi's mother held considerable stature. Mingming, you may be overstepping regarding Xuanyi's mother. After all, she abandoned her and left. It is likely she will not concern herself with Xuanyi's affairs any longer. Su Baihe shook his head. Who says she won't? My mother mentioned she would come to Beihai City to see me. Su Xuanyi protested defiantly. Humph, we shall see when your mother arrives. Su Baihe expressed his skepticism. For over the years, Su Xuanyi had made such claims numerous times, yet the outcomes remained unchanged. As night fell, guests gradually began to depart from Qinghe Garden. Chairman Yi, the president of the Dongshan Chamber of Commerce, is seeking you, Wang Mo announced, leading a middle-aged man before Yi Chun. Greetings, Chairman Yi. The man, bearing the surname Ma, bowed respectfully. What brings you here? Yi Chun inquired. I require a loan from you, Chairman Yi. The man surnamed Ma expressed his embarrassment, revealing that an issue had arisen within the Dongshan Chamber of Commerce, as someone had absconded with a considerable sum of money. I require 300 million, he stated. Before he could finish, Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, saying, I have no money. Excuse me, Chairman Yi. The man surnamed Ma dared not say more and left with a heavy heart. At that moment, Yi Chun received a call from Xiao Yun, who informed him, Master, Miss Yunyan has awakened. Chapter 33. The Great Gossip. Upon arriving at Fenghe Yaju, Yi Chun found Yunyan already conscious. She had changed into a flowing pink silk gown, her slender figure as delicate and smooth as a painted ink wash. Young Master Yi, Yunyan said, bowing slightly. I heard from Xiao Yun that you saved me. Such a great favor is beyond my means to repay, and thus I can only offer myself in gratitude. I hope you will accept. Taken aback by Yunyan's earnestness, Yi Chun found himself momentarily speechless. Did I startle you, young Master Yi? Yunyan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Had I known you would offer yourself, I might not have saved you, Yi Chun replied with a serious demeanor. But there are no remedies for regret in this world. Indeed, Yunyan responded earnestly. Miss Yunyan, what is the nature of your Xianin body? Yi Chun sought to divert the conversation. Are you referring to the dark energy that erupts within me every 3 years? Yunyan's gaze drifted into reminiscence. Precisely, Yi Chun affirmed, nodding. To his knowledge, the Xianin body was not an innate condition. That is a rather unpleasant memory. Do you truly wish to hear it, young Master Yi? Yunyan's eyes shimmered with a hint of nostalgia. Perhaps not. I would rather not have you relive your pain. Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. Are you concerned for me, young Master Yi? Yunyan inquired, studying him intently. No, I am merely acting out of simple kindness, he clarified, shaking his head again. After a moment of silence, Yunyan's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Young Master Yi, would you accompany me for a stroll outside? I feel somewhat confined. Very well. Exiting the villa, the two walked slowly along a tree-lined path, the moonlight elongating their shadows. By the way, young Master Yi, it seems you had a question for me earlier at Ziyan Mountain Villa? Yunyan paused, glancing back at him. Miss Yunyan, what exactly did you do to me after I fell unconscious that night? Yi Chen's expression turned serious. I merely fed you Zhuyang grass, Yunyan replied, surprising him. I noticed you were holding on to it while unconscious and believed it could alleviate your suffering. Was that all? Yi Chen's gaze grew complex. He had consumed Zhuyang grass atop Kunlun Mountain, yet there had been no signs of healing from his internal injuries. Indeed, that was all there was to it. Yunyan affirmed with a serious nod. And how did you administer it? Yi Chen hesitated before asking again, suspecting that perhaps he had erred in his own method of consuming the grass. Do you truly wish to know, young Master Yi? Yunyan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Without waiting for Yi Chen to finish his words, he felt a soft touch on his lips, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Yunyan stood on her toes and pressed her lips against his. Young Master Yi, when you were unconscious, I had no choice but to feed you the 9 yang grass with my lips. A hint of shyness graced Yunyan's face. Yet she maintained her gaze upon Yi Chen. Regardless of whether young Master Yi believed her, that had been her first kiss. Yi Chen was utterly taken aback by Yunyan's boldness. This was his first kiss. How could Yunyan behave in such a manner? Young Master Yi, are you feeling shy? Noticing Yi Chen's evasive eyes, Yunyan smiled gently. How could a master of the 9 provinces like you feel embarrassed? Yi Chen chose not to explain. Instead, he silently activated the Nanhua Sutra, assessing his condition. The result, the absolute meridian within him showed no signs of further healing. It remained unchanged. No effect? Yi Chen's expression darkened. He had thought he could find a remedy for his absolute meridian through Yunyan, but it seemed not to be the case. Miss Yan, could you kiss me again? After a moment of distraction, Yi Chen, undeterred, suggested. He firmly believed that the 9 yang grass could not heal his condition, so the issue must lie with Yunyan. Young Master Yi, I am not a woman of loose morals. Yunyan declined his request, stating that she would only willingly offer herself to him if he was willing to marry her. The following day, Yi Chen arrived at the Su group. What are you all discussing? He inquired upon seeing the chubby staff members in hushed conversation. Brother Yi, it's the gossip of Jiangnan. Someone captured photos of Yun Yin secretly meeting her boyfriend. The chubby one spoke in a dejected tone. Alas, even Yun Yin has a boyfriend. While I remain single, what secret meeting photos? I was unaware that Yun Yin had a boyfriend. Yi Chen responded, perplexed. Here, Brother Yi, take a look. The chubby one presented several photos to Yi Chen, depicting the scene of him kissing Yun Yin beneath the moonlight the previous night. What the? Yi Chen's lips twitched at the sight of the photos. He had been secretly photographed by paparazzi without his knowledge? Unfortunately, the lighting was too dim to clearly see her boyfriend in the pictures. I wonder what kind of man from Jiangnan has captured the goddess's heart. The chubby one muttered. I heard Yun Yan's boyfriend is a martial arts master. A girl from the business department chimed in. A master? That can't be right. I heard Yun Yan's boyfriend is the wealthiest man in the capital. Wealthiest? No, Yun Yan's boyfriend is a scion of a hidden family in the 9 provinces. Various versions of the story echoed in Yi Chen's ears, leaving him in a state of confusion. Hey, look, the back of Yun Yan's boyfriend resembles Brother Yi a bit. The chubby one suddenly exclaimed. It does seem somewhat similar. Others chimed in, their eyes widening. Similar? What do you mean? Aren't you all supposed to be working? At that moment, a cold voice resonated at the entrance of the business department. Dressed in a crisp uniform, Su Xuanyi approached with an air of icy superiority, her heels clicking assertively against the floor. President Su, the staff, including the stout fellow, hastily lowered their heads in deference to her presence. Yi Chen, how are negotiations for the Qianshui Mountain Villa contract progressing? Su Xuanyi inquired haughtily. The words spoken by Chu Tianlong and Wang Lingming at the banquet the previous evening echoed persistently in her mind, amplifying her disdain for Yi Chen. If it weren't for this mediocre man brandishing a marriage certificate in Beihai City, how could she possibly be inferior to Qin Yumao? Not yet, Yi Chen replied, maintaining his composure. Yi Chen, do not forget our agreement. If you fail to secure the Qianshui Mountain Villa contract, you are to leave Beihai City. Su Xuanyi shot him a glare, her tone sharp and frigid. Miss Su, I believe we have no such agreement, Yi Chen interjected unexpectedly. Chapter 34, a well-meaning reminder. Yi Chen, I am not proposing an agreement. I am issuing a warning, do you comprehend? Su Xuanyi gazed down at him imperiously. Let me make it clear, my mother will soon arrive in Beihai City to visit me. Even if my grandfather intercedes on your behalf, you will be compelled to vacate the Su family. Is that true? Yi Chen's heart stirred with curiosity. Could there be such a fortunate turn of events? He had been contemplating how to extricate himself from the engagement with Su Xuanyi, and the thought had consumed him. Do you not believe me? Seeing Yi Chen's unyielding demeanor, Su Xuanyi's fury ignited. Yi Chen, do you think you have me at your mercy? Let me enlighten you. That is a delusion. I, Su Xuanyi, am a phoenix of Jiangnan province, while you are merely an ordinary man. I shall only wed a master of martial arts. As for you, a mere toad shall never dream of marrying me. No sooner had Su Xuanyi spoken than a secretary from the Su group approached her. President Su, young Master Chu is requesting your presence for a discussion regarding a potential collaboration. Yi Chen, look at Chu Tianlong. You are both in your 20s. Yet the disparity is staggering. With a single word, young Master Chu can secure an invitation to Qinghe Garden for the Su family. What about you? Aside from causing trouble, you are utterly useless, Su Xuanyi derided before turning on her heel and departing the business department. As she left, regret washed over Su Xuanyi. She lamented having spoken in Yi Chen's favor within the Su family. It was foolish of her to have softened her heart for a man who had fought against Qin Xiaofeng. Such a man, despite fleeting moments of glory, ultimately possessed nothing. In the world outside, success hinges on connections and background. Yi Chen had neither, and he was destined for mediocrity. In the Su group's conference room, upon seeing Su Xuanyi approach, Chu Tianlong rose with a smile. Xuanyi, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is the president of the Dongxiang Chamber of Commerce. Greetings, President. Su Xuanyi acknowledged the chamber president, fully aware that the Dongxiang Chamber of Commerce was the most formidable entity in Jiangnan, second only to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Young Master Chu, why have you brought the chamber president here? Su Xuanyi inquired, casting her gaze toward Chu Tianlong. Xianyi, it is as follows. The East Lane Chamber of Commerce, led by President Ma, has recently initiated a project requiring an investment of 10 million, promising a return of 15 million after 1 year. I thought to myself, why should the benefits flow to outsiders? Coincidentally, I heard that your grandfather has recently bestowed upon you a considerable sum of money. Chu Tianlong said with an innocuous smile. Have you invested? Su Xianyi inquired, gazing at him. Of course I have. My father is a close friend of President Ma. Our Chu family has invested 100 million. Chu Tianlong presented his contract to Su Xianyi. President Ma, is the return rate on your project genuinely this high? Su Xianyi's expression turned complex as she looked at President Ma. Absolutely true, President Ma nodded without hesitation. Miss Su, considering you are a friend of young Master Chu, I am willing to extend this opportunity to you. How much more is needed for the project? Su Xianyi pressed further. We have already raised 100 million, but we still require 200 million. Ms. Su, you may involve members of your family or employees of the Su Corporation, President Ma replied leisurely. All right. I will inquire with the company personnel this afternoon, Su Xianyi agreed. During lunch at the company building, a striking figure approached Yi Chen, visibly fuming. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Wang Lingming's resentful and aggrieved expression, Yi Chen could not help but ask, who has upset you? Why are you so angry? You scoundrel. Wang Lingming threw several photographs onto Yi Chen's desk. Previously, you promised that if I helped persuade old man Su to call off the engagement, you would marry me. And yet, you have the audacity to get involved with Yunyan? That person in the photographs is not me, Yi Chen vehemently denied. You are lying. Wang Lingming stamped her foot in frustration. I am not like Su Xianyi. You may deceive her, but you cannot deceive me. This person is you. You are indeed involved with Yunyan. It is truly not me. Yi Chen turned to leave. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. Is it really not you? As Yi Chen began to walk away, Wang Lingming grew anxious. Yi Chen, please do not be angry. I am merely afraid that old man Su will call off the engagement, and then you will not marry me. First, let old man Su call off the engagement. Yi Chen replied dismissively. Rest assured, once Xianyi's mother returns to Beihai City, old man Su will certainly call off the engagement, Wang Lingming declared confidently. Who is Su Xianyi's mother? Yi Chen inquired, intrigued. Since coming to the Su family, he had yet to meet Su Xianyi's parents. Su Xianyi's mother hails from the Wang family in the capital, Wang Lingming whispered. The Wang family? Yi Chen's expression turned serious, recognizing it as the foremost family in the capital. Indeed, but why is Su Xianyi still in Beihai City? Has she not gone to the Wang family? Yi Chen pondered aloud. Sigh, this is a long story. Su Xianyi's mother abandoned her, Wang Lingming sighed. Xianyi is also a pitiable soul. Her father disappeared when she was young, and her mother left her, leaving her perpetually lacking in security, hence her desire to marry a martial arts master. By the way, do not mention that I told you this, or she will surely be upset. Understood. Yichen nodded. At 3 in the afternoon, the Su group convened a meeting for all employees, and Yi Chun was compelled to attend. Everyone, here's the situation. The Donggang Chamber of Commerce has recently launched a project that requires an investment of 10,000, promising a return of 15,000 after a year. If anyone is interested in investing, please sign up at the finance department after work. Su Xuanyi outlined the main points of the meeting. 50% return? Incredible. A mere 10,000 in the bank yields hardly anything, remarked Xiao Peng, who was visibly eager. Brother Yi, do you think I should sell my house and invest? I advise against it. Yichen replied abruptly. Brother Yi, that's rather unkind of you. I've been polite to you at the company. And now you want to cut off my financial prospects? Xiao Peng said, feeling dejected. The Donggang Chamber of Commerce is on the brink of collapse. It's clearly a scheme to siphon money and abscond. While you are fixated on their interest, they are eyeing your principal, Yichen remarked with a knowing smile. That can't be true. The Donggang Chamber is wealthy and holds a prominent position in Jiangnan province. Xiao Peng hesitated. Then go ahead and sell your house. If you end up destitute, don't say I didn't warn you, Yichen said, patting Xiao Peng on the shoulder with a hint of intrigue. Remember, no pies fall from the sky. Upon hearing this, Xiao Peng immediately decided against investing. At 6 in the afternoon, Su Xuanyi and Chu Tianlong arrived at the finance department to tally the number of investors. Why are there only 30 people willing to invest? Chu Tianlong frowned. With over 1,000 employees at the Su Group, such a lucrative opportunity should attract more interest. Is your count accurate? Su Xuanyi scrutinized the finance department manager. Ms. Su, your fiancé mentioned that the Donggang Chamber is about to go bankrupt, which has deterred many from investing. The finance manager replied timidly, as she herself had refrained from investing. Bankrupt? That's utter nonsense. I know the president of the Donggang Chamber. He wouldn't deceive me. Chu Tianlong's eyes turned icy. Xuanyi, what does Yichen mean by this? Go fetch him. Su Xuanyi trembled with anger. Chapter 35. The invitation from Qin Yuma. Ms. Su, I heard you were looking for me? As Yichen entered the finance department, he was met by the unusually cold expression of Su Xuanyi. Yichen, who the hell told you that the Donggang Chamber is collapsing? Chu Tianlong glared at him in exasperation. Are you spreading rumors? What's wrong? Don't you believe me? Yichen responded with a smirk. I trust my mother. The Donggang Chamber is ranked among the top 3 in Jiangnan province. If they were to go bankrupt, I would jump off the Xiang River right now. Chu Tianlong retorted ominously. Yichen, why are you so petty? Just because I had a few words with you this morning, you feel the need to oppose me? Su Xuanyi was equally furious. Ms. Su, I'm not opposing you. I have insider information. There are issues within the Donggang Chamber, and the president is indeed raising funds to abscond with the money. Yichen offered a warning to Su Xuanyi out of goodwill. Enough. Just be quiet. Su Xuanyi dismissed Yichen's words, refusing to listen. You have insider information? Who do you think you are? A humble individual from Beihai. How can your information be so precise? Even the Su family has received no whispers, let alone you. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. Yichen turned to leave. Yichen, stop right there. Chu Tianlong obstructed his path. What is it? Chu Tianlong, are you looking for trouble? Yichen cast a sidelong glance at him. You, with the surname Yi, do not be so arrogant. Did you not claim that the Donggang Chamber of Commerce is destined to collapse? Are you bold enough to wager with me? Chu Tianlong enunciated each word deliberately. What do you wish to bet on? Yichen inquired with narrowed eyes. I wager your leg. Chu Tianlong's words were startling. Previously, he had dispatched someone to remove one of Yichen's legs, and now he intended to do it himself. Oh, are you certain you want to make this wager? Yichen replied, his tone enigmatic. Enough with the nonsense. Do you dare or not? Chu Tianlong declared with arrogance. Very well, I accept your wager. However, we must document it. Fearing Yichen might retract his words, Chu Tianlong hastily fetched pen and paper, requesting Su Xian Yi to act as a witness. Yichen, a man who is mediocre is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is a fool who is also mediocre. This wager serves as a lesson for you. Once your leg is rendered useless, I shall seek to have my grandfather annul our engagement. Su Xian Yi spoke coldly. You are so certain of Chu Tianlong's victory? Yichen regarded her with depth. In comparison to a man like you who only stirs trouble, I would rather place my faith in the Donggang Chamber of Commerce. Su Xian Yi asserted her stance. Suit yourself, Yichen replied dismissively. After exiting the Su group, Yichen received a call from Qin Yumuo. Yichen, where are you? I need to discuss something with you. Soon, they met. I've been preoccupied with matters in Beihai's new district and haven't had time to see you. You aren't upset, are you? Qin Yumuo looked at him apologetically. Miss Qin, you are overreacting. How could I possibly hold anything against you? Yi Chen shook his head. Observing Qin Yumuo in her elegant black dress, exuding an air of poise and maturity, accentuated by her long legs clad in black stockings. That is a relief. Qin Yumuo sighed. Miss Qin, you mentioned you needed to speak with me. What is it about? Yi Chen inquired directly. Tomorrow, I am attending a gala in Shangrao City. Would you accompany me? Qin Yumuo gazed at him with a mixture of apprehension and hope. Shangrao City is merely 30 minutes away by car from Beihai. Yi Chen contemplated declining, but then recalled Yunyan's previous ordeal. What if Qin Yumuo were to encounter danger at the gala? After all, she was the first woman to place her trust in him since his return. Very well, I shall accompany you. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Is that true? That is wonderful. Qin Yumuo joyfully leaped into Yi Chen's embrace. Miss Qin Yu? As he savored the warmth enveloping him, Yi Chen felt an unsettling flutter within, for he had not anticipated that Qin Yumuo possessed such exquisite figure. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had been swept into the clouds. Yi Chen, I apologize, I was overly exuberant just now. Realizing her lapse in composure, Qin Yumuo hastily released him. The following day, Yi Chen took a leave of absence from the Su group, and together with Qin Yumuo, they arrived at Baiwa Mountain Villa in Shangrao City. Yumuo, the stunning beauty. You finally made it. At the entrance of the villa, several young, attractive men and women had been waiting eagerly. Yumuo, who is this fellow? After the customary greetings, their gazes converged upon Yi Chen. He is my friend, Yi Chen. Qin Yumuo introduced him graciously. Yi Chen, these are my high school classmates. This is Lu Bin. And that is Zhang Xiaoqiang. Yumuo, you never brought friends to the banquets before. Could it be that you have feelings for Yi Chen? Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired playfully. Her attire of a black shirt and blue jeans giving her a rebellious air. What do you think? Does Yumuo fancy someone? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from outside the villa. A young man clad in an elegant Hermes suit approached. Long time no see, Brother Long, Zhang Xiaoqiang greeted. Her demeanor noticeably more reserved. Yumuo, it's been a while. Qin Yumuo greeted Zhao Long with a mix of complexity, as he had pursued her throughout high school. But at that time, she had little interest in romance. Yumuo, it's your first time bringing a friend to a banquet, Zhao Long remarked, his gaze scrutinizing Yi Chen as if from a position of authority. I am Zhao Long, the eldest son of the Zhao family in Shangrao City, and the chairman of the Zhao group. Yi Chen introduced himself succinctly. Brother Yi, it seems you hold significant importance in Yumuo's life. I wonder where you are currently employed? Zhao Long pressed, his tone combative. The surrounding handsome men and beautiful women fell silent, aware of Zhao's family's prominent status in Shangrao City. Even if the Zhao family did not rank highly in Jiangnan province, Zhao Long was regarded as a local sovereign. I work in the business department of the Su group, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. The Su group? Business department? Zhao Long's gaze shifted towards Yi Chen, now tinged with condescension. After all, within the vast Su group, only Su Xuanyi commanded his respect. The others were merely insignificant figures. I know your company's president, Su. She is quite lovely. Zhao Long remarked with an air of superiority. How about this, Yi Chen, since you are a friend of Yumuo, and I share a close relationship with her. If you call me Brother Long, I shall arrange for President Su to transfer you to a management position. Although he offered assistance, he did not deign to look at Yi Chen directly, clearly aiming to impress Qin Yumuo while simultaneously belittling Yi Chen. Yi Chen, shouldn't you express your gratitude to Brother Long? Our esteemed Long Gu possesses connections that reach the heavens. With a mere utterance from him, you can be assured that President Su will grant you the courtesy you seek. Zhang Xiaoqiang and others readily concurred. Yet Yi Chen smiled and replied, Zhao Long, it is not that I look down upon you. Even if you were to kneel before Su Xianyi, she would never assign me to a management position. Chapter 36. Jiang Shiyang Yi Chen, what do you mean by that? The group, including Lu Bin, glared at Yi Chen in dissatisfaction. Qin Yumuo, too, seemed somewhat distracted, astonished that Yi Chen would willingly join the Su group in pursuit of Su Xianyi. It appears that Brother Yi no longer trusts me. Though Yi Chen underestimated him, Zhao Long remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly as he remarked, Of course, Brother Yi. You reside under the roof of the Su group and thus cannot comprehend the significance of the Zhao family's connections. It is akin to a poor person not understanding why a wealthy individual would purchase a watch worth millions. After all, we inhabit different realms. With that, Zhao Long produced his phone and dialed Su Xianyi, placing the call on speaker. Zhao Long, is there something you need? Came Su Xianyi's icy voice without delay. President Su, there is someone in your company named Yi Chen, correct? Considering my standing, could you possibly promote Yi Chen to a management position? Zhao Long looked down at Yi Chen, wishing to demonstrate the undeniable disparity between them through tangible proof. I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that, Zhao Long. Su Xianyi replied without hesitation. President Su, you would not even extend a favor to the Zhao family? Zhao Long's brows furrowed, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. He had just boasted of his influence, only for Su Xianyi to refuse his request. The Zhao family? Humph. What makes the Zhao family so formidable? Let me be clear, Zhao Long. Even if you were to kneel before me, I would not consider promoting Yi Chen to a management position. With that, Su Xianyi abruptly ended the call. Outside the Baiwan Manor, a sudden silence enveloped the air. Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others exchanged glances with Yi Chen. At a loss for words. Zhao Long, it seems your connections are rather ordinary, Yi Chen jested. You. Zhao Long's expression darkened considerably. Oh, Long Gu, you have finally arrived. A woman in a qipao emerged from the Baiwan Manor. Long Gu, I have reserved your private room. Please, this way. Her face radiated warmth and charm. Yuma, let us depart, Zhao Long said, diverting his gaze from Yi Chen to smile at Qin Yuma. However, Qin Yuma remained steadfastly beside Yi Chen, their proximity unbroken. This scene deepened Zhao Long's discontent. Under the guidance of the qipao-clad woman, they entered the meteor shower private room at Baiwan Manor. What would you like to eat? Long Gu? The woman in the qipao inquired with a smile. The usual, Zhao Long replied tersely, his mood evidently sour. Understood, the qipao woman responded, departing. After she left, Lu Bin remarked, Long Gu truly lives up to his reputation. Even Hong Jie from Baiwan Manor personally attended to you. Last month, I visited Baiwan Manor for a meal. Yet I could not even catch a glimpse of Sister Hong. Lu Bin, can you truly compare yourself to Brother Long? He is, after all, the eldest son of the Zhao family, a local sovereign of Shangrao. Upon hearing her high school classmates mention Sister Hong, Qin Yuma curiously inquired, who is Sister Hong? Yuma. Sister Hong is quite a remarkable figure in our Shangrao. Her husband is Han Xiaojun, Zhang Xiaoqiang explained. Han Xiaojun. Qin Yuma fell into contemplation. Han Xiaojun is affiliated with Kong Baishan. Zhao Long revealed Han Xiaojun's background. Kong Baishan, the second son of the Kong family? Qin Yuma's expression shifted. Although she had not heard of Han Xiaojun, she was well aware of Kong Baishan, for the entire Jiangnan region belonged to the Kong family. Speaking of Han Xiaojun, he is indeed an extraordinary individual. Before the age of 30, he toiled on construction sites, carrying sand, and later, due to his mother's hospitalization and financial struggles, he resorted to underground boxing. Through this endeavor, he remarkably ascended to the status of a half-step martial arts master, catching the attention of the young master Kong Baishan. Those nearby expressed their astonishment. I see. Qin Yuma admired Han Xiaojun greatly. After all, it is exceedingly rare in Jiangnan for one to rise from humble beginnings. By the way, Yuma, speaking of the Kong family in Jiangnan, I heard not long ago that the young master of the Kong family was beaten in Beihai City? Zhang Xiaoqiang suddenly asked. I am not aware. Qin Yuma shook her head. The incident involving Kong Jiuxiao being assaulted was known to very few. And with the Kong family deliberately suppressing the news, Qin Yuma refrained from offering any opinion. It must be a rumor. Zhao Long dismissed it, saying, what status does Kong Jiuxiao hold? Even if the king of heaven himself came to Jiangnan, he would still treat him with the utmost respect and call him young Master Kong. Just then, Zhao Long noticed Yi Chen smiling. Yi Chen, what are you laughing at? Zhao Long's brow furrowed. Kong Jiuxiao has indeed been beaten, Yi Chen stated, startling everyone. How do you know? Have you seen it? Zhao Long retorted coldly. Yi Chen, considering you are a friend of Qin Yuma, I must caution you not to casually comment on the Kong family in Jiangnan. You are not yet qualified. Brother Long is right. Even we do not dare to speak ill of the Kong family, let alone someone from the Su group like you, others chimed in. Yi Chen chose not to argue. Brother Long, Yuma, I apologize for my tardiness. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed and alluring woman entered the meteor shower private room. Jiang Shiyang, you must face a penalty drink for being late, Qin Yuma said with a smile. She shared a close bond with Jiang Shiyang, who had lived with the Qin family during high school. All right, I will take my penalty drink. Jiang Shiyang readily downed 3 cups. Sister Shiyang, isn't your husband here? Lu Bin inquired curiously. My fiancé has been too busy lately, Jiang Shiyang replied helplessly. You are engaged? Qin Yuma looked at her friend in surprise. Yes. To someone you know, Su Zi from the Su family in Beihai City. Congratulations. Qin Yuma offered her heartfelt wishes. Please, no more blessings for me. And what about you? When will you marry Long Gu? Jiang Shiyang said irritably. Jiang Shiyang, don't speak nonsense. Zhao Long and I are merely friends, Qin Yuma insisted. Yuma, Long Gu has pursued you for so many years. We all know he has feelings for you. Why do you push him away? Who is this guy? Jiang Shiyang suddenly turned her gaze to the man beside Qin Yuma. He's Yuma's companion, named Yi Chun, working in the business department of the Su Group, Lu Bin whispered. Yuma's companion? Jiang Shiyang paused for a moment, then lamented. Yuma, you're not young anymore. How can you associate with someone so ordinary? Can he compare to Zhao Long? I've heard of the Su Group. It's a listed company in Beihai City. If Yi Chun were the chairman, I would support your relationship. But he's just a small employee in the business department. Jiang Shiyang, let it go. Right now, Yuma won't listen to you. After a few months, when her novelty for Yi Chun fades, she will naturally understand that dragons do not dwell with snakes, Zhao Long said with a faint smile. Zhao Long truly has vision. Jiang Shiyang admired, looking at him. Everyone, your dishes have arrived. At that moment, Hong Jie entered with the staff, bringing the plates. After several rounds of drinks, Jiang Shiyang excused herself to the restroom. However, upon returning, she mistakenly entered the wrong private room, the Purple Rose room adjacent to the Meteor Shower room. Inside the Purple Rose room, several men adorned with black tiger tattoos were drinking. Upon seeing Jiang Shiyang, their eyes lit up. Oh, this time the escort girl is quite beautiful. Little sister, come here and take off your clothes to toast. These men spoke lewdly, and Jiang Shiyang's expression changed. She scolded. Shut your filthy mouths. Ah, you have some spirit. I like that. A bald man adorned with a gold chain approached her with ill intentions, touching her leg and leering. Still so proud while selling yourself? Be careful, I might not pay you later. Despicable. Jiang Shiyang seized a bottle and smashed it over the bald man's head, then dashed out of the Purple Rose room. Chapter 37. Trouble arrives in the Meteor Shower room. Zhao Long noticed Jiang Shiyang's return and asked, Jiang Shiyang, why did you take so long? I accidentally entered the wrong room and encountered a few drunks. She recounted the incident. Oh, someone dared to take advantage of you? Zhao Long stood up from the table. Do you want me to deal with them? Forget it, Long Gu. They're just a few drunkards. I don't want to see them again, Jiang Shiyang replied candidly, feeling unlucky. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, hearing Jiang Shiyang's words, stood up and said to Qin Yuma, Miss Qin, it's getting late. Shall we take our leave? Leave? Zhang Xiaoqiang and the others turned to him in unison. Yi Chun, what do you mean? It is indeed rare for us to gather with you, Mo, and yet you insist on dampening the mood, do you? Jiang Shiyang glared at Yi Chun. Already displeased with the connection between him and Qin Yumo Yi Chun, I haven't seen Jiang Shiyang for quite some time. Why not linger a little longer? Qin Yumo expressed her reluctance as well. Miss Qin, your friend has found herself entangled in serious trouble. Remaining here will only implicate you further, Yi Chun stated calmly. Jiang Shiyang was unfamiliar with the members of the Black Tiger Society, yet upon hearing her words, Yi Chun recognized the drunken men as associates of Su Jintian from Jiangnan. Huh, Yi Chun, is your desire to leave rooted in a fear of complications? Jiang Shiyang couldn't suppress her laughter. Rest assured, should calamity strike, Brother Long will shield us. Our Brother Long is no ordinary individual. He reigns as the local emperor in Shangrao. Who would dare implicate Qin Yumo in his presence? Indeed, Yi Chun, you need not be alarmed. You witnessed how Sister Hong treated Brother Long earlier. The Baiwa Mountain Villa is her domain. No one would dare cause a ruckus here. With everyone singing praises of him, Zhao Long addressed Yi Chun with an air of nonchalance. Brother Yi, you ought not to view matters through the lens of a mere commoner. While the trouble Jiang Shiyang has stirred may seem formidable to you, it poses no challenge to me. After all, we inhabit entirely different worlds. Yi Chun smiled at him. It appears you possess great confidence? Certainly. I am not like you. Brother Yi, a mere employee in the business department of the Su Group. When trouble arises, you can only seek refuge or assistance from others. Whereas I am the eldest son of the Zhao family. Even Sister Hong seeks to curry favor with me. In Shangrao, who would dare offend me? Zhao Long exuded an air of superiority. In light of this, Yi Chun ceased to persuade Qin Yumo, as he was intrigued to see what capabilities Zhao Long possessed to resolve the predicament Jiang Shiyang had created. Within the Purple Rose private room, a bald man, bloodied and furious, summoned Sister Hong. Li Xiahong, you have some audacity to lay hands on our Black Tiger Society members. Brother Zhuang, I do not comprehend your meaning. Sister Hong responded with a face of trepidation. What do you mean? I just instructed your hostesses here to strike. Brother Zhuang glared down at Sister Hong. Now tell me, Li Xiahong, how do you intend to resolve today's incident? Brother Zhuang, please do not frighten my sister. How could the hostesses here dare to strike you? Even if they were given 1,000 times the courage, they would not. As she spoke, Li Xiahong signaled for the surveillance footage to be retrieved. Upon reviewing the footage, she hastily clarified, Brother Zhuang, this woman is not one of our hostesses. How about this? I will bring her over to apologize to you right away. Merely apologizing is not sufficient. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit entered the Purple Rose private room. Brother Zhuang, I will fetch the woman from the footage to warm your bed. Please do not make things difficult for my woman. Jungu, upon seeing Han Xiaojun approach, Sister Hong felt a wave of warmth. He always arrived promptly whenever she found herself in trouble. So it is you, Xiaojun. Zhuang recognized Han Xiaojun and smiled faintly. All right, today I shall grant you this favor. Thank you, Zhuang. Without further ado, Han Xiaojun led his companions to the meteor shower private room. With a resounding kick, the door of the room swung open. Faced with the unfriendly expressions of Han Xiaojun and his entourage, Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, Who the hell are you? Do you not know that Long Gu is drinking here? Someone from your room just assaulted my brother. Step forward if you dare. Han Xiaojun, uninterested in idle chatter, retorted. I did it, so what? Jiang Shiyang stepped forward, haughtily gazing at Han Xiaojun. Are you trying to stand up for that bald man? With a swift motion, Han Xiaojun delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Shiyang's face. Long Gu, this fool just hit me. Jiang Shiyang hurriedly retreated behind Zhao Long. Her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Han Xiaojun. My dear friend, you possess quite the audacity, do you not? Zhao Long looked down at Han Xiaojun. Do you realize the trouble you've stirred? And who might you be? Han Xiaojun furrowed his brow. Tell him who I am. Zhao Long exchanged a glance with Lu Bin, who immediately boasted, Our Long Gu is the eldest son of the Zhao family. Even Han Xiaojun's women must appease Long Gu. What are you, really? No matter your prowess. Can you truly best Han Xiaojun? Oh, you assert that my woman must please him? Han Xiaojun chuckled. Your woman? Lu Bin trembled, stammering. Why, you are Han Xiaojun? Huh. You dare cause trouble in my domain without even knowing me? You possess quite the courage. Han Xiaojun's voice turned ominous, plunging the meteor shower private room into an eerie silence. Long Gu, what shall we do now? He is Han Xiaojun, Jiang Shiyang said, her face pale and trembling. She never imagined that the lecherous bald man would be Han Xiaojun's brother. Jiang Shiyang, fear not, I shall handle everything, Zhao Long said with a forced smile. Turning to Han Xiaojun, Brother Jun, it was merely a misunderstanding. Your brother took advantage of my friend, and my friend retaliated. Why not let this matter rest for today? Faced with Han Xiaojun, a master of martial arts, Zhao Long found it difficult to maintain his bravado, despite being the local tyrant of Shangrao. Han Xiaojun was a significant figure in Jiangnan province, with formidable backing. There was no one in Jiangnan who could afford to offend the Kong family. Grant you face? Han Xiaojun scoffed at Zhao Long Zhao. Even your father wouldn't dare demand face from me. Yet you, a mere junior, possess such audacity? Zhao Long fell silent. Little Zhao, considering the times I have shared a drink with your father, I do not wish to make things difficult for you today. However, I intend to take this woman with me. Han Xiaojun pointed at Jiang Shiyang, speaking with undeniable authority. Brother Jun, if you take my friend, what will you do to her? Zhao Long asked, steeling himself for the answer. Of course, I shall provide warmth for my brother. Isn't this wretched woman quite proud? Let us see how she maintains that pride in bed. As Han Xiaojun's words echoed, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Qin Yumiao could no longer bear the situation. She furiously reproached Han Xiaojun. Brother Jun, is this truly necessary? It has already been established that your brother was at fault first. Why must you make things difficult for us girls? Chapter 38. Calling the most powerful person O? Are you questioning me? Upon witnessing Qin Yumiao stand up for Jiang Shiyang, Han Xiaojun burst into laughter. What if I make things difficult for you girls? This is Shangrao City, a place where I, Han Xiaojun, set the rules. My word is law. You are being excessively unreasonable. Qin Yumiao trembled with rage. She had not anticipated that Shangrao City could be so chaotic. Back in Beihai City, even the most brazen individuals would not dare to act so tyrannically. Yumiao, please, stop. Seeing Han Xiaojuan's dark expression, Zhao Long attempted to dissuade her. Zhao Long, are you truly going to stand by and do nothing for Jiang Shiyang? Qin Yumiao asked, feeling stifled. I cannot intervene, Zhao Long replied with a bitter smile. And neither can you. No, I absolutely will intervene. Qin Yumiao resolutely pulled Jiang Shiyang behind her. I am calling the police right now. You insolent girl. Our brother Jun has shown you kindness, and you dare to defy him. One of Han Xiaojuan's followers raised his hand, ready to strike Qin Yumiao. However, at that moment, Yi Chen swiftly grasped the assailant's arm. What? You want a medal, punk? The thug swung a fist at Yi Chen. With a resounding thud, Yi Chen kicked him away. The thug crashed against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. This scene left Jiang Shiyang and the others utterly astonished. Yi Chen, are you out of your mind? Do you dare to strike Han Xiaojuan's men? Jiang Shiyang's complexion turned pale with fear, and Zhao Long instinctively took a couple of steps back, wishing to distance himself from Yi Chen. It's over. Yi Chen is finished. Zhang Xiaoqiang muttered to herself, genuinely astonished that Qin Yumiao's companion not only had a mundane background, but also displayed such reckless bravado. How audacious was Yi Chen to strike Han Xiaojuan's men? Brother Jun won't take his anger out on us because of Yi Chen, will he? Lu Bin thought with trepidation, beginning to regret not sending Yi Chen away when he had the chance. Now, with Yi Chen having assaulted Han Xiaojuan's men, it was clear that resolving this incident would not be easy for anyone in the meteor shower private room. Yi Chen, you truly are a troublemaker. Even Zhao Long dares not offend Han Xiaojun. Where do you find the audacity? Are you unaware of your own standing? Jiang Shiyang was so enraged that she could scarcely speak. She decided that once this matter concluded, she would sever all ties between Qin Yumiao and Yi Chen. Associating with such a reckless man could only bring harm to Qin Yumiao. You dare strike my man. Han Xiaojun laughed upon seeing his subordinate bleeding profusely. Do you know who the strongest fighter in Shangrao City is? Does it concern me? Yi Chen retorted defiantly. Quite the spirit. Han Xiaojun clapped his hands in applause, reminiscing. In the past, I believed that as long as one could fight, they could conquer the world with mere fists. But what was the outcome? I was still too young. What does it matter if you can fight? Can you defeat a master of martial arts? Can you surpass a grandmaster? The backdrop of this encounter is one of social connections, where even the scion of the Zhao family must exhibit deference in the presence of the speaker. Today, in a rare moment of good humor, he suggests that the other party should summon assistance, specifically the most formidable individual available. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. In just a few phrases, Han Xiaojuan's stance is made abundantly clear. He will not easily relent in his pursuit of Yi Chen. Do you truly wish for me to call someone? Yi Chen quips, casting a teasing glance at Han Xiaojun. I fear that when my contacts arrive, you may find yourself kneeling before them. Feel free to try, Han Xiaojun retorts with a sneer. Yi Chen's audacity is utterly unfathomable to him. After all, what kind of influential figure could a mere employee of the Su group possibly summon? Observing Yi Chen's unwavering confidence, Zhang Xiaoqiang lets out a quiet sigh. Yi Chen, must you boast so? In the upper echelons of Jiangnan province, aside from knowing Su Xuani, who else do you truly know? Jiang Shiyang coldly interjects. And even if you were to call Su Xuani, she may not even acknowledge your plea. Yi Chen, I apologize. I have dragged you into this predicament. Qin Yumo expresses her deep remorse. I should have heeded your advice and left with Jiang Shiyang earlier. It's nothing. Yi Chen dismisses lightly, a minor affair. Huh. Brother Yi, are you perhaps dazed with fright? The most influential figure in Shangrao City is right here, and you dare label this a minor affair? Zhao Long gazes at Yi Chen with a mixture of pity and disdain. Turning to Qin Yumo, he adds, Yumo, Yi Chen cannot summon anyone. He is merely stalling for time. You ought to quickly apologize to Brother Jun. On account of my father, he likely one team make things difficult for you. Qin Yumo hesitates, then whispers, Zhao Long, could you assist Yi Chen? I'm sorry, but I cannot help him. This fellow is far too arrogant. Thinking he can soar high like a dragon from the depths of Beihai City, Zhao Long firmly asserts, unwilling to advocate for Yi Chen, secretly hoping for his downfall at Han Xiaojun's hands. Rejected by Zhao Long, Qin Yumo's anxiety intensifies. She begins to regret bringing Yi Chen to Shangrao City. If not for her, he would not be facing such unwarranted tribulations. Just as Qin Yumo finds herself at a loss, footsteps echo outside the meteor shower private room. Leading the way is a striking young man clad in a white suit, exuding an imposing aura that instantly envelopes those within the room in a palpable sense of pressure. Is that Kong Xiao? Han Xiaojun's body trembles as he recognizes Kong Baishan approaching, his previous arrogance evaporating, replaced by a desperate need for flattery. What? He is from the Kong family? Could it be Kong Baishan? Observing Han Xiaojun's sudden humility, Zhao Long and the others immediately adopt a more serious demeanor. They all bow in respect, acknowledging Kong Baishan with reverence. It is well understood that in Jiangnan, the Kong family reigns supreme. Even the most esteemed martial masters must show deference before them. Thus, this man is none other than Kong Baishan, a titan of Jiangnan wielding greater influence than even Zhao Long. Jiang Shiyang cast a furtive glance at Kong Baishan, pondering how fortunate it would be to marry such a prominent figure. As the crowd speculated about Kong Baishan's presence at Baiwan Manor, he approached Yi Chun and bowed slightly. Mr. Yi, I have heard from the members of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce that you sought me out. Since arriving at the Meteor Shower private room, he had not deigned to acknowledge anyone else, his gaze solely fixed on Yi Chun. Kong Baishan, is Han Xiaojun under your command? Yi Chun inquired, scrutinizing him intently. Indeed, Kong Baishan admitted, unable to conceal the truth. Han Xiaojun attempted to bully my friend and insisted that I summon the most formidable individual or he would ensure my demise. Yi Chun smiled and responded, Kong Baishan, what is your perspective on this matter? As his words fell, the Meteor Shower private room fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixated on Yi Chun. Some were astonished, others were speechless, some could hardly believe it, while others felt a chill of fear. Chapter 39. Audacious thoughts. Is that Yi Chun? He actually knows Kong Baishan. In the Meteor Shower private room, Zhang Xiaoqiang gazed at Yi Chun in disbelief. In that moment, she understood why Qin Yumo had brought Yi Chun to Baiwan Manor. To be acquainted with the second son of the Kong family from Jiangnan was a connection potent enough to spare Yi Chun decades of struggle. Suddenly, as Zhang Xiaoqiang lost her focus, Kong Baishan delivered a resounding slap to Han Xiaojun's face. Kneel before me. With a thud, Han Xiaojun knelt without hesitation. Though he was a master at the pinnacle of martial arts, ruling over Shangrao City, before Kong Baishan, he could only lower himself in submission. He understood well that Jiangnan ultimately belonged to the Kong family. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please spare me, Han Xiaojun implored, trembling as he looked at Yi Chun. No longer arrogant, he now appeared utterly desperate. So you realize your mistakes now? Weren't you quite boastful when you demanded I summon someone? Yi Chun regarded him with an enigmatic expression. Mr. Yi, I was blind. I did not know of your acquaintance with young Master Kong. I shall not dare again. Han Xiaojun repeatedly bowed, his forehead striking the ground until blood was drawn, yet he did not cease. Enough, Han Xiaojun. I heard you risked fighting in underground boxing matches to pay for your mother's medical treatment. I respect your filial piety, so today I shall spare your life. But let this serve as a warning, Yi Chun stated firmly. Thank you, Mr. Yi, thank you. Han Xiaojun expressed his profound gratitude, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Oh, Kong Baishan looked at Yi Chun in surprise, not expecting the one who had incapacitated Kong Jiuxiao to be so accommodating. He had mentally prepared to abandon Han Xiaojun. Yet the outcome was different. After Kong Baishan departed with his entourage, the Meteor Shower private room was enveloped in a heavy silence. Zhao Long gazed at Yi Chun, intending to say something, but found his throat constricted, as if a fishbone were lodged within, rendering him speechless. Jiang Shiyang, it is getting late. Yi Chun and I shall return to Beihai City now. In the tranquil atmosphere, Qin Yuma took the initiative to break the silence. Well, please be careful on your way. Remember to send me a message when you get home. Jiang Shiyang instinctively replied. It was not until Yi Chun and Qin Yuma departed that Lu Bin finally exhaled deeply. Damn it, that was truly terrifying. How could a mere employee from the Su group know Kong Baishan? Humph, Yi Chun is just lucky. Someone remarked with a hint of envy. I dare say that Kong Xiao will certainly not extend his assistance to Yi Chun a second time. No doubt about it. Jiang Shiyang immediately concurred. As the saying goes, dragons and snakes do not dwell together. I too do not believe that Kong Xiao would help Yi Chun again. So, Yi Chun used Kong Baishan's favor today to make a splash, and then what? He remains merely a lowly figure in Beihai City, even if he has briefly shown. That is all there is to it. Jiang Shiyang, I agree with your sentiments. Zhao Long approached with a smile. Everyone has their moments of glory. Perhaps in a decade or so, Yi Chun will still boast about today's events. After all, given his status, having Han Xiaojun kneel is already remarkable. But what about me at that time? I fear I will have become the head of the Zhao family, someone Yi Chun can only look up to. On the way back to Beihai City, Qin Yuma was driving, yet her gaze frequently drifted towards Yi-chun. Yi-chun, do you know Kong Baishan because you saved someone from the Kong family? Was the project in Beihai Xinqing also arranged by you asking for Kong Baishan's help? Qin Yuma could not suppress her curiosity. She was aware that Yi-chun's medical skills were exceptional, far beyond mere superstition as suggested by the Doctor One. Yi-chun chose not to elaborate further. Thank you so much for today. Qin Yuma expressed her gratitude. If it weren't for your support at Baiwa Manor, I would have been in serious trouble. Miss Qin, you exaggerate. The Qin family holds a significant position in Beihai City. I do not believe Han Xiaojun would dare to harm you. Yi-chun smiled faintly. Yi-chun, if Su Xuanyi had not called off the engagement, what would your plans be? Qin Yuma suddenly asked anxiously. Yi-chun fell silent. He had indeed pondered over this question before, and the answer was simple. He would either marry Su Xuanyi or flee the wedding and never return to Kunlun Mountain. Yi-chun, if Su Xuanyi does not marry you, would you consider other women? Qin Yuma pressed once again. We shall see when the time comes. Yi-chun replied dismissively. Half an hour later, Qin Yuma dropped Yi-chun off at the foot of the Su Group building. Yi-chun, this is for you. Thank you for accompanying me to the banquet in Shangrao today. Qin Yuma handed him a gift she had prepared in advance. Oh, Jiang grass? Yi-chun remarked, observing the reddish-brown herb. Miss Qin, you are quite thoughtful. He graciously accepted the herb, only to discover that beneath it lay a necklace. What is this? This is the crystal of love, the most cherished jewel of Su Xuanyi. I managed to acquire it only after enlisting the help of many friends. If you present it to Su Xuanyi, she is certain to cease her cold demeanor towards you. The memory of Su Xuanyi dismissing Yi-chun at the Marriott International Hotel brought a pang of sadness to Qin Yuma's heart. She did not wish for Yi-chun to endure any grievances. Yi-chun fell silent once more. After Qin Yuma had departed, he gazed at the Jiang grass in his hand, and a bold idea suddenly sparked within him. If I can discover a method to cure the severed pulse, what does it matter if I do not return to Kunlun Mountain? At that moment, my father will no longer be able to coerce me into an annulment. Yi-chun steeled his resolve. As night fell, Yun Yan, clad in a flowing silk gown, resembling a fairy from a dream, arrived at Fenghe Villa. Xiaoyan, did you say that young Master Yi has fainted again? Indeed, Miss Yun Yan. The master has been screaming in his room, just like last time, Xiaoyan expressed with concern. I shall go and check on him. Yun Yan hurried to Yi-chun's room, where she found him trembling and curled up on the bed, still clutching a sprig of Jiang grass. Young Master Yi, are you all right? Yun Yan approached him, her delicate hand resting on his forehead, her voice soft as silver bells. Young Master Yi, can you hear me? Yi-chun remained unresponsive. Please bear with me, young Master Yi. I shall feed you the Jiang grass at once. As Yun Yan took the Jiang grass from his grasp, Yi-chun's heart began to race. He feigned unconsciousness, hoping to discern how Yun Yan would remedy his severed pulse. However, just as he awaited her next move, he heard her gentle laughter. Young Master Yi, though I am not a woman of loose morals, your advances leave me with no choice but to indulge you. What? Yi-chun's heart skipped a beat. What did Yun Yan mean by that? Cautiously, he opened his eyes and was met with the sight of Yun Yan, entirely unclothed. Miss Yun Yan, what has happened to me? Upon seeing her undress, Yi-chun quickly covered his head and feigned ignorance. Why must you feign ignorance, young Master Yi? Yun Yan picked up a silk garment to cover herself, smiling at him. Young Master Yi, I truly lost consciousness and remember nothing. By the way, why are you not wearing clothes? Yi-chun maintained his facade of calmness. Yet, Yun Yan offered no answer, only lamenting, what a pity. Before she began to dress in front of him, Yi-chun swiftly turned away, avoiding her gaze. Once she had donned her attire, he could no longer refrain from asking, Miss Yun Yan, did you not claim you were not a woman of loose morals? Why did you undress just now? Was it not you, young Master Yi, who removed my clothing? Yun Yan replied, feigning confusion. I did not. Do not slander me. Yi-chun warned, eyeing her warily. Yun Yan stifled her laughter, her smile radiant as spring blossoms and autumn moons, akin to the beauty of 1,000 peach blossoms. Young Master Yi, it appears you remember everything. Why then the pretense of ignorance? Her enchanting gaze lingered on Yi-chun, who remained silent for a considerable time before finally expressing his frustration. How did you discern that I was not truly unconscious? Earlier, young Master Yi had fainted, causing the room to fluctuate between warmth and chill, yet today, such anomalies were absent. Yun Yan replied candidly. Is that the reason you suspect I feigned unconsciousness? Naturally. And what if I had genuinely lost consciousness? In that case, I would take responsibility for you, young Master Yi. Yichen found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, he recalled a sight from earlier and hastily changed the subject. Miss Yunyan, what is the story behind the scar on your chest? When Yunyan had shed her garments, Yichun had noticed a prominent and grotesque scar upon her bosom. It is from childhood, Yunyan disclosed without reservation. In my youth, while visiting the capital, I encountered a starving child. Out of kindness, I offered him food, and he bit me in return. I see, Yichun replied, choosing not to delve further into her past. Young Master Yi, may I inquire about your condition? Why did you collapse earlier? Yunyan nestled beside Yichun, her clear eyes earnestly studying him, yet he remained silent. Observing this, Yunyan wisely chose to depart from Fengyaju, refraining from further entangling him in conversation. The following day, Yichun arrived at the Su Corporation. Yichun, tomorrow is grandfather's birthday. Here is a card with 50,000. Use it to buy him a gift, Su Xuanyi said, tossing a bank card to him with an air of superiority. Remember, if you embarrass yourself, grandfather will not blame you, but will hold me accountable. Understood, Yichun replied, accepting the card with a composed demeanor. What is this? Su Xuanyi, about to leave, suddenly noticed a necklace on Yichun's desk. Crystal romance, she exclaimed, picking it up for a closer inspection. Yichun, do you truly believe that by purchasing a counterfeit crystal romance, you can persuade Chu Tianlong on your behalf? Let me tell you, dream on. If you dare to speak ill of the Donggang Chamber of Commerce, you will surely face the consequences. With that, Su Xuanyi discarded the necklace onto the floor and departed without a backward glance. At noon, during lunch, Wang Lingming sought out Yichun once more. Wang Lingming, do you have nothing better to do than to seek me out daily? Yichun queried abruptly. I wish to inquire about the Donggang Chamber of Commerce. Wang Lingming replied with a cheerful demeanor, well aware that many prominent figures from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce had gathered around Yichun at Qingyuan. Go ahead, Yichun said, regarding her intently. Xuanyi mentioned a project at the Donggang Chamber of Commerce. If one invests 1 million, one can receive 1,500,000 after a year. Is this reliable? Wang Lingming asked in a hushed tone. Has Su Xuanyi been looking for you? Indeed. Xuanyi and I are close friends. She would naturally not forget me when there are opportunities to profit. How much do you intend to invest? 50 million. The entirety of the Wang family's savings. Wang Lingming disclosed nothing to Yichun. I would advise against your investment. Yichun shook his head, warning that you could face financial ruin. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the Donggang Chamber of Commerce will not refund us? Wang Lingming gasped, alarmed. This is dire, as Xuanyi has invested 100 million. Where did Su Xuanyi acquire such funds? Yichun paused in surprise. It was given to her by grandfather Su. I must speak with Xuanyi. Oh, Yichun, where did this necklace come from? Could you possibly gift it to me? Before departing, Wang Lingming noticed the crystal romance on Yichun's desk. It was her first encounter with such exquisite jewelry. If you desire it, take it. Yichun did not refuse. Thank you, my future husband. Wang Lingming felt as if she had stumbled upon treasure, joyfully adorning her neck with the crystal romance, twirling before Yichun, asking, do I look beautiful? Yichun could hardly be bothered to respond. After Wang Lingming left, another visitor arrived at Yichun's door. Young Master Yi, I apologize for the intrusion. Oh, is it you? Upon seeing Han Xiaojun's humble demeanor, Yichun couldn't help but smile. What brings you here? Young Master Yi, I regret the offense caused yesterday at Baiwan Manor, and I offer this ginseng fruit as an apology. Han Xiaojun painfully presented a brocade box before Yichun. A ginseng fruit? Yichun squinted, recognizing the rarity. Ginseng fruits grow in the frigid northern grasslands and are exceedingly valuable. With an annual yield of merely 100 in the entire Jiuzhou, primarily claimed by martial arts masters. With your status, acquiring such a fruit would be unlikely. You speak the truth, young Master Yi. This ginseng fruit was bequeathed to me by an elder. Han Xiaojun nodded, initially reluctant to part with such a precious item. However, upon learning of Yi Chen's identity, he felt compelled to present it. Given your sincere intentions, you may leave the gift. Yi Chen replied calmly. Thank you, young Master Yi. Han Xiaojun exhaled in relief. Yi Chen accepting the gift signified he would not pursue further complications. After Han Xiaojun departed, Yi Chen examined the ginseng fruit, which was entirely snow white, resembling unblemished jade, with 3 leaves sprouting from its tip. 3 leaves? They can extend life by 3 years. It would serve as an excellent birthday gift for Grandfather Su. Yi Chen chose not to consume the ginseng fruit himself, for he possessed an exceptional constitution, rendering the fruit's life-extending properties irrelevant to him. In the evening, Qin Yuma also called Yi Chun, inquiring about the Donggang Chamber of Commerce. Yi Chun, the president of the Donggang Chamber of Commerce, came to the Qin family to raise funds, claiming there was a project with considerable returns. I seek your advice. Following the incident at Baiwan Manor, Qin Yuma had become increasingly reliant on Yi Chun. That project is a trap. You absolutely must not invest. Yi Chun cautioned. Very well. I understand, Qin Yuma replied, her voice imbued with emotion. Yi Chun, do you have some free time this weekend? I would like to invite you to dinner. Chapter 41. The Su family's birthday banquet in Beihai City, at the Qin residence. Qin he was engaged in discussions with the elder Qin regarding investments in the Donggang Chamber of Commerce. Grandfather, you cannot allocate funds to President Mai. Qin Yumiao entered. Her expression grave. I just inquired with Yi Chun, and he asserts that the Donggang Chamber's project is merely a trap. Yi Chun. Upon hearing this name, Qin He's countenance darkened. Qin Yumiao, what does that good-for-nothing know? He is merely a brash fool. If it weren't for grandfather's constant intervention, I would have dealt with him myself. The memory of Yi Chun striking him at the Marriott International Hotel filled Qin He with frustration. How could the heir of the Qin family endure such humiliation in Beihai City? Qin He, Yi Chun is acquainted with Kong Baishan. He would not deceive me. Qin Yumiao countered, knowing that Qin He harbored resentment towards Yi Chun, and thus resorted to mentioning Kong Xiao. Oh, Yumiao, are you serious? The young friend, Yi knows members of the Kong family? Qin Chang'an's expression grew serious. Indeed, Yi Chun must have saved someone from the Kong family. Qin Yumiao affirmed with a nod. Humph, that pretentious brat knows nothing of medicine. Qin He scoffed. Silence. Qin Chang'an reprimanded sharply before retrieving his phone to make a call. President Mai, regarding the project, we shall withdraw. The Qin family is currently preoccupied with the construction of Beihai's new township and lacks available funds. Grandfather, are you truly not investing? Qin He's expression turned complex. We had previously agreed, and all because of that brat Yi Chun. Compared to President Mai, I place more trust in Yumiao. She would not deceive me, Qin Chang'an stated emphatically. Very well, since you refuse to invest, I shall proceed to do so. I have amassed a considerable amount of savings over the years in the Qin family. Qin He retorted angrily. Qin He, I advise against that. Yi Chun says. Before Qin Yumiao could finish her sentence, Qin He coldly interrupted. Do not dare to mention Yi Chun in my presence. That good-for-nothing knows nothing. Once I am wealthy, do not blame me for your envy. That very evening, Qin He handed over 30 million yuan, his savings from recent years, to President Mai. The following day, upon finishing work, Yi Chun arrived at the Su family residence. Little Yi has arrived. Upon seeing Yi Chun, old Master Su greeted him with a smile. Are you adjusting well to your role at the Su group? I have adapted well, Yi Chun replied with a nod. That is splendid to hear. Old Master Su expressed with satisfaction, noticing that since Yi Chun joined the Su group, there had been a notable decrease in trouble. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. As time passed, the members of the Su family gathered at the venue for the birthday celebration. Tianlong has arrived. Upon seeing Su Xuani and Chu Tianlong walking side by side, Su Qishan beamed with delight. Such a match of talent and beauty. Your presence reminds me of my youth. Uncle Su, you flatter me, Chu Tianlong replied humbly. Father, since everyone is here, shall we cut the cake? Su Qishan approached Su Baiha. Very well. Let us cut the cake. Su Baiha smiled heartily. Once the towering three-tiered cake was shared among the guests, the younger members of the Su family began to present their gifts. Grandfather, I heard you enjoy tea, so I specially brought you aged pu'er tea from the mountains. Grandfather, this is a piece of Hitian jade I purchased from overseas. I hope you like it. Grandfather, I crafted this go board from golden silk camphor wood myself. One by one, the younger Su family members offered their gifts, and then Chu Tianlong stepped forward. Grandfather Su, this is a snow lotus from Tianshan. I hope you will appreciate it. The mention of the Tianshan snow lotus stirred the emotions of many in the Su family, for it was said that a single snow lotus could extend one's life by 3 days. This was a true treasure of longevity, often priceless in the realm of Jiuzhou. Tianlong, your gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it, Su Baiha declined. Grandfather, Tianlong's intention is sincere. You should accept it, Su Xuani interjected. Indeed, Grandfather Su. Xuani and I grew up together, and you are naturally as much my grandfather as you are hers, Chu Tianlong said courteously, unable to resist the allure of longevity. Su Baihe accepted the Tianshan snow lotus. Yichen, what about your gift? Su Xuanyi cast a disdainful glance at Yichen. Grandfather, this is a ginseng fruit from the far north. I wish you health and longevity. Yichen presented the compensation that Han Xiaojun had given him. Ginseng fruit? What is that? I have never heard of such a thing. Is it merely a tenuan fruit from the market? It doesn't look like it. The members of the Su family murmured, unfamiliar with the concept of ginseng fruit. This was quite normal. Ginseng fruit typically found its way only to martial arts masters. And the Su family did not even have a single half-step martial arts master, let alone a true master. Xiao Yi, what kind of fruit is this ginseng fruit? Su Baihe asked curiously. Grandfather, it is a fruit that is said to extend life. Yichen replied succinctly. Extend life? Humph. Chu Xiao presents a snow lotus for longevity. And you offer a ginseng fruit? How hypocritical. Su Xuanyi glared coldly at Yichen. How am I being hypocritical? Yichen retorted. You bring a nameless fruit from the countryside and deceive my grandfather into believing it can extend life. That is hypocrisy. Besides, you are merely following Chu Tianlong. The Tianshan snow lotus he presented is worth 1,000,000, while this worthless fruit of yours might not even be worth 100. Su Xuanyi expressed her disappointment in Yichen. Just yesterday, she had given him 50,000, urging him to procure a decent gift. Yet he had the audacity to present a cheap fruit to Su Baihe? The absurdity was further compounded by Yichen claiming the ginseng fruit could extend life. You don't believe that this ginseng fruit can extend life? Yichen asked with a smile. Of course I don't. After years in Juzhou, I have never heard of such a ginseng fruit. Su Xuanyi replied with a frosty expression. As her words fell, Chu Tianlong snatched the ginseng fruit from Yichen's hands and tossed it into the trash bin, exclaiming, What nonsense is this ginseng fruit? Rubbish. If this thing could prolong life, I would leap from the banks of the Xiang River. Well thrown. Su Qishan applauded. Having long wished to scold Yichen for deceiving the elderly. Yichen, my father has treated you well, yet you should not take advantage of his affection so shamelessly. Today is his 60th birthday, and you present him with a mere worthless fruit? The other elders of the Su family also expressed their disappointment in Yichen. Enough. Why are you blaming Young Yi? Perhaps he was misled. Su Baihe interjected. The world can be treacherous. Young Yi has only recently arrived in Beihai City and still requires experience. It was evident that Su Baihe did not believe the ginseng fruit could extend life either. Ha ha, my dear brother Su, your family remains as lively as ever. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from outside the Su residence. Grandfather Gu, old Gu. Upon seeing an elderly man in traditional attire approach, all members of the Su family stood in solemn respect. Gu Changxiong, the most renowned appraiser in the capital, was also a sworn brother to Su Baihe. Old Gu, I knew you would come. Please, take a seat. The sight of his longtime friend brought an even broader smile to Su Baihe's face. Ha ha, then I shall obey. Just as Gu Changxiong was about to sit, he suddenly caught sight of the ginseng fruit in the trash bin. Gasp. Gu Changxiong inhaled sharply, racing to the trash can, utterly astonished into silence. Old Gu, stop standing there like a fool. Come and sit. Su Baihe reproached, noticing Gu Changxiong's fixation on the trash bin. Today is my birthday, and you give me such a sour face? Gu Changxiong seemed oblivious to Su Baihe's words, trembling hands picking up the ginseng fruit, as though it were a priceless treasure. Since having seen a ginseng fruit at an auction in the capital years ago, he had not encountered such a gem from the 9 provinces again. Grandfather Gu, why are you picking up that worthless fruit? Quickly discard it. Do not soil your hands. Su Xuanyi remarked, perplexed by Gu Changxiong's actions. You call this a worthless fruit? Gu Changxiong fixed his gaze upon her. Indeed, is it not merely a rural fruit? Some even claim it can extend life. What a ludicrous assertion. Su Xuanyi scoffed. Nonsense. Gu Changxiong interrupted her sternly. This is no mere worthless fruit. Oh, the members of the Su family felt a jolt of surprise. Who discarded this fruit? Gu Changxiong suddenly inquired. Old Gu, I was the one who threw it away. Chu Tianlong stepped forward, unperturbed. You truly have some audacity. Do you know what this fruit is? Before Gu Changxiong could finish his sentence, Chu Tianlong interjected with a smile. Old Gu, do not be angered. While it is indeed my fault to waste fruit, it is even more disrespectful for Yichen to present such a humble fruit to Grandfather Su on his birthday. If the elder Gu enjoys this rustic fruit, I shall arrange for a cart to bring some over. Instinctively, Chu Tianlong assumed that Gu Changxiong had a fondness for such village delicacies. This is quite normal, although many rural fruits lack a proper name. Their flavors are undeniably exquisite. His grandfather often ventured into the countryside to procure these treasures. Did you say this fruit was gifted by this young friend? Gu Changxiong couldn't help but scrutinize Yi Chun. Indeed, it is this young lad. Chu Tianlong remarked sarcastically, Elder Gu, as a friend of Grandpa Su, you ought to advise him. A person of such low stature cannot even present a proper birthday gift. What right does he have to marry Xianyi? If I were Yi Chun, I would be too embarrassed to remain in the Su family. Gu Changxiong remained silent, merely casting a knowing smile towards Chu Tianlong. Do you have any idea of the value of this fruit? Isn't it just a few dozen yuan per pound? Chu Tianlong blurted out. Not quite. Gu Changxiong shook his head. A few hundred yuan? Still insufficient. Could it be that this rustic fruit is worth thousands per pound? Su Xianyi was taken aback. Gu Changxiong simply smiled without responding. Elder Gu, please don't keep us in suspense. How much is this fruit worth? Su Xianyi pressed on. At the last international auction in the capital, a 2-leaf specimen sold for 300 million. This 3-leaf one is worth at least 500 million. After saying this, Gu Changxiong cast a meaningful glance at Chu Tianlong. Are you certain you possess the capability to procure a cart for me? What? Su Xianyi's eyes widened, fearing she had misheard. 500 million? Are you jesting? How could Yi Chun possibly have that sum? The other members of the Su family were equally astonished, gazing at the ginseng fruit in disbelief, realizing its extraordinary value. Elder Gu, you must be venting your frustration at the younger generation for wasting such fruit. Chu Tianlong's lips twitched, awkwardly stating, what kind of fruit in the 9 provinces could be worth 500 million? Even if it were made of diamonds, it would still be insufficient. Humph, do you think I need to waste my breath on you? This is ginseng fruit. 1 leaf can extend life by a year. 3 leaves can extend it by 3 years, Gu Changxiong scoffed. Extend life? 3 years. Su Baihe, seated above, felt his eyelids twitch. Old Gu, did you just say this ginseng fruit can extend life for 3 years? The other members of the Su family held their breath, entranced. Brother Su, this ginseng fruit does possess life-extending properties, but regrettably, when placed alongside refuse, its essence has already dissipated. Now, it is indeed no different from any ordinary rustic fruit. Gu Changxiong lamented. Su Baihe was left utterly speechless. After a long pause, he glared at Chu Tianlong. Chu Tianlong, get out of the Su family. We do not welcome you. No, this cannot be true. I refuse to believe it. How could a discarded youth like Yi Chun possibly have 500 million? Chu Tianlong shook his head vigorously. Get out now. The elder of the Su family admonished from his seat. Had it not been for Chu Tianlong's assistance to the Su family at Qinghe Garden, he might have already ordered someone to act against him. After Chu Tianlong left, looking dejected and disheveled, Gu Changxiong clasped his hands before Yi Chun, inquiring about the origin of the ginseng fruit. As far as I know, only martial arts masters in the 9 provinces are qualified to trade such a rarity. What? Only martial arts masters have the right to engage in such transactions? No wonder we had never heard of the ginseng fruit before. Members of the Su family suddenly enlightened. But then they were left in confusion. From where did Yi Chun acquire this ginseng fruit? To be honest, this fruit was purchased by me from a roadside vendor. Yi Chun refrained from mentioning Han Xiaojun, surmising that the vendor was unaware of its true value. He merely stated that the fruit could prolong life. I see, Gu Changxiong nodded thoughtfully. The other members of the Su family were astonished at Yi Chun's extraordinary fortune, able to stumble upon such a priceless ginseng fruit in Beihai. After the Su family's birthday banquet concluded, Su Xuanyi sought out Yi Chun privately. Miss Su, is there something you need? Yi Chun smiled at her. Do you think that because you stole the spotlight at my grandfather's birthday banquet today, I would willingly marry you? Su Xuanyi scoffed, gazing at him coldly. Yi Chun, do not delude yourself. You are merely a fortunate jester, and luck will not always be your companion. With that, she gestured towards the distant Xiang River. Do you see the ripples on the Xiang River? Today, you are akin to them, merely relying on luck for a fleeting moment of glory. Yet, the ripples will eventually return to tranquility. So too will your life. No matter how you struggle, it cannot alter your mundane fate. In response, Yi Chun merely smiled in silence. Yi Chun, if you were a discerning individual, you would proactively distance yourself from me and the Su family. As the saying goes, a dragon does not dwell with snakes. Clinging to me will yield no favorable outcome. Su Xuanyi continued coldly. You and I are not of the same ilk. I am a phoenix of Jiangnan, while you are merely a scion cast aside from a noble family. Sooner or later, I shall become a woman of stature, marrying a martial arts master. Go and speak to Grandfather Su about it. Yi Chen shrugged. If he could withdraw from the engagement, he would have long since departed Jiangnan province. Su Xuanyi stamped her foot in frustration. If she could persuade her grandfather, why would she threaten Yi Chen? Yi Chen, since you are so stubborn, I will ensure you come to regret it. We shall see. Chapter 43. Making off with the money the following day. Upon arriving at the Su group, Yi Chen noticed that the gazes of those around him were somewhat peculiar. Brother Yi, you are incredible. A chubby fellow scampered to Yi Chen's side, exclaiming, You are my idol. Thankfully, I listened to your advice back then. Otherwise, I would have faced tragedy. What happened? Yi Chen inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. Brother Yi, this morning the Donggang Chamber of Commerce declared bankruptcy. The chubby man sighed dramatically. Chairman Ma has absconded with the funds. Oh, is that so? Yi Chen smiled, not at all surprised by this outcome. In the chairman's office of the Su Group, chaos ensued. How could this happen? How is it possible? When Su Xuanyi learned that President Ma had absconded with the funds, her face drained of color, leaving only helplessness and dread. If her grandfather discovered that she had been swindled out of 100 million, her life would be over. No, I must not tell grandfather. Su Xuanyi hurriedly sought out Chu Tianlong. Where's Ma Jinghui? She asked, her anxiety palpable. I can't reach him, came Chu Tianlong's equally troubled reply. With Ma Jinghui's flight, the Chu family faced utter ruin. What are we to do? Su Xuanyi was on the verge of tears. It should be noted that of the 100 million given to her by Su Baihe, 50 million was intended to bridge the financial gap of the Su Group. Now, the gap remains unfilled, and she has been deceived. Xuanyi, don't panic. I've already reported it to the police. Once they apprehend that scoundrel Ma Jinghui, I swear I'll make him pay. Chu Tianlong clenched his fists tightly. But when will the police catch him? Su Xuanyi asked, her voice trembling. I'm not sure. But it should be soon. Chu Tianlong reassured her. That is good. That beast Ma Jinghui. I will ensure he rots in prison. Su Xuanyi's gaze turned cold. By the way, Xuanyi, didn't that useless Yi Chen mention that the Donggang Chamber of Commerce was going to collapse? If he has inside information, he might know where Ma Jinghui is. Chu Tianlong suddenly recalled. Right. How could I have forgotten about Yi Chen? Su Xuanyi quickly summoned him. Miss Su, you called for me? Yi Chen entered the boardroom with a smile. Yi Chen, how dare you smile? Chu Tianlong glared at him. You knew that Ma Jinghui was planning to run away and didn't he tell us? Oh, come on, Chu Tianlong. I informed everyone in the Su Group that the Donggang Chamber of Commerce was on the verge of collapse. How could you blame me for your own foolishness? Yi Chen replied with a knowing look. You bastard, stop with the hindsight. Chu Tianlong was about to lash out, but hesitated, remembering Yi Chen's previous defeat. Enough, Chu Xiao. Stop wasting time with him. Let's get to the point, Su Xuanyi interjected. Chu Tianlong huffed, glaring coldly at Yi Chen. Where's Ma Jinghui? He demanded. I just saw Ma Jinghui taking a rocket to the moon, Yi Chen replied with a grin. The moon? Chu Tianlong's face flushed with anger. Are you mocking me? What? Chu Tianlong, don't you believe me? Yi Chen said with a knowing look. You. Chu Tianlong was momentarily at a loss for words. It dawned on him that his refusal to trust Yi Chen had led to this continuous misfortune. Had he believed Yi Chen's words and not invested in Ma Jinghui, he would not be facing such troubles now. Yi Chen, did Ma Jinghui really go to the moon? Su Xuanyi asked, uncertainty clouding her expression. If that were the case, how could the police ever catch him? Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes. Yi Chen nodded earnestly. Xian Yi, do not heed this fool's ramblings. Ma Jinghui is undoubtedly in Jiangnan. Chu Tianlong berated Yi Chen, commanding him to leave. There is no rush. Yi Chen placed a wager before Chu Tianlong, asking, Do you remember this? If the Donggang Chamber of Commerce collapses, you shall sever a limb. A clear panic surged within Chu Tianlong, yet he defiantly retorted, What a joke. This wager is utterly invalid. I now suspect you are in cahoots with Ma Jinghui. Oh, Yi Chen was amused by Chu Tianlong's audacity. Yi Chen, cease your insolent grinning. If you are not allied with Ma Jinghui, how could you possibly know of the Donggang Chamber's impending demise? Chu Tianlong pressed, ultimately. You are merely a minor figure in Beihai City. What right have you to knowledge that even I and Xian Yi lack? Indeed, Yi Chen, how did you come to know of the Donggang Chamber's downfall? Su Xian Yi cast a puzzled glance his way. I have my own connections, Yi Chen replied dismissively. Your connections? Huh, you possess no such connections. Go dine at the Beihai Hotel and see if they offer you a discount, Chu Tianlong scoffed. Having said all this, do you intend to deny your debts? Yi Chen gazed intently at him. Yes, I refuse to acknowledge any debts. What can you do about it? Aren't you the one with connections? Come on, prove you can have me maimed. Chu Tianlong sneered down at Yi Chun. No sooner had he spoken than a female secretary hurriedly approached Su Xianyi, whispering urgently in her ear. Su Xianyi's body trembled, nearly causing her to falter. Xianyi, what is the matter? Chu Tianlong expressed concern. Chu Tianlong, it's dire. The Su Group's fraudulent accounting has been uncovered. I must secure 50 million to patch the financial gap. Su Xianyi spoke tremulously. The reason she had not transferred the funds given by Su Baihe into the company was that Chu Tianlong had instructed her to cook the books. Initially, she had been opposed, but tempted by the enormous returns promised by the Donggang Chamber, her greed had prevailed. Investing 50 million could yield a profit of 25 million in a year, after all. Discovered? How could this happen? Our company's fraudulent accounting system is flawless. The moment Chu Tianlong began to speak, he recognized his error. The Chu Group could not possibly compare to the Su Group. In Beihai, countless eyes were fixed upon the Su Group daily. Xianyi, do not weep. Here's what we shall do. I will go to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce to help you secure a loan. Observing Su Xianyi in tears, Chu Tianlong thumped his chest, declaring, should the sky fall, I shall bear it all. After all, I am not a small fry like Yi Chun. I can truly assist you. Thank you, Tianlong. Su Xianyi gazed at Chu Tianlong with reddened eyes, momentarily feeling that he was indeed a reliable and trustworthy ally. Perhaps agreeing to Shushenlong's pursuit and marrying him would not have been such a poor choice. He is undoubtedly superior to Yi Chun by countless magnitudes. Shushenlong, I advise you not to venture into the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, Yi Chun remarked with a sardonic smile. For your presence, there will surely invite calamity. What a farce. Is the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce your family's establishment? And calamity? Let me tell you, Yi Chun, my father is destined to triumph over fate. With that, Shushenlong and Su Xuanyi departed side by side. Observing their retreating figures, Yi Chun took out his phone and made a call. Wang Peng. There's a fellow with the surname Chu coming by to borrow money. Ensure he leaves with a broken leg. Which leg? Let me think. The one in the middle will suffice. Chapter 44. A friend's strategy. After leaving the Su Group, Su Xuanyi felt a persistent unease. She began to worry that the affairs of the Su Group might be exposed, leading her grandfather to erupt in fury, forcing her to resign as chairperson and marry Yi Chun, ultimately settling down to a life of domesticity. No, that cannot be my destiny. Su Xuanyi felt a deep aversion towards such a life. After all, she was a phoenix of Jiangnan province. How could she marry an ordinary man like Yi Chun? Xuanyi, do not fret, Shushenlong said with gentle reassurance, recognizing her turmoil. I will surely help you secure the funds. Thank you, Tianlong, Su Xuanyi replied, touched. During her most trying moments, only Shushenlong stood by her side. What is there to thank? We are childhood friends. If it weren't for your grandfather's confusion, you would already be my wife, Shushenlong lamented. It is truly baffling how her grandfather thinks. Yi Chun is utterly inept, yet he treats him with such kindness. Is it merely because of a betrothal? Humph. What era are we in? Such child engagements are archaic. Su Xuanyi pouted. Xuanyi, if you truly do not wish to marry Yi Chun, there are alternatives, Shushenlong suggested, his gaze falling upon her long, fair legs. He took a deep breath. We could elope. Elope? Su Xuanyi shuddered. Indeed, we could leave Beihai City, leave Jiangnan province, and I will take care of you, Shushenlong proposed. Yet, Su Xuanyi remained silent, for such a life was not what she desired either. Tianlong, my mother may come to Beihai City soon. Under the pressure of the Wang family's influence, my grandfather will have no choice but to prevent my marriage to Yi Chun. After a moment of silence, Su Xuanyi suddenly spoke. Your mother? Shushenlong's eyes brightened. Really? Absolutely, Su Xuanyi affirmed with a firm nod. Half an hour later, Shushenlong and Su Xuanyi arrived at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Who may I assist you with? The receptionist inquired. May I ask if Mr. Chen Xiaofeng is available? Su Xuanyi replied. I'm sorry, but our manager Chun is on sick leave. The receptionist shook her head. Is Wang Mo available? Su Xuanyi continued. A friend of mine knows Wang Mo. We are here to borrow money. Who is your friend? The receptionist appeared perplexed. His surname was Chu. As Su Xuanyi began to speak, the receptionist hurriedly bowed, realizing it was young Master Chu. Our general manager Wang is already waiting for you in the conference room. Please follow me. Waiting for me? Chu Tianlong looked bewildered, while Su Xuanyi regarded him with admiration. Tianlong, let us proceed. We must not keep General Manager Wang waiting. All right. Just as they were about to depart, the receptionist halted Su Xuanyi. Miss, I apologize, but General Manager Wang has instructed that he will only meet with young Master Chu. What? Su Xuanyi glanced at Chu Tianlong. It's fine, Xuanyi. You can wait for me outside. I will come find you once I secure the funds. Chu Tianlong reassured her. Very well, I shall wait for you. After Chu Tianlong and the receptionist departed, Su Xuanyi sighed inwardly. Had she known earlier that Chu Tianlong was acquainted with Wang Yimou, she would never have rejected his confession. Truly, one misstep leads to another. In the conference room of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, the receptionist announced, General Manager Wang, young Master Chu has arrived. Please leave us. Wang Yimou waved his hand. And once the receptionist exited, he smiled at Chu Tianlong. Come to borrow money, have you? Yes, General Manager Wang. Chu Tianlong replied, somewhat embarrassed. My goddess's company has encountered some difficulties, and I need 50 million. 50 million? Very well, no problem. As Wang Mo's words settled in, Chu Tianlong felt a surge of joy. Thank you, General Manager Wang. Thank you. Yet, Chu Tianlong was also somewhat confused. He did not know Wang Yimou. So why was the latter aware of his intention to borrow money and so agreeable? Young Master Chu, here is a check for 50 million. However, what do you intend to offer as collateral? Wang Yimou placed the check before Chu Tianlong, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. What type of collateral does General Manager Wang desire? Chu Tianlong inquired, taking up the check. I require something from you. Wang Mo's tone shifted to one of insidious intent. Something from me? Chu Tianlong's heart sank. General Manager, please do not jest. I am not joking, Wang Yimou replied solemnly. Given that the Chu family has been swindled to the brink of ruin by the Donggang Chamber of Commerce, the only valuable thing you possess is your essence. Essence? Startled, Chu Tianlong hurriedly set down the check. General Manager, I shall not borrow this money. I must take my leave. Who said you could leave? A cold voice emanated from the front of the conference room, revealing Wang Peng blocking Chu Tianlong's path. The money may be foregone, but your essence shall remain here today. Why? I, Chu Tianlong, have not wronged the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Why must you treat me thus? Upon seeing Wang Peng, Chu Tianlong truly panicked. He recognized Wang Peng as a martial arts master of half-step in Jiangnan province. Why? Wang Peng scoffed. Simply because you have offended those you ought not to. With that, he commanded, seize Chu Tianlong and break his legs. Ah! A mournful sound echoed throughout the conference room during the evening. Su Xuanyi received a call from Chu Tianlong, who, in a feeble voice tinged with a hint of effeminacy, said, Xuanyi, you should go back. I was unable to secure the funds. All right, I understand, Su Xuanyi replied, leaving the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce with a heavy heart. Her expression was far from pleasant. She had pinned all her hopes on Chu Tianlong, only to be met with disappointment. What should I do? What am I to do? Overwhelmed by her emotions, Su Xuanyi sank to the ground in tears. Xuanyi. At that moment, a BMW pulled up in front of her, and the door swung open to reveal the tall and alluring Wang Lingming. Mingming? Upon seeing her close friend, Su Xuanyi's sobs intensified. Woo-woo, Mingming, I've been deceived. Witnessing Su Xuanyi's distress, Wang Lingming felt helpless. She had specifically cautioned her friend the previous day against investing in the Donggang Chamber of Commerce, but to no avail. Xuanyi, I heard that the Donggang Chamber has absconded. While the damage has been done, try not to despair. I have a way to help you recover your lost funds. Wang Lingming's words were startling. Mingming, what do you mean? Su Xuanyi exclaimed, her hope rekindled. You could seek assistance from Yichun, Wang Lingming reluctantly suggested. Chapter 45. An impossible plea seek Yichun? Su Xuanyi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a disdainful glare. Mingming, are you jesting? Yichun is merely a nobody from Beihai. What qualifications does he possess to help me recover my money? As she pondered, a thought struck her, causing her to shudder. Could it be that Yichun was truly in cahoots with Ma Jinghui? Xuanyi, it's not as you think. I've heard that Yichun is acquainted with significant figures in the Yunlong Chamber, so he might have a way to locate Ma Jinghui. Wang Lingming explained with a wry smile. Su Xuanyi scoffed, recalling how Chu Tianlong had previously consulted Wang Mo from the Yunlong Chamber to no avail. Shaking her head in despondence, she replied, Xuanyi, the people Yichun knows are far more influential. But before Wang Lingming could finish her thought, Su Xuanyi interrupted. Enough, Mingming. You want me to plead with Yichun? That is nothing but a pipe dream. And what do you intend to do instead? I've heard that the Su Group's financial discrepancies have been uncovered. Do you have 50 million to cover the shortfall? Wang Lingming expressed her concern. I do not possess such funds, Su Xuanyi replied, her complexion paling. Mingming, could you lend me some money for now? This is all my savings. Take it. Wang Lingming handed Su Xuanyi a bank card containing 5 million, adding, as for the remaining amount, we will devise a solution together. She refrained from mentioning Yichen again, fully aware that Su Xuanyi would never consider seeking his help. Thank you, Mingming. Su Xuanyi accepted the bank card, her gaze then falling upon Wang Lingming's neck. Crystal of love? Mingming, tell me honestly, did Yichen send you to persuade me to seek his assistance? Wang Lingming was perplexed by Su Xuanyi's words. Mingming, you have been deceived by Yichen. This necklace is a counterfeit. Have you not considered that he, a man of little means, could possibly afford jewelry worth millions? Su Xuanyi's gaze was particularly frigid. That useless man, he actually attempted to win over my dear friend with a piece of imitation jewelry, hoping I would marry him? It seems he did not heed my warning that night. With this thought, Su Xuanyi ominously addressed Wang Lingming. Mingming, you must promptly discard this cheap crystal love. Do you not feel it is beneath you? I find it quite beautiful, Wang Lingming protested, unwilling to part with the crystal love. Very well, do as you please. Su Xuanyi, disinterested in further debate, suddenly conceived a method to raise funds upon seeing the crystal love. The following day, Su Xuanyi and Wang Lingming, laden with bags, arrived at a pawnshop in Beihai City. Xuanyi, are you truly going to sell all your jewelry? Wang Lingming hesitated, eyeing the collection, many pieces of which were already discontinued. I have no choice. I must urgently raise 50 million. Although reluctant, Su Xuanyi felt compelled to proceed. You could tell grandfather Su the truth. I believe he wouldn't hold it against you, Wang Lingming suggested. Absolutely not. Su Xuanyi firmly rejected the notion. If my grandfather learns the truth, he will undoubtedly insist that I marry Yichen. How could I possibly wed an ordinary man? Wang Lingming smiled wryly at her friend's words, but refrained from revealing Yichen's capabilities, as she still harbored hopes of marrying him after Su Xuanyi called off her engagement. Miss Su, what brings you here? A middle-aged man in a suit, upon spotting Su Xuanyi, approached her in astonishment. Manager Shan, I have come to sell some items. Su Xuanyi explained. Miss Su, you jest. You are the daughter of the Su family. How could you part with your jewelry for mere monetary gain? Manager Shan was skeptical, fully aware of the Su family's considerable wealth. Manager Shan, I am not in the mood for jesting. Please, calculate the worth of these items. Su Xuanyi placed her bags on the counter, and in an instant, a dazzling array of jewels spilled forth. Miss Su, please hold on. I will assess their value immediately. Seeing Su Xuanyi was serious, Manager Shan hurriedly summoned several staff members to appraise the jewelry. Half an hour later, Manager Shan, with a courteous demeanor, informed Su Xuanyi. Miss Su, after our evaluation, I can offer you this amount. He extended 5 fingers. 5 million. Su Xuanyi frowned, feeling the offer was rather low, considering she had originally spent 20 million on these jewels. Miss Su, you are mistaken. It is not 5 million, but rather 500,000. Manager Shan responded with a wry smile. What did you say? Su Xuanyi thought she had misheard. Manager Shan, I paid 2 million for these jewels. You are offering 500,000. Is that not rather audacious? Miss Su, please do not be upset. I never claimed the price was low. In fact, it has been slightly elevated. Once jewelry leaves the counter, its value diminishes significantly. Except for gold and jade, most jewelry holds little intrinsic worth. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire at other pawnshops, Manager Shan explained, his demeanor resolute. I would have asked regardless. Su Xuanyi shot a glare at Manager Shan before turning to Wang Lingming behind her. Mingming, let us go? They visited 7 or 8 pawnshops in succession. Finally, Su Xuanyi realized that the jewelry she possessed was virtually worthless. The most outrageous part was that someone only offered 200,000, which infuriated her. She had purchased these items for 20 million and had barely worn them, yet they had depreciated so significantly in resale value. Miss Su, how about it? Our pawnshop offers the highest price, Manager Shan said with an innocuous smile as he saw Su Xuanyi and Wang Lingming returning for the umpteenth time. We will sell it at the price you mentioned. Su Xuanyi had lost her earlier bravado and spoke with a bitter tone. No problem. Manager Shan transferred 500,000 to Su Xuanyi and then noticed the necklace, Crystal Love, adorning Wang Lingming's neck. Might I inquire if this necklace is for sale? Our pawnshop is willing to offer 600,000, he said with an eager expression. Are you joking, Manager Shan? You would pay 60,000 for this worthless necklace? Su Xuanyi exclaimed in disbelief. I am not joking. Crystal love is one of the most valuable pieces of jewelry, Manager Shan replied with a smile. Is this crystal love genuine? Su Xuanyi's composure began to falter. It is indeed authentic, Manager Shan confirmed with a nod. I'm sorry, but I will not sell this necklace. Wang Lingming decisively rejected Manager Shan's offer, as it was a gift from Yichun. She could not part with it. Besides, if her future husband found out she had sold crystal love for a pittance, he would undoubtedly be furious. Su Xuanyi glanced at Wang Lingming, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. After exiting the pawnshop, Wang Lingming noticed Su Xuanyi's silence and smiled wryly. Xianyi, 500,000 is simply insufficient. Why not ask Yichun for assistance? He truly has a way. Enough. I do not wish to hear Yichun's name. Su Xuanyi replied coldly. Mingming, that useless Yichun merely gifted you a crystal love, did he not? Why do you feel the need to speak on his behalf? Let me tell you, if I were to lose everything, end up destitute, or even perish on the streets, I would never plead with Yichun. Chapter 46. Qin Yuma's indulgence at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Yichun finished work promptly and prepared to leave Su's group. Brother Yi. The chubby man called out to him. What is it, chubby? Yichun inquired with a smile, appreciating the flattery he received from him. Brother Yi, I will be leaving in a couple of days, and I would like to treat you to a drink tonight, if that is all right. Little Fatty hesitated to speak. Resign? What happened? Is someone from the Su group bullying you? Yichun patted Little Fatty's shoulder. Who is bothering you? Tell Brother Yi, and I will take care of him. No, Brother Yi. It's my mother back home who arranged a wife for me. I am about to become a son-in-law, Little Fatty said with a bitter smile. Oh. Yichun pondered for a moment and chuckled. All right, tonight we... Before Yichun could finish his sentence, his phone rang. It was a call from Qin Yuma. He told Little Fatty, I need to take this call, and answered, Miss Qin, what's the matter? Yichun, I'm feeling quite down today. Could you come and have a drink with me? Qin Yuma's voice trembled, tinged with sorrow and delicacy, evoking an instinctive sense of compassion. What happened? Yichun inquired. Yet, Qin Yuma only continued to sob without responding. Where are you? Yichun asked again. I'm at the Muyu bar in Beihai City, Qin Yuma cried. All right, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Yichun looked helplessly at Little Fatty. Little Fatty, Brother Yi has something to attend to and may not be able to drink with you. It's fine, Brother Yi. There will be other opportunities tomorrow or the day after. Little Fatty grinned. After bidding farewell to Little Fatty, Yichun arrived at Muyu bar. Inside, a woman in her 20s sat at the bar, drawing the attention of many men around her, but none dared to approach. Miss Qin. Yichun approached the enchanting woman. Yichun, thank you for coming to keep me company, Qin Yuma said, her eyes red-rimmed as she gazed at him, looking exceptionally lovely, like a spring bud among lilies. What on earth happened? Why are you here drinking alone? Yichun seated himself beside her, immediately eliciting looks of envy from the surrounding men. It's Qin He. He has mortgaged the Qin group to the bank and used the funds to pay Ma Jinghui. Now, Ma Jinghui has run off, and the Qin family's money is lost. Qin Yuma said, taking a swig of her drink, her anger palpable. Your brother? Yichun grasped the situation. Didn't I tell you before not to give money to the Donggang Chamber of Commerce? My brother doesn't trust you at all. Where's Qin He? I can help teach him a lesson. My brother has already been confined by grandfather. He is not having a good time now, Qin Yuma said. Her voice filled with grievance. Now, the mess in the Qin family falls on me to resolve. Even the progress of the Beihai New Town project has encountered issues. At this point, Qin Yuma lowered her head, feeling guilty. Yichun, I'm so sorry. You trusted me so much by entrusting the Beihai New Town project to me. But I miss Qin. There's no need for you to blame yourself. Yichun shook his head. This isn't your fault. Your brother is simply too greedy. Qin Yuma sniffled softly, then leaned into Yichun's embrace, murmuring, Let me rest here for a moment. At her request, Yichun remained silent. After sharing 2 drinks with Qin Yumuo at the Muyu bar, Yichun suddenly remarked, Miss Qin, you need not worry about the money the Qin group was deceived out of. I shall find a way. Yichun, what do you mean? Qin Yumuo gazed at him in disbelief. Initially, she had contemplated asking Yichun to seek assistance from Kong Baishan, but had found herself unable to voice it. Unexpectedly, he continued, just wait for my news at home. If all goes as planned, Ma Jinghui will return the Qin family's money by tomorrow morning. Yichun offered her solace, feeling a pang of sympathy as he witnessed her tears. Ultimately, he was not adept at confronting weeping women. As night fell in Beihai City, at the Qin residence, Qin Chang'an regarded Qin Yumuo with a complex expression. Oh, are you saying Yi Chun can help the Qin family recover the funds lost to Ma Jinghui? He shook his head. Yumuo, have you been drinking? I had a bit at Muyu Bar, Qin Yumuo admitted. If you're intoxicated, refrain from speaking nonsense. Even if Yi Chun knows Kong Baishan, why would the Kong family assist that lad? Qin Chang'an asserted. Though Yi Xiaoyu saved someone from the Kong family, Kong Baishan has already repaid his debt at Baiwan Manor. Grandfather, if Yi Chun truly recovers the Qin family's money, then before Qin Yumuo could finish, Qin Chang'an interjected. Let us discuss it once Yi Xiaoyu retrieves the funds. With that, Qin Yumuo accepted and turned to leave. Observing his granddaughter's departing figure, Qin Chang'an sighed in resignation. Recovering the Qin family's money? It is no simple feat to locate Ma Jinghui in Jiangnan province. It would require a concerted effort from forces like the Kong family or the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. What capability does Yi Xiaoyu possess? Meanwhile, in Shangrao City, Jiangnan province. At the Minglian nightclub, a group of petty thugs reveled in a luxurious private room. Ha ha ha, working with Master Ma this time has been quite profitable. One exclaimed. Keep your voice down, don't draw attention. The major families in Beihai City are all searching for Master Ma, admonished a bald man nearby. Humph. The prominent families of Beihai City are nothing. They barely rank in Jiangnan province. If they weren't so easy to deceive, would Master Ma have swindled their money? Scoffed another thug. As his words fell, several young girls in school uniforms entered the opulent room. Greetings, Brother Chong, they nervously greeted. You all came willingly, I presume? The thug's eyes gleamed with greed as he scrutinized the girls. Yes, one of them said, but a short-haired girl interjected. I did not come willingly. Let me go? Leave. The thug laughed. Little sister, we are all just here to have fun. Why pretend to be so virtuous? Or do you find my offer insufficient? No, Brother Chong. I thought I was merely here to keep company, the short-haired girl stammered. Indeed, keeping company. In bed, is that not the case? The thug guffawed, prompting laughter from the other ruffians in the luxurious room. The short-haired girl bit her lip, rendered speechless. If you wish to leave, feel free to drink all the alcohol here, and I shall let you go. Laosan gestured towards the plethora of drinks in the private room. Brother Chong, are you jesting? There is far too much liquor. The short-haired girl, overwhelmed by the mountain of bottles, was brought to tears. Consuming such an amount would surely be fatal for her. Slap. Laosan struck the short-haired girl across the face, his voice laden with contempt. What do you think you are? Do you believe I would jest with you? If you refuse to drink, then obediently remove your clothes. I. The girl sobbed even more fiercely. What's this? Unwilling to undress? Laosan brandished a stack of money, slapping it against her face, his tone arrogant. Today, I will force your legs apart with money, if need be. Brother Chong, I beg you, do not do this. The short-haired girl trembled, her voice choked. I am still young. I prefer the young. I relish the pure. Someone, strip this worthless girl. Laosan laughed brazenly. In her utter despair, the short-haired girl glanced at the others in the room, hoping for assistance, yet none deigned to acknowledge her plight. Just as her heart sank into hopelessness, the door to the luxurious private room was kicked open, and Yi Chun strode in, commanding, have Ma Jinghui come to see me. Chapter 47. Half the money, huh? The sudden commotion startled Lao San and his companions. Who are you, kid? Lao San squinted, scrutinizing Yi Chun. You need not concern yourselves with my identity. Simply call Ma Jinghui, and have him meet me, Yi Chun replied, making himself comfortable in the room, uncorking a bottle of wine, only to grimace. Why is this so dreadful? Lao San and the others were taken aback by Yi Chun's audacity. What should we do, Baldy? Lao San asked the bald man beside him. This kid specifically asked for Master Ma. He likely harbors ill intentions, possibly from Beihai City, the bald man assessed. And then? Lao San hesitated. He's alone. We should deal with this kid first. Master Ma's affairs cannot go awry, especially since we are departing for overseas tomorrow. The bald man's gaze turned icy. Go, deal with this brat. Lao San commanded, and in an instant, over 10 men clad in black lunged towards Yi Chun. Yet, in less than a breath's time, all of these black-clad men found themselves kneeling on the ground, stripped of their ability to resist. I asked you to call Ma Jinghui, not to attack me. You possess quite the audacity, Yi Chun remarked, stepping forward to place his foot on Lao San's head. Kid, this is the Minglian nightclub, the territory of Han Xiaojun from Shangrao City. Do you dare to cause a ruckus here? Lao San, beneath Yi Chun's foot, still refused to yield, threatening. I advise you to release us immediately. Otherwise, when Junyi arrives, you will find yourself on a path to ruin. Indeed, Junyi is a master of martial arts in Jiangnan province. What can you do? Can you outmatch a master of martial arts? The bald man sneered viciously. Han Xiaojun. Yi Chen chuckled. Do you truly believe he can save you? How dare you speak ill of the military lord? Old Three exclaimed in a fit of rage. Do you not realize that no one in the entirety of Shangrao dares to offend him? My apologies, but I truly did not know, Yi Chen replied, unperturbed. He tossed his phone to Old Three, demanding either a summons for Ma Jinghui or a farewell message for his family. You. Old Three's gaze flickered. He had never encountered such audacity in a young man within Jiangnan province. Xiaochong, what is happening? Why is it so noisy in your private room? We have already received complaints from other guests. At that moment, Han Xiaojun, accompanied by several individuals, entered the opulent suite. Military brother. Upon seeing Han Xiaojun, Old Three's eyes gleamed with hope, and he cried out, Military brother, someone is causing trouble at the Menglian nightclub. I mentioned your name. And that person had the audacity to say you are nothing. Oh, is that so? Han Xiaojun's expression darkened. Since Yi Chun had his back turned, he did not recognize him immediately. Military brother, what Xiaochong said is true. That person has shown utter disrespect towards you, displaying the utmost arrogance. A bald man beside him added, visibly incensed. Interesting. In Shangrao, it has been quite some time since I encountered such an insolent youth, Han Xiaojun remarked. His gaze now fixed on Yi Chun. Friend, do turn around. I am quite curious to know what gives you the audacity to speak ill of me, Han Xiaojun, and to create chaos in my territory. As his words fell, an inexplicable chill ran down the spines of Old Three and the others. Military brother is angry. This little wretch is doomed. Old Three felt a surge of excitement. The young women in the room cast sympathetic glances at Yi Chun. Being from Shangrao, they understood all too well the weight of the name Han Xiaojun. I thought I was saved, but now despair deepened within the short-haired girl. Earlier, Yi Chun had given her hope by fighting against Old Three, but with Han Xiaojun's arrival, her spirits plunged to the lowest depths. Little wretch, military brother has asked you to turn around. Do you not understand human speech? Old Three, seeing Yi Chun remain unmoved, shouted in anger. Weren't you quite arrogant? Weren't you quite formidable? You even dared to suggest your last words? Now that military brother is here, why not continue your bravado? The bald man beside him sneered, Kid, I thought you were impressive, but it seems you too have moments of fear. Yi Chun disregarded their taunts, turning to Han Xiaojun with a contemplative expression. Han Xiaojun, do you possess such courage to confront me? Upon hearing Yi Chun's voice, Han Xiaojun's heart skipped a beat, instinctively sensing something amiss. As he beheld Yi Chun's visage, his countenance turned pale, as though he had encountered the king of hell. Why Yi? Han Xiaojun stammered, terror rendering him speechless. Military lord, you see this little wretch? He is utterly unrestrained, displaying such arrogance even before you. You must eliminate him at once. Upon witnessing Yi Chun reprimanding Han Xiaojun, Lao Sen was filled with indignation. Indeed, eliminate him, echoed the bald man in agreement. Consequently, a sharp sound resonated as Han Xiaojun delivered two resounding slaps to Lao San and the bald man. Then, he suddenly knelt before Yi Chun, exclaiming, Mr. Yi, I was unaware of your presence at the Dream Lotus nightclub. My previous demeanor was inappropriate. I implore your forgiveness. Han Xiaojun, are you intending to defend these individuals? Yi Chun inquired, observing the terror etched on Han Xiaojun's face with a knowing look. I dare not, I dare not. Mr. Yi, you jest. If these insignificant pests have offended you, then their demise is well-deserved. Han Xiaojun hastily shook his head, witnessing Han Xiaojun's submissive posture before Yi Chun, akin to a grandson before his grandfather. Both Lao San and the bald man were instantly flustered. The young women present gazed at Yi Chun in confusion, unaware of the significance of the eminent figure who had arrived in Shangrao City, compelling even a ruthless character like Han Xiaojun to bow in deference. Brother Yi, Master Yi, please spare us. We truly do not know the whereabouts of Ma Jinghui. After a brief moment of shock, Lao Sen began to plead for mercy. Indeed, Master Yi, we have no knowledge of Ma Jinghui's location, the bald man echoed, lamenting their plight. Had he known that Ma Jinghui had offended such a formidable individual, he would have likely vacated Jiangnan long ago. Unaware, are you? Then allow me to inquire, where is the money that Ma Jinghui deceived from Beihai City? Yi Chen scoffed. Master Yi, Ma Jinghui took half the money. We still possess the remaining half. The bald man quickly handed several bank cards to Yi Chun. Are you truly unable to contact Ma Jinghui? Yi Chun pressed once more. Indeed, Master Yi. Should we utter a single lie, may we meet a dire fate. The bald man and Lao Sen began to swear their oaths. Very well. Recovering half the money shall suffice. With that, Yi Chun chose not to utter another word and departed from the Dream Lotus nightclub. Once Yi Chun left, Han Xiaojun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Master Jun. Who is that you, sir? Lao San inquired as he rose from the ground, unable to restrain his curiosity towards Han Xiaojun. The identity of Mr. Yi is not something you insignificant creatures can comprehend. Han Xiaojun retorted scornfully. He then addressed the young women. Begone. Do not linger within the Dream Lotus nightclub. Chapter 48. I believe in Brother Yi. The following morning, as Qin Yuma arrived at the Qin group, a female secretary hurriedly approached her and whispered a few words in her ear. What? Are you serious? The bank's mortgage has been rendered void? Qin Yuma's expression was one of disbelief. She understood all too well what this entailed. In other words, the funds that Ma Jinghui had deceitfully taken from the Qin group were on the verge of being reclaimed. I knew Yi Chun would not deceive me. He must have a way. Qin Yuma's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet within her heart, jealousy towards Su Xuanyi intensified. Why was Yi Chun so stubbornly fond of her? Wishing for Su Xuanyi to annul the engagement? Meanwhile, at the Su group, Su Xuanyi was anxiously contemplating ways to raise funds when, quite unexpectedly, a company supervisor approached her with great excitement. President Su, I bear good news. Splendid news. What has happened? Su Xuanyi inquired, her brow furrowed. As her mood was far from cheerful, Miss Qin Yuma's boyfriend has located Ma Jinghui, and many individuals from Beihai City have had their defrauded money returned, including funds belonging to the Su Corporation, the supervisor exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. She had also been a victim, losing 50,000 yuan, and had thought that money was irretrievably lost. What did you say? The Su Corporation's funds have been returned? Su Xuanyi was momentarily taken aback, as if she had misheard. After a long pause, she trembled and asked, What about my money? Your funds have also been returned and are now in the company's account, the supervisor clarified. Mine too. Su Xuanyi's gaze faltered, and after a moment, she could no longer contain her emotions, her eyes reddening. This is wonderful news. Quickly, Supervisor Zhao. Arrange for 50 million to replenish the Su Corporation's cash flow. Understood, President Su. Once Supervisor Zhao departed, Su Xuanyi appeared to have narrowly escaped a dire fate. She had believed she was doomed and would face her grandfather's wrath. But now, could there be a glimmer of hope? Was it possible that Qin Yuma's boyfriend had indeed found Ma Jinghui, the very person who had previously assisted her with the Beihai Newtown project? Lost in her thoughts, she was soon interrupted by another figure hastily approaching her. Xuanyi, I heard that the Su Corporation's funds have been restored? Chu Tianlong inquired as he entered. Indeed. It was Qin Yuma's boyfriend who located Ma Jinghui. Su Xuanyi replied with relief. By the way, what about the funds belonging to your family? The Chu family's money has not been returned. Chu Tianlong's complexion turned ashen. Not returned. Su Xuanyi's lips twitched, fully aware that the Chu family had also entrusted Ma Jinghui with 100 million. Xuanyi, please accompany me to the Qin family. I need to inquire with Qin Yuma about the details of this situation, Chu Tianlong urged, his impatience palpable. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Tianlong and Su Xuanyi arrived at the Qin group. Oh, you mean your friend only managed to recover half of the money? The remaining funds were taken by Ma Jinghui? Chu Tianlong's expression darkened. Yes, aside from the Su and Qin corporations. The funds of the En and Li families have not been recovered, Qin Yuma explained. Suddenly, she seemed to recollect something and looked curiously at Chu Tianlong. Chu Tianlong, what has happened to your voice? Presently, Chu Tianlong's voice bore a certain softness and sharpness, almost effeminate. I caught a chill yesterday. It seems I have a cold. He explained solemnly, though he could not bring himself to meet Qin Yuma's gaze. Yuma, we owe our ability to navigate this crisis to your boyfriend. By the way, is he in Beihai City? Su Xuanyi asked with a charming smile. Boyfriend? Qin Yuma was momentarily startled. Indeed, the entire Beihai City is abuzz with the news that it was your boyfriend who found Ma Jinghui. With a playful smile, Su Xuanyi remarked, If your boyfriend happens to be in Beihai City, summon him forth so that I may express my gratitude in person. Qin Yuma hesitated, her heart wrestling with the thought of revealing to Su Xuanyi that Yi Chun had connections to the Kong family. She feared that Su Xuanyi might genuinely reconsider her engagement and pursue a relationship with Yi Chun. Despite gifting Yi Chun the crystal love and vocalizing her well wishes, her heart yearned to claim Yi Chun for herself. Women can be capricious, their intentions often inscrutable. What is it, Yuma? Are you perhaps harboring a secret lover? Refusing to introduce your boyfriend to us? Keeping it all mysterious? Su Xuanyi questioned, her tone tinged with annoyance at Qin Yuma's silence. Xuanyi, my boyfriend is currently not in Beihai City. You may be disappointed. Qin Yuma candidly acknowledged her relationship with Yi Chun. What a pity, Su Xuanyi mused, regretting her lost opportunity to discover the true nature of Qin Yuma's boyfriend, who possessed such remarkable prowess as to find Ma Jinghui. There is no cause for regret. I shall ensure to bring my boyfriend to meet you on your wedding day, Qin Yuma stated with unexpected brightness. Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Su Xuanyi's gaze darkened, realizing that even Qin Yuma was aware she was destined to marry the seemingly worthless Yi Chun. How infuriating! She seethed, previously mocked by Yun Yan. Now even Qin Yuma seemed to revel in her misfortune. It was all Yi Chun's fault. Had he not been so utterly lacking, she would not find herself in this humiliating position. With that thought, her disdain for Yi Chun intensified. The next day, within the Su group, the business department's chubby employee and others were gossiping about Qin Yuma's boyfriend. Yigu, you're just in time. As Mr. Su's fiancé, you must have met Miss Qin's boyfriend, right? The chubby employee approached eagerly. Qin Yuma has a boyfriend? Yi Chun responded, bewildered, as he was unaware of this development. Indeed. Look at this photo. Miss Qin and her boyfriend were spotted on a date at the Muyun bar, radiating sweetness, the chubby employee said, handing Yi Chun a picture. Regrettably, the bar's dim lighting only allowed a glimpse of the boyfriend's profile. What the? Yi Chun's lips twitched as he realized he had once again been photographed without consent. Yigu, do you not find that Miss Qin's boyfriend bears a striking resemblance to someone familiar? The chubby employee's casual remark startled Yi Chun. Does he? Yi Chun feigned ignorance. Absolutely. I can't shake the feeling that Miss Qin's boyfriend looks remarkably like Yun Yan's, the chubby employee continued, producing another photo for comparison. The others in the business department began to speculate. Could it be that Yun Yan's boyfriend and Miss Qin's are, in fact, the same person, playing both sides? Goodness. What a cad. Yi Chun could only force a smile as he defended himself. I don't believe this fellow fits the description of a scoundrel. I think these two resemble Yigu quite a bit, someone remarked, eliciting a wave of murmurs among the group. In an instant, the business department fell into a profound silence. Everyone glanced at Yi Chun, then at the photograph in their hands, astonished and speechless. This person is not me. Yi Chun vehemently denied. I have no acquaintance with Yun Yan or Qin Yuma. Brother Yi, even without your words, we believe that this person is not you. After all, you are the fiancé of President Su. How could you possibly engage in ambiguous relationships with other women behind her back? Xiao Pang declared with conviction, thumping his chest. I trust your character, Brother Yi. Yi Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What do you mean, trust? Are you all not working at all? Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from the office entrance. President Su. Hello, President Su. Upon seeing Su Xuanyi striding in with her long, graceful legs, Xiao Pang and the others hurriedly bowed in greeting. Do you need something from me? Yi Chun asked calmly, gazing at Su Xuanyi. Yi Chun, what delusions are you harboring? Who told you I was here to seek you out? Do you think that by winning Meng Meng over with a mere broken necklace, I would willingly beg you to marry me? You are quite naive. To me, you are nothing more than an insignificant figure. After delivering her scathing remarks, Su Xuanyi disregarded Yi Chun completely and addressed the others in the business department. Tomorrow, the company will hold a team-building event at Shuyue Mountain Villa in Shangrao City. Attendance is mandatory. Team building? Xiao Pang and the others were taken aback. President Su, didn't we just have a team-building event 3 months ago? One could not help but inquire. I am in a good mood. Is it not permissible to have another? Su Xuanyi retorted coldly. Her decision to organize another event stemmed from her elation, as the money stolen by Ma Jinghui had returned, alleviating her worries about facing her grandfather's wrath. The following day, at the Shangrao City train station, Xiao Pang and his group from the business department had arrived early. Brother Yi, they called out as they spotted Yi Chun approaching. You all are here quite early. Yi Chun smiled as he walked over. Where is President Su? A pure-looking girl in a blue short-sleeved shirt inquired. Just as she finished speaking, 2 Land Rover vehicles came to a stop before them. Get in. President Su sent me to pick you up, Chu Tianlong announced as he leaned out to address the group. Upon seeing Chu Tianlong, Xiao Pang and the others hesitated momentarily, but obediently climbed into the vehicles. However, When it was Yi Chen's turn, Chu Tianlong abruptly slammed the car door shut. Yi Chen, the Land Rover is full. You'll have to find your own way to Shuya Mountain Villa. Chu Tianlong looked down at Yi Chen with an air of superiority. Chu Xiao, there are still 2 seats available. Xiao Peng pointed out to the 2 vacant spots in the back seat. Those 2. They are reserved for the pet dogs. Chu Tianlong replied with a smirk, casting a knowing glance at Yi Chen. Do you intend to compete with dogs for a seat? As Chu Tianlong sought confrontation, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile enigmatically. Chu Tianlong, your voice is too soft. Do you sound like a woman? Speak up, you son of a. Upon being provoked by Yi Chen, Chu Tianlong's forehead instantly bulged with veins. He had just intended to teach Yi Chen a lesson as he was about to alight from the vehicle, yet he ultimately restrained himself, merely sneering, "Useless fool. I disdain to lower myself to your level." With that, he commanded his companions to depart for Shuya Villa. Just as 2 Land Rover vehicles had exited, a fleet of over 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms came to a halt before Yi Chen. The doors swung open, and a middle-aged gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire gracefully descended from the vehicle, followed by several prominent figures from Jiangnan province, including a few who had nearly reached the pinnacle of martial mastery. Kong Tianhe of the Kong family, at your service, Mr. Yi, he said, bowing respectfully to Yi Chen. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Yi, echoed the other distinguished individuals from Jiangnan, who likewise inclined their heads in reverence. Oh, so you are from the Kong family. Pray tell, do you seek vengeance for Kong Jiuxiao? Yi Chen inquired, casting a discerning glance at Kong Tianhe. Mr. Yi, you jest. We, the Kong family, would never dare offend you again, esteemed as you are. Jiuxiao's misconduct towards Miss Yunyan is solely his own folly, Kong Tianhe replied, his face awash with obsequiousness. Since you harbor no intentions of avenging Kong Jiuxiao, what business do you seek with me? Yi Chen asked leisurely. Mr. Yi, the Kong family is hosting a banquet at Shuya Villa today, and I am shamelessly extending an invitation for you to grace us with your presence, Kong Tianhe said, his tone exceedingly respectful. The other notable figures from Jiangnan held their breath, not daring to exhale. Ah, so you wish for me to attend your banquet? Yi Chen remarked with a smile. Very well, it happens that I intend to visit Shuya Villa today. I shall see you at the banquet. He chose not to repudiate the Kong family, for it is said that a powerful dragon does not suppress the local snake. Although Yi Chen was a master, the Kong family was the foremost clan in Jiangnan, and he had no desire to sour relations with them. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your graciousness. We shall await your esteemed arrival at Shuya Villa, Kong Tianhe responded, his expression one of astonished delight. When he had come to invite Yi Chen, he harbored no expectations. Yet he was taken aback by how agreeable Yi Chen proved to be. It seems Bai Shan's words were indeed true. Young Master Yi is quite amicable. However, every dragon has its scales, and to touch them is to invite death. Jiuxiao should never have dared to offend Mr. Ye's woman. Reflecting on Kong Jiuxiao, who lay in a comatose state in the hospital, Kong Tianhe felt a deep sense of helplessness. Once Kong Tianhe and his entourage had departed, Yi Chen made his way to Shuya Villa alone. Yi Chen, you finally arrived. We have been waiting for you. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Wang Lingming approached with an alluring gait, her demeanor utterly captivating. What brings you here? Yi Chen asked, slightly taken aback. Why shouldn't I be here? I am a close friend of Su Xuani, and since the Su group is hosting a team-building event, my presence is only natural, Wang Lingming replied, as if it were a matter of course. Pausing for a moment, she gazed at Yi Chen with a radiant smile. Yi Chen, you are here to reclaim the funds from the Qin group and the Su group, are you not? Certainly not, Yi Chen denied without a moment's hesitation. You speak nonsense. Wang Lingming suddenly felt a surge of anger. Throughout Jiangnan, aside from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce and the Kong family, no one could possibly locate Ma Jinghui in such a short span of time. Since you are closely associated with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, it must be you. As she spoke, Wang Lingming's tone grew melancholic. You may assist Su Xuani, but why extend your support to Qin Yuma? The entire Beihai city is buzzing with rumors that you are Qin Yuma's boyfriend. What about me? What am I to you? You clearly stated that as long as I helped persuade Su Xuani to call off her engagement, you would marry me. Observing Wang Lingming's pitiful demeanor, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, I do not know Qin Yuma at all. If you truly do not know her, then how do you explain this photograph? Wang Lingming produced an intimate picture of Yi Chen and Qin Yuma taken at the Muyun bar. Who is this person? Their profile resembles mine somewhat. Yi Chen expressed mild surprise. Seeing his reaction, Wang Lingming couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that Qin Yuma's boyfriend is indeed not Yi Chen? Yi Chen, did you truly not deceive me? You genuinely do not recognize Qin Yuma? Taking a deep breath, Wang Lingming fixated her gaze on Yi Chen. If you do not believe me, that is your prerogative, Yi Chen replied dismissively. Oh, Yi Chen, please do not be angry. I do not disbelieve you. I am merely afraid that you might eventually abandon me and deny me the right to reside at Fengyaju. Wang Lingming quickly apologized. Yi Chen, I was wrong to doubt you. You are a prominent figure in Jiangnan and would surely not hold a grudge against someone as insignificant as me. Just as she spoke, a voice echoed from a distance. Su Xuanyi called out, Ming Ming, hurry up, we are just waiting for you. I'm coming. Wang Lingming replied. And with a light flick of her tongue, she shyly asked Yi Chen, Yi Chen, Su Xuanyi is hosting a swimming competition at Shuyue Villa. Would you join my team? Chapter 50. Effeminate Ming Ming. Why did you bring Yi Chen here? At the outdoor swimming pool of Shuyue Villa, Su Xuanyi was engaged in laughter with several handsome men and beautiful women when she spotted Wang Lingming walking alongside Yi Chen. Immediately, her brows furrowed in disapproval. Behind her, Chu Tianlong spoke bluntly. Ming Ming, why did you bring this mediocre fellow? Our gathering in Beihai City's elite circles cannot accommodate an ordinary person. Xuanyi, Chu Tianlong. For the upcoming swimming competition, I would like to team up with Yi Chen, Wang Lingming declared confidently. She had just spent considerable effort persuading Yi Chen to agree. What? You want to team up with Yi Chen for the swimming competition? Su Xuanyi thought she must have misheard. Chu Tianlong burst into laughter. Ming Ming, have you forgotten? This Yi Chen is a hopeless swimmer from the capital. He can barely swim at all. It's all right. We are all here to have fun. Enjoyment is what matters most, Wang Lingming replied unperturbed. With that, she took Yi Chen to change into their swimsuits. After they left, Chu Tianlong, with a fluctuating expression, approached Su Xuanyi. Xuanyi, what is the situation with that Yi Chen? Why is he so close to Wang Lingming? Don't even mention it. That good-for-nothing Yi Chen, upon realizing I was unwilling to marry him, began to win over my close friend and even had Ming Ming persuade me to plead with him. Su Xuanyi scoffed repeatedly, while Ming Ming, in her innocence, was surprisingly swayed by a piece of crystal love. How could Yi Chen possibly afford such a luxury? Chu Tianlong was taken aback. Who knows where this good-for-nothing might have acquired it? Let us not forget, he possesses considerable skill, Su Xuanyi speculated. What use is his skill? Can he contend with a buzzcut or a martial arts master? Chu Tianlong retorted dismissively. Soon, the handsome men and beautiful women by the outdoor pool had donned their swimsuits, perfectly arranged in a group of 4 men and 4 women. Upon the arrival of Wang Lingming, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Dressed in her swimsuit, Wang Lingming's figure resembled a picturesque scene, with her soft, snow-like arms and elegantly long legs standing out remarkably. Upon seeing her, Chu Tianlong and 2 other men instinctively swallowed hard. Yi Chen, I didn't realize you had such fair skin, Wang Lingming remarked with a smile as she approached him. Yi Chen's skin was indeed smooth and alabaster, appearing even fairer than that of the women. In response, Yi Chen could only offer a bitter smile. His fair complexion was a result of the effects of the severed meridian. Each episode would cause his vital blood to reverse flow, forcibly expelling impurities from his body. Just a pretty boy. No wonder you have hands and feet, yet still rely on the Su family for shelter. Such a failure. Chu Tianlong immediately mocked upon hearing Wang Lingming's compliment. Yet, Yi Chen's next words provoked Chu Tianlong significantly. A pretty boy is still better than a sissy. Isn't it? What the hell? Yi Chen, what do you mean by that? Chu Tianlong roared, perplexed as to why Yi Chen always seemed to strike at his sore spots. Could it be that this good-for-nothing knew about his lost manhood? But that made no sense. Yi Chen was merely a small fry from Beihai City. How could he possibly have the means to uncover information about the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Nothing much. I simply believe a pretty boy is preferable to a sissy. Why take offense? Is it true for you? Yi Chen gazed at Chu Tianlong with a knowing smile. Yi Chen, shut your mouth. I am a real man. Speak another word, and I will ensure you regret it. A shadow crossed Chu Tianlong's eyes. Yi Chen merely smiled and remained silent. Ah, Coach Chu, you're here too? At that moment, 2 children in the pool recognized Chu Tianlong. It's you. Chu Tianlong greeted them with a smile. Coach, Chu Tianlong, are they your students? Su Xuanyi inquired, perplexed. Yes, back in college, I was a swimming coach. Chu Tianlong explained with a measured tone. Wow, young Master Chu, you truly are full of surprises, an equestrian champion, and a swimming coach. With you and Su Xuanyi on the same team, victory in today's swimming competition is assured, exclaimed a young man with a buzz cut. That is not certain. Didn't Chu Tianlong previously lose to Yi Chun in horse racing? Before he could respond, Wang Lingming interjected. Wang Lingming, how dare you speak so brazenly? Were it not for the sign at your family's racetrack that dazed me, would I have succumbed to a person as insignificant as Yi Chun? He merely had a swift start. Aside from that, he is utterly lacking. Chu Tianlong gazed down at Yi Chun with an air of superiority. Yi Chun, do not harbor any discontent. If you possess the prowess, let us compete again today, as the Shuyu Manor conveniently has a racing track. No, I have matters to attend to, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. Humph, so you are afraid, seeking excuses? How utterly tedious, Chu Tianlong sneered, then turned to Su Xuanyi, saying, rest assured, Xuanyi, our team will undoubtedly secure first place in the upcoming swimming competition. Not necessarily, Wang Lingming contested. What? Wang Lingming, do you wish to challenge me alongside Yi Chun? Chu Tianlong asked with a mocking smile. Let us make this fair. Should you win, I shall gift you my Porsche. Really? Wang Lingming's eyes brightened. She had long coveted Chu Tianlong's prized vehicle, a limited edition that was nearly impossible to purchase. Indeed, but if you lose, you must surrender the crystal love necklace to me, Chu Tianlong added with ulterior motives. Absolutely not. That necklace was given to me by Yi Chun. You may have anything else, but not this. Wang Lingming firmly shook her head. Then if you lose, you shall owe me 5 million. The Chu family has fallen victim to a scam, losing 100 million, and we are in dire need of funds, he pressed, knowing their financial situation was dire. 5 million is excessive. I can offer you a maximum of 1 million, Wang Lingming said, biting her lip. Deal. Chu Tianlong's eyes sparkled with triumph, a victorious grin adorning his face. Half an hour later, hand over the car keys. Wang Lingming extended her hand before Chu Tianlong. Take them. He reluctantly surrendered the keys. But his gaze towards Yi Chun was filled with venom. Yi Chun's swimming speed had been astonishing. Chu Tianlong, Yi Chun studied martial arts at the Yi family. It is only natural that he possesses strength and swims swiftly, Su Xuanyi reassured herself. Humph, a mere brute, Chu Tianlong replied darkly. Chu Xiao, do not be upset. Yi Chun is merely a small fry. What does it matter if he swims fast? Speed in swimming does not equate to sustenance. If he fails to work for a day, he shall go hungry. Meanwhile, if you, Chu Xiao, do not work for a day, your father deposits money into your bank account. The handsome and beautiful companions around him consoled. However, Chu Tianlong's mood only soured further. The Chu family's situation was grim, and his father had no funds to provide him. Miss Su, your scheduled luncheon is ready. A staff member from Shuyu Manor approached Su Xuanyi. Yi Chun was about to follow them when Su Xuanyi coldly remarked, Yi Chun, we are dining at a high-end restaurant. What business do you have in our midst? Do you possess the status to join us? Depart to the gathering place of the business department. Wang Lingming attempted to speak in Yi Chun's defense, but was interrupted by Su Xuanyi. Ming, enough. Your decision to take Yi Chun swimming has already displeased me. Do you wish to bring him to a high-end restaurant as well? What circle do we belong to? What circle does he, Yi Chun, belong to? Remember, a dragon does not dwell with snakes. After Wang Lingming and her companions departed, Yi Chun arrived at the venue for the business department's gathering. This was a mid-range restaurant, where Han Xiaojun was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man at the entrance. Upon spotting Yi Chun, Han's face lit up with surprise. Young Master Yi? Chapter 51. Colleague gathering. Mr. Han. Who is this? The middle-aged man, dressed in a blue and white checkered suit, observed Han Xiaojun's courteous demeanor towards Yi Chun with a hint of confusion. Xiaofeng, you are not qualified to know Mr. Ye's identity. Han Xiaojun replied without addressing the middle-aged man. He then turned to Yi Chun with great enthusiasm. Mr. Yi, have you come to Shuyu Mountain Villa to attend the Kong family's banquet? Indeed, I was indeed invited by Kong Tianhe. Yi Chun nodded slightly. The middle-aged man, overhearing their conversation, suddenly gazed at Yi Chun with newfound respect. To be personally invited by Kong Tianhe, this young man must possess a remarkably high status in Jiangnan. After parting ways with Han Xiaojun, Yi Chun entered a private room within the mid-range restaurant. This room housed 3 tables, serving as the gathering spot for the business, logistics, and human resources departments of the Su Group. Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yi Chun, Xiaopeng quickly greeted him with a smile. Hello, Brother Yi. The other employees from the business department nodded in acknowledgement. What, brother Yi? He is merely a kept man. A discordant voice suddenly interjected, belonging to a young man from the Human Resources Department. This individual, adorned with a Patek Philippe watch, exuded an air of wealth as he scrutinized Yi Chun with a mocking smile. I truly wonder what the old master of the Su family was thinking. Allowing President Su to marry someone like you. Tian Hao, what do you mean by that? The old master of the Su family's decisions are beyond your scrutiny. Xiao Peng retorted angrily, slamming his hand on the table. I may not have the right to question the old master, but I refuse to accept it. Tian Hao shouted, clenching his fists. If President Su were to marry a young talent like Chu Tianlong from Beihai City, I would say nothing. But Yi Chun, lacking both background and wealth, can marry President Su. Why can't I? At his words, the other men in the room nodded in agreement. What Tian Hao expressed resonated with their own thoughts. However, within the Su group, everyone respected Su Xuanyi, yet no one dared to voice such opinions openly. Brother Yi, just ignore Tian Hao. He is merely an admirer of President Su, and not even a legitimate suitor. He is just drunkenly barking, Xiao Peng remarked, casting a helpless glance at Yi Chun. An admirer? Yi Chun smiled faintly, looking at Tian Hao. You have feelings for Su Xuanyi? Of course. President Su is my goddess, Tian Hao openly admitted without reservation. Well, that is commendable. Yi Chun chuckled, then took a seat next to Xiao Peng. I heard you've submitted your resignation? Yes, brother Yi. I want to be returning to the Su group after today's team-building event, Xiao Peng replied with reluctance. Seeing Yi Chun disregard him, Tian Hao's face flushed with anger. Yi Chun, do you dare to duel with me? Tian Hao, you have had enough to drink. It is time to cease. How old are we? Engaging in a duel? How juvenile. Tian Hao clenched his teeth in silence. At that moment, a strikingly attractive woman in high heels entered the private room. Mr. Su. Greetings, Mr. Su. Upon seeing Su Xuanyi approach, Tian Hao and his companions hurriedly offered their respectful salutations. I have come merely to raise a toast, and shall take my leave. Su Xuanyi smiled charmingly. As she spoke, her enchanting figure moved gracefully to stand before Tian Hao, raising her glass. Team leader Tian, I appreciate your efforts over the years in selecting talent for the Su group. Mr. Su, your words are too kind. It is my privilege to serve you, Tian Hao replied, visibly astonished by the honor. Yet, his eyes sparkled with delight. Had he truly earned the recognition of his goddess? After Su Xuanyi departed, those from the business and logistics departments envied Tian Hao greatly. After all, she had toasted only him, and it was likely that his promotion was imminent. Yi Chun, did you see that? The one Mr. Su admires is me. And throughout her entrance and exit, she didn't even glance in your direction. What does that signify? It indicates that in Mr. Su's eyes, I surpass you. Just as Tian Hao was about to boast further, a female server approached. Excuse me, this private room has been reserved. Kindly vacate the premises. Vacate. The expressions of those present soured, yet in the spirit of avoiding conflict, they began to rise. Hold on. Tian Hao, with an air of arrogance, glared at the server. Do you know who I am? How dare you ask me to leave? I am acquainted with Manager Xiang of your establishment. You had better leave at once, or you won't have a job tomorrow. The server hesitated momentarily before retreating, looking dejected. Team leader Tian, I didn't realize you had connections in Shangrao City. Several from the HR department began to flatter Tian Hao. Of course, unlike certain individuals who can only live off others, I possess substantial connections. Tian Hao provocatively shot a glance at Yi Chun. No sooner had he spoken than the previous server returned, accompanied by several individuals. Manager Xiang. This person claims to know you and refuses to leave. She pointed at Tian Hao. Tian Hao, you need to leave this moment, Manager Xiang said, visibly angered. Come on. Manager Xiang, at least allow me to finish my meal first. Tian Hao's expression darkened. He had just begun to show off, only to find himself in this predicament. You insolent fool. Manager Xiang slapped Tian Hao across the face. This room has been reserved by Feng Qiuguang, and he has already arrived with his entourage. If you do not leave now, you will face dire consequences. What? Feng Qiuguang. Hearing that name, Tian Hao was taken aback. The man was the wealthiest in Shangrao City, with deep ties to the Zhao family and Han Xiaojun. Stop your meals. We must leave at once. Without a second thought, Tian Hao stood up, prompting the others to follow suit. Only Yi Chun remained seated at the table, continuing to eat. Brother Yi, stop eating. It seems a significant figure from Shangrao City is coming. We should hurry. Xiao Peng tugged at Yi Chun. What of the prominent figures? Yi Chun remained unfazed. Damn it. This Yichen must have lost his mind. I wouldn't even dare to show off, yet he does? Tianhao sneered incessantly. At that moment, several men in suits approached outside the private room. Manager Xiang, is the room not yet vacated? Feng Qiugong inquired with a furrowed brow. Master Feng, there's someone here who refuses to leave. Manager Xiang responded with a troubled expression. Upon seeing this, Tianhao immediately pointed at Yi Chun and shouted, Yi Chun, Master Feng is here. Why aren't you quickly kneeling to apologize? Have you any idea the trouble you've caused by delaying such a prominent figure's luncheon? I truly pity General Su, such a beautiful woman, yet she must marry a clown like you. You have no connections in Shangrao. How dare you? Before Tianhao could finish, Feng Qiugong looked at Yi Chun with a face of terror. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were dining here. I'll leave immediately. Huh. Witnessing Feng Qiugong's reaction, everyone present was taken aback. Master Feng, have you mistaken the person? Tianhao expressed confusion. Yi Chun is merely a pretty boy. Do you truly know him? Given your status, how could you possibly be acquainted with someone so insignificant? Who are you? Feng Qiugong glared at Tianhao. Master Feng, I am from the Su group. Before Tianhao could finish, Feng Qiugong slapped him soundly across the face. What are you to dare question me? Someone, take this little upstart out and teach him a lesson. Master Feng, I was wrong. I was wrong. Tianhao was taken aback and fell to his knees. However, Feng Qiugong remained unmoved. In desperation, Tianhao turned to Yi Chun. Yi Chun, do you know Master Feng? Won't you intercede for me? Why should I help you? Yi Chun replied with a half-smile. Are we so familiar? We are colleagues, Tianhao stammered. Before he could elaborate, Feng Qiugong delivered another fierce kick. Damn it, do you dare to morally coerce Mr. Yi? Take him away. Soon, anguished cries from Tianhao echoed from outside. Inside the room, Xiao Pao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions complex as they regarded Yi Chun. Why would Feng Qiugong treat Yi Chun with such courtesy? Even with Su Xuanyi present, it was unlikely Feng Qiugong would be so accommodating. Chapter 52. Invitation to the banquet. Once Feng Qiugong and his men departed, the members of the business department turned to Yi Chun. Brother Yi, do you truly know the wealthiest man in Shangrao? We've met once. Yi Chun replied with a faint smile. He treated you with such courtesy after a mere encounter? Xiao Pao and the others were incredulous, and in an instant, Yi Chun's enigmatic and imposing image took root in their minds. No wonder the elder of the Su family wishes for Su Xuanyi to wed Yi Chun. It seems he harbors secrets untold. Half an hour later, the gathering of the business department concluded, and at that moment, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown, fair-skinned and graceful, approached Xiao Pao. Wu Hai, have you said your goodbyes to your colleagues? The elegant beauty looked down with an air of superiority at the plump fellow, exuding the demeanor of one in a position of power. After bidding farewell, come with me. My friend wishes to meet you. Wu Hai, who is this beauty? The members of the business department gazed at the plump fellow in confusion. She is the woman I have married into, Ouyang Qian. The plump fellow obediently followed the graceful beauty as they departed. Wu Hai seems quite fortunate to have found such a commendable wife. Yi Chun sincerely expressed his happiness for him. However, the others in the business department remained silent, casting sympathetic glances at the plump fellow's retreating figure. Brother Yi, have you not heard of Ouyang Qian? Someone whispered. What of her? Yi Chun retorted. The Ouyang family is a prominent clan in Jiangnan, and their belief in female dominance means that the plump fellow's future may not be so bright. Someone sighed. Indeed, the status of a son-in-law is hardly enviable. Wu Hai's children will undoubtedly bear the Ouyang surname. Alas, I shall never marry into such a family. Hearing their conversation, Yi Chun squinted, lost in thought. Just then, the frigid Su Xuanyi approached. Today's team-building activity concludes here. Everyone may return to Beihai City. The crowd was taken aback. Typically, such events lasted a day and a night. Yet today was abruptly cut short. Hurry and leave. Su Xuanyi urged impatiently. Miss Su, we will take our leave now. Once the employees of the Su group departed, Su Xuanyi shot Yi Chun a glare. Aren't you leaving? I have matters to attend to. Yi Chun replied firmly. Yi Chun, don't say I didn't warn you. The Kong family is hosting a banquet at Shua Mountain Villa today. You would do well to keep a low profile. If you offend anyone from the Kong family, do not expect the Su family to come to your aid. With that stern warning, Su Xuanyi turned on her heel and left. At 2 in the afternoon, Su Xuanyi and her companions sat in a pavilion at Shua Mountain Villa. Xuanyi, how is it? Have you secured an invitation to the banquet? Chu Tianlong asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Not yet, Su Xuanyi replied, her expression grim. I inquired with the Kong family, and they said that unless my grandfather comes, no one else from the Su family is qualified to enter. Is it that strict? Chu Tianlong's heart sank. There is no choice. Today's banquet is a gathering of the elite in Jiangnan. Without the right status, one can only be turned away. Su Xuanyi felt disheartened. Once, she believed she had entered the upper echelons of Jiangnan society, but the reality was harsh. No matter how illustrious her standing in Beihai City, the Kong family regarded her as insignificant. Xuanyi, do not be disheartened. You are still young. In a decade or so, you may well find your place among the elite of Jiangnan. A sweet-voiced girl comforted her. One can only hope, Su Xuanyi replied, shaking her head. Isn't that Ms. Su from the Su group? Suddenly, an intriguing voice called out from a distance. Is that you, Xiaolong? Upon observing the eldest son of the Zhao family from Shangrao approaching with a group, Su Xuanyi's gaze turned somewhat unfriendly. Not long ago, this Xiaolong had the audacity to call her on behalf of that insignificant character, Yi Chun. Mr. Su, may I inquire about your purpose for visiting the Shuyuan Mountain Villa in Shangrao? Xiaolong regarded Su Xuanyi with a knowing look. It must be said that Su Xuanyi was indeed strikingly beautiful, rivaling even Qin Yumao. My long legs are on my own body. Where I choose to go is none of your concern. This Shuyuan Mountain Villa does not belong to your Zhao family. Su Xuanyi retorted coldly. Humph. Don't think I am unaware. You wish to attend the Kong family's banquet. Xiaolong scoffed, noticing Su Xuanyi's frosty demeanor. But Mr. Su, your Su family is merely a minor force in Jiangnan. Do you truly believe you can gain entry to the Kong family's gathering? Are you still half asleep? What are you so proud of, Xiaolong? While it is true that my Su family lacks the qualifications to attend the Kong family banquet, do you possess any better credentials? Su Xuanyi sneered. Apologies, Mr. Su, but I indeed hold the credentials to attend the Kong family banquet. As he spoke, Zhao Long revealed an invitation from his sleeve, the name Kong inscribed in gold. How could you possibly have an invitation from the Kong family? Your Zhao family is also a minor force in Jiangnan. Su Xuanyi was utterly astonished. How I came by the invitation is of no concern to you, Mr. Su. After all, I am quite different from you, Zhao Long remarked with significant undertones before departing with Jiang Shiyang and others. What a scoundrel! Watching Zhao Long's retreating figure, Su Xuanyi stamped her foot in frustration, particularly stung by his insinuation that they were not alike. Did Zhao Long look down upon the Su family? Xuanyi, do not let it vex you, Wang Lingming said, seeing her best friend fuming. In truth, if you wish to attend the Kong family banquet, there are other avenues. Oh, Mingming, do you truly have a solution? Su Xuanyi and Chu Tianlong were both astonished. Indeed, we can seek out Yi Chun, Wang Lingming began, but Su Xuanyi interjected coldly. Enough. Yi Chun is merely a small fry from Beihai City. What qualifications does he have to attend the Kong family banquet? Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Exactly. Wang Lingming, I see that Yi Chun gifted you a necklace, and you have become quite infatuated. What status does that useless fellow possess? I am not disparaging him. But if he could gain entry to the Kong family banquet, I would leap into the Xiang River right now. Chu Tianlong scoffed. At this, Wang Lingming fell silent. However, a plan began to form in Su Xuanyi's mind. Let us wait outside the banquet and see if we can find a way to slip in. Now, that is a splendid idea, the others exclaimed, their eyes brightening. The Kong family banquet was held at the Shazi Villa of the Shuyuan Mountain. Upon their arrival, they noticed numerous prominent figures from Jiang and entering the villa. That security guard looks somewhat familiar, Su Xuanyi thought, her heart stirring with tumult. Is that Han Xiaojun? What? The Han Xiaojun from Shangrao? How could he be working as a security guard here? Chu Tianlong's gaze similarly narrowed. As they were all individuals from the upper echelons of Beihai City, they were naturally familiar with Han Xiaojun, the legendary figure from Shangrao City. To their surprise, Han Xiaojun was actually the gatekeeper of the banquet. Su Xuanyi, with a bitter smile, lamented her original intention to sneak into the event. However, with such stringent security guarded by a master of martial arts, her chances were utterly non-existent. Let's go, she said dejectedly. Chu Tianlong and the others followed her, preparing to leave. Just then, Yi Chun approached from a distance. Yi Chun, what are you doing here? Su Xuanyi's eyes were filled with disdain. Chapter 53. Summer Villa. Outside the summer villa, Chu Tianlong stood with an air of superiority, looking down at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, is this place somewhere you can come? Get lost. Yi Chun frowned slightly. Yi Chun, are you here to attend the Kong family's banquet? Wang Lingming asked with surprise. No, Yichen replied, shaking his head while signaling to Wang Lingming with his eyes. I see. Wang Lingming understood immediately. It appeared that Yichen wished to keep his connections a secret from Su Xuanyi. I need to be more cautious in the future. Mengmeng, you think too highly of Yichen. What qualifications does he have to attend the Kong family banquet? Chu Tianlong scoffed. He probably, like us, just wants to sneak in and see the world. Unfortunately, the gatekeeper is Han Xiaojun. Even if he can take on Ping Tu, can he defeat Han Xiaojun? Tianlong, ignore this clown Yichen. Let us go. Su Xuanyi didn't even glance at Yichen as she walked away. After Wang Lingming and her group departed, a surprised voice suddenly called out from behind Yichen. Brother Yi, what a coincidence to see you here. Xiao Peng. Upon seeing Wu Hai approach with an aloof beauty, Yichen smiled. Aren't you supposed to be back? I'm here with Ouyang Qian to attend the Kong family banquet. At this, Xiao Peng bashfully introduced Yichen. Miss Ouyang, this is Brother Yi, who has been very supportive of me at the Su group. Why don't we invite Brother Yi to the Kong family banquet with us? Wu Hai, do you think the Kong family banquet is a place where just anyone can enter? Ouyang Qian replied in a condescending tone. Miss Ouyang, Brother Yi is not an outsider. Thanks to him, I wasn't deceived by the Donggang Chamber of Commerce. Besides, doesn't the Ouyang family have 3 spots for the banquet? Smack. Before Xiao Peng could finish his sentence, Ouyang Qian slapped him across the face. What do you think you are to instruct me? Do you really believe that your marriage into the Ouyang family makes you my man? Let me tell you, you are just a dog by my side. Xiao Peng, having been struck, could only force a smile and rub his face, not daring to show any anger. There was no way around it. The Ouyang family was even more influential than the Su family, and he could not afford to offend them. Seeing Wu Hai remain silent, Yichen's eyes narrowed as well. It seemed the rumors from the business department were indeed true. Being a son-in-law was no easy feat. Wu Hai, this slap serves as a lesson for you. Remember, in the Ouyang family, you have no right to instruct me. Ouyang Qian gazed down upon Wu Hai as a superior would, and then added, however, since you have implored me, I shall not dismiss you entirely. Bring your friend along. Thank you, Miss Ouyang. Thank you, Miss Ouyang. Wu Hai was instantly elated. Hastening to Yichen's side. Brother Yi, this is wonderful. You can attend the Kong family's banquet now. My slap was not in vain. Perhaps you are unaware of the significance of the Kong family's gathering. Let me enlighten you. Soon, the trio arrived at the Xia Villa. Please present your invitation. Han Xiaojun said expressionlessly as he regarded Ouyang Qian. Here you go. Ouyang Qian produced the invitation, gesturing towards the chubby one and Yichen behind her. Very well. Han Xiaojun glanced at the chubby one with an inscrutable expression, but his demeanor shifted to one of respect upon seeing Yichen. Mr. Yi. Yichen nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the Xia Villa, several young scions and heiresses from the foremost families of Jiangnan province greeted Ouyang Qian with smiles. Qian, you've arrived. I went to fetch someone, and I apologize for keeping you waiting. Ouyang Qian's expression bore a hint of regret. This must be the lad who has joined your Ouyang family by marriage, right? Quite portly. He should be able to bear sons. A few young ladies assessed Wu Hai with an air of superiority. Wu Hai felt somewhat embarrassed under their scrutiny. Qian, who is this? The crowd had already discerned Wu Hai's identity, their gazes shifting to Yichen. He is a colleague of Wu Hai, named Yi something. I seem to have forgotten. Ouyang Qian replied nonchalantly, as if Yichen were utterly insignificant in her eyes. So he is merely Wu Hai's colleague? Clearly, he does not belong to our circle. Young man, go find something to eat at the banquet. Even a single lobster here is worth your salary for a year. A young man in a suit began to assert his dominance. Yichen smiled lightly and turned to leave. Just as he stepped away, the suited man turned back to the chubby one. Wu Hai, although your first half of life has been rather mundane and unremarkable, your life will dramatically change after marrying into the Ouyang family. In the future, refrain from associating with that young man. Such individuals will only drag you down. Brother Feng, Yigo has considerable connections. How could he possibly hinder me? The chubby one expressed his confusion. Connections? Brother Feng laughed heartily. In the presence of the Ouyang family, what connections could he possibly have? That man knows the doorman outside. I wonder if that counts as a connection? Ouyang Qian interjected suddenly. Uffed. Brother Feng and the others erupted in laughter, leaving Wu Hai exceedingly flushed. Let us not dwell on that insignificant person. I have heard that a true dignitary will be attending the Kong family's banquet today. Have you all heard about it? Ouyang Qian's derisive smile faded, her expression growing serious. Yes, I have heard. Apparently, It is a martial arts master. The tone of Feng Ge became solemnly respectful. A master? Is that true? The surrounding young scions and young ladies were all astonished. The masters of the 9 provinces are certainly not nameless figures. The arrival of any master is enough to send a tremor through all of Jiangnan. The truth would soon be revealed. Ouyang Qian chose not to elaborate, while the chubby lad wore an expression of confusion. Miss Ouyang, who is a master? Wu Hai, refrain from asking what you should not. With your status, you will never have the opportunity to interact with a master in this lifetime. Ouyang Qian replied dismissively. After parting ways with the chubby lad and others, Yichen made his way to the food area. Yichen, how is it you? An incredulous voice emerged from behind him. Huh. Turning around, Yichen was met with the astonished gazes of Zhao Long and others. It's you all. Yichen recognized them as friends of Qin Yumao, having previously encountered them at the Baiwa Manor in Shangrao City. Yichen, did Kong Baishan bring you here? Zhang Shiyang's tone was complex. She had always believed that after Yichen had utilized Kong Baishan's favor, his life would become mediocre. Who would have thought he would appear again at the Kong family's banquet? How I came is none of your concern, Yichen replied with a slight smile. Humph. It must have been Han Xiaojun who sneaked you in, right? You threatened him by making him kneel at Baiwan Manor, didn't you? Zhao Long saw through Yichen's secret. I don't understand what you're talking about. Yichen feigned ignorance. Enough. Yichen, stop pretending. Today, the Kong family banquet invited only the prominent figures of Jiangnan's top forces. Even Su Xuani from your Su group wasn't qualified to attend. So what right do you have as a mere employee of the business department? Zhao Long scoffed. Then why are you here? Yichen shrugged. Your Zhao family isn't exactly among Jiangnan's elite forces, is it? I have my own methods. Why should I explain them to you? Zhao Long looked disdainful. And why should I discuss anything with you? Yichen narrowed his eyes. All right, you've got some guts. Zhao Long, infuriated, took a swig of his drink. This was the Kong family banquet, and he dared not create a scene. However, Jiang Shiyang, with a half-smile, addressed Yichen. Yichen, does being stubborn hold any significance? If you truly had the capability, would Qin Yuma have abandoned you for someone else? Chapter 54, The Master's Arrival? Jiang Shiyang, you say Qin Yuma has abandoned this fellow? Zhao Long looked at Jiang Shiyang in surprise at the Kong family banquet. Yes. Long Gu, Qin Yuma already has a boyfriend. As Jiang Shiyang spoke, she took out a photograph. Previously, the Qin group had been deceived by the Donggang Chamber of Commerce, and it was Qin Yuma's boyfriend who had retrieved the money from Ma Jinghui. I see. Upon learning that the woman he admired had a boyfriend, Zhao Long's expression soured. Yet he understood that finding Ma Jinghui, who had fled after embezzling money in Jiangnan province, was no small feat. His methods were undoubtedly exceptional, far beyond what he could compare himself to. It appears that Qin Yuma has found a splendid abode. Lu Bin gazed at the photograph, genuinely delighted for Qin Yuma, who had remained single for many years, causing concern among their circle of friends. I find myself envious of Yuma, not to mention, her boyfriend must have substantial connections with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. As he spoke, Jiang Shiyang cast a mocking glance at Yichen, saying, Yichen, remember when you squandered Kong Baishan's goodwill to curry favor with Qin Yuma? And what has come of it? Has Qin Yuma repaid your kindness? Do you know what this is called? The dragon does not dwell with the serpent. Qin Yuma is the first love goddess of Beihai City, while you are merely a minor employee of the Su group. Do you truly believe you can attain a swan's affection while resembling a toad? Faced with Jiang Shiyang's schadenfreude, Yichen remained silent, perplexed as to how an intimate photograph of him and Qin Yuma had surfaced in Shangrao. Where did you obtain this photograph? He inquired of Jiang Shiyang. If possible, he wished to employ certain means to locate the one who had clandestinely captured him. You need not concern yourself with that. After all, you and Qin Yuma now occupy separate realms, Jiang Shiyang retorted without reservation. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoqiang exclaimed, Hey, Jiang Shiyang, have you noticed that Qin Yuma's boyfriend bears a striking resemblance to Yichen? Staring at the photograph, Jiang Shiyang compared it with Yichen, then shook her head dismissively, declaring, What use is that resemblance? My profile resembles Yunyan's as well. Does that mean I am the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan? Jiang Shiyang's words held truth. Given the vastness of Jiangnan, the similarity between Yichen and Qin Yuma's boyfriend was inconsequential. Do not forget, my silhouette also bears a resemblance to Yunyan's boyfriend. Zhao Long interjected with a chuckle. Brother Long, speaking of Yunyan, are you truly not her boyfriend? I was taken aback when I saw a photograph of Yunyan kissing her boyfriend, thinking it was genuinely you, Lu Bin remarked, his expression one of shock. You may believe what you wish, Zhao Long replied, not denying the insinuation, but rather teasingly withholding information. Upon hearing this, Yichen merely smiled and shook his head. Yi, what are you laughing about? Zhao Long glared coldly at him. Qin Yuma has left with someone else, and you still find amusement? I presume the absence of your goddess feels quite disheartening, does it not? If I were you, I would be in tears, squandering the goodwill of the Kong family and reducing myself to a fool. Yichen narrowed his eyes and replied, Zhao Long, how do you know I would care about the Kong family's goodwill? Perhaps I am indifferent. Enough. Yichen, cease your pretense. You do not care? Do you comprehend the weight of the Kong family's favor? In all of Jiangnan, a single favor from the Kong family could spare you 50 years of toil. Yet, here you are, squandering your bright future for a fleeting smile from a beauty. What does that make you? A sycophant. A sycophant who ends up with nothing. Zhao Long scoffed repeatedly. If I am not mistaken, your threat to Han Xiaojun at the Kong family's banquet today was merely an attempt to rekindle your ties with them. Alas, some things, once spent, cannot be reclaimed. Brother Long speaks the truth. Yi Chun, without the connections of the Kong family, your life will be marked by mediocrity. In light of our shared moments over drinks, I offer you a piece of advice. Diligently please Brother Long. In a decade or so, when he ascends to the head of the Zhao family, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. Jiang Shiyang spoke with an air of superiority. In response, Yichen merely smiled indifferently. My friends, have you ever pondered why the Kong family would extend their goodwill towards me? Zhao Long and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had never considered how someone of Yichen's humble stature could garner favor from the Kong family. Just as Jiang Shiyang and her companions were engulfed in confusion, the atmosphere at the Kong family banquet turned solemn. Soon after, a man clad in Tang attire, accompanied by several prominent figures from Jiangnan, approached the Xia villa with measured steps. It was Kong Tianhe, the current patriarch of the Kong family. What an imposing figure he was, surrounded by such notable personalities from Jiangnan, all bowing in deference. Gazing at the magnificent presence ahead, Zhao Long was filled with envy. When would he attain the stature of someone like Kong Tianhe? Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the Kong family banquet at Shuyuan Mountain Villa. Before the festivities commence, I would like to introduce a distinguished guest. Kong Tianhe stood at the forefront of the Xia villa, his tone grave and respectful, as if the guest to be introduced held significant stature. Oh, who could this esteemed individual be that warrants Kong Tianhe's personal introduction? Jiang Shiyang cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Long. After all, in this domain of Jiangnan, the Kong family is the leading force. Even if Morong Yu were to attend, he would surely show the Kong family some respect. Don't look at me. I am equally in the dark, Zhao Long replied with a wry smile. Securing an invitation to the Kong family banquet had already stretched his resources to the limit. As for who might appear at the banquet, his connections were insufficient to uncover that information. At that moment, Kong Tianhe's voice resonated once more. In regards to this distinguished guest, I must first extend my apologies on behalf of my junior. It seems my Kong family's younger generation has been disrespectful, inadvertently offending a master of the 9 provinces. What? A master? There is actually a master present at today's banquet? Zhao Long and Jiang Shiyang exchanged astonished glances, both perceiving the shock and disbelief mirrored in each other's eyes. Ha! The effort and expense to acquire the invitation to the Kong family banquet were well worth it. I shall finally witness the presence of a master. Zhao Long's heart raced. He had never encountered a martial arts master before, only hearing fantastical tales of their prowess. Brother Long, am I dreaming? There truly is a master at the Kong family banquet? Jiang Shiyang and Zhang Xiaoqiang appeared as though lost in a dream. It seems our nation's guardian war god is indeed a martial arts master, Lu Bin murmured softly, in stark contrast to the calm demeanor of Zhao Long and his companions. Ouyang Qian and her peers were visibly excited upon hearing Kong Tianhe's words. It appeared the rumors held truth. A master was indeed gracing Shuyuan Mountain Villa today. Ouyang Qian's face radiated enthusiasm and anticipation. She wondered which master had come to Jiangnan this time. Beside him, Fenggu also held his breath, awaiting the appearance of the master. Chapter 55. It turns out to be him. Within the confines of the Xia character villa, as Ouyang Qian and the others anticipated the master's arrival, a voice resonated from the front. Mr. Yi, would you be so kind as to step up and share a few words? Consider it an opportunity to offer some guidance to us lesser beings, allowing us to remain true to our beginnings and forge ahead. Kong Tianhe's words brimmed with humility and flattery. He likened himself to a mere minor character, which left Zhao Long and the others feeling quite embarrassed. If Kong Tianhe considered himself a small figure from Jiangnan, then what did that make them? Surely, they were less than ants. Since Brother Kong has extended an invitation, I shall speak a few words, Yi Chun replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing his voice, the two factions at the banquet became unsettled. Yi Chun, have you lost your mind? Kong Tianhe is conversing with that master of the 9 provinces. What gives you the right to interject? Zhao Long stared at Yi Chun, utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, he even questioned Yi Chun's sanity. Yi Chun, I truly cannot comprehend you. Qin Yuma has left, and you choose to act mad at the Kong family's banquet? Do you think that just because your surname is Yi, you have become the master of the 9 provinces? If I were to claim the surname Jiang, would that make me a princess of the 9 provinces? Jiang Shiyang glared at Yi Chun. Instinctively, she thought Yi Chun's erratic behavior stemmed from being spurned by Qin Yuma. This reaction was quite natural. When one suffers emotional blows and setbacks, it is inevitable to act irrationally. Long Gu, Jiang Shiyang, cease your words. Let us distance ourselves from this fellow Yi Chun, lest we incur the wrath of the Kong family. Lu Bin snapped back to reality and quickly spoke up. Yes, yes. Let us retreat at once. Damn it. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter this madman Yi Chun today. Without further ado, Zhao Long began to withdraw, eager to dissociate himself from Yi Chun. Jiang Shiyang and Zhang Xiaoqiang exchanged glances, and the two women instinctively retreated as well. In no time, Yi Chun found himself isolated in an empty space. However, Yi Chun bore no anger. He merely smiled at Jiang Shiyang and the others. Zhao Long, considering you are friends of Qin Yuma, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If you come to appease me now, I can spare you from 50 years of toil. Hearing this familiar rhetoric, Jiang Shiyang and the others were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the very counsel they had once imparted to Yi Chun? Yi Chun, do you have any sense of shame? Zhao Long rolled his eyes. You expect me to toil for 50 years less? Do you realize what kind of person I will be 50 years from now? Indeed, Yi Chun, cease your nonsensical rambling. 50 years hence, our Long Gu will be a prominent figure in Jiangnan's elite circles. And as for you? Focus on surviving today first. Jiang Shiyang mocked with a laugh. In her view, Yi Chun's pretense of being the master of the 9 provinces was a grave error. The Kong family would undoubtedly not let him off lightly. Alas, fortune had presented itself, and yet you failed to seize it. Observing Jiang Shiyang and the others continuing to retreat, Yi Chun strode toward Kong Tianhe. Yi, how dare you? Ouyang Qian's gaze turned icy upon witnessing Yi Chun's actions. Earlier, she had been startled by Yi Chun's voice and could hardly believe that a colleague of Wu Hai would audaciously step forward. Miss Ouyang, do you have any advice? Yi Chun inquired calmly, facing the obstruction posed by Ouyang Qian. Yi, this is not a place for you. Leave at once. Ouyang Qian spoke imperiously, never having imagined that Yi Chun was the esteemed Mr. Yi mentioned by Kong Tianhe. Despite sharing the same surname, Yi Chun was the very person she had brought into the Xia Villa. She was well aware of his background. Miss Ouyang, considering you are Wu Hai's wife, I shall overlook today's affront, Yi Chun stated coolly, glancing at Ouyang Qian. Huh, an affront? How ludicrous. What qualifications do you, a mere insignificant figure, have to speak of affronts before me? If you refuse to leave, do not blame me for being impolite. Ouyang Qian was about to explode when Wu Hai hurried over, saying, Miss Ouyang, please calm down. Brother Yi did not mean it. As he spoke, Wu Hai quickly gestured to Yi Chun. Brother Yi, perhaps you should leave first? I will intercede on your behalf with Miss Ouyang. Leave? Yi Chun cast a meaningful glance at the little chubby man. Why should I depart? Brother Yi. You. Wu Hai was about to speak when Kong Tianhe approached with a smile. Mr. Yi, do you happen to know Miss Ouyang from the Ouyang family? I do not know her. Yi Chun shook his head, but I hold great admiration for Miss Ouyang's husband. Oh, Kong Tianhe, appearing harmless, turned his gaze to Wu Hai with a smile. I am Kong Tianhe. May I ask your name, my friend? I am Wu Hai, the little chubby man stammered, standing in place for quite some time before managing to reply. Ah, so you are Brother Wu Hai? Truly a remarkable individual. What a pity that Brother Wu Hai is already married. Otherwise, I would have considered a Kong family daughter for you. Kong Tianhe feigned regret. At that moment, other prominent figures from Jiangnan came forth to greet Wu Hai, saying, Greetings, Brother Wu Hai. To earn the admiration of Master Yi, Brother Wu Hai must possess extraordinary qualities. We should maintain closer ties in Jiangnan's elite circles. As Ouyang Qian observed numerous Jiangnan dignitaries fawning over Wu Hai, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Frozen in place. After all, those around Kong Tianhe were people she would respectfully address as uncle. Is he a master of the 9 provinces? Am I dreaming? Ouyang Qian was in disbelief. Behind her, Feng Gu and others wore expressions of astonishment. They could never have imagined that this young man, who was acquainted with the guard of Shuyue Mountain Villa, was indeed a figure of great significance as mentioned by Kong Tianhe. They had thought that Yi Chun and they belonged to different circles, but it appeared that Yi Chun's circle was one they could not even aspire to gaze upon. Ladies and gentlemen, since Brother Kong has invited me to share a few words, I shall indulge in a brief discourse. I will not linger long in Jiangnan. Consider me merely a fleeting visitor. Upon hearing Yi Chun's voice from ahead, Zhao Long nearly collapsed in shock. The Yi Chun known to Qin Yumiao is actually a master of the Zhuzhou realm? Wasn't he just a lowly employee of the Su group? How could Qin Yumiao deceive me? Zhao Long found himself utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiyang and Zhang Xiaoqiang were so astonished that they could scarcely utter a word. No wonder Yi Chun had connections with the Kong family. It turns out even the Kongs in Jiangnan sought to curry favor with him. It seems I have truly misjudged him. Jiang Shiyang's voice trembled. She had believed that after parting at the Baiwan Manor, Yi Chun's life would descend into mediocrity, perhaps even boasting about the incident with Han Xiaojun years later. Yet, she realized she was the true fool. Perhaps for the next decade, she would be the one bragging about sharing drinks with Yi Chun at Baiwan Manor. Just as Jiang Shiyang came to this realization, the voice of Kong Tianhe echoed ahead, inquiring when Master Yi and Miss Yunyan would hold their wedding, as they would like to celebrate the joyous occasion. Chapter 56, Moron Wane Wedding? Yi Chun smiled awkwardly, saying, Brother Kong, you jest. Miss Yunyan and I are merely friends. Merely friends? Kong Tianhe refrained from exposing Yi Chun's pretense, instead smiling. Master Yi, I have also invited Miss Yunyan. She will be arriving shortly. What? Yunyan is coming? Yi Chun was taken aback. Ever since he beheld Yunyan's graceful figure, he had been at a loss on how to face her. Brother Kong, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Yi Chun hurriedly bid farewell to Kong Tianhe, eager to avoid an encounter with Yunyan. Mr. Yi is departing? Kong Tianhe was momentarily stunned, yet he dared not impede him. Only managing a wry smile. Allow me to escort you, Mr. Yi. No need. Before leaving, Yi Chun suddenly paused before Ouyang Qian. Brother Yi, Xiao Pang was about to speak, but Yi Chun smiled at Ouyang Qian, saying, Miss Ouyang, Wu Hai is my friend, and I wish for him not to be bullied by the Ouyang family. Do you understand my meaning? I understand. Ouyang Qian lowered her head, lacking the courage to meet Yi Chun's gaze. Xiao Pang, if the Ouyang family ever mistreats you, do not hesitate to tell me. Yi Chun patted Wu Hai's shoulder and departed from the Xia Villa. Brother Yi Wu Hai's eyes glistened with tears, profoundly moved. In the distance, Zhao Long and the others watched as numerous Jiangnan elites surrounded Xiao Pang, showering him with concern, their hearts filled with envy. If only I had endeavored to curry favor with Yi Chun earlier. Lu Bin lamented deeply. Yi Chun was absolutely right. A mere act of kindness could spare 150 years of struggle in Jiangnan. Yet here we are. Wealth and fortune have arrived, yet we cannot seize them. Zhang Xiaoqiang also wore a look of regret. Just a moment longer, and she could have joined the upper echelons of Jiangnan society. But now it is all too late. Emerging from the summer villa, Yi Chun had scarcely taken 2 steps when he caught sight of a graceful figure approaching under the veil of night. It was none other than the ethereal Yunyan, as enchanting as a masterpiece. Fortunately, I managed to evade her. Yi Chun hastily sidestepped Yunyan, and at that moment, the Shuyue villa was suddenly enveloped in a misty, radiant glow under the moonlight. Oh, someone is refining the power of moonlight. Yi Chun's eyes narrowed. The power of moonlight. A technique of the Kunlun lineage. Could it be that the old man has come to seek me? I knew the old man was not a heartless person. Yi Chun felt a swell of emotion and quickly made his way to a hot spring within the Shuyue villa. At that moment, a slender figure was gracefully dancing in the hot spring, clad in white gauze, resembling a lotus emerging from the water. As the figure moved, the moonlight surrounding her grew increasingly sacred, as if she were a celestial being from the Moon Palace, captivating all with her dance. Huh, it's not the old man. Observing the dancing figure, Yi Chun was taken aback. Could she be the old man's illegitimate daughter? Why would she possess the Moonlight Sutra of Kunlun? Yi Chun gazed at the woman for quite some time. Suddenly, The mist around the hot spring dissipated. A silver glimmer flickered as a woman brandishing a long sword pointed it at Yi Chun, demanding, "Who are you? Why have you come to the Shuiwa villa to spy on me?" The young lady must be jesting. "I have come to the Shuiwa villa to attend the Kong family's banquet, with no intention of spying." However, before Yi Chun could finish his words, several dark figures suddenly descended from the sky, surrounding both Yi Chun and the gauzy-clad woman. "Moron Wan, hand over the item." The voices of the dark-clad men were hoarse and chilling. "What item? I do not understand what you are speaking of." Moron Wan feigned ignorance. "Lu, do not waste time with this woman. Act swiftly to avoid complications." One of the dark-clad men lunged at the gauzy-clad woman without hesitation, overestimating oneself. With a flicker of her sword, Moron Wan engaged in combat with the dozen dark-clad men. "Oh, this woman is surprisingly a martial arts master?" Observing her techniques, Yi Chun wore a contemplative expression. "Moron Wan, what is her relationship with the renowned master Moron Yu from Jiangnan? Furthermore, how did she come to possess the Moonlight Sutra of Kunlun?" Just as Yi Chun pondered these questions, Moron Wan was sent flying into the hot spring, evidently injured. "Capture her alive." The dark-clad men restrained Moron Wan, preparing to leave, but their gaze fell upon Yi Chun. "Kill this brat, leave no survivors." One of the dark-clad men declared coldly. "Stop. Your target is me. Do not harm the innocent." Moron Wan's voice was weak. "Innocent? Humph." He saw what he should not have, and thus he must die. One of them charged towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun sighed. He was about to intervene when a sword beam suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking his path. "This is bad. It's Moron Yu's Jiuyang sword. Retreat." Upon witnessing the gleaming sword light, the countenance of the group of black-clad men drastically changed. They hastily abandoned Moron Yu and fled, evidently filled with trepidation towards him. "Young man, are you not going to express your gratitude?" She scoffed. "Had it not been for my sacrifice of a protective sword pendant, you would surely be dead by now." Moron Wan gazed sorrowfully at the shattered jade pendant in her hand, her expression one of distress. She also harbored a measure of resentment towards Yi Chun. Had it not been for his prying eyes at Shuiwa Villa, she would not have squandered her father's treasured pendant. That sword light was indeed her father's life-saving gift, worth a fortune. "Thank you for your rescue, Miss," Yi Chun stammered, though he felt compelled to express his gratitude. However, at that moment, Moron Wan's complexion shifted, and she collapsed into the nearby hot spring, her garments stained crimson with blood. "Miss Moron, are you all right?" Yi Chun inquired, helping her up, perplexed. "Miss Moron, are you not a martial arts master? How could you be overpowered by those men?" "It seems you have recognized me," she replied, her eyes now icy. "Give me one reason not to kill you." Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. "Forget it. You are merely a minor figure from Jiangnan. What does it matter if you recognize me?" Moron Wan refrained from attacking him, merely scoffing. "Humph, had I not been poisoned, those earlier miscreants would have perished beneath my blade." "Miss Moron, your moonlight scripture." Yi Chun attempted to inquire further about the scripture, but Moron Wan emerged from the hot spring, warning him, "You would do well to forget everything you have witnessed today." With that, she departed without a backward glance. Yi Chun chose not to pursue her, for he had heard Yun Yan's cries for help. "Humph, though we did not capture Moron Wan at Shuiwa Villa. Encountering Yun Yan compensates for our losses," a chilling voice echoed before Yun Yan. Trembling before the dozen masked men, she stammered, "What are you?" "Miss Yun Yan, will you come with us willingly, or shall my brothers be forced to take action?" A masked man surveyed her with greedy eyes, his voice tinged with excitement. TSK, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan lives up to her reputation. Such a figure, such beauty, I have seen nothing like it in Yun Province. "Are you from Yun Province?" Yun Yan's expression darkened. Yun Province spanned 2 provinces from Jiangnan. What could these black-clad men possibly be? "Miss Yun Yan, do not ask questions best left unspoken, lest you attract misfortune," another black-clad man warned, yet his gaze remained fixated on her legs. "Where are you taking me?" After a moment of silence, Yun Yan suddenly inquired. "Ha. When a man and woman are together, naturally, they are headed to a hotel for some delightful escapades." One of them grinned wickedly. "Shameless." Yun Yan's face turned cold as she swiftly launched an attack on the nearest black-clad man. "Hee, Miss Yun Yan, it would be futile for you to exert any further effort. You do not even qualify as a half-step martial arts master, so how could you possibly contend with us?" A man clad in black lightly waved his hand, and an invisible gust of wind forced Yun Yan back several steps. Simultaneously, two other men in black advanced and seized one of Yunyan's arms, restraining her. Release me. Yunyan glared at the black-clad men. I am a member of the Yun family from Jiangnan. Do you dare to disrespect me? Are you not afraid of the Yun family's retribution? The Yun family? The black-clad men exchanged glances, and then they could not help but chuckle. Miss Yunyan, we are not from Jiangnan. Why should we fear the Yun family? It is the Yun family from the capital that we truly dread. Unfortunately, your grandfather was expelled from the capital Yun family long ago. Upon hearing the mention of the capital Yun family, Yunyan was struck to her core, her face turning pale. Take her away, one of the black-clad men declared, unwilling to waste further words. Seeing her struggles were in vain, Yunyan felt a deep despair. Did she truly have to fall into the hands of these nefarious individuals? Gentlemen, I advise you to release Miss Yunyan. Suddenly, a calm voice resonated under the night sky. The black-clad men were startled, turning abruptly to see a young man approaching from a distance. It's you. You dare come here to seek death after we spared you before? The group's icy gazes fixed on Yichun, and Yunyan exclaimed joyfully, Yichun, I knew you would come to rescue me. Yichun was momentarily taken aback. This young lady, do you happen to know my brother? My brother? Yunyan regarded Yichun with a complex expression. Attack. Kill this brat. Leave no survivors. A black-clad man lunged at Yichun with thunderous speed, resembling a fleeting leopard in the forest. In an instant, the black-clad man's fist was about to strike Yichun's chest, but an astonishing occurrence transpired. Yichun's figure shattered like a mirage. The next moment, a wretched scream pierced the air, and the man who had lunged at Yichun disintegrated into dust, dissipating in the Shuyue villa. Master! Master! The remaining black-clad men were struck with fear, their faces pale as their legs trembled. Scatter and flee. Save yourselves if you can. With that, the group of over 10 men bolted in all directions. Yichun simply smiled and said, Since you have come to Jiangnan, do not leave. As his words fell, the fleeing black-clad men were all obliterated, turning to dust that scattered across the night sky. Is this the absolute realm of a master? Contemplating the legends of martial arts masters, Yunyan was left in shock and bewilderment. At that moment, Yichun approached Yunyan and asked, My dear lady, are you unscathed? Why must you feign ignorance, young Master Yi? Yunyan bore a countenance of one who has narrowly escaped peril. Were it not for young Master Yi, I might have fallen victim to those lecherous individuals. Speaking of which, young Master Yi has saved me 3 times. 3 times? My lady, is this not our first encounter? Yichun inquired, his expression one of confusion and disbelief. Young Master Yi, we have already shared an intimate moment. Do you wish to disavow our connection? Is this not somewhat irresponsible of you? Yunyan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed alluringly at Yichun. When did we share such a moment? Do not speak falsely. Yichun retorted, only to realize he had inadvertently revealed his own folly. Indeed, Yunyan now regarded him with a knowing smile. Ahem, my lady, you must have mistaken me for someone else. It was my elder brother with whom you shared that moment. He bears no birthmark upon his face, whilst I possess one. Yichun hastily pointed to the mark on his right cheek. Yunyan remained silent, rising onto her toes to plant her lips upon Yichun's right cheek. And in that instant, the black mark upon his face began to fade away. Brother Yi, do you have anything else to say? Yunyan's voice was as melodious as the chime of wind bells. Yichun, flustered and uncertain, finally conceded, Very well, I am Yichun. Reluctantly, he admitted the truth. Yunyan smiled sweetly, just as she was about to speak, when suddenly she coughed up a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid glistening with a frosty sheen. You are injured? Yichun's expression hardened. That man in black struck me, causing my vital energy to surge uncontrollably, and the cold within me has begun to erupt anew. Yunyan replied, her complexion pale and pained. Come with me. Yichun guided Yunyan to the spring villa at Shuyue Manor for treatment. As time slipped by, half an hour passed. The pallor on Yunyan's face began to dissipate, and her complexion improved significantly. Miss Yun, you are no longer in mortal danger. Yichun removed a silver needle from her wrist. Young Master Yi, seeing you so anxious, it appears you care for me deeply, Yunyan said. Sitting upright on the bed, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with a sweet smile directed at Yichun. Miss Yun, you misunderstand, Yichun began, but before he could finish, Yunyan, barefoot, approached and embraced him. Thank you for today, young Master Yi. Miss Yun, please do not. Yichun started to push her away when suddenly, Kong Tianhe and others rushed into the spring villa. Miss Yun, I heard you encountered some ruffians? Oh, my apologies, Mr. Yi. Miss Yin, please continue. We saw nothing. Upon witnessing the close proximity between Yi Chun and Yun Yin, Kong Tian's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly led his companions away, left standing in a state of disarray. Yi Chun realized the misunderstanding was only growing larger. Chapter 58. The woman's scheme at Shuyue Manor. Su Xuanyi and Chu Tianlong stood guard outside the spring villa. They had intended to leave, but upon hearing of Yun Yan's predicament, they could not resist the urge to check on her. Everyone disperse. Miss Yun is no longer in danger. She is currently in close company with Master Yi, Kong Tianhe announced as he exited the spring villa, smiling at the gathered crowd. It turned out to be a false alarm, which truly terrified me. Upon learning that Yun Yan was unharmed, many people left with laughter. Xianyi, let us depart as well. Wang Lingming glanced at Su Xianyi. All right. Su Xianyi was about to turn away when, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Yi Chun emerging from the Chunzi villa. Yi Chun. The moment she saw him, both Su Xianyi and Chu Tianlong were momentarily stunned. What are you doing here? Chu Tianlong questioned Yi Chun in an authoritative tone. Does my presence concern a pretentious person like you? Yi Chun calmly retorted. You bastard. Chu Tianlong was about to erupt, but Su Xianyi sneered. Yi Chun, have you no shame? Yun Yan has abandoned you, yet you shamelessly persist in pursuing her? Naturally. Su Xianyi assumed that Yi Chun had come to the Chunzi villa to discuss marriage with Yun Yan. What do you mean? Yi Chun frowned at Su Xianyi. Humph. Yi Chun, do you think the Yun family is as foolish as my grandfather? They would never accept a mediocre son-in-law like you. Yet you still wish to cling to Yun Yan? I believe you are still in a dream. Even I disdain marrying a commoner like you, let alone Yun Yan, the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. As Su Xianyi spoke, her gaze grew increasingly disdainful. Why should someone like Yi Chun, who had been discarded by Yun Yan, expect to be taken in? Why couldn't she abandon Yi Chun, just as Yun Yan had? So this fellow is here to pester Yun Yan, Chu Tianlong scoffed. Yi Chun, can you take a moment to reflect on yourself? Yun Yan already has a boyfriend, and you dare pursue her? Do you even know who her man is? He is a master of the 9 provinces. His single hair is worth more than your life. You truly overestimate yourself. Yi Chun chose not to explain himself to Su Xianyi and the others. He simply turned away and departed. Watching Yi Chun's retreating figure, Chu Tianlong disdainfully remarked, what a clown. Chu Xiao, why does Yi Chun always call you pretentious? Wang Lingming unexpectedly asked. Because he is a fool. Chu Tianlong snorted. I, Chu Tianlong, am a man of iron and strength. How could a mediocre character like Yi Chun tarnish my name? As they say, the innocent remain untainted. Upon hearing this, Wang Lingming fell silent. As night fell, Murong Wan returned to the Murong residence, looking weak and drained. Wana, what has happened? How did you sustain such severe injuries? Seeing his daughter covered in dark red blood, Murong Yu's expression darkened. Who did this to you? Father, it was people from Yinzhou province. Murong Wan did not conceal the truth. Yinzhou province? Humph. Those persistent wretches, Murong Yu said. Then his gaze fell to his daughter's waist. Waner, how did this jade pendant shatter? Did you encounter someone beyond your capabilities? No, I broke this jade pendant to save a young man. Murong Wan shook her head. Foolish. This sword pendant is worth a fortune, and you wasted it for someone inconsequential. This is simply just as Murong Yu was speaking. Murong Wan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Waner, upon observing her daughter's pallid demeanor, Murong Yu could not help but inquire. Have you not discovered a remedy for your affliction during your journey to Kunlun Mountain? No, Murong Wan replied feebly. How is that possible? Kunlun Mountain is renowned as a sacred site of the 3 pure ones, celebrated for its mastery in external alchemy. Surely there must be a means to cure you. Murong Yu pondered deeply. Father, it is not that Kunlun Mountain lacks the ability to detoxify me. Rather, it has vanished from the 9 provinces, Murong Wan replied despondently. Vanished? When did this occur? Murong Yu exclaimed, taken aback. The following morning, at Fenghayaju, a striking silhouette approached Yi Chun. Yi Chun, why were you with Yun Yan yesterday? Have you two become involved? Wang Lingming blurted out, her thoughts spilling forth upon seeing him. What nonsensical talk is this? Yi Chun feigned ignorance. I do not even know any Master Yi. You cannot deceive me. You promised that if I assisted you in persuading Su Xuanyi to withdraw from her engagement, you would marry me, Wang Lingming declared, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Fenghayaju. Upon witnessing the opulent decor of the mansion, her desire to wed Yi Chun intensified. Simultaneously, she found it somewhat amusing that Su Xuanyi, a fool, would disregard such an outstanding man as Yi Chun, only to associate with the effeminate Chu Tianlong. After dismissing Wang Lingming, Yun Yin arrived at Fengyaju. Miss Yun Yin. Upon seeing her, Yi Chen's expression shifted slightly. What brings you here? Young Master Yi, you truly are cold-hearted. You left me alone in Shangrao City yesterday and now refuse to allow me to see you? Yin Yan's tone bore a hint of melancholy. Is that all you came to tell me? Yi Chen doubted Yun Yin would come merely to voice her grievances. Of course not, Yun Yin replied, delicately parting her lips. I have come to convey some news. What is it? Yi Chun inquired, his attention fixed upon her. The Liu family from Jiangnan has discovered an oil field mine in Beihai City, and they will be arriving shortly, Yun Yin explained in detail. The Liu family? One of the 4 great families of Jiangnan? Yi Chun was unimpressed, questioning the significance of this news that warranted Yun Yan's special visit. Young Master Yi. Allow me to finish. The location of that oil field mine is rather unusual, situated within Shilling Park in Beihai City, Yun Yin added with considerable implication. Shilling Park? The territory of the Su family? Yi Chen was taken aback. Are you not a member of the Su family, young Master Yi? I fear the Liu family may seek to acquire Shilling Park at a low price, which is why I kindly came to inform you. I cannot be as heartless as you, pretending not to know someone after having seen their body, Yun Yin remarked playfully. Sensing the grievance in Yun Yan's tone, Yi Chun maintained a composed demeanor. Miss Yun Yin, you may not believe me, but I was blind that night, and thus did not see you. Is that true? How wonderful. I was worried you might see the scar on my abdomen and think less of me, Yun Yin exclaimed with relief. Yun Yin smiled gracefully. Is it not the scar on your chest? Yi Chun and Yun Yin locked eyes, and he chuckled. Miss Yin, I just remembered that the Su family has summoned me for an early meeting, so I must take my leave. After parting ways with Yun Yin, Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. The old man was indeed correct. The more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at manipulating others. He resolved to exercise caution in the future. Half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the Su family's estate. Humph, you still know to come. Su Xian Yi glared at Yi Chen. Xian Yi, how can you speak to young Yi in such a manner? Su Baihe reprimanded her. He then turned his gaze to the side where Chu Tianlong stood. Young Master Chu, is what you mentioned earlier true? Is the Liu family from Jiang and truly seeking to collaborate with the Su family? Grandfather Su, how could I dare deceive you? The Liu family indeed wishes to partner with the Su family, and to demonstrate their sincerity, young Master Lu Wenjue is currently en route to the Su residence. Chu Tianlong replied, his voice steady under Su Baihe's scrutiny. However, there was one detail Chu Tianlong did not disclose to Su Baihe. The Liu family had promised that if he facilitated the connection and successfully brokered this collaboration, the Chu family would receive a substantial reward. This was a much-needed boon for the Chu family, which was on the brink of bankruptcy. So despite knowing that Su Baihe held him in disdain, Chu Tianlong still made his way to the Su family. Oh, Lu Wenjue is coming? Su Baihe's expression tightened. Lu Wenjue, the foremost talent of Jiangnan. Hearing that name, Su Xian Yi's eyes sparkled, for throughout her high school and university years, Lu Wenjue had been the object of her secret affections. However, due to the Su family's weakened status, she had buried her feelings deep within her heart. Tianlong, the Liu family wishes to partner with us, which is indeed what we desire. But could you divulge to Uncle which aspect the Liu family is interested in collaborating on? Uncle Qishan looked at Chu Tianlong with anticipation. Uncle Qishan, I happen to know the answer to your question. According to the Liu family's representatives, they wish to purchase Shilling Park, Chu Tianlong replied, his demeanor composed. Shilling Park? The members of the Su family exchanged bewildered glances. It is known that Shilling Park is an abandoned park in Beihai City. Although it occupies a large area, its remote location means it rarely attracts visitors. Over time, the Su family had ceased to prioritize Shilling Park. How peculiar it is that the Liu family from Jiangnan would set their sights on Shilling Park. There isn't even a commercial street nearby, and the population is scant indeed. Su Qishan and several senior members of the Su family looked at each other in confusion. Yi Chun, however, was acutely aware of the Liu family's intentions. After all, Shilling Park is currently desolate, and acquiring the land would not require a significant investment. Yet when the oil fields beneath Shilling Park are tapped, that land will become immensely valuable. Grandfather Su, I genuinely believe that the Jiang family and the Liu family are quite earnest this time. Do you know how much the Liu family intends to spend on acquiring Shilling Park? Chu Tianlong smiled slightly as he surveyed the Su family members. How much? Su Xianyi blurted out. The Liu family intends to acquire the ownership of Shilling Park for 500 million. Chu Tianlong extended 5 fingers. 500 million. The old Su patriarch and others were taken aback. The Liu family truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan, displaying remarkable financial prowess. In the past, our Su family invested merely 200 million to develop Shilling Park. Now, after all these years of neglect, even if we were to sell it, it would hardly fetch its original price. Who would have thought that the Liu family would be willing to take on such a dilapidated asset? Perhaps they aim to establish themselves in Beihai City and seek to curry favor with our Su family? Unlikely. Given the Liu family's stature, they have no need to placate the Su family. However, their interest in expanding into Beihai City is indeed plausible, especially with the new Xiang project underway. The elders of the Su family engaged in animated discussion. At that moment, the old patriarch interrupted them, urging everyone to voice their opinions. Shall we sell Shilling Park to the Liu family? Grandfather, I believe we should proceed with the sale. Chu Tianlong was the first to speak. Firstly, Shilling Park is not worth much, and for the Su family, it is expendable. Considering the generous offer from the Liu family, there is no reason to decline. Chu Tianlong was eager for the 2 families to collaborate, hoping to reclaim his status as a wealthy heir. What do the rest of you think? Su Baihe inquired, glancing at the elders of the Su family. Father, I also believe we should sell Shilling Park to the Liu family. To be honest, even if the Liu family were not willing to pay, trading Shilling Park for their friendship would still be worthwhile. Well said. If the Su family wishes to secure a long-term future in Jiangnan province, we must be proactive and establish a connection with the Liu family. This will be beneficial for us in every way. Grandfather, I support selling Shilling Park to the Liu family. In an instant, all members of the Su family expressed their approval of this collaboration. However, Yichen suddenly interjected. Grandfather Su, I do not agree with selling Shilling Park to the Liu family of Jiangnan. At his words, a profound silence enveloped the Su family estate. Yichen, what gives you the right to speak here? Just because my grandfather dotes on you, do not presume you can act recklessly. Who do you think you are to dictate terms to the Su family? Su Xuanyi erupted in anger. The other members of the Su family glared at Yichen. Do you not wish for the Su family's prosperity? The Liu family is graciously willing to take over the burdensome Shilling Park. On what grounds should we refuse? Just because of your single opinion? Do not forget, even without marrying Xuanyi, you have no standing to comment on the Su family's affairs. Faced with their scrutiny, Yichen merely smiled and replied, esteemed relatives, opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Have you considered why the Liu family is willing to pay more than the actual value of Shilling Park to acquire this wasteland? Youngyi, are you suggesting that Shilling Park harbors some secret? Su Baihe, seasoned and astute, quickly grasped Yichen's implication. Indeed, I have some insider information. Beneath Shilling Park lies a remnant of an oil field. I need not elaborate further, do I? Yichen revealed the intelligence he had received from Yunyan. After all, he did not harbor any ill feelings toward the Su family, and the old patriarch had treated him well. Yichen was reluctant to see the Su family suffer losses. An oil field? Su Qishan was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter. Yichen, your joke is utterly unamusing. Do you think we are unaware of whether there are oil fields in Shilling Park? If there were, the Su family would have already exploited them. Really now? Yichen, what kind of hearsay are you spreading? Don't let yourself be deceived. Considering you have the Su family's interests at heart, I shall overlook your indiscretion today. But let this serve as a warning for the future. The members of the Su family present shook their heads in disapproval. Chu Tianlong mockingly remarked, Yichen, you're quite something, aren't you? Spouting rumors as if you have any authority? Do you fancy yourself a walking encyclopedia of Jiangnan? I can't even be bothered to expose your foolishness. You're like an ant pretending to be an elephant, utterly shameless. Tianlong, ignore Yichen. He was merely fortunate before, having heard something about the Donggang Chamber of Commerce, and now he genuinely believes he holds some significance, Su Xuanyi said coldly. What Donggang Chamber of Commerce? Su Baihe inquired, casting a glance. Nothing, grandfather. Su Xuanyi quickly shook her head, fearing her grandfather would discover that she had been deceived by Ma Jinghui. Since you all refuse to believe, so be it, Yichen said dismissively. When you come to regret your decision, do not say, I didn't warn you. What warning? Just then, a calm voice resonated from outside the Su family estate. Master Liu. Upon seeing Liu Wenjue accompanied by a dozen members of the Liu family, Chu Tianlong promptly bowed respectfully. Master Liu, You have arrived, Subaya said, his face a mixture of surprise and honor, hastily rising to pay his respects. The other members of the Su family followed suit, bowing in deference to Lu Wenjua, while Su Xuanyi gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. Old Su, I trust you have grasped the purpose of my visit to the Su family? Lu Wenjua smiled at Su Baihe, maintaining a demeanor of calm assurance. I heard from my young friend Chu that Master Lu intends to acquire Shilling Park. Su Baihe spoke up. Indeed, I have 500 million in this card. Should our collaboration come to fruition, I shall promise the Su family a favor. Lu Wenjua stated politely, yet his tone exuded undeniable authority. Grandfather, what are you still hesitating for? A favor from the Lu family is a rare opportunity. Do you truly believe in Yichen's nonsense? What could a discarded heir possibly know? Observing Su Baihe's silence, Su Xuanyi spoke with a hint of sorrow. Grandfather, you personally surveyed Shilling Park years ago. Surely you have not forgotten? After weighing his options, Su Baihe eventually said to Lu Wenjua, since Master Lu has set his sights on Shilling Park, it would be inappropriate for the Su family to turn you away. We accept your proposal, Old Master Su. That is splendid. Let us proceed with drafting the contract. Lu Wenjua responded decisively. He exchanged a glance with a man behind him, who promptly stepped forward with 2 copies of the contract. Before long, the Su family and Lu Wenjua finalized the sale agreement for Shilling Park. Observing this, Yichen merely shook his head. Does my friend seem displeased with our collaboration? Lu Wenjua suddenly inquired, noticing Yichen's reaction. Young Master Lu, do not pay attention to this fellow. He is merely a small fry from Beihai and cannot possibly comprehend the significance of the Lu family's connections, Su Xuanyi hastily explained. Lu Wenjua replied with an "oh" as he began to scrutinize Su Xuanyi. He could not help but admit that she possessed remarkable beauty, with a delicate face that exuded both shyness and purity. If Lu's conjectures were correct, this young lady must be Su Xuanyi, the goddess of first love in Beihai. He mused with a faint smile. Young Master Lu, you flatter me. It is but an empty title, Su Xuanyi blushed. Miss Su, I happen to have plans with friends to explore Shilling Park shortly. Would you care to join us along with Chu Tianlong? Lu Wenjua extended an invitation with a smile. Certainly, Su Xuanyi replied without a moment's hesitation. Just as Lu Wenjua was about to take Su Xuanyi away, the old master Su suddenly interjected, Xuanyi, do bring Xiaoye along too. Though Su Xuanyi was reluctant, she complied and brought Yichen along. Soon, the group arrived at Shilling Park. Young Master Lu, you finally graced us with your presence. At the entrance of Shilling Park, several handsome young men and beautiful young women spotted Lu Wenjua and greeted him warmly. Miss Su, these are my friends from Jiangnan, Lu Wenjua casually introduced. This is Feng Xiaoqing, studying at Beihai University, and this is. After everyone exchanged introductions, Feng Xiaoqing glanced at Yichen, who stood behind Su Xuanyi. Miss Su, why have you not introduced this friend of yours? Humph, he is merely a lowly character. Not worth mentioning, Su Xuanyi retorted coolly. If he is such a minor figure, why permit him to intrude upon our circle? Feng Xiaoqing remarked nonchalantly, adopting an air of superiority. This put Su Xuanyi in a difficult position. Deep down, she would prefer for Yichen to leave. However, she feared he might report her to Su Baihe. After all, previously, when she had left Yichen alone at the mall entrance, Su Baihe had scolded her harshly. Why? Miss Su, do you not wish for this person to depart? Feng Xiaoqing asked with a smirk. Not at all. He is my grandfather's chosen fiancé for me. If I were to send him away, I fear my grandfather would be displeased, Su Xuanyi explained, forcing herself to remain composed. Ah, so this gentleman is indeed Miss Su's fiancé. I have heard whispers about him in Beihai City. A young man in white suddenly enlightened. Oh, Zhuangyang, you know Miss Su's fiancé? Feng Xiaoqing looked on in surprise. Hee, how could I be unaware of such a significant event as the bald-headed brother being hospitalized? Yi brother, you have gained fame from that battle. You are somewhat of a celebrity in Beihai City. Zhuangyang chuckled at Yichen. He is no celebrity. No matter how skilled Yichen may be, can he rival young Master Lu? He merely possesses some flashy skills, relying on the Su family's influence. Without the Su family's protection, he would not survive 3 days in Beihai. Chu Tianlong sneered mockingly. Chu Tianlong, comparing this fellow to young Master Lu is utterly ludicrous. Someone retorted. Young Master Lu is a master of martial arts, a figure of great stature in Jiangnan, far beyond the reckoning of a mere nobody from Beihai. Feng Xiaoqing rolled her eyes, realizing her folly in forgetting that Yichen is but a small fish, whereas young Master Lu is a potential dragon of Jiangnan. destined to soar to great heights and command the region. Chu Tianlong quickly slapped himself twice in remorse, acknowledging his mistake. Let us not speak of Yichen anymore. Why are there so many people outside Shilling Park today? Was it not said to be a wasteland? Observing the throng outside Shilling Park, Lu Wenjue suddenly inquired. Young Master Lu may be unaware, but it is currently the open season for the Shilling racecourse. This only occurs a few times each year. Attracting some visitors to Shilling Park, Chu Tianlong explained, eager to please. Ah, I see. Lu Wenjue nodded with a composed demeanor. Would young master like to visit the Shilling racecourse? Su Xuanyi shyly glanced at Lu Wenjue. Then let us proceed, he replied. At the Shilling racecourse, the number of visitors was considerable. Lu Wenjue, feeling spirited, rode a horse and completed 2 laps. Young Master Lu excels in equestrian skills. In all of Jiangnan, there are likely no more than 5 who can rival him in horsemanship. As Lu Wenjue dismounted, Feng Xiaoqing gazed at him with admiration and affection. I made a slight error earlier. Otherwise, I could have completed the laps even faster, Lu Wenjue remarked, casting a glance at Chu Tianlong. I have heard you are the racing champion of Beihai City. To be honest, young master, I did manage to secure first place in the last horse race in Beihai City through sheer luck, Chu Tianlong humbly stated, though his expression betrayed his pride. Oh, Chu Tianlong, I did not realize you possess such talent, Feng Xiaoqing chimed with a playful laugh. Compared to Miss Feng, I am far from exceptional. Everyone in Beihai knows you as the youngest doctor, Chu Tianlong responded politely. Since your equestrian skills are commendable, shall we race a lap? Lu Wenjue proposed with enthusiasm. Absolutely. I would love to see young master race. Feng Xiaoqing clapped her hands in excitement before Chu Tianlong could respond. Naturally, Chu Tianlong dared not oppose and promptly agreed. He then turned to Yichen, asking, do you dare to join us for a race? Chapter 61. The Bet. Chu Tianlong. What do you mean by inviting Yichen? Does he understand horsemanship as well? Upon witnessing Chu Tianlong's behavior, Feng Xiaoqing and the others displayed expressions of confusion. You may not know, but Yichen hails from the prestigious Yi family in the capital. He certainly has some knowledge of horsemanship, albeit limited. Merely a fast starter, Chu Tianlong replied nonchalantly. The Yi family in the capital? At the mention of this, Feng Xiaoqing hesitated slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjue's gaze flickered with intrigue. Is it not true that the individual who was recently jilted by Yunyan is you? Indeed, young Master Lu is correct. The one rejected by the Yun family was indeed this fellow. Just last night, Yichen foolishly attempted to pursue Yunyan, a truly laughable endeavor. Chu Tianlong remarked with a sardonic tone. Lu Wenjue cast a glance at Yichen, then let out a light snort. Yichen, even I dare not provoke Yunyan. You possess quite the audacity. Are you unaware that Yunyan's boyfriend is a master? Young Master Lu, discussing masters with this insignificant character is futile. Such esteemed individuals are beyond Yichen's reach, Chu Tianlong interjected with a smirk. Lu Wenjue remained silent, mounting his horse. Yichen, since Chu Tianlong has specifically called for a horse race, let us compete. I am quite curious to see how swiftly you can start. Forget it. Yichen shook his head. What do you mean by that, Yi? Chu Tianlong retorted. Our young Master Lu is willing to race with you, which is a sign of respect. Otherwise, what right does a mere figure from Beihai have to compete with young Master Lu? Feng Xiaoqing expressed her dissatisfaction with Yichen's attitude. Su Xuanyi coldly remarked, Yichen, if you fear embarrassment, you should concede quickly. What are you pretending for? At Mengming's racetrack, had it not been for Chu Tianlong's injury, do you truly believe you could win? Indeed, this time, I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. Chu Tianlong declared imperiously. Yichen continued to shake his head. Truly, this is pointless. You are too slow, and I have matters to attend to. He had previously arranged to dine with Qin Yuma and did not wish to break his promise. Too slow? Feng Xiaoqing and the others stared in disbelief at Yichen. Yichen, do you have no shame? Is starting fast your definition of speed? You underestimate me, but how dare you underestimate young Master Lu? Do you realize that a mere word from him could render you unable to stand in Jiangnan? Chu Tianlong glared at Yichen with indignation. Oh, does he possess such power? Yichen shrugged. Such ignorance. You do not even know the Lu family of Jiangnan. Chu Tianlong spoke extensively of the Lu family's influence. But Yichen merely yawned. You spoke too quickly. I couldn't hear clearly. Damn it. Chu Tianlong nearly fainted from rage. Seeing Yichen's disdain for the Lu family, Lu Wenjue's voice turned icy. Yichen, I advise you to obediently mount your horse and compete with me. And if I refuse? Yichen looked at him. If you refuse, I shall become angry, and when I am angered, it will not end well for you, Lu Wenjua said, looking down on Yi Chun with an air of superiority. Yi Chun glanced at the cold-eyed Su Xuanyi beside him and finally smiled. Very well, let us race. Initially, Yi Chun pondered whether offending the Lu family of Jiangnan would lead to Elder Su regretting the engagement, but recalling the matter of the Longhu brothers, he dismissed the thought. Merely racing is insufficient. We must raise the stakes. Chu Tianlong exclaimed, eager at Yi Chun's acquiescence. Oh, what wager do you propose, you effeminate fool? Yi Chun replied with a sly smile. Let us wager your fiancée. Do you dare? Before Chu Tianlong could respond, Lu Wenjua loftily declared, Yi Chun, should you lose, you shall allow Su Xuanyi to accompany me for the night. Upon hearing this, Su Xuanyi's delicate face flushed instantly, her heart racing like a startled fawn. This condition is unacceptable. Yi Chun shook his head, declaring, I do not favor wagering women. Moreover, why should it be unacceptable? Master Lu, I have agreed. Before Yi Chun could finish his sentence, Su Xuanyi gazed at him with a cold smile. You care so much about me, yet you keep insisting on calling off the engagement? Yi Chun, how hypocritical can you be? Yi Chun chose not to explain. Instead, he calmly stated, Miss Su, have you truly considered what it means to spend a night with Lu Wenjua? Perhaps he is not a good man. Humph, even if Master Lu is not perfect, he is still far superior to you. I would rather be abandoned by him than marry someone as ordinary as you. Su Xuanyi retorted coldly. Yi Chun sighed. Choosing to say no more, he turned to Chu Tianlong and asked, do you wish for Miss Su to accompany you for a night as well? Humph, of course not. Chu Tianlong denied, knowing better than to covet a woman chosen by Lu Wenjua. Is that so? Yi Chun narrowed his eyes. Chu Tianlong, do you truly not wish to? Or is it that you cannot? Damn it. Yi Chun, what do you mean by that? Chu Tianlong's gaze turned icy. I grant you a modicum of respect, and you dare to insult me? Yi Chun merely smiled in silence, selecting a horse from the stable before addressing Lu Wenjua. Master Lu, should you lose, what do you intend to do? Do you truly believe I will lose? Lu Wenjua laughed. I forgot to mention, I am the champion of last year's equestrian competition in Jiangnan. His demeanor was arrogant and disdainful. You still have not answered my question, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. Humph, if I lose, I can offer you money, women, fame, anything you desire, Lu Wenjua scoffed. I require none of those. If you lose, I want you to terminate the partnership with the Su family, Yi Chun remarked with a hint of a smile. That is out of the question. Lu Wenjua immediately rejected the notion. Are you afraid of losing, Master Lu? Yi Chun inquired, observing him closely. Humph, lose to a discarded heir like you? Very well. If you wish to gamble, I shall indulge you. Yuan Yin has abandoned you, and I will ensure Su Xuanyi does the same, turning you into the true fool of Jiangnan. Lu Wenjua, provoked by Yi Chun, readily accepted the wager. Su Xuanyi initially intended to refuse. The Su family had only just managed to sell the troublesome Shilling Park. How could they possibly take it back? Yet, contemplating the dire consequences of Yi Chun losing to Lu Wenjua, she chose silence. Grandfather, do not blame me for my lack of understanding. I simply cannot marry Yi Chun. Though Lu Wenjua may not be a good man, he is the foremost talent of Jiangnan, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times better than Yi Chun. Being with Lu Wenjua is the marriage I aspire to, Su Xuanyi thought to herself, her teeth clenched tightly. Chapter 62. Shooting Star. You are all aware of the rules of the race. When I count to 3, the competition will officially commence, announced a referee from Shilling Equestrian Center, directing his gaze at Yi Chun and his companions. In the audience, besides Feng Xiaoqing and others, there were numerous visitors from Beihai City. Miss Su, did Yi Chun really win against Chu Tianlong in the horse race? Zhuang Yang inquired, casting a discreet glance at the alluring Su Xianyi. Yi Chun's so-called victory was nothing of the sort. Su Xianyi scoffed, recounting the events at the Qingshan racecourse. Oh, so it turns out Chu Tianlong was injured and had to withdraw from the race. I thought there was no way Yi Chun could have triumphed over the champion of Beihai City. Zhuang Yang chuckled in realization, pausing momentarily before hesitantly gazing at Su Xianyi. Miss Su, if Yi Chun loses, are you truly going to spend the night with young Master Lu? What other choice do I have? Su Xianyi retorted. Miss Su, why do you harbor such disdain for Yi Chun? Feng Xiaoqing inquired with keen interest. Humph. Yi Chun was cast off by the Yun family, left with nowhere to go, and now he clings to the Su family with a marriage certificate. If it were you, would you marry Yi Chun? Su Xianyi calmly regarded Feng Xiaoqing. I certainly would not. Yi Chun is no longer a young master from the capital, just a discarded man. Why would I consider him? Feng Xiaoqing shook her head without a second thought. As long as you understand. Though I, Su Xianyi, may not compare to Jiangnan Yunyin or Murong Wan, I am still a phoenix among women, noble and unattainable, while he, Yi Chun, is as insignificant as a worm. How could I possibly lower myself? Su Xianyi pronounced each word with conviction. Just as her words faded, the judge on the distant racetrack had already counted to 3. Wow. In an instant, Yi Chun's mount surged ahead, leaving Chu Tianlong and Lu Wenju far behind. Incredible speed. The astonished expressions on Feng Xiaoqing and the others' faces were unmistakable. How is this possible? Has he somehow gained an advantage? Zhuang Yang's mouth fell agape as though witnessing something utterly unfathomable. Such rapidity in horse racing. This is unprecedented, even beyond what I've seen in international competitions. You need not be anxious. Noting the unease of Feng Xiaoqing and the others, Su Xianyi remarked nonchalantly. Yi Chun merely started off quickly. He will surely tire as the race progresses. Chu Tianlong mentioned to me before that Yi Chun's racing style is merely for amusement and should not be taken seriously. Starting fast is one thing, but this is absurdly fast. Zhuang Yang's lips twitched. In the mere span of a minute, Yi Chun had already covered half the distance of the track. At this rate, Lu Wenju might not only lose, but could be lapped by Yi Chun. Zhuang Yang, why are you so agitated? Miss Su has already stated. Yi Chun only started quickly. He will undoubtedly slow down. Feng Xiaoqing chided Zhuang Yang, who was in a state of shock. You don't understand. Even if Yi Chun slows down, he won't slow down by much. As I observe him, I am reminded of a legendary tale from horse racing. Zhuang Yang sighed in resignation. What legend? Both Su Xianyi and Feng Xiaoqing turned their attention to him. The comet, Zhuang Yang exclaimed, trembling. It refers to finishing a horse race in the blink of an eye, leaving opponents in the dust. Zhuang Yang, are you jesting? How could Yi Chun? Su Xianyi was about to speak, but suddenly, her voice trailed off. Not just her. Beside them, Feng Xiaoqing and others held their breath. For at that moment, Yi Chun had completed the race. In the latter part of the track, not only did Yi Chun maintain his speed, but he also surged forward with a burst of energy. 1 minute and 40 seconds? Staring at the timer in his hand, Zhuang Yang appeared entranced, pinching himself to ascertain the reality of the situation. Was this truly happening? Had Yi Chun really finished a lap in 1 minute and 40 seconds? My heavens! Su Xianyi and Feng Xiaoqing exchanged glances, their throats constricted as if a thorn had lodged within, rendering them speechless. On the other side, on the racetrack, when Chu Tianlong and Lu Wenju witnessed Yi Chun's finish, they were equally stunned. Chu Tianlong fared slightly better, having completed a fifth of the track. However, Lu Wenju was in a dire predicament. He was so startled by Yi Chun's start that he had barely covered a tenth of the distance. Turning back, Lu Wenju could see Yi Chun smiling at him. Had he nearly been lapped? Lu Wenju, with a bet to honor, you must terminate your collaboration with the Su family. After uttering these words, Yi Chun turned away, leaving Lu Wenju in a state of bewilderment. He was the champion of horse racing in Jiangnan. How could he have been surpassed by Yi Chun to such an extent? Was there no justice left? Yi Chun, halt. With a leap from his horse, Lu Wenju intercepted Yi Chun. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yi Chun inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Meteoric speed, the legendary horsemanship technique. I cannot believe you possess it. You are impressive. Lu Wenju gritted his teeth and challenged. Dare you to race me again? Even after such a humiliating defeat. He still wished to compete? How stubborn. Yi Chun regarded him with a smirk. Huh, there is no way I would race you again. I heard from Su Xianyi that you are quite skilled. How about we engage in martial arts instead? Lu Wenju spat venomously, vowing to himself that he would eliminate Yi Chun. Martial arts? Yi Chun echoed with an enigmatic smile, then dismissed the idea, turning away with finality. After Yi Chun departed, Su Xianyi and the others rushed to Lu Wenju's side. Young Master Lu, are you all right? Humph, what could possibly be wrong with me? Damn. Lu Wenju glared hatefully in the direction Yi Chun had gone. Young Master Lu, it was merely a horse race. It is not a matter of great consequence. You lost the race, yet you remain the most talented scholar in Jiangnan. He, Yi Chun, may have won the race, but he remains a mere footnote in Beihai. Feng Xiaoqing consoled him. Feng Xiaoqing's words held merit. Indeed, young Master Lu, your esteemed status elevates your engagement in horse racing to an artful pastime. Yi Chun, a scion of a fallen family, neglecting to revive the Yi family while dabbling in horse racing? He is nothing but a derelict. Such individuals rarely secure a place in the esteemed circles of Jiangnan. Zhuang Yang and the others concurred. Exactly. What if Yi Chun were the world champion in horse racing? Could he ever compare to young Master Lu? A single word from young Master Lu could command the allegiance of countless world champions. Yet Yi Chun, even a 3-year-old, would disregard him. As Su Xuanyi regained her composure, she exclaimed in exasperation. She had thought that she could escape her fate of marrying Yi Chun tonight. But who would have anticipated that the jester would risk everything in such a reckless horse race to win her hand? After leaving Shilling Park, Yi Chun, in accordance with his agreement with Qin Yuma, arrived at the Rose Hotel in Beihai City. Guided by a waiter, he entered a charmingly antiquated private room, where an elegant and serene woman awaited him. Her eyes sparkled like flowing waves, reminiscent of a captivating Jiangnan beauty, yet adorned with an air of noble grace. Akin to a princess from a wealthy family, it was none other than Qin Yuma. Chapter 63. Young Master Han Yi Chun, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Yi Chun at the Rose Hotel, Qin Yuma's enchanting eyes brightened slightly. I apologize for making you wait, Miss Qin. Yi Chun replied with a smile as he took a seat opposite her. After they had placed their orders, Yi Chun took the initiative to ask, Miss Qin, has the progress in the new district of Beihai been satisfactory? That should be quite smooth. Qin Yuma hesitated before responding ambiguously. Should be? Yi Chun paused, but refrained from probing further. Yi Chun, thank you for helping me recover the funds that the Qin group was deceived out of. I raise this glass in your honor. Qin Yuma lifted her wine glass, her demeanor radiant as she gazed at Yi Chun. There's no need for formality, Yi Chun replied with a hint of a smile. Yi Chun, I have yet to inquire about your origins. Where do you hail from? Qin Yuma looked at him, hastily clarifying, please don't misunderstand. I'm not prying into your background. It's quite all right. I am from the capital, Yi Chun replied. The capital? Qin Yuma did not dwell on it. At that moment, the waitstaff began serving the dishes. Yi Chun, do try this dish. The Rose Hotel is operated by the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and their signature dishes are quite delectable. Qin Yuma offered to serve him, adding with a smile, speaking of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Did you know that they recently changed their president? Oh, is that so? Yi Chun feigned ignorance, fully aware of the situation. Indeed, when the news broke, our Qin family was quite taken aback. Previously, the Yunlong Chamber was under the influence of Murongyu, but now with a new leader. It remains to be seen how the dynamics in Jiangnan will shift. After speaking, Qin Yuma shook her head. But what does that have to do with me? I am merely a small figure in Jiangnan. Miss Qin, you are being too modest. Your family holds considerable influence in Beihai City, Yi Chun remarked with a slight smile. Beihai City is merely a small place, just a county in Jiangnan. Sometimes, I yearn to explore beyond, yet I cannot bear to leave my grandfather or you. The moment Qin Yuma spoke, her fair face flushed crimson, prompting her to change the subject. By the way, have you heard about the disappearance of Mount Kunlun in the 9 provinces? It's truly astonishing that such a massive mountain could vanish into thin air. Uft. Yi Chun nearly choked on his food, staring intently at Qin Yuma as he processed her words. I express my reluctance to part with my grandfather. And with you as well. However, do not misunderstand me, for that is not my intent. Qin Yuma's delicate visage revealed a profound shyness and tension. Miss Qin, not that line, but the subsequent one. What did you say about Kunlun Mountain? Yi Chun's expression darkened. Kunlun Mountain has vanished from the 9 provinces, Qin Yuma reiterated. Vanished? How can that be possible? Kunlun Mountain is the pinnacle of the 9 provinces. It cannot simply disappear into thin air. Yi Chun's emotions surged. This is true. Have you not seen the news? Qin Yuma procured a report concerning Kunlun Mountain and handed it to Yi Chun. As he gazed upon the news article detailing the fate of Kunlun Mountain, his complexion grew even more pallid. That old man is quite ruthless. He actually made Kunlun Mountain disappear? Previously, Yi Chun had contemplated returning to Kunlun Mountain to replenish his life force with spiritual energy when his next crisis struck. But he never anticipated that, in an instant, he would be confronted with the old man's ominous warning before descending the mountain. Do not withdraw from the engagement, or do not return to see me. What he had assumed to be mere just now bore a heavier weight. Yi Chun, are you all right? Noticing Yi Chun's distracted demeanor, Qin Yuma expressed her concern. I am fine, Miss Qin. Yi Chun managed to force a smile. At that moment, a man clad in black approached Qin Yuma. Miss, our young Master Han wishes to invite you for a drink. Young Master Han? Qin Yumao furrowed her brow. I am not acquainted with anyone named Han. Young Master Han is the cousin of Lu Wenjua from Jiangnan. The man spoke with an air of superiority. To be chosen by our young Master Han, a woman from Beihai City, is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. Accompanying him. Before the black-clad man could finish, Qin Yumao coldly interrupted, Scram. I have an appointment and no time to drink with your young Master Han. Miss, what do you mean? Our young Master Han kindly invites you for a drink, and you dare to refuse? Do you understand how rare such an opportunity is for a woman from Beihai City? The man's expression darkened at Qin Yumao's refusal, yet just then, Yi Chun interjected, I said to leave. Do you not comprehend human language? Upon meeting Yi Chun's gaze, the black-clad man felt a chill run down his spine. Ultimately, he clenched his fists and stormed off in anger. As he departed, Qin Yumao let out a weary sigh. Things are becoming increasingly chaotic in Beihai City. Not long ago, the Kong family paid a visit, and now even the Jiang and Lu family has arrived. At this juncture, Qin Yumao cautioned Yi Chun, Yi Chun, you must not offend someone named Lu Wenjua in Beihai City. Oh, is he quite influential? Yi Chun squinted, inquiring. Indeed, Lu Wenjua is the foremost talent of Jiangnan, and he is a master at the half-step martial level. If you provoke such a significant figure, even your connections with the Kong family will be of no avail. Qin Yumao's tone was laden with trepidation. No sooner had she finished speaking than the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. Soon after, several men clad in black entered the room with ominous expressions. At the forefront stood a dapper young man in a blue suit. What are you doing? Did you not think to knock before entering? Qin Yuma's face darkened, having been interrupted during her rendezvous with Yi Chun. Beauty, I've heard from my associates that you refuse to show respect to Han Qingshan, the man in the suit remarked, his gaze lingering on Qin Yuma's fair, elegant legs. Are you the cousin of Lu Wenjua? Qin Yumao furrowed her brow. Indeed, since you are aware of my identity, you should comply and come with me willingly. Fear not, I have no ill intentions today. I merely wish to share a few drinks with you. However, should you resist? Han Qingshan smirked meaningfully. I am sorry, Mr. Han, but I already have plans. I must ask you to leave. Qin Yumao firmly rejected him once more. Beauty, our young Master Han has personally come to invite you. Are you truly so ungrateful? Do you understand what it means to be invited by young Master Han in all of Jiangnan? One of the men in black spoke coldly. If I were you, I would have already shed my clothes and lain on young Master Han's bed, rather than wasting time here with a nobody from Jiangnan. I am not as despicable as you. Qin Yumao shot back, glaring at him, then took Yi Chen's hand, intending to leave. Did I permit you to leave? Han Qingshan obstructed her path with one hand. Beauty, my associates speak the truth. If I show you favor, you must accept it. This is Jiangnan, a place governed by the rules set by my cousin, the Lu family. If I take a liking to you, it is your fortune. You dare to scowl at me when you should be begging for my attention? Do you think Han Qingshan is without temper? As his words fell, over a dozen men in black encircled Qin Yumao and Yi Chun. What do you intend to do? Qin Yumao positioned herself protectively in front of Yi Chun. Nothing much. Today you have the choice to either share a drink with me or spend the night with me. The choice is yours. Han Qingshan said with a grin that was neither warm nor welcoming. Chapter 64. Summon your cousin for rescue. Beauty, my patience is limited. I suggest you decide swiftly. Otherwise, should I become displeased, you will find yourself in dire straits. Han Qingshan's tone grew impatient as he observed Qin Yuma's evident distress. The men in black behind him jeered. Little lady, pretending to be aloof before our brother Han? You are rather audacious. Previously, a star from Jiangnan also acted high and mighty before our brother Han. And what happened? A single phone call from him, and she had no choice but to call him daddy. Ha. When venturing out, it is all about connections and influence. How could a woman from a small county be so ungrateful? Upon hearing such humiliating words, Qin Yumao bit her lip tightly, struggling within herself repeatedly, until at last she relented. Mr. Han, I choose to accompany you for drinks. With that, she weakly turned to Yi Chun and said, Yi Chun, you should return home. The Han family is powerful, and I cannot provoke them. In the past, she might have invoked the Qin family to assert herself, but now, consider yourself fortunate to recognize your place. In the future, restrain that lofty demeanor of yours. Before our Han brother, you are but a lowly dog, unworthy of arrogance. A man clad in black mocked the submissive Qin Yumao. You. Qin Yumao trembled with rage. At that moment, Han Qingshan patted Yi Chen's face, speaking with an air of superiority. Kid, I shall take your woman. This card holds 20,000. It is her fee for serving me tonight. In response, Yi Chun merely smiled enigmatically. Do you know the consequences of slapping my face in Jiangnan? How dare you? Our Han brother's slap is a favor to you. You should be begging on your knees for him to strike you. How dare you question him? A black-clad man was about to berate Yi Chun when a loud crash of breaking glass echoed through the room. Yi Chun had seized a bottle from the table and smashed it over Han Qingshan's head. In an instant, Han Qingshan clutched his head, blood streaming down as he howled in agony. Han brother? Are you all right? The dozen or so black-clad men behind him were taken aback. How dare this insignificant person from Beihai City lay a hand on Han Qingshan? Damn it! Kill this kid. I want him dead. Han Qingshan glared at Yi Chun, his voice filled with desperation. Attack! Once they regained their composure, the men lunged at Yi Chun with ferocity. Yet, amidst the cries for mercy, they all fell to their knees, incapacitated. What? Han Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yi Chun. How could this kid be so formidable? While he was still in shock, Yi Chun placed his foot upon Han Qingshan's head. Now do you understand the consequences of slapping my face? You. Han Qingshan felt an immense weight on his face, struggling to breathe. Apologize to Miss Qin, Yi Chun commanded coldly. Apologize to this worthless wretch? Dream on. As Han Qingshan began to speak, Yi Chun struck him again with the bottle. Apologize. Impossible. Bang. Another bottle came crashing down. Apologize. At this moment, Han Qingshan, bloodied and barely conscious on the ground, mustered all his strength to shout, You little wretch, what are you being so arrogant for? Even if you can fight. My cousin Lu Wenjua is a master of martial arts in Jiangnan. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, my cousin will not let you off. Lu Wenjua? Yi Chun echoed. Humph. Now you know fear, don't you? Kneel and slap yourself 10 times. Then let this wretch accompany me for a night. I might consider sparing your hand. Otherwise, just then, with a resounding crash, Yi Chun struck Han Qingshan's head once more with a bottle. Since you refuse to apologize, call Lu Wenjua and have him come to save you. Otherwise, you shall not see the sun rise tomorrow. What did you say? Han Qingshan thought he had misheard. This insignificant person from Beihai City was audacious enough to make such demands? Fine. You possess quite the audacity. Just wait for my cousin to arrive. I shall see how you continue your rampage here in Jiangnan. I vow that you will find no resting place in death. Han Qingshan, trembling, took out his phone to call Lu Wenjua, only to discover that his cousin's line was unreachable. What? Is your cousin ignoring your calls? Yi Chun seized Han Qingshan's hair with one hand, patting his face mockingly, lamenting, How unfortunate. It seems you shall only meet your cousin at your funeral. Gazing into Yi Chun's emotionless eyes, Han Qingshan felt genuine fear. He suddenly realized that this diminutive figure before him truly had the audacity to end his life. Please, do not kill me, elder brother. I apologize, I sincerely apologize. Your apologies come too late, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. Yi Chun, you cannot take Han Qingshan's life. At that moment, Qin Yuma, recovering from her shock, quickly interjected, If Han Qingshan dies, Lu Wenjua will undoubtedly seek vengeance against you. Does Miss Qin not wish for this scoundrel to perish? Yi Chun inquired with a smile. Evil is met with its just deserts. Han Qingshan's relentless torment of the women of Jiang and will eventually bring him retribution. However, our standing is too low to act against him. Qin Yuma was aware of Yi Chun's connections to the Kong family. Yet she knew that the Kong family would never sever ties with the Lu family of Jiangnan over him. Should Yi Chun take Han Qingshan's life, what would become of him? What's happening? Why is there such a commotion in your private room? At that moment, an irate voice came from behind the onlookers. Chen Xiaofeng, accompanied by several members of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, strode in. Brother Chen. Upon seeing Chen Xiaofeng, Han Qingshan felt as though he had found a lifeline and cried out desperately, Brother Chen, save me. Oh no. Why have the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce arrived? Qin Yuma felt her heart drop upon Chen Xiaofeng's entrance, her face betraying her unease. Han Qingshan, what on earth happened to you? Why are you so battered? Chen Xiaofeng exclaimed, astonished at the sight before him. Who in Beihai City would dare to offend Lu Wenjua's cousin? Brother Chen, it's this scoundrel. For my cousin's sake, I implore you and the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce to end his life today. I want him dead. Han Qingshan glared fiercely at Yi Chun. Manager Chun, this is a misunderstanding. Qin Yuma interjected, her complexion paling. If the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce intervened, then Yi Chun would surely face dire consequences. Ah, it is Miss Qin. Chen Xiaofeng recognized her and coldly remarked, Miss Qin, it would be best for you to refrain from meddling. You must understand Han Qingshan's background. Having been assaulted in our Yuli restaurant, I must provide him with an explanation. Yet, Qin Yuma appeared helpless. My friend, if you have assaulted someone, do not hide behind a woman. Step forward. I am quite curious as to where you found the audacity to cause trouble in Yuli restaurant. Chen Xiaofeng's tone turned menacing as he addressed the figure behind Qin Yuma. Manager Chen, for my sake, please spare my friend, Qin Yuma pleaded earnestly. Miss Qin's influence? Huh. Even if your grandfather were here, he would lack the authority to compel me to release him. That young man should emerge at once. Chen Xiaofeng barked angrily. Chen Xiaofeng, do you possess a great audacity? Dare you summon me forth? Just as Qin Yuma found herself in a state of helplessness, Yi Chun emerged from behind her, a faint smile dancing upon his lips. The moment Chen Xiaofeng beheld Yi Chun, the mockery and malevolence that had adorned his countenance vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread and horror. Chapter 65. An opportunity to alter destiny. Chun, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and have the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce eliminate this insignificant wretch. In the private room, Han Qingshan, noticing Chen Xiaofeng's paralysis, impatiently urged him on. Rest assured, once you assist me in disposing of this lowly character, my cousin will express his profound gratitude. Before Han Qingshan could finish his sentence, Chen Xiaofeng swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face. Why should I assist you? An outsider wreaking havoc in Beihai City? How audacious! Chen Xiaofeng, do you dare strike me? Han Qingshan gazed at him in disbelief. Someone, throw Han Qingshan into the Xiang River. Chen Xiaofeng declared coldly. Chen Xiaofeng, are you insane? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Han Qingshan attempted to threaten him, but Chen Xiaofeng remained unfazed. Take him away. Having concluded this affair, Chen Xiaofeng's expression tightened as he cast a wary glance at Yi Chun. He never anticipated that the scene of Yi, the president, on a date with Qin Yuma would unfold before him. It was well known that Yi Chun was the partner of Su Xuanyi, and given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that Yi Chun was secretly courting Qin Yuma. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiaofeng politely addressed Yi Chun. I apologize for the disturbance caused to both of you. Allow me to treat you to this meal. I shall take my leave now. He refrained from revealing his identity to Yi Chun, for he too feared being recognized while clandestinely seeking the company of another woman. It was not until Chen Xiaofeng had departed for quite some time that Qin Yuma regained her composure from the shock. How peculiar. Why is Manager Chen no longer troubling us? Just a moment ago, he threatened to kill Yi Chun, yet in the blink of an eye, he turned against Han Qingshan. While Qin Yuma pondered this mystery, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the Qin family. All right, I understand, grandfather. I shall return immediately. After hanging up, Qin Yuma turned to Yi Chun with a bittersweet expression. Yi Chun, I must head home now. Before she departed, she added, by the way, Yi Chun, do exercise caution in Beihai City regarding Qin He. After your encounter with him at the Marriott International Hotel, I fear he may seek retribution. Qin He? Yi Chun inquired. Perplexed. Wasn't he confined by your grandfather? Do not even mention it. My grandfather has released him, and furthermore, he has entrusted Qin He with the management of the Qin Group, overseeing the North Sea New Town project. Qin Yuma's tone carried a hint of melancholy. I truly wonder what kind of enchantment Qin He has cast upon my grandfather. Ah, I see. Yi Chun smiled at her. Would you like me to assist you in reclaiming the North Sea New Town project? No, thank you. Yi Chun, I am aware of your close ties with the Kong family, but connections are best used sparingly. Could you assist me in recovering the funds that were deceitfully taken from the Qin Group? I would be immensely grateful. And it appears that my grandfather's significant trust in Qin He is somehow related to my father. At this point, Qin Yumiao ceased her discourse. As if burdened by unspoken secrets, Yi Chun opted not to probe further. After parting ways with Qin Yumiao, Yi Chun received a call from Su Xuanyi. Yi Chun, where are you? Come to the Su residence immediately. Half an hour later, Yi Chun arrived at the Su estate, which now exuded an unusual stillness, with each individual appearing anxious and apprehensive. Upon seeing Yi Chun approach, their previously dazed expressions were swiftly replaced by an air of foreboding and chill. Yu Yi, what do you mean by this? Our Su family has finally managed to sell Shilling Park, and you have the audacity to persuade Lu Wenjue to retract the partnership? What are your intentions? Su Qishan erupted in fury upon spotting Yi Chun. By what right do you represent the Su family in making decisions? Because of you, our family nearly faced annihilation at the hands of the Longhu brothers, and now, you dare to gamble with Lu Wenjue? You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Even if you win the horse race, what does that amount to? Your life is still a dismal failure. A beautiful woman clad in a qipao also directed her ire at Yi Chun. Clearly, they had all learned of Yi Chun's wager with Lu Wenjua. For just half an hour prior, Lu Wenjua had dispatched someone to nullify the collaboration with the Su family and reclaim the initial 500 million. Silence. Su Baihe addressed the crowd. The matter has transpired, and lamenting over Yi Chun will yield no benefit. Our immediate concern should be to contemplate how to mend our relationship with the Lu family. Dad, young Master Lu came to Beihai City for Shilling Park. Now that the Lu family has rescinded the partnership, we might as well gift Shilling Park to young Master Lu, proposed a member of the Su family. Grandfather. My father is correct. The Su family invested 200 million in the construction of Shilling Park. We can consider it a mere 200 million spent to gain a favor from the Lu family. This transaction is not a loss. Another younger member of the Su family concurred. Su Ming, do you grasp the magnitude of 200 million? How can you claim it is not a loss? Su Xuanyi interjected, her brow furrowed. Given Su Ming's rising status within the Su group, she felt an aversion toward him. Su Xuanyi, kindly refrain from speaking. If it weren't for your fiancé's reckless arrogance in challenging Lu Wenjua to a horse race, how would our family have incurred a loss of 500 million? Su Ming retorted with a cold smile. Is horse racing a source of sustenance? Even if Yi Chun is the world champion in horse racing, what does it matter? In Jiangnan, a world champion is still a mere insignificant figure. Su Xuanyi found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. All right, let us cease this quarrel. We shall proceed as proposed by Su Ming's family and gift Shilling Park to Lu Wenjua. Su Baihe wearily closed his eyes. Truth be told, he harbored discontent regarding Yi Chun's wager with Lu Wenjua. Yet, given the circumstances, further discussion would be futile. Grandfather, I advise you to inspect Shilling Park. Yi Chun interjected calmly from the crowd. I have rarely secured an opportunity for the Su family to alter its fate. I urge you all to cherish it. Yi Chun, if you cannot articulate anything worthwhile, kindly remain silent. Su Ming had long held a disdainful view of Yi Chun. With indignation, she exclaimed, Do you truly believe you can alter the fate of our Su family? You are hardly worthy. If it weren't for my grandfather's willingness to take you in, you would likely be wandering in some corner of Beihai City. Su Ming, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to berate Yi Chun? Su Xuanyi interjected, her dissatisfaction palpable. She could criticize Yi Chun, but she would not tolerate Su Ming's scornful gestures towards him. Am I mistaken? Su Ming retorted with derision. Or do you truly believe Yi Chun can transform the fortunes of the Su family? If he could, I would readily call him father right now. Indeed, I would too. Another junior member of the Su family chimed in. Su Xuanyi huffed, choosing not to respond. Su Baihe cast a glance at Yi Chun, his gaze flickering with complexity. Little Yi, my grandfather is curious. How do you intend to assist the Su family in changing its destiny? The Yi family has ceased to exist. Do not reach beyond your grasp, lest you stray from the path. Su Baihe's words bore both caution and persuasion. Yi Chun, perceiving the elder's apprehension, replied calmly, Grandfather Su. As I mentioned before, beneath Shilling Park lies an oil field mine. If we can claim it as our own, the Su family will undoubtedly ascend to a premier force in Jiangnan province. An oil field mine. Su Ming scoffed. Is this yet another of your baseless rumors? Tell me. Yi Chun, can you not be a bit more realistic? Do you think we, the Su family, are unaware of what lies beneath Shilling Park? Su Ming pressed on. If there truly is an oil field mine, not only would I call you father, I would kneel before you. Enough. Since little Yi is so insistent, let us pay a visit to Shilling Park. Su Baihe deliberated, deciding to take action to demonstrate to Yi Chun that one should not believe every whisper of rumor without witnessing it firsthand. Chapter 66. Park Investigation. As night fell over Beihai City, at Jinjiangjian, Lu Wenjua reclined on the sofa, surrounded by several female internet celebrities from Jiangnan. Dressed in revealing attire, they nestled against him with dreamy gazes, appearing bashful. Young Master Lu, are you truly considering canceling the collaboration with the Su family? At that moment, a servant from the Lu family approached hesitantly. Old Master Lu has instructed you to secure the oil field mine in Beihai City. Enough, Uncle Mu, no need for further discussion. In light of the many witnesses present at Shilling Park, how could I possibly go back on my word? Lu Wenjua replied nonchalantly. Moreover, do you genuinely believe the Su family would dare to covet what I desire? Uncle Mu understood the implication behind young Master Lu's words. Rest assured, within half a month, the The Su family will willingly relinquish Shilling Park to me. This way, I can save 500 million. Who wouldn't welcome such an outcome? Lu Wenjue smiled knowingly. It appeared that young Master Lu had already devised a plan, and Uncle Mu refrained from further comments. By the way, I've heard that Han Qingshan has also arrived in Beihai City. Please inform him that I have taken an interest in Su Xuanyi, and he should temper his ambitions. Lu Wenjue suddenly reminded everyone. The old servant understood. After Uncle Mu left, the female internet celebrities in Lu Wenjue's embrace fluttered their charms, exclaiming, "Young Master Lu, you are truly wicked, feasting on what's in front while gazing at what's in the pot. Why should we, sisters, be any less than Su Xuanyi? Isn't she merely the first love goddess of Beihai City? If not for the Su family, what would she amount to? Young Master Lu is a notorious flirt." Though these female internet celebrities voiced their complaints, their bodies betrayed them as they leaned closer to Lu Wenjue. "Ah, my dear concubines, do not be jealous. Su Xuanyi is indeed insignificant, but that waste, Yi Chun, dared to defeat me at the racetrack. He will surely pay for it. I shall make his woman my plaything. My slave." Lu Wenjue clenched his fist tightly, his gaze dark and foreboding. Each time he recalled the scene at Shilling racetrack, a tempest brewed within him. How could a mere nobody from Beihai City have the audacity to defeat him? What a deluded jester. Shilling Park. A group of individuals wielding searchlights arrived here. Led by Su Baihe, the elder of the Su family. "Yi Chun, we have arrived at Shilling Park. Where is the oil field you spoke of?" Su Ming looked down her nose at Yi Chun, her demeanor haughty. A year younger than Su Xuanyi, she appeared far more mature, resembling a 30-year-old matron. "Below? 100 meters underground is below, and 10,000 meters is also below. But tell me, is 10,000 meters a depth that a normal person can investigate?" Su Ming scoffed. The other members of the Su family regarded Yi Chun with disapproval. "Yi Chun, let me tell you, if you cannot locate the oil field today, do not expect to sleep. Change our family's fate. You speak so boldly. We came to Shilling Park at night, not to watch you play the fool." The discontent among the Su family members was palpable, and they were equally displeased with the elder. At such a late hour, the elder does not allow us to rest, but instead leads us to Shilling Park to indulge Yi Chun's madness? I truly cannot comprehend his thoughts. Silence. Su Baihe glared at the family members, commanding them in a stern tone, "Get the tools and conduct a thorough investigation of the entire Shilling Park." "Grandfather." Su Ming's expression changed. "Do you realize how long it will take to investigate the entire park? At least a day and a night." "Indeed, father. I have no objection to your fondness for Yi Chun, but there must be limits. He cannot even specify the location of the oil field, and yet you want us to waste time here with him?" Su Ming's father chimed in with his grievances. "Do you not understand that I ordered you to investigate? Enough with the nonsense." Su Baihe snorted coldly. "Fine, we shall investigate." Su Ming and her father swallowed their anger and went to retrieve the tools. The other members of the Su family, seeing this, reluctantly followed suit to gather the tools. After receiving the tools, Su Xuanyi did not hesitate to mock Yi Chun. "Yi Chun, I concede that you were right regarding the Donggang Chamber of Commerce, but that was merely a stroke of luck. Do you genuinely believe that a small fry from Beihai like yourself could overhear whispers about oil fields and mines? Miss Su, do you doubt me?" Yi Chun regarded her with a profound gaze. Who in the Su family would believe you? And let me remind you, Yi Chun, just because my grandfather dotes on you, it doesn't mean I won't take action." Su Xuanyi boasted. "Young Master Lu has expressed his admiration for me. It won't be long before he confesses his feelings." Her expression was one of triumph as she looked at Yi Chun. "You mean Lu Wenjue?" Yi Chun gently shook his head. "Lu Wenjue is not a good person. I advise you to steer clear of him." Upon first encountering Lu Wenjue, Yi Chun had sensed a heavy aura of darkness about him, a result of his indulgence in carnal pleasures. Were it not for Su Baihe's sake, he would not have warned Su Xuanyi. "Yi Chun, why are you so bitter? Just because young Master Lu isn't perfect? He is the most talented scholar in Jiangnan. Can you compare? Besides, even if he isn't a good man, I would still gladly be with him. I am a phoenix of Jiangnan, destined to be with young Master Lu. As for you, you are simply unworthy of me." Su Xuanyi laughed derisively. "As long as your grandfather approves of your union, I have no objections," Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. "Don't use my grandfather to pressure me. Yi Chun, my marriage should be my own decision." Su Xuanyi retorted with disdain before turning on her heel and leaving. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the Su family had spent a full 5 hours surveying Shilling Park. However, during this time, they had not discovered even a scrap of iron ore. let alone an oil field. I refused to continue. Suddenly, Su Ming hurled her tools aside and glared ominously at Yi Chun. Yi Chun, I now understand that you are nothing but a calamity for the Su family. Ever since you arrived, everything has gone awry. I bore your antics with Ping Tu and Qin He, but what is this? You deceived us into coming to Shilling Park to investigate some ridiculous oil field at this hour? Do you not feel a pang of conscience? The more she spoke, the more agitated Su Ming became, ultimately shouting in frustration. Look at the time. It's 4 in the morning. Am I not tired? I have to endure this farce with you. How could my grandfather possibly think this was a good idea? Thank goodness it's Su Xuanyi marrying you. Had it been me, I would have jumped into the Xiang River by now. As Su Ming criticized Yi Chun, not a single person in attendance came to his defense. Not even old Master Su, who chose silence. After 5 hours of fruitless searching, Su Baihe felt increasingly weary, regretting the earlier confrontation. Just then, a sudden exclamation echoed from deep within Shilling Park. Grandpa, come quickly, I found an oil field. Chapter 67. Su Baihe's promise. What? An oil field has been discovered? How? How is that possible? Upon hearing the voices of the Su family, Su Xuanyi and the others were momentarily paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. Su Baihe's eyes widened in shock. Oil? An oil field? In the blink of an eye, Su Xuanyi and the others rushed deep into Shilling Park, where they discovered a patch of black oil beneath an abandoned clearing. Is this truly an oil field? How vast must it be? Gazing at the black oil field, many members of the Su family were left in awe. Quickly, let us investigate and ascertain the depth of this oil field, Su Baihe commanded Su Qishan as he regained his composure. Soon, Su Qishan reported back with the oil field's data. Astonishingly, it was an ultra-large oil field mine with a depth exceeding 100 meters. Over 100 meters? Even Su Baihe, seasoned by the tempests of life, felt a ripple of unease upon learning the depth of the oil field mine. He understood all too well what this signified. Just as Yi Chun had previously stated, this oil field mine was sufficient for the Beihai Su family to ascend to a first-rate force in Jiangnan. We are destined for fortune. Our Su family shall prosper. Ha ha. How much wealth does such a vast oil field represent? Surely, it surpasses the accumulation of our family's riches over decades. Su Qishan and several elders of the Su family erupted in joyous laughter. A glimmer of excitement also danced across Su Xuanyi's face. Once the Su family ascends to a first-rate force in Jiangnan, will she not stand shoulder to shoulder with Yun Yin and Moron Wan? Little Yi, we owe you a great debt today. Had it not been for you, our Su family might have forfeited the wealth within our grasp. Su Baihe grew increasingly pleased with Yi Chun. He wished fervently to see Su Xuanyi wed Yi Chun by tomorrow. Father, shall we still gift Shilling Park to Lu Wenjua? Su Ming's father approached hesitantly with his question. Gift it? Such a vast oil field, worth billions. Have I lost my mind to give it to the Lu family? Su Baihe glared at Su Ming's father. Su Ming, you previously stated that if there was indeed an oil field in Shilling Park, you would kneel and call Yi Chun father. It appears it is time for you to fulfill that promise. At that moment, Su Xuanyi cast a scornful glance at Su Ming. Su Ming's expression turned awkward. What she had said in the heat of the moment now seemed to haunt her. For who would have thought that Shilling Park would indeed harbor an oil field? What do you mean by I? Kneel down at once. Su Xuanyi pressed forward with relentless insistence. Grandfather. Su Ming looked to Su Baihe for help, but he coldly retorted, What are you looking at me for? A bet is a bet. Father. Su Ming turned to her own father, yet he remained silent. At this critical juncture, it seemed no one in the Su family dared to utter a word against Yi Chun. Yi Chun, I was wrong. I did not mean to insult you before. I was simply exhausted. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me this once? With no other help forthcoming, Su Ming attempted to appease Yi Chun. No. You must kneel today? Without waiting for Yi Chun to respond, Su Xuanyi declared imperiously, Su Ming, it appears you no longer wish to acknowledge your own words. This, Su Ming's demeanor was one of shame. Su Ming, you need not kneel, but starting tomorrow, you shall no longer visit the Su group. Su Xuanyi's tone shifted abruptly. That is out of the question. I must go to the Su group. Su Ming was acutely aware of Su Xuanyi's intentions. With a resolute heart, she unexpectedly knelt before Yi Chun, her face contorted in frustration as she called out, Father, speak louder. I can hardly hear you. Su Xuanyi pressed on, mercilessly. Father. Su Ming clenched her fists tightly. Louder. Father. Just as Su Xuanyi was about to interject, Yi Chun helped Su Ming to her feet, offering a gentle smile. In Beihai City, Certain words should not be uttered lightly. I understand, Su Ming murmured, lowering her gaze. In that moment, her resentment was not directed at Yi Chun, but rather at Su Xuanyi. Enough of this farce. We must now discuss the management of the oil field. Su Baihe interjected unexpectedly. Father, do you have any insights? Su Qishan and others turned their attention toward him. As far as I am aware, in all of Jiangnan, only the Jin family has the means to sell oil. If we wish to offload this oil, we must collaborate with them, Su Baihe stated calmly. The Jin family? The one from Anyang? Su Qishan and the others recalled a powerful faction. Indeed, it is the Jin family of Anyang, a foremost force in Jiangnan. Furthermore, the head of the Jin family is the oil magnate of the region, Su Baihe asserted with seriousness. Father, who do you intend to send to negotiate with the Jin family? The elders are restless. They know the immense profits that the oil field brings. Whoever undertakes this task will reap countless rewards. However, Su Baihe's next words turned Su Qishan and the others pale with dismay. Who shall undertake this? Naturally. It will be Little Yi. From now on, Little Yi will be in charge of the oil field. Though Su Qishan and the others were reluctant, they dared not voice their dissent. Grandfather, are you truly entrusting an outsider like Yi Chun with the oil field? Su Xuanyi could not contain herself. Su Xuanyi, what nonsense are you spouting? Little Yi is your fiancé. Speak one more word, and you shall be cast out of the Su family. Su Baihe glared at Su Xuanyi. Grandfather, I appreciate your goodwill, but I must decline the responsibility for the oil field. I am quite content at the Su group. Faced with the hostile gazes of the Su family, Yi Chun shook his head with a bitter smile. Little Yi, this task can only fall to you, for you are the one who discovered the oil field. Su Baihe declared solemnly. Moreover, should you successfully negotiate with the Jin family, I will grant you one favor as a reward for your efforts. One favor? Anything I desire? Yi Chun instinctively inquired. Indeed, anything you wish. Su Baihe smiled. Then, what if I wish to annul my engagement with Miss Su? Yi Chun tentatively suggested. That is certainly not an issue. If you so desire, Grandfather can arrange for Su Xuanyi to be released from the engagement. Su Baihe nodded without hesitation. In his view, with the oil field in their possession, the Su family would soon ascend to become a premier force in Jiangnan, provided Yi Chun was not foolish. The possibility of the other party reneging on the engagement with Su Xuanyi, thereby relinquishing a promising future, seems implausible. Is this truly the case? Yi Chun's eyes suddenly brightened. After masquerading as a minor character in the Su family for so long, he finally awaited Su Baihe's change of heart. Had the old man of the Su family remained obstinate, Yi Chun would indeed have found himself in a predicament. Fear not, my dear, my grandfather speaks no empty words. Su Baihe smiled kindly. Very well. I shall visit the Jin family in Anyang tomorrow to discuss the oil cooperation. Yi Chun exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Beihai City, at Fenghayaju, Miss Yunyan, what brings you here? Upon seeing the stunningly graceful Yunyan approach, Xiaoyun respectfully greeted her. Where is young Master Yi? Yunyan inquired. He has gone to Shilling Park and has yet to return, Xiaoyun replied truthfully. I see. When young Master Yi returns, please inform him that I must leave for 3 days. Should I not return after 3 days, let him forget me. Yunyan hesitated before speaking. Chapter 68. Anyang City. The following morning, Yi Chun arrived in Anyang City, located in Jiangnan, via high-speed train. Unlike Beihai City, Anyang ranks among the top 3 cities in Jiangnan, renowned for its vast resources and often referred to as the water town of Jiangnan. As he stepped out of the train station, Yi Chun encountered a familiar figure. Yi Chun, what brings you here? Chu Tianlong's expression darkened upon seeing Yi Chun. What a sissy! Yi Chun recognized Chu Tianlong. Damn you! Yi Chun, if you can't speak, then shut your mouth. I'm a real man, understand? Chu Tianlong's forehead bulged with veins. Yet Yi Chun merely smiled. Chu Tianlong, this is not Beihai City. It would be wise for you to refrain from provoking me. Chu Tianlong was momentarily taken aback, then sneered. Yi Chun, are you pretending? What of it that this is not Beihai City? If it weren't for your pitiful state, I would have had someone beat you up already. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chun delivered a swift kick. With a loud crash, Chu Tianlong's body slammed against a stone pillar outside the high-speed train station, appearing utterly disheveled. Damn it! Yi Chun, how dare you hit me? Chu Tianlong gazed at Yi Chun in disbelief. This waste who was looked down upon in Beihai City actually dared to retaliate. Chu Tianlong, I have warned you. This is not Beihai City. Out of pity for your sissified demeanor, I shall spare you today. but let it be the last time. Yi Chen patted Chu Tianlong's face and turned to leave. Such arrogance. Watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, Chu Tianlong's expression darkened with malice. However, as he had pressing matters to attend to, he could only choose to endure. Once he had dealt with his urgent affairs, he would ensure that Yi Chen experienced a fate worse than death. Outside the train station, a dozen black Mercedes-Benz vehicles were parked. In front of the cars stood a group of prominent figures from Anyang's upper echelons, led by a middle-aged man dressed in a brown long robe, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman. The young woman, approximately 25 or 26 years of age, possessed a pair of elegantly long legs, and her delicate visage resembled a fresh lotus emerging from the water, exuding an ethereal charm. She was none other than Park Yueqin, one of the three goddesses of Anyang City. Father, who exactly is coming to Anyang? Why such a grand display? We've been waiting outside the high-speed rail station since the early morning. Park Yueqin gazed at her father, Park Hyeming, her voice brimming with curiosity. It was noteworthy that Park Hyeming was not only the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Anyang, but also a semi-master in martial arts. In all of Jiangnan, individuals who could command such attention from Park Hyeming were truly rare. Yueqin, please be quiet, Park Hyeming admonished gently. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted, and he promptly bowed to the young man approaching them. Greetings, Chairman Yi. The others behind Park Hyeming also bowed in unison. Oh, who are you? Yi Chun inquired, surveying the unfamiliar group before him with curiosity. I am Park Hyeming, the head of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Anyang. This is my daughter. Park Yueqin. Park Hyeming introduced himself. Ah, I see, you are family. Please rise. I am merely a passerby in Anyang, Yi Chen replied with a gentle smile. Upon realizing Yi Chen's identity, a tempest of emotions surged within Park Yueqin. So, the person her father had been waiting for at such an early hour was indeed the chairman of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? However, wasn't the Yunlong Chamber affiliated with Morongyu? When had it transitioned into the hands of this young man? Chairman Yi, since you are new to Anyang, I have arranged a luncheon to welcome you. I hope you will honor us with your presence, Park Hyeming said, gesturing invitingly, his demeanor cautious. Very well, let us proceed. Yi Chen replied as he entered a Mercedes-Benz vehicle. During the journey, Park Yueqin turned to her father and quietly asked, Dad, what is the background of Chairman Yi? Why did Senior Morong entrust the Yunlong Chamber to him? I am uncertain. Park Hyeming shook his head. I inquired with Uncle Wang Peng and his nephew from Beihai City, but they remained tight-lipped about Chairman Yi's background. However what? Recently, a master with the surname Yi has arrived in Jiangnan. I suspect Chairman Yi has a significant connection with that master. Perhaps Senior Morong appointed him to please that master by handing over the Yunlong Chamber. Park Hyeming revealed his suspicions. Could it be that Chairman Yi is that master? Park Yueqin pondered whimsically. That is highly improbable. Masters of the 9 provinces are not nameless figures. Furthermore, do you think the rumored master would have the leisure to take charge of our Yunlong Chamber? Park Hyeming dismissed her notion. That is a valid point. Masters stand above the masses, gazing down upon the people of the 9 provinces. Any one of them could alter the landscape of the 9 provinces. How could they possibly deign to manage a mere Yunlong Chamber? Park Yueqin laughed softly at the absurdity of her thought. As the father and daughter conversed, a procession of numerous Mercedes-Benz vehicles came to a halt outside the Goen Grand Hotel in Anyang. Chairman Yi requested Park Hyeming to escort Yi Chun to a quaint and elegantly adorned private room. In the private room, several elegantly dressed ladies, embodying the essence of ancient charm, gracefully sat behind a screen, playing melodious tunes. President Yi. This is a renowned piece from Anyang City, Longing in Silence, Park Hyeming introduced to Yi Chun. As for the dancing ladies, they are students from the Anyang Media Institute. If President Yi is interested, I can arrange for them to perform. Yi Chun interjected, I have no interest in such diversions. Indeed, President Yi aspires to lofty ideals, whereas I am but a simple subordinate. Park Hyeming awkwardly chuckled. As the welcome banquet progressed, Park Hyeming suddenly received a phone call, causing his expression to shift. Understood. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, he turned to Yi Chun with an apologetic demeanor. President Yi, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Anyang is facing a minor predicament that requires my attention. Yueqin, please stay here and keep President Yi company. Got it, Dad. The charming Park Yueqin nodded obediently. Manager Park, I shall accompany you, Yi Chun said with a smile as he rose. intrigued by who would dare to cause a stir in his chamber of commerce. Park Hyaming hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Your presence would be appreciated, President Yi. Half an hour later, Yi Chun followed the Park father-daughter duo to the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Upon arrival, he witnessed a young scion leading a group in vandalizing the establishment. Young Master Huang, please, show some mercy. Upon seeing the young gentleman clad in a green robe, Park Hyaming hurriedly approached with a forced smile. Young Master Huang, what has provoked your ire? If our Yunlong Chamber has failed in hospitality, do let me know, and I shall make amends. Oh, I thought it was someone else. It is merely Manager Park, the young man scoffed. Your audacity is remarkable. I came here with good intentions to do business, yet you dared to refuse me? Xiao Zhao, what is the situation? Park Hyaming inquired of a staff member. Manager Park, it is like this. Young Master Huang offered an unknown antique for 20 million. I remarked that it was too steep, suggesting a maximum of 5 million. And he then began to wreak havoc. The man named Xiao Zhao lamented. Preposterous. Young Master Huang's status guarantees that any antique he presents must possess significant value. Go and prepare 20 million for him. Park Hyaming commanded without further inquiry into the nature of the antique. Ah, Manager Park truly understands. Young Master Huang replied with a satisfied smile. At that moment, however, Yi Chun approached and inquired, what antique? Let me see it. Young Master Huang's brow furrowed upon hearing Yi Chun's voice. Before he could respond, Park Hyaming instructed Xiao Zhao, go, bring the antique here. Here is the antique you requested. Manager, Xiao Zhao presented a bronze artifact, still caked in yellowish dirt, its surface marred with cracks. This is worth 20 million? Yi Chun cast a glance at the bronze jade vessel and, without reservation, addressed young Master Huang, demanding compensation for the losses of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce and instructing him to take his antiquities and leave. The moment these words were uttered, an oppressive silence enveloped the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Pui Wechin looked at Yi Chun with a complex expression, utterly astonished by the audacity of this young man who dared to command Huang Wentao to depart. What did you just say? Huang Wentao, returning to his senses, raised his hand, ready to strike Yi Chun. Calm down, young master. This is our president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, Pu Hyaming interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension with a bitter tone. Ah, I was wondering who had the audacity to be so arrogant. So, you are the new president of the Yunlong Chamber? Huang Wentao lifted his gaze, looking down upon Yi Chun with an air of superiority. Even Morong Yu Wu Ti dare to tell me to leave. Who do you think you are? Are you really that impressive? Or do you believe no one in Jiangnan would dare to offend the Yunlong Chamber? Surprised by Huang Wentao's continued arrogance despite realizing his identity, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. President Yi, young Master Huang is the grandson of Huang Qiufeng from Anyang. Pu Hyaming explained softly. Huang Qiufeng? Yi Chun recalled, recognizing him as a 6th-grade martial arts master from Jiangnan. Indeed, Pu Hyaming replied, mustering courage. Had it not been for Huang Wentao's formidable background, he would not have softened towards a mere junior, for he was a half-step martial arts master in his own right. Young Master Huang, it was all a misunderstanding. How about this? I shall offer you an additional 10 million, totaling 30 million, to acquire your antique jade vessel. Let us maintain a harmonious business relationship, Pu Hyaming suggested, eager to prevent any conflict between Yi Chun and Huang Wentao. After all, it was well known that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Ultimately, the Huang family held sway in Anyang. Pu Hyaming, shut your mouth. Did I permit you to speak? Huang Wentao exclaimed, delivering a resounding slap to Pu Hyaming's face. Bearing the humiliation, Pu Hyaming bowed his head, while behind him, Pu Yuechin's expression darkened. President Yi, remember this. It is your fortune that this young master has come to the Yunlong Chamber to sell antiquities. Instead of kneeling and begging me to accept your money, you dare to demand that I leave? Is that how Morong Yu has taught you to conduct business? Huang Wentao scrutinized Yi Chun as if from a position of authority. Considering you are new and lack understanding, you should kneel, slap yourself twice, and compensate me with 100 million. If you do so, I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. Otherwise, when my grandfather arrives, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Anyang will cease to exist. Hearing Huang Wentao's brazen remarks, the faces of the Pu family turned pale with fear. If Huang Qiufeng truly came, Yi Chun would be in dire straits indeed. 100 million is far too little. Facing Huang Wentao's overwhelming presence, Yi Chun suddenly broke into laughter. Oh, Huang Wentao regarded him with a hint of mockery. You were quite defiant just a moment ago. Why are you so eager to offer me money now? Very well, considering your ignorance. I shall grant you a chance to curry favor with me. Tell me, how much do you intend to offer? 100 million, along with a leg. Yi Chen replied with significant implication. A leg? Huang Wentao did not anticipate Yi Chen's ruthlessness, so he nodded and said, fine. Considering your desperate plea for mercy, dismember your own leg, and I shall spare you today. Young Master Huang might have misunderstood. I meant one of your legs, Yi Chen remarked with a sardonic smile. Damn, you little brat, are you mocking me? Young Master Huang was about to erupt in fury when, with a resounding thud, Yi Chen seized the bronze jade vessel and struck Huang Wentao's head with tremendous force. Clang! The shattered surface of the vessel bore a dent, and in the next moment, Huang Wentao collapsed to the ground, bloodied and wailing. My head, young Master Huang. Upon witnessing Huang Wentao's assault, several of the Huang family's subordinates were momentarily stunned. The nearby Park family, father and daughter, held their breath. Yi Chen had just pierced the heavens of Anyang City. Young Master Huang, are you all right? Once they regained their composure, the Huang family servants hurriedly assisted the kneeling Huang Wentao. Call for help. Damn it. If I do not annihilate the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce today, I shall not bear the surname Huang. Huang Wentao screamed in a frenzy. The Huang family subordinates exchanged glances. And ultimately, they hastily began making phone calls. Dad, what should we do now? Park Yueqin anxiously glanced at Park Hyeming. When deities clash, we can only watch from the sidelines. Park Hyeming replied with a bitter smile. On one side was Yi Chen, who had ties with Master Yi of Jiangnan. And on the other was Huang Wentao, the eldest grandson of the Huang family. Neither faction was one that the Park family could afford to offend. 10 minutes later, over 100 members of the Huang family arrived at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Leading them was an elderly man in a tang suit, his white hair lending him an ethereal presence, exuding an aura that felt both profound and inscrutable. The moment the Park father and daughter laid eyes on him, they were struck by a sensation of suffocation, as if a mountain was bearing down upon them. What a formidable presence! Is this the imposing aura of a sixth-tier martial arts master? Park Yueqin's fair complexion drained of color as she involuntarily took 2 steps back, unable to withstand the pressure emanating from the Huang elder. Grandfather, Huang Wentao, upon seeing Huang Qiufeng's arrival, immediately pointed at Yi Chen with a twisted expression, roaring, Grandfather, you must help me kill him. I want him dead. Wentao, what happened? A member of the Huang family approached the bloodied Huang Wentao, but he only continued to wail and shout. You explain, Huang Wentao's father directed towards a Huang family subordinate. Sir, it is as follows. Young Master Huang's subordinate recounted the conflict between Yi Chen and Huang Wentao in detail. Oh, the new president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Upon learning of Yi Chen's identity, Huang Wentao's father showed no sign of trepidation. Instead, he spoke condescendingly. So, you are President Yi? I do not care who is right or wrong between you and Wentao, but in Anyang City, if you strike a member of my Huang family, you shall pay the price. What price does Mr. Huang wish to impose upon me? Yi Chen replied leisurely with a smile. Quite simple. Either you call Murong Yu now to rescue you, or you utter your last words. Huang Wentao's father spoke with a tone full of arrogance and disdain. Yet Yi Chen merely shook his head and replied, you lack the qualifications for me to utter my last words. What about me? Suddenly, an elder clad in a tang suit from the Huang family stepped forward. With his stride, the earth around them shattered, sending up billowing clouds of dust. Several members of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce were sent flying. You? Observing the martial arts master from the Huang family, Yi Chen similarly shook his head, stating, you are also unqualified. Chapter 70. Who do you wish to kill? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, not only were the hundreds of Huang family members momentarily stunned, but even Huang Qiufeng himself was taken aback. The audacity of this young man to declare their unworthiness. Such insolence. Even Murong Yu would not dare to assert that my grandfather was unqualified. You, a mere waste, are truly brazen. A junior from the Huang family glared at Yi Chen with malice. Is the president of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce truly so formidable? Unfortunately, our Huang family does not regard the Yunlong Chamber with any esteem. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Pu Yueqin cautiously glanced at Pu Hyeming. Father, let us hope President Yi can summon Master Jiangnan. Pu Hyeming shook his head. In the current situation, the outcome was beyond his control. He silently prayed that President Yi indeed had a close relationship with Master Jiangnan. Otherwise, The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Anyang would face dire consequences. At that moment, Huang Wentao had recovered from his agony and was now furiously pointing at Yi Chun, roaring, "You little waste! Our Huang family's martial arts master has arrived. Yet you do not kneel before me?" Wentao stepped back. Huang Wentao's father stepped forward, his demeanor calm as he looked down at Yi Chun. "President Yi, you claim our Huang family is unqualified? I am eager to see from whence you draw the audacity to dismiss the Huang family." As his words fell, he launched an immediate attack on Yi Chun. "Huang Qijuan, stand down." Seeing Huang Wentao's father approach Yi Chun, Pu Haiming leaped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yi Chun. "Pu Haiming, what? Do you wish to oppose our Huang family?" Huang Qijuan sneered at this fellow half-step martial arts master. "Consider the consequences of offending the Huang family." Pu Haiming remained silent, turning to Yi Chun. "President Yi, the Huang family's influence is substantial. We cannot handle this alone. Perhaps it would be best to summon the formidable figure behind you." "No need, I can handle this myself." Yi Chun shook his head. Both Pu Haiming and his daughter were momentarily taken aback. From Yi Chun's tone, it seemed he had no intention of calling upon Master Jiangnan. "This is bad. My father has misjudged. President Yi has no ties with Master Jiangnan." Pu Yuqin trembled, while Pu Haiming's face turned pale. "Pu Haiming, why are you still here?" Huang Qijuan barked. Pu Haiming hesitated, feeling utterly powerless. "Huang Qijuan, I am with the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. If you wish to harm our president, you must first step over my dead body. Then allow me to fulfill that wish today." Golden radiance flickered around Huang Qijuan's fists as he clashed directly with Pu Haiming. Clang, clang, clang. As Huang Qijuan's fist collided with Park Haiming, the air reverberated with the sound of metal striking metal. "Has my father truly perfected the Huang family's diamond fist to the 4th level?" Huang Wentao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It is well known that attaining the 5th level of the Huang family's martial art would elevate one to the status of a martial arts master. At this moment, Huang Qijuan was but a step away from that pinnacle. With his diamond fist nearly perfected, Park Haiming's defeat seemed inevitable. Some members of the Huang family sneered, noting that Park Haiming's blazing fist was inherently countered by the diamond fist. The only glimmer of hope for Park Haiming lay in a potential breakthrough at the critical moment. But was that even conceivable? Having been stuck at half a step to becoming a martial arts master for 2 decades, his foundation was already crumbling. Today marked his demise. And with Park Haiming's death, that scion of the Yi family would meet a similar fate. Just as the Huang family members finished their taunts, Park Haiming suddenly coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. "Father, Manager Park." Witnessing the ailing Park Haiming, Park Yuqin and several staff members of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce were struck with shock. Their pillar of support had fallen. "Ha ha ha, Park Haiming. It seems your blazing fist is not as formidable as you claimed. I truly wonder what gives you the audacity to stand alongside my Huang Qijuan." Huang Qijuan sneered, looking down upon Park Haiming like a sovereign. "To think, Huang Qijuan, that you have cultivated the diamond fist to the 4th level." Park Haiming's voice trembled. Huang Qijuan retorted, "Unlike you, I have the guidance of a 6th-tier master from the Huang family. It is only a matter of time before I ascend to martial arts mastery. Now, you may rest assured and embrace your demise." As Huang Qijuan's words fell, a golden light radiated from his hand, and he struck fiercely towards Park Haiming's head. "Uncle Huang, please, I beg you, do not kill my father." Park Yuqin rushed over, kneeling before Huang Qijuan, tears streaming down her face. "If you spare my father, I will do anything you ask." "Oh, would you be willing to become my concubine?" Huang Qijuan replied with a mocking smile. "Think carefully, Park Yuqin. I am 5 years your senior. If you agree to be my woman, I can spare your father's life." "I am willing. I am willing." Park Yuqin nodded, her eyes red from weeping. "Simply expressing your willingness won't suffice. First, remove your clothing and perform a dance of longing," Huang Qijuan said with ill intent. Park Yuqin's body trembled, caught in a state of confusion. "You dare to humiliate my daughter, Huang Qijuan? I will fight you," Park Haiming roared, launching himself towards Huang Qijuan with all his might. Bang! Huang Qijuan effortlessly pinned Park Haiming to the ground, his expression devoid of emotion as he declared, "Park Yuqin, I will count to 3. If you do not remove your clothes and dance, you can prepare to collect your father's remains." "Fine, I will dance." Park Yuqin bit her lip tightly, closing her eyes as she prepared to disrobe. At that moment, Yi Chun approached, wielding an antique jade flute, and with a resounding crack, struck Huang Qijuan on the head. "Ah, Huang Qijuan let out a pained howl. Yet, Yi Chen showed no signs of halting. He relentlessly struck Huang Qijuan's head a dozen more times until the latter's visage became grotesque and 5 of his teeth were dislodged. Only then did Yi Chen toss a healing pill to Park Hyaming, instructing him to consume it. Yi, President Yu? Park Hyaming gazed at Yi Chen in bewilderment, while Park Yueqin wore a similarly incredulous expression. She could not comprehend how Huang Qijuan, who had bested her father, was now bloodied and battered by Yi Chen wielding an ancient jade artifact. Thief! How dare you ambush a member of the Huang family? From a distance, an elder of the Huang family, witnessing Huang Qijuan's precarious state, bellowed furiously and transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Yi Chen with menacing intent. I shall kill you. With those words, a golden radiance erupted from behind the elder, and a magnificent golden Buddha statue materialized, its eyes opening with life. The Diamond Monk. Awakening to slay. This was the renowned technique of Huang Qiufeng, a master celebrated throughout Jiangnan. Upon seeing the golden statue, many in attendance recalled a legend concerning the Huang family. Yet, in the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as Yi Chen shattered the Diamond Monk with the jade artifact, subsequently placing a foot upon Huang Qiufeng's head. Whom do you seek to kill? Chapter 71. Antiquities Pavilion. Silence reigned, akin to a deathly stillness. The sight of the 6th-grade martial arts master of the Huang family being subdued beneath Yi Chen's foot left Park Hyaming and his daughter utterly astounded. The fierce and malevolent expression that had once adorned Huang Wentao's face dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread and trembling. He is a master? Huang Wentao exclaimed in despair. It turned out that Yi, President, was indeed a master of Jiangnan. Park Yueqin's beautiful eyes shimmered with ripples of realization. She had previously succumbed to despair, contemplating a dance of surrender before Huang Qijuan. Yet, to her astonishment, she and her father had misjudged Yi Chen's true identity all along, leading her to an amused smile. Master, spare me, spare me. Huang Qiufeng, regaining his senses, knelt before Yi Chen, shedding his earlier arrogance for a demeanor of submission and humility. Disarm one arm, and I shall spare your life, Yi Chen stated with an impassive expression. Thank you, master. Huang Qiufeng replied without a moment's hesitation, forming his hand into a blade and severing one of his arms. A cry of agony escaped him, causing his body to tremble. Father? Grandfather? Witnessing Huang Qiufeng's actions, many members of the Huang family were taken aback. Master Yi, may I now leave with my people? Despite having disarmed himself, Huang Qiufeng dared not voice any grievances, instead humbly inquiring of Yi Chen. No rush, Yi Chen replied with profound significance. Your grandson still owes me 100 million and a leg. Bring forth Huang Wentao's leg. Huang Qiufeng's voice turned icy. Grandfather, no. Please don't take my leg. Huang Wentao appeared terrified, hastily pleading for mercy from Yi Chen. Master Yi, I was wrong, truly wrong. I should not have offended you. I beg you spare me. I am on my knees. Observing Huang Wentao kneeling in submission, Yi Chen remarked with profound significance, Young Master Huang, rise. To be frank, I prefer your untamed demeanor. I was wrong. I genuinely was, Huang Wentao exclaimed, slapping his own face in despair. Yet, Yi Chen remained indifferent. Ultimately, Huang Wentao was left unconscious after having a leg broken by several members of the Huang family. Throughout the ordeal, Huang Qiufeng did not spare Huang Wentao a glance. For were it not for his provocation of Yi Chen, how could the Huang family have incurred such a heavy toll? Master Yi, here is a check for 200 million. This is our family's gesture of apology. Huang Qiufeng offered an additional 100 million, hoping to quell the wrath of this powerful figure from Jiangnan. Very well, Yi Chen accepted the check without revealing his emotions. Only then did Huang Qiufeng feel a sense of relief as he departed with his companions. Once the Huang family had left, Pu Yueqin unexpectedly knelt before Yi Chen. President Yi, thank you for saving my father. I am at a loss for how to repay you, and can only offer myself in gratitude. Miss Pu, we are all kin. There is no need for such formalities. Yi Chen waved his hand, and a gentle breeze lifted her from the ground. Manager Pu, you are well now? Yi Chen smiled at Pu Hyaming. Thanks to President Ye's elixir, I have fully recovered. May I inquire about the nature of that miraculous remedy? Pu Hyaming's expression was one of astonishment and disbelief, for in his years in Jiangnan, he had never heard of such wondrous medicine. President Pu, does your Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Anyang often acquire antiques? Yi Chen inquired, diverting the conversation. Pu Haiming hesitated, then replied with a wry smile. Yes, President Yi. When President Morong was alive, he instructed me to procure antiques. To my knowledge, only our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan engages in such business. Is that so? Yi Chen fell into contemplation. Noticing his silence, Pu Haiming sought to ingratiate himself further. President Yi, would you like to see the antiques we have acquired over the years? Very well, lead the way. Yi Chen did not decline. Half an hour later, under the guidance of the Pu father and daughter, Yi Chen arrived at the antique shop of Anyang. President Yi, this antique shop is owned by our Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, and all the antiques I have procured over the years are housed here. Pu Haiming explained, signaling to the shop's proprietress, Yun, come and meet President Yi. The proprietress, a beautiful woman in her 40s, approached with tea, bowing respectfully to Yi Chen. Manager Pu, do you know why Morong Yu instructed you to acquire antiques? Yi Chen asked with curiosity. This subordinate does not know. Pu Haiming shook his head, pausing before adding, if President Yu wishes to know, I can send someone to inquire. I'm no longer interested in Morong Yu's affairs, Yi Chen stated. Suddenly, his gaze was captured by an antique on the counter. Manager Pu, I wish to peruse the antiquities alone, Yi Chen remarked unexpectedly. Yun Yang, Yu Qin, let us depart. Manager Pu Haiming complied and took the others away. Once they had left, Yi Chen lifted an ancient lamp from the counter, his expression drifting into reminiscence. He could hardly believe that the treasured heirloom of the Yi family had ended up in Jiangnan, and in such a dilapidated state. This lamp was no ordinary item. It was the Sanqing Shangyuan lamp, a legacy of the Yi family for centuries. Regrettably, the lamp's base and shade had vanished, leaving only the lamp body. It seems we are fated to meet in this foreign land, Yi Chen mused, reaching out to touch the lamp's body. Suddenly, a gentle warmth flowed from the antique into his being. What is this? Yi Chen hurriedly activated the Nanhua Classic, and to his astonishment, he discovered that a small portion of his previously severed meridian had been healed. What just happened? That warmth. Yi Chen stared blankly at the ancient lamp. First the cloud smoke, and now the Sanqing Shangyuan lamp. Both seemed capable of healing his meridian. Yin Yang, are you there? I need your assistance in restoring an antique. Just then, a short-haired girl brimming with youthful exuberance darted into the antiquities shop. She was clad in a beige floral dress, exuding a refreshing aura akin to a spring painting. Oh, who are you? Where is Yun Yang? Wang Shiyao inquired upon seeing Yi Chen, her innocent eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Are you a new staff member? Yi Chen remained silent, calmly responding, Miss, I regret to inform you that we are closing the antiquities shop. Please visit another day. That won't do. I need Yun Yang to help me restore this antique. Wang Shiyao said anxiously. I finally acquired this Qing Shui Lu Ming Ding from the antique street. Yi Chen glanced at the bronze ding and chuckled. Miss, your bronze ding is a counterfeit. There's no need for restoration. You should return home. What? You claim my Qing Shui Lu Ming Ding is fake? Wang Shiyao exclaimed. Momentarily stunned, a hint of displeasure crossed her lovely face. This antique was personally appraised by Master Li Jun from Anyang. How could it possibly be fake? If you don't believe me, that's fine, but we truly must close the shop. I kindly ask you to leave, Yi Chen stated without further explanation. Humph. What time is it to close? I will report you to Yun Yang. You, as a new employee, are utterly unprofessional. Wang Shiyao retorted, gritting her teeth. Just then, a warm, gentle laugh resonated, followed by the arrival of a white-haired elder dressed in a brown robe. Grandfather. Seeing the elder, Wang Shiyao pouted, Grandfather. This fellow says the Qing Shui Lu Ming Ding we bought is fake. She pointed at Yi Chen with dissatisfaction. Oh, does this young man also possess an eye for antiques? The elderly man with white hair scrutinized Yi Chen, observing him as he polished a rusted ancient lamp. With a smile, he remarked, It appears I have been mistaken. My young friend, your position at the antique shop surely indicates your expertise in appraising treasures. However, to declare the Qing Shui Lu Ming Ding a counterfeit seems rather presumptuous, does it not? Sir, this is not a matter of arrogance. The production date beneath the Qing Shui Lu Ming Ding has not been cleaned properly. Do you genuinely believe this item to be an antique? Yi Chen replied with a smirk. What production date? What nonsense are you spouting? Wang Shiyao, perplexed, picked up the Qing Shui Lu Ming Ding in her hands. To her astonishment, she discovered the words manufactured in Jiangnan inscribed on the muddy bronze vessel. In that moment, not only did Wang Shiyao's expression shift to one of indignation, but even the white-haired elder was taken aback. Grandfather, we have been deceived. Wang Shiyao, infuriated, hurled the Qingshui Lu Ming Ding to the ground, where it shattered with a resounding crash. The bronze artifact, caked in dirt, lay in fragments, revealing that it was even mixed with stainless steel. How could this be? The elder's expression grew complex. Master Li Jun holds a prestigious status. He is one of the few esteemed appraisers in Jiangnan. Would he truly deceive us for a few million? Grandfather, we must confront Master Li Jun immediately. Wang Shiyao seethed with anger. Just as the Wang family was about to depart, Yichen called out to them. Please, wait a moment. My young friend, do you have further insights? The elder inquired. Bewildered. Sir, while your Qingshui Lu Ming Ding is indeed a counterfeit, one of the tiles within it is a genuine antique. Are you truly willing to part with it? Yichen gestured towards the shattered bronze vessel on the ground. Amidst the scattered pieces of bronze and stainless steel, a dark green tile was hidden. You claim this tile is an antique? Wang Shiyao picked up the tile from the ground. Indeed, Yichen replied with a smile. What kind of antique is it? Wang Shiyao pressed. This tile is known as Feitian Qingshui porcelain. I wonder if you have heard of it. Yichen revealed the tile's origins. Qingshui porcelain? Is it not a national treasure of Jiuzhou? The elder of the Wang family exclaimed. Upon hearing the words national treasure, the young Wang girl gaped in astonishment. Please, do not be overly excited. Feitian Qingshui porcelain consists of 108 tiles. During the tumultuous Warring States period, Jiuzhou lost this national treasure. What you possess is merely one of those tiles, Yichen explained calmly. Even a single tile of Qingshui porcelain holds a value exceeding 1 million, the elder continued. When suddenly, a beam of sunlight streamed into the antique shop. Under the sunlight, the tile in his hand shimmered with a blue mist. This mist rose into the air and then burst spectacularly. The Feitian Qingshui porcelain is indeed genuine. Witnessing this, the elder of the Wang family was once again astonished, and his gaze towards Yichen took on an unusual quality. For had this young man not disclosed the origins of the porcelain, he could have easily claimed it for himself. Grandfather, is this Qingshui porcelain very valuable? Wang Shiyao harbored a profound concern for the value of this antique. The last time in Jiuzhou, a shard of Qinghua porcelain fetched an astounding 7 million. The elder of the Wang family chuckled. 7 million? Does this mean we have made a profit? Wang Shiyao expressed her surprise, for they had acquired the Qinghua Lu Ming Ding for merely 3 million. Young brother, you possess an eye for treasures, yet do not covet them. Truly, you embody the spirit of impartiality upheld by the Antiquities Guild. The elder cast an admiring glance towards Yichen. Sir, you flatter me, Yichen replied with a slight smile. At that moment, the elder continued, Young brother, your expertise in appraising treasures is remarkable. Coincidentally, there will be a treasure appraisal event in Anyang shortly, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to attend. What do you think? Upon the successful conclusion of the event, I am willing to offer you a reward of 500,000. In the elder's eyes, 500,000 was a considerable sum, especially since the annual salary of a staff member at the Antiquities Guild did not amount to this figure. I apologize, sir, but I have other commitments and will not be able to attend the appraisal event. Yichen declined with a shake of his head. Humph, would 1 million suffice? Wang Shiyao retorted with irritation. If not for your honesty, our family would not be offering you such a splendid opportunity. After all, the appraisal event will be attended by numerous experts. Should you excel, your future would certainly be bright. Beauty, I truly do not lack for money. You both should return. Yichen reiterated, shaking his head. Alas, why are you so ungrateful? Wang Shiyao frowned. Yet the elder of the Wang family interjected with a smile. Young brother, I see you are quite fond of the ancient lamp in your possession. As luck would have it, our Wang family possesses a similar antique. If you agree to accompany me to the appraisal event, I can promise to gift you that antique. Oh, your family possesses a similar antique. Yichen felt a stir of interest within. Indeed, it is a lampstand that appears quite ancient, though I do not recognize it. I am certain it has an extraordinary provenance, the elder declared earnestly. In that case, I shall accompany you to the appraisal event, Yichen said with a faint smile. He suspected that the Wang family's lampstand might be a part of the lost Sanqing Shangyuan lamp, and now that he had encountered it, he had no reason to relinquish the heirloom of the Yi family to another's care. Excellent, we shall set off now. Considering the time, the appraisal event will commence in half an hour. The elder's face lit up with a relieved smile upon Yichen's nod. 15 minutes later, Yichen, led by the Wang elders, arrived at a courtyard in Anyang. Within the courtyard stood a 3-story loft, the venue for the appraisal event, Shiyanju. Am I mistaken? Outside the courtyard, Chu Tianlong was conversing with a man in a suit. Upon seeing Yi Chun and the Wang family enter Shiyunju, he rubbed his eyes in astonishment. Tian, what is the matter? Noticing his nephew's unusual demeanor, Chu Zuan furrowed his brow. Uncle, I just saw someone who resembles a minor acquaintance of mine, though it cannot possibly be him. The man held a lowly status and was in no position to attend the treasure appraisal event in Anyang. Chu Tianlong explained softly. Chu Zuan responded with an "oh" and then shifted the conversation, asking, Tianlong, have you considered this carefully? Do you truly intend to auction off the heirloom of the Chu family? His expression grew somewhat grave. Second uncle, selling the family heirloom is my father's wish. The Chu family is in a dire situation. I have no other options, sighed Chu Tianlong. Very well, I understand your father's temperament. Once we arrive at Shiyunju, please refrain from speaking recklessly. This is the Huang family's territory. Should you offend any prominent figures, I may not be able to assist you, Chu Ziyuan cautioned. I understand. Second uncle, Chu Tianlong nodded earnestly. On the third floor of Shiyunju, several influential figures from Anyang were seated. Upon seeing the Wang family approach, they greeted them with smiles. Wang Shiyao, you have arrived as well. A sensuous woman with an air of sophistication approached Wang Shiyao. Susan, Wang Shiyao returned the smile. Where is young Master Jean? Susan scanned the surroundings, chuckling. You two used to be inseparable. Do not mention that scoundrel in my presence, Wang Shiyao replied, her tone laced with disdain. That scoundrel? What? Have you two quarreled? Susan teased. It's normal for young lovers to have a few disputes. You'll reconcile in a few days. Impossible. I will never forgive that bastard Jean Siyu for the rest of my life, Wang Shiyao exclaimed in exasperation. The next moment, she realized she had lost her composure and quickly covered her mouth, silencing herself. Observing this, Susan wisely chose not to press further. After greeting the elder of the Wang family, she moved to stand behind an old man in the distance. As time passed, another 5 minutes went by, and one by one, the prominent figures of Anyang arrived at Shiyunju. At that moment, Yichen received a text message from Park Haiming, stating that the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce would host a banquet that evening, attended by many influential figures from Anyang, and they hoped Yichun could make an appearance to offer some words of wisdom. Yichen replied affirmatively, assuring he would arrive on time. Yichen, is that truly you? Suddenly, an unexpected exclamation erupted as Chu Tianlong gazed at Yichun in disbelief. Tianlong, do you know this person? Chu Ziyuan inquired, looking at his nephew. Second uncle, this fellow is merely a burden besides Su Shuani, that insignificant person from Beihai City. Chu Tianlong glared at Yichun with malevolence, muttering, what a coincidence to cross paths with you again. Yichun, equally surprised by Chu Tianlong's presence at the appraisal event, remarked with a half-smile, what is the matter? Delicate flower? Has the Chu family fallen into ruin, prompting you to come to Anyang to sell off the family heirloom? His words, spoken casually, struck a nerve with Chu Tianlong. Damn, a warrior may be killed, but he cannot be humiliated. I shall not back down. Shishanlong lunged at Yichun with a fierce demeanor, but he was abruptly intercepted by Chu Ziyuan. Shishanlong, did I not advise you before coming to Shiyunju? Have you already forgotten? Shishanlong shivered at the reminder, recalling that Shiyunju belonged to the Huang family. After casting a glare at Yichun, he fell silent. Witnessing the conflict between Yichun and Shishanlong, Wang Shiyao shot him a puzzled glance. Just then, a beautiful woman clad in a flowing robe emerged before the crowd, welcoming everyone to Shiyunju for the auction. Without further ado, let us present the first item for bid. The first item was a renowned painting featuring mountains and waters. This masterpiece is the work of the esteemed Qi Longshi, starting at a price of 100,000, the elegant woman announced with a smile. The sage of painting, Qi Longshi. This painting must be a forgery. Authentic pieces by Qi Longshi start at no less than 10 million. How could it possibly be 100,000? Shiyunju is solely responsible for the auction. We do not authenticate treasures. As for identification, each must rely on their own skills, she replied. After some exchange among the attendees, bids began to surface. 110,000. 120,000. Once the price reached 150,000, the bidding ceased. The elder from the Wang family glanced at Yi Chun beside him and smiled slightly. Brother Yi, do you think this painting is worth purchasing? Not only the elders and youth of the Wang family, but many present had experts in treasure appraisal by their sides. The lack of further bids suggested that the painting was indeed questionable. It could be purchased for under 500,000, Yichen remarked, casting a glance at the artwork. 160,000. The elder from the Wang family wasted no time and placed his bid. 170,000, came a languid voice. Grandfather, that person appears to be a shill from Xianzhu, intentionally driving up the price. Wang Shiyao recognized the bidder's identity. 180,000. The elder from the Wang family bid, unfazed. 200,000. 250,000. After several rounds of bidding, the elder from the Wang family grew impatient. 1 million. Upon hearing this, the shill from Xianzhu refrained from further bids. Wang Lao is quite wealthy, spending 1 million on a counterfeit painting? Truly extravagant. Many in the Xianzhu expressed mirth at the Wang family's acquisition of the ancient painting. You claim the painting is fake just because you say so? I believe you are merely envious. Wang Shiyao retorted indignantly. My words may not hold weight, but those of Master Luo certainly cannot be false. The individual gestured towards an elderly man in traditional attire beside him. Master Luo? Could it be that this gentleman is Luo Zhongwen, one of the top 3 appraisers in Jiangnan? The revelation of the elderly man's identity commanded respect from many in Xianzhu. The Wang family members' faces turned ashen. As the saying goes, a person's reputation casts a long shadow. They had heard of Master Luo's fame in Jiangnan, surpassing even that of Master Li Jun, a titan in the field of treasure appraisal. Master Luo, is this painting truly authentic or not? Wang Shiyao asked, her discontent evident. The true works of the sage of painting, Qi Longshi, are characterized by a fluid brushstroke. Moreover, he seldom paints landscapes. Observe the material of this scroll. If I am not mistaken, it should be made of grass shin paper. Master Luo's profundity was unfathomable. Indeed, this is grass shin paper, Wang Shiyao nodded. In the capital of Jiuzhou, there has been a recent trend where individuals favor printing masterpieces on grass shin paper, as its texture closely resembles that of ancient paintings. Pour a little water on this scroll and see for yourself, Master Luo continued. Without hesitation, Wang Shiyao took a cup of water and poured it over the ancient painting, only to witness the landscape dissolve instantaneously. What a counterfeit! Exclaimed Master Luo, his discerning eye recognizing the truth. I am truly impressed. No wonder he is ranked among the top 3 treasure appraisers in Jiangnan. Many offered their compliments to Luo Zhongwen, while the Wang family stood pale and motionless, enduring the mockery of others. How naive of old Wang to believe he could purchase the true piece of Qilong stone for 1 million. Such a notion is absurd. One scoffed. Consider it a lesson learned for that sum. Being overly wealthy is not always a blessing. Hearing the ridicule, Wang Shiyao bit her lip, regretting having brought Yi Chun to the appraisal conference. Just then, Yi Chun stepped forward, tearing the scroll in two, revealing a segment of golden silk within. Is this the night pearl of the East Sea? What is this golden silk? The room fell into a stunned silence at the sight of the shimmering fabric in the ancient painting. Even Wang Shiyao, who had previously felt disappointment towards Yi Chun, trembled slightly. Grandfather, what is this golden silk? She hurriedly asked the elder beside her. Though she did not recognize the silk, she noticed the surrounding crowd's eyes glimmering with excitement. That is golden thread feather silk, someone exclaimed. Immediately, the elegantly dressed woman from the auction approached Yi Chun, saying, Sir, we are prepared to acquire this silk for 10 million at our appraisal event. This is not mine. You should inquire with them. Yi Chun casually tossed the golden silk to the astonished Wang family. Old Wang, do take a look at this silk. The woman's eager gaze landed on the elder of the Wang family. Apologies, Miss Dong, but I shall not sell this silk. The elder of the Wang family shook his head repeatedly. Young friend, may I ask how you discern the existence of golden thread feather silk within the ancient painting? Master Luo approached Yi Chun, his expression grave. Would you believe me if I said it was merely a guess? Yi Chun smiled. This left Luo Zhongwen momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man beside him addressed the Wang family. Old Wang, from where did you invite this treasure appraiser? This young brother, though so youthful, has the ability to unravel the mysteries within ancient paintings. He has a bright future ahead. To be honest, Brother Chun, Yi is a staff member at the Antiquities Pavilion. I had not anticipated his appraisal skills to be so exceptional. I am quite taken aback. The elder of the Wang family beamed, a smile gracing his face. It is worth noting that golden thread feather silk, a treasure used to craft garments of golden thread feathers, is invaluable in Jiuzhou, with a mere fragment fetching no less than 15 million. A staff member at the Antiquities Pavilion? The attendees exchanged glances of astonishment. Suddenly, Chu Tianlong let out a derisive laugh. declaring that Yi Chen knew nothing about appraising treasures and that his success was merely due to luck. While many might be unaware of this individual's true identity, I am well acquainted with it. He is but a minor employee of the Su Group in Beihai City, earning a meager salary that barely exceeds 5,000. Oh, from Beihai City? ISNT, that just a small county town in Jiangnan? Soon, Master Luo and the others lost interest in Yi Chen. Moreover, Yi Chen had previously claimed his insights were mere guesses. Thus, it seemed that the opponent might indeed have stumbled upon the truth by sheer fortune. Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed with the next item for auction. The woman in the elegant robe shifted her gaze from Yi Chen and instructed her assistants to present other items. At that moment, Chu Tianlong stealthily approached Yi Chen, mockingly saying, "Yi Chen, what brings you to Anyang? I never imagined this fool was merely trying to curry favor with the Wang family. What is this?" Knowing that Lu Wenjua has an affection for Su Xuani, and realizing you have no chance, are you now pursuing Wang Shiyao? Indeed, how did you know? Yi Chen responded, feigning surprise as if Chu Tianlong had seen through his intentions. You clown. What else can you do aside from relying on women? Pathetically weak. Chu Tianlong sneered. Yet, Yi Chen remained unfazed, replying with a knowing smile. At least I can depend on women. What about you? You can't even manage that, can you? Who is to blame for your lack of capital? After saying this, Yi Chen cast a meaningful glance at Chu Tianlong's lower half. What the hell, Yi Chen? What do you mean by that? Chu Tianlong felt a twinge of guilt under Yi Chen's gaze. Could it be that this worthless fool knew his secret? Clown. This is Anyang, and there are no outsiders around. Let me be frank with you. Your precious asset is something I had someone take care of. Yi Chen patted Chu Tianlong on the shoulder and added, in the future, when you see me, it would be wise to keep a low profile, understand? Damn it. Chu Tianlong pushed Yi Chen's hand away, his voice dripping with menace. Yi Chen, what are you trying to play at? You think I had someone take care of it? ISNT, it just the people from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce who informed you? Do you not believe me? Yi Chen replied with a cryptic smile directed at Chu Tianlong. Do I believe you, clown? Chu Tianlong turned to leave but paused, recalling something, and coldly threatened. Yi Chen, let me make this clear. If you dare to speak ill of me in Su Xuani's ear, I will make sure you regret it. Yi Chen was somewhat speechless, pondering how Chu Tianlong, now a eunuch, could still obsess over Su Xuani. What was so special about that woman? After Chu Tianlong departed, Wang Shiyao curiously looked at Yi Chen, asking, Yi Chen, are you truly from Beihai City? I suppose so, Yi Chen nodded. What a pity. I had intended to introduce you to a good friend of mine, but regrettably, since you hail from a small county, my friend is quite discerning and would undoubtedly overlook you, Wang Shiyao lamented, shaking her head. Yi Chen merely smiled in silence. Meanwhile, the auction at Shiyanju was drawing to a close. The next item was rather unique. While it could be classified as an antique, that description was not entirely accurate. The woman in the splendid robe summoned a luminous pearl, which radiated a captivating purple hue. Is this the famed East Sea luminous pearl? What a treasure! To think such a gem could exist in Jiangnan. Upon witnessing the pearl, the crowd was entranced. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust one need not elaborate on the value of the East Sea luminous pearl. The starting bid is 50 million. The woman in the robe remarked with a slight smile. 60 million, exclaimed a man beside Master Luo. 61 million, added the elder from the Wang family. After several rounds of bidding, the price of the East Sea luminous pearl escalated to 80 million. At that moment, Master Luo interjected, esteemed guests. I too am enamored with this East Sea luminous pearl. I bid 100 million, 110 million, 120 million. The entrepreneurs from Anyang, witnessing Master Luo's interest, began to fervently raise their bids. After all, treasures that caught Master Luo's eye were anything but ordinary. Ultimately, the luminous pearl was secured by a coal magnate named LV for 150 million. At this juncture, the elder from the Wang family turned to Yi Chen with a puzzled expression. Young friend Yi, why did you not allow me to place a bid earlier? To be frank, I hold a great liking for this luminous pearl. Just a glass ball, why bid? Yi Chen retorted. His voice, though low, was distinctly audible to the gathered crowd. A glass ball? How can that be? Even Master Luo has placed a bid. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Young man, do not speak such nonsense. Master Luo glared at Yi Chen. You clearly lack the ability to appraise treasures. That luminous pearl is radiant and exquisite. How could it possibly be the worthless glass ball you suggest? Calm down, Master Luo. Young friend, you was merely jesting with everyone. The elder from the Wang family quickly intervened. It would be best to refrain from bringing such luck-dependent youths to Shuiyun Pavilion in the future. Master Luo expressed his displeasure. Other appraisers concurred, stating, "Indeed, every profession has its expertise. This young man speaks recklessly without understanding the art of appraisal, utterly ungrateful." In response, the elder from the Long family could only offer forced smiles. However, at that moment, Yi Chen stepped forward and gently tossed the luminous pearl. Crack! The pearl shattered into countless pieces. "Master Luo, do you still believe this to be the East Sea luminous pearl?" Yi Chen inquired with a sly smile directed at Master Luo. Could it truly be glass? Master Luo stammered. "The East Sea luminous pearl is said to be indestructible, harder than diamonds. How could it break with a mere touch?" At that instant, the crowd at Shuiyun Pavilion came to a startling realization. Master Luo's bidding might have been a prearranged scheme with the woman in the robe, intending to deceive them. Otherwise, how could one of Jiangnan's top 3 appraisers fail to recognize mere glass? Chapter 75. Huang Qiuyu. Master Luo, Miss Dong, what is the meaning of this? Have you truly mocked us by presenting a glass ball as the East Sea luminous pearl? The coal magnate, surnamed LV, suddenly inquired with a grave expression in the now silent Shuiyun Pavilion. "Mr. Lu, it is all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding." The woman in the splendid robe forced a rather unpleasant smile. Perhaps it was a mistake made by those below. A mistake? I beg to differ. Mr. Lu was about to lose his temper when suddenly, he was taken aback and obediently closed his mouth. Before him stood a captivating woman clad in a blue gown, who appeared within the water cloud pavilion. This enchanting lady, of similar age to Wang Shiyao, possessed an even more alluring figure, exuding an air of mature charm with every smile and frown. "Miss Huang," Mr. Lu greeted, with a courteous bow upon seeing this breathtakingly seductive woman. The newcomer was none other than the eldest daughter of the Huang family, Huang Qiuyu. She was also one of the 3 goddesses of Anyang City. "Mr. Lu, Sister Dong has mentioned that there was a mishap with the glass orb. We shall return your funds intact." "What? Do you still wish to create a disturbance in the water cloud pavilion?" Huang Qiuyu spoke with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Her voice reminiscent of wind chimes heard under the blazing sun, refreshing and uplifting. "Miss Huang, you jest. As a mere merchant, how could I dare to cause trouble here?" Mr. Lu replied with a forced smile. "At least you know your place," Huang Qiuyu remarked, her gaze shifting to Yi Chen. "What is your name?" "Miss Huang." "This lad is named Yi Chen." Chu Tianlong interjected hastily before Yi Chen could respond. "Yi Chen. Very well, I shall remember you," Huang Qiuyu stated, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Chen before turning and departing without a backward glance. Once this alluring woman had left, the expressions of those present were complex. Though they felt anger and dissatisfaction at being schemed against by the Water Cloud Pavilion, who in Anyang City would dare to offend the Huang family. "Hey, Yi Chen, you are in for it now. You flaunted your bravado in front of the Huang family. You have left a regret for Su Xuani," Chu Tianlong said with a gleeful expression directed at Yi Chen. The moment Yi Chen shattered the night pearl had genuinely startled Chu Tianlong, but he quickly regained his composure. Although Yi Chen had made quite a scene in the Water Cloud Pavilion, he had also offended the Huang family. Such behavior was simply an attempt to draw attention. "What do you mean?" Yi Chen inquired, looking at Chu Tianlong. "What do I mean? Yi Chen, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? The Huang family has set their sights on you. Do you understand?" Chu Tianlong taunted. "And so what?" Yi Chen shook his head dismissively. "Do you think I would care about the Huang family?" "Enough. Yi Chen, your bravado is becoming tiresome. The Huang family is not like those small clans in Beihai. They have martial masters in their ranks. In the entire Jiangnan region, while the Huang family may not rival the 4 great families, they are not far behind. Do you think you can survive this and return to Beihai?" Chu Tianlong remarked with a smirk. "Foppish, I shall handle my own affairs," Yi Chen replied with a smile. Facing impending doom, yet still feigning calmness? I wager you are terrified inside. Alas, it is unfortunate for you. Trying to ingratiate yourself with the Wang family by playing the fool at the Water Cloud Pavilion, only to offend the Huang family instead. Chu Tianlong was in the midst of his tirade when suddenly, he fell silent. For at that moment, the lady in the elegant robe presented yet another antique. Announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the heirloom of the Chu family from Beihai, the 7 stars ancient coin, with a starting bid of 2 million. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd at the mention of ancient currency, a truly valuable item. The patrons of Shiyunju seemed to have forgotten their earlier discontent, eagerly beginning to place bids. 3 million. 4 million. 4,200,000. In the blink of an eye, the price of the 7 stars ancient coin soared to over 9 million. As Chu Tianlong fervently whispered, raise the bid. Increase the amount. 10 million. Eventually, a restaurant owner placed a bid that reached the 8-digit figure. Yi Xiaoyu, shall we acquire this coin? The elder from the Wang family inquired, glancing at Yi Chun. Yi Chen's gaze flickered momentarily before he cryptically replied, a counterfeit coin, I would consider 100 yuan too steep. At these words, the crowd at Shiyunju collectively withdrew from the auction. Following the incident with the Donghai Night Pearl, they understood that this young man possessed genuine expertise in discerning treasures rather than relying on mere luck. Yi Chun, what do you mean by that? Do you dare to slander my family's heirloom? Chu Tianlong exclaimed in a fit of rage upon hearing Yi Chen's statement. However, Yi Chun dismissed him with indifference and addressed the Wang elder and his granddaughter, saying, Uncle Wang, Miss Wang, time is of the essence. I have another appointment. So I shall take my leave now. Yi Xiaoyu, let us exit together, the elder of the Wang family expressed, eager to converse with Yi Chun. Very well. As the trio departed from Shiyunju, Chu Tianlong slumped hopelessly to the ground. He had exerted great effort to participate in the appraisal event. Yet the outcome was that no one purchased the Chu family's heirloom. Yi Chun, it's all this waste's fault. Chu Tianlong seethed with hatred towards Yi Chun. But the thought that Yi Chun had offended the Huang family offered him some solace. After all, with Yi Chun having antagonized the Huang family, their future prospects seemed bleak. Upon exiting Shiyunju, the elder from the Wang family offered a rueful smile to Yi Chun, saying, Yi Xiaoyu, you've truly stirred up significant trouble. Huang Qiuyu inquired about your name. She will undoubtedly not let this go. Perhaps I should escort you away from Anyang? Indeed, Yi Chun, you should not have come to the aid of Boss L. His financial troubles have nothing to do with us. How can you be sure that Boss L's money is clean? Wang Shiyao similarly shook her head. After the experience at Shiyunju, she genuinely admired Yi Chun and did not wish to see this promising young man fall into the clutches of the Huang family. Uncle Wang, Miss Wang, I have other matters to attend to in Anyang, and I fear I cannot leave so easily. Yi Chun politely declined their kind offer. Yi Chun, you may not yet comprehend the terror of the Huang family. Previously, your friend only provided a vague account. I shall enlighten you on the Huang family's past. Wang Shiyao warned, but Yi Chun remained unfazed. Why must you be so stubborn? Are you aware of the fate that awaits you in Huang Qiuyu's grasp? At that point, neither my grandfather nor I will be able to save you, she retorted sharply. As her words hung in the air, a sleek black Rolls-Royce came to a halt outside the courtyard of Shiyunju. A handsome young man clad in an Armani suit alighted from his vehicle, accompanied by an elegantly dressed beauty. Jin Siyu. Upon seeing this striking figure, Wang Shiyao's expression turned icy. Yao Yao, I finally found you, Jin Siyu exclaimed, rushing towards her. Why didn't you answer my calls? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Jin Siyu, get lost. I do not wish to see you. Wang Shiyao retorted angrily. Yao Yao, I assure you, there is nothing between me and Miss Liu. We are merely friends, Jin Siyu attempted to clarify, but suddenly, his cold gaze fell upon Yi Chun. Yao Yao, who is this fellow? Chapter 76. Wang Shiyao's illness. Yao Yao. Who is he? Upon seeing Yi Chun beside Wang Shiyao, Jin Siyu's countenance darkened. The elegant beauty beside him could not help but exclaim, Yi Chun, what brings you to Anyang? Su Shuawei, do you know this guy? Jin Siyu quickly turned to the beautiful woman beside him. Young Master Jin, he is my cousin's fiancé, Yi Chun, Su Shuawei remarked disdainfully. Just a small fry who has sought refuge with our Su family. Oh. Upon learning Yi Chun's identity, Jin Siyu's anger dissipated. Yi Chun, what brings you to Anyang? Su Shuawei looked down upon Yi Chun with an air of superiority, unaware that the Su family had discovered an oil field. As she was attending university in Anyang and only returned home on weekends, Yi Chun had not anticipated encountering members of the Su family in Anyang. He silently lamented his circumstances, realizing he must continue playing the role of a minor character. Thus, he replied, I have completed the tasks arranged by Grandpa Su and will naturally return. What did your grandfather send you to Anyang for? Su Shuawei inquired abruptly. To discuss a collaboration with the Jin family, Yi Chun stated. Just as he was speaking, Jin Siyu burst into laughter. Kid, you wish to negotiate a partnership with our Jin family? Who do you think you are? Yi Chun turned his gaze towards Jin Siyu. Yi Chun, mind your manners. This is Jin Siyu, the eldest son of the Jin family. Su Shuowei interjected coldly. Young Master Jin? Yi Chen scrutinized Jin Siyu, feeling an inexplicable oddity about him. Have you visited the cemetery recently? Yi Chen inquired without preamble. I haven't been there. Why? Have you seen me at the mausoleum in Anyang? Jin Siyu smiled slightly. Yi Chen fell into silence. At that moment, Jin Siyu looked back at Wang Shiyao. Yao Yao, you heard that this Yi Chen has a fiancée. It is said that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. You should avoid associating with him. Jin Siyu, whom I choose to be with is none of your business. Go find your Miss Lu. Wang Shiyao pushed Jin Siyu aside. Turning to Yi Chen and the elder from the Wang family, Grandpa. Yi Chen, we are leaving. Young Master Jin, I have also heard about your affair with Yao Yao. Do take care of yourself. The elder from the Wang family shot a cold glare at Jin Siyu before departing. As the trio turned to leave, Jin Siyu suddenly called out to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, wait a moment. Is there something you need, young Master Jin? Yi Chen came to a halt. Yi Chen, there is but one stipulation for your collaboration with the Jin family. You must vanish from Yao Yao's presence. Jin Siyu commanded. Is young Master Jin threatening me? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, you may interpret it as such. Jin Siyu did not deny it. Jin Siyu, I advise you to temper your lofty demeanor. I do not fear even the Huang family of Anyang. Why should I be intimidated by your mere Jin family? Before Yi Chen could respond, Wang Shiyao interjected with a cold smile. Yao Yao, what do you mean by that? Jin Siyu's expression shifted slightly at the mention of the Huang family. Go inquire at Shiyunju. With that, Wang Shiyao grasped Yi Chen's hand and departed. Observing this, Jin Siyu's gaze fluctuated, while Su Shuowei beside him remarked with disdain, Yi Chen, the waste of a man, knows my cousin will never marry him. Is he attempting to curry favor with the Wang family? What a fool, reliant on others for sustenance. Shuowei, could you elaborate on Yi Chen's background? Jin Siyu inquired intently. Certainly. Su Shuowei replied with a charming smile. Yi Chen, do you truly have no desire to leave Anyang? Once separated from Jin Siyu, Wang Shiyao resumed her persuasion. Your situation is precarious, and I cannot predict when Huang Qiuyu will trouble you. But, Miss Wang, I appreciate your concern, yet I cannot leave Anyang at this moment. Yi Chen shook his head. Are you intending to negotiate with the Jin family? If so, I can assist you. Wang Shiyao's eyes sparkled with sincerity. That would be unnecessary, Miss Wang. Yi Chen politely declined her generous offer. The matter concerning his withdrawal from the engagement in Anyang was too delicate to risk any misstep. Why are you so stubborn? Must it take the Huang family to capture you before you realize your folly? At that point, Huang Qiuyu will whip you with a small strap, causing you immense pain. Wang Shiyao feigned a scare, her innocent demeanor accentuated by her playful expression. Yao Yao, since He Xiaoyu is unwilling to depart from Anyang, so be it. However, it was just then that Wang Shiyao suddenly collapsed, her eyes rolling back in a faint. Yao Yao. The unexpected turn of events startled the elder of the Wang family. Even Yi Chen furrowed his brow in concern. My sincere apologies, Yi Xiaoyu. My granddaughter's old ailment has resurfaced. I must take her to the hospital. As for the ancient lamp I promised you, I shall deliver it to the Antiquities Pavilion tomorrow. The elder of the Wang family explained as he swiftly lifted Wang Shiyao into his arms. Yi Chen scrutinized Wang Shiyao closely and then inquired, Uncle Wang, how long has Miss Wang been afflicted with this illness? For nearly half a year now, the elder sighed. Yao Yao was once in perfect health. Uncle Wang, this illness of Miss Wang's is difficult to treat, isn't it? Yi Chen spoke without thinking. Indeed, it is challenging. I have summoned over a dozen doctors from Jiangnan. Yet they have been unable to diagnose her condition, the elder replied with a bitter smile. Perhaps I could offer my assistance, Yi Chen suddenly suggested. Upon hearing this, the elder from the Wang family brightened with interest. So, young Master Yi possesses some knowledge of medicine? Just a smattering, Yi Chen replied with a gentle smile. However, I find myself engaged in a banquet this evening. Perhaps I could visit the Wang family later to assist Miss Wang with her ailment? Then I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, young Master Yi. Should my granddaughter recover, the Wang family will undoubtedly present you with a generous gift. After parting ways with the elder and younger members of the Wang family, Yi Chen arrived at the Shui Lan International Hotel in Anyang. This venue was the location of the grand banquet hosted by the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. President Yi, at the entrance of Shui Lan International Hotel. Pui Wachin had been waiting for quite some time. Upon spotting Yi Chen, her star-like eyes shimmered with a hint of excitement. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Miss Pu, Yi Chen said with a smile. It is my fortune to wait for President Yi, Pu Yueqin replied with a delicate smile, gracefully gesturing for him to enter. Upon entering the banquet hall of Shui Lan International Hotel, many attendees turned their attention to Pu Yueqin, dressed in a form-fitting qipao. With her hair adorned by a purple jade hairpin, her lips painted a lovely red reminiscent of plum blossoms in the snow. She resembled a celestial being descended from a beautiful painting. What a stunning woman! She must be Pu Yueqin, the renowned goddess of Anyang. Her beauty is truly unparalleled. I would gladly forfeit a decade of my life to marry her. Do you really think so? How could Pu Haiming of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce allow his daughter to wed a mere businessman? In the Jiangnan region, only Lu Wenjua is worthy of her attention. And who is that young man accompanying Pu Yueqin? He is quite fortunate. Perhaps he is a staff member of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. As the crowd murmured, Pu Yueqin received a phone call. President Yi, please excuse me for a moment. My father's comrade has arrived, and I must go greet him. Of course, go ahead. Yichen replied with a smile and a nod. Just as Pu Yueqin departed, several others entered the banquet hall. Is it you? Upon seeing Yichen, Huang Qiuyu's beautiful eyes instantly filled with a chilling glare. Do you know this person, Qiuyu? Inquired a few handsome young men and beautiful young women beside Huang Qiuyu, all curious to observe Yichen. They were all from prominent families in Anyang, yet they found Yichen unfamiliar. Such a situation could only suggest one thing. This young man must possess a humble background, far removed from their social circle. This individual has disrupted my plans at Shui Yunjua. I certainly cannot forget him, Huang Qiuyu said through clenched teeth. Oh, this fellow has offended Miss Huang? The onlookers regarded Yichen with pity, and one young woman mockingly remarked, You're quite bold, aren't you? To offend the Huang family's young lady in Anyang? Do you even realize how close you are to your demise? Are you addressing me? Yichen cast a sidelong glance at her. You insolent brat. What kind of look is that? Do you look down on me, Shuehong? A young woman from the Shui family was about to erupt, but Huang Qiuyu, looking down her nose at Yichen, said, Your name is Yichen, correct? Regardless of the means you employ, I demand 150 million within 3 days. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. Upon hearing these words, Shuehong and the others were taken aback. 150 million? It is well known that even the affluent heirs and heiresses of Anyang's elite circles would find it exceedingly difficult to amass such a sum in merely 3 days. Let alone a person of such humble standing as Yichen. You expect me to raise funds for you? Yichen regarded the haughty Huang Qiuyu with a smirk. Do you know who I am? I care not who you are. Even if you were the king of heaven, in Anyang, you must bow to the Huang family. Huang Qiuyu declared imperiously. Is that so? Yichen replied with a wry smile. Yet I neither possess 150 million nor intend to submit to the Huang family. What do you propose to do about it? Arrogance. Shuehong and the others exchanged mocking glances at Yichen's disregard for the Huang family. Young man, have you taken leave of your senses? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the Huang family's influence? Shuehong chastised coldly. Yichen, do you believe that while at the Shui Lan International Hotel, I would hesitate to act against you? Seeing Yichen's unyielding demeanor, Huang Qiuyu's voice grew colder. If you dare to act, do you truly believe we would waste words here? Yichen retorted, narrowing his eyes. You make a valid point, indeed. There is a prominent figure from Jiangnan attending the event today, and I would not wish to incite trouble. However, do you think you will emerge unscathed after the banquet concludes? Huang Qiuyu inquired, suppressing her fury. I cannot predict my fate, but I surmise that your outcome, Miss Huang, will be far from favorable, Yichen replied with a chuckle. You have disrupted my plans at Shui Yunju, while I might face reprimand from the Huang family. The consequences are manageable. Huang Qiuyu interpreted Yichen's mention of an unfavorable outcome as pertaining to this matter, her cold gaze glinting ominously. As long as Miss Huang can bear the repercussions, Yichen offered no further commentary and turned to leave. Infuriating. Huang Qiuyu felt a deep sense of frustration at Yichen's disdain. How could she, the Huang family's daughter, endure such indignity in Anyang? Sister Qiuyu, you need not stoop to engage with a mere insignificant character, Shuehong consoled. For Yichen, merely being present at the Shui Lan International Hotel is already a mark of distinction. Yet he fails to grasp the heights of our circle. Indeed, in a decade or so, both you and I shall emerge as powerful figures in Jiangnan. And who will remember Yichen then? Brother Zhao, your assertion is misguided. I predict that Yichen shall meet his demise at the Shui Lan International Hotel today. He has no future ahead of him. Is it not true? That insignificant person dares to challenge Sister Chiyoyu. He is utterly oblivious to the peril he invites. Such individuals are either blindly arrogant or possess some hidden assurance. But do you truly believe Yi Chen falls into either category? Humph, he is merely a clerk at an antiquities shop. What confidence could he possibly hold? Huang Qiyu bluntly exposed Yi Chen's identity. A clerk at an antiquities shop, you say? It seems that Yun Yang shall soon be attending a funeral. Shui Hong and the others burst into laughter. At that moment, a man from the Huang family approached from a distance. Qiyu, come here quickly. Your grandfather is waiting for you. Huang Qiyu said a few words to her friends before making her way to the Huang family's table. Grandfather. Upon seeing Huang Qiu foam with a severed arm, Huang Qiyu trembled, her face a picture of shock and disbelief. How could this be possible? Grandfather is a 6th-tier master from Jiangnan. Even Morong you would never have been able to sever his arm in a direct confrontation. Grandfather, what happened? Your arm. Huang Qiuyu's eyes brimmed with tears as she approached Huang Qiu Feng. Qiuyu, this arm was sacrificed by your grandfather himself. Do not worry. Our Huang family has no enemies, Huang Qiu Feng said with a tender expression. He cherished Huang Qiuyu dearly, for she was the only one in the Huang family to have cultivated the diamond fist to the point of achieving the Arhat form. Self-sacrificed? Grandfather, why would you do such a thing? Huang Qiuyu was even more perplexed. What about Wen Tao? Why hasn't he come today? And Uncle Qijuan? She looked around, noticing the grim expressions on the faces of the Huang family members. She pressed further. Grandfather, what on earth has happened to the Huang family? Yanan, you explain. Huang Qiufeng gestured towards a woman. Qiuyu, today at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce, the woman began hesitantly. After a lengthy pause, Huang Qiuyu's face turned bitter and powerless. She never anticipated that the Huang family had offended a master from the 9 provinces. Grandfather, does this mean that the banquet hosted by Park Heming today was actually a warning to us, indicating that a master now resides at the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce? Huang Qiuyu asked, lost in thought. Indeed, from now on, the Huang family will no longer hold sway in Anyang, Huang Qiufeng replied, his expression one of sorrow and helplessness. What is the background of this master? What is he doing in Jiangnan? In the southeast provinces, Jiangnan is but a small place. Huang Qiuyu was speaking when, suddenly, the hall of the Shui Lan International Hotel fell silent. Then, under the spotlight, Park Heming proclaimed, I am honored to have you all attend the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce banquet. Those present today are all prominent figures from Anyang. So I must clarify certain matters in advance to prevent anyone from courting disaster. From this day forward, the fate of Anyang shall be in the hands of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. The hall was engulfed in silence, with no one daring to voice dissent. It was evident that everyone had heard of the significant figure who had joined the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce before arriving. Since there are no objections, let us allow President Yi to say a few words, as a caution to all present. By the way, I should mention that our President Yi is also a master. Park Heming concluded, then turned to the stunning Park Yuechin beside him, instructing, go and bring President Yi over. Understood. As everyone's gaze focused, a young man followed Park Yuechin to stand beside Park Heming. Could it be anyone other than Yi Chen? Upon seeing Yi Chen, Huang Qiuyu's body trembled violently, as if she had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. She stared wide-eyed in terror, her breath caught in her throat. Chapter 78, Jiangxian. In the grand hall of the Shui Lan International Hotel, a waitress, serving dishes, was taken aback upon seeing Yi Chen, her face lighting up with surprise. Brother Yi? Jiangxian, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and serve the dishes, urged a colleague from behind. After Jiangxian delivered the dishes, she stood in a corner of the hall, lost in thought as she gazed at Yi Chen. In her memory, Yi Chen was merely a minor Taoist from Kunlun Mountain. Yet from a distance, he appeared to be a revered figure in Anyang, pursued by the masses. For a moment, Jiangxian found it difficult to discern whether he was indeed the brother Yi she knew. What are you looking at, Jiangxian? A short-haired girl asked curiously, noticing Jiangxian's distraction. It's nothing. I just encountered someone familiar, Jiangxian replied with a light laugh. Oh, the short-haired girl followed Jiangxian's gaze and smiled. So you are admiring that master from Jiangnan. But do you know him? His status is quite significant. Master from Jiangnan. Jiangxian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Did you not see the influential figures of Anyang trying to curry favor with him? If you know that esteemed individual, you will be free from worries in Jiangnan. The girl remarked enviously. I must have mistaken him. Brother Yi is not the master from Jiangnan. He is just a minor Taoist from Kunlun Mountain, Jiang Xian said, her gaze drifting into memories, a warm smile gracing her youthful cheeks. On the other side, at the Huang family's table, Huang Qiufeng noticed Huang Qiuyu's face was pale with fear and couldn't help but inquire, "Qiuyu, what's wrong?" "Grandfather, that person, Huang Qiuyu stammered, pointing at Yi Chun, her face a mask of terror and anxiety. She was not alone. Others at the banquet, including Shui Hong, were equally startled by Yi Chun's presence. Not long ago, they believed Yi Chun to be merely a clerk from an antique shop. Little did they know he was the esteemed master from Jiangnan. We were wrong. We were all mistaken. How foolish of us to think Yi Chun would not leave Shui Lan International Hotel today. It seems the one truly in trouble is Huang Qiuyu. They muttered among themselves. I said, how could Yi Chun be so fearless in facing the Huang family? It turns out he is not blindly arrogant. He truly possesses confidence. The young Scions of Anyang felt profoundly ashamed, especially after boasting about comparing their future selves to Yi Chun. But now, it was evident that even 50 years from now, their accomplishments would pale in comparison to the current Yi Chun, insignificant as grains of sand. What? You say you want Master Yi to compensate you with 150 million? Upon learning that Huang Qiuyu had offended Yi Chun at Shui Yunju, Huang Qiufeng slapped his granddaughter across the face, exclaiming, "You wretched child! How dare you? How dare you?" "Grandfather, I was wrong." Huang Qiuyu's expression was one of despair. At that moment, Yi Chun also cast a glance toward Huang Qiuyu, saying, "Miss Huang, it seems your prospects are not looking very bright, are they?" "President Yi, I have erred. It is I who failed to recognize the true dragon. I implore you, President Yi, spare my life." Huang Qiuyu knelt before Yi Chun, while beside him, Huang Qiufeng trembled and pleaded, "President Yi, Qiuyu is but a child. Please overlook her folly and do not make things difficult for her. Here is 150 million. Consider it a ransom for Qiuyu's life." Without hesitation, Huang Qiufeng produced a check. "Very well. As this is my first visit to Anyang City, to repeatedly wrong the Huang family is unbecoming of my stature. This matter shall be overlooked. But let it not be repeated." Yi Chun accepted the check with an inscrutable expression. "Thank you, President Yi, thank you." Huang Qiufeng expressed his gratitude fervently, while Huang Qiuyu remained on the ground, bowing in thanks. Suddenly, a server from the Shui Lan International Hotel accidentally shattered a wine glass on the table. Red wine splattered across the attire of a glamorous woman in an evening gown. "You wretched servant, do you not know how to pour wine? Do you have any idea how much this dress costs?" The alluring woman glared venomously at Jiang Xian. "Auntie, I am so sorry, I did not mean to. I will compensate you for your dress." Jiang Xian appeared as a frightened child, her face pale with terror. "Compensate? Huh? How much could a mere server like you possibly have? You could not afford it even if you sold yourself. This dress costs 300,000. Even if you sold yourself, you could not repay it." The woman boasted haughtily. 300,000. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian nearly fainted. She earned only 3,000 a month at the Shui Lan International Hotel. 300,000? It would take her 10 years of toil, without sustenance, to repay that. "Auntie, Jiang Xian began to speak, but the glamorous woman interrupted, "Silence. From this day forth, you are my slave. When I command you to go east, you shall not dare to go west." "Slave?" Jiang Xian's face turned ashen. "What should I do, Manager Liu? Jiang Xian has caused trouble." Seeing the glamorous woman reprimanding Jiang Xian, several servers sought out the head of the Shui Lan International Hotel. "That woman is a prominent socialite from the Ma family in Anyang. Jiang Xian has offended her and is simply unfortunate." Manager Liu recognized the identity of the glamorous woman and shook his head in resignation. "Manager Liu, you must save Jiang Xian. She is still so young. How can she become a slave?" A middle-aged woman spoke with compassion. "Save her? Huh? How can I save her? Do you expect me to pay the Ma family socialite 300,000? I certainly do not have that much money. Or shall I use your wages to rescue her?" Manager Liu replied coldly. Upon hearing that their wages might be used to save Jiang Xian, the servers immediately expressed their discontent. "This is unacceptable. I rely on my salary to pay my mortgage." "Indeed, Manager Liu, our wages are modest, merely enough to support our families. You must not use them to aid Jiang Xian. If you are unwilling to contribute, then keep your mouth shut." Just then, Manager Liu witnessed the Ma family socialite commanding Jiang Xian, "You wretched servant, kneel down and lick the red wine off my shoes clean." The surrounding members of the Ma family observed the scene with indifference, accustomed to such displays. As a mere hotel attendant, the humiliation she faced was inconsequential. Who would come to her aid? Jiang Xian, feeling wronged, crouched on the ground. Wretched servant, I commanded you to kneel, not to crouch. Do you not understand? The aristocratic lady of the Ma family raised a wine bottle to strike Jiang Xian. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the air around her seemed to freeze, rendering her immobile. President Yi? The Ma family socialite was taken aback as she saw Yi Chen approaching her. The other members of the Ma family hastily bowed, acknowledging Yi Chen, the esteemed president. Yi Chen paid them no mind, but instead lowered his gaze to Jiang Xian, whose eyes glistened with tears. Xiao Xian, what brings you to Jiangnan? Where is your sister? Brother Yi? Is it really you? Upon hearing Yi Chen's familiar voice, Jiang Xian burst into tears, her petite frame clinging to his legs. Woo-woo. Brother Yi, my sister has been taken away, and I have nowhere to go but to work in this hotel. Witnessing the connection between Jiang Xian and Yi Chen, the aristocratic lady's complexion drained of color. The other attendants of the Shui Lan International Hotel gazed in disbelief at Jiang Xian, a mere working girl. Yet she truly knew the powerful President Yi of Jiangnan. Chapter 79. The young girl's plea. Xiao Xian, please do not cry. Get up. Yi Chen helped Jiang Xian to her feet, and then cast a stern glance at the Ma family socialite. You wish for Xiao Xian to be your slave? President Yi. I wouldn't dare. I was unaware of Miss Xian's status, she stammered. Suddenly, the head of the Ma family struck her across the face. Ma Su, kneel and apologize. With a thud, Ma Su hastily knelt before Yi Chen. President Yi, I was wrong. Miss Xian, I am sorry. Xiao Xian has soiled your clothes. I shall compensate you. Yi Chen tossed her a bank card. President Yi, please take this money back. We cannot accept it. The head of the Ma family exclaimed, startled. What? Do you think I am the kind of person who bullies the weak? Yi Chen replied with a sardonic smile. The head of the Ma family trembled but dared not respond. I have already compensated for the damages, but what about the humiliation you inflicted upon Xiao Xian? Shouldn't I receive an explanation? Yi Chen shifted his tone. Ma Su, from this day forth, you shall be a slave of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. The head of the Ma family weighed his options and, astonishingly, abandoned Ma Su. Uncle, please. I have lived in the Ma family for over 30 years. With no merits but plenty of hardships, Ma Su's plea was cut short as the head of the Ma family led his entourage away, leaving her in despair. Observing Ma Su's forlorn state, Yi Chen felt no sympathy. Instead, he turned to Jiang Xian. Xiao Xian, this is not the place for conversation. Come with me. Soon, Yi Chen escorted Jiang Xian to a guest room. Xiao Xian, you mentioned that Jiang Ling was taken away. What happened? He gently inquired. Noting the shy demeanor of the young girl, he vaguely remembered. 2 years ago, amidst a heavy snowfall, an 18-year-old girl carried her 13-year-old sister to Kunlun Mountain in search of medicine to cure her ailment. Regrettably, the old man was heartless and refused to provide treatment. Consequently, the elder sister knelt before the Sanqing Hall and remained there for half a month. Ultimately, Yi Chen, unable to bear the sight, intervened to save Jiang Xian, thus forging a bond with the Jiang sisters. Brother Yi, it's the Jin family that has captured my sister. 6 months ago, my sister and I planned to open a milk tea shop in Anyang, but she suddenly disappeared, Jiang Xian explained. Later, through a trail of clues, I discovered that my sister was with the Jin family. Upon finishing her plea, she knelt before Yi Chen, exclaiming, Brother Yi, I implore you to rescue her. You are a distinguished figure in Jiangnan province. Surely you possess the means to save my sister. Xian, please rise, Yi Chen urged, helping her up. Your sister knelt on Kunlun Mountain for half a month. If I do not acquiesce to your request, will you continue to kneel? Indeed, Jiang Xian replied without hesitation. You sisters, Yi Chen chuckled softly, then summoned Pui Wachin to bring the head of the Jin family. Yes, Chairman Yi, Pui Wachin responded respectfully, casting curious glances at Jiang Xian, astonished that a mere hotel attendant could have such a connection with Chairman Yi. 5 minutes later, Jin Yoshu, the head of the Jin family, stood before Yi Chen, bowing deeply. Chairman Yi, it is an honor. Jin family head. I have heard that your people have captured my friend, Yi Chen stated coldly, his expression unyielding. I give you 30 minutes to present her before me. Otherwise, the Jin family will be expelled from Anyang. Chairman Yi, there must be some misunderstanding. The Jin family has never captured anyone. Jin Yoshu's face turned pale with fear. Misunderstanding? Yi Chen fixed him with a steely gaze. Indeed, Chairman Yi, I swear. The Jin family has always abided by the law. We would never commit such an act in broad daylight. Perhaps it is the work of the Black Tiger Society? I have heard they are notorious for abducting women. Jin Yoshu suggested, unable to contain himself. You speak nonsense. My sister was taken by your family. She is currently with the Jin family. Jiang Xian interjected angrily before Yi Chun could respond. Miss Xian, we in the Jin family have indeed not captured your sister. Everything must be substantiated with evidence. You cannot simply slander us because of your connection with Chairman Yi. Jin Yoshu pleaded earnestly. How about this? I will take you to the Jin family right now to see if your sister is there. Very well then. Lead the way, Jin family head. Yi Chun pondered briefly before replying. Chairman Yi, please, Miss Xian. After you, Jin Yoshu gestured graciously, adding, it is our honor to host Chairman Yi. Observing Jin Yoshu's overly cordial demeanor, Yi Chun frowned slightly. Indeed, it does not seem to be a matter of guilt. Could it be that Jiang Xian has truly made a mistake? In Anyang City, at the Jin residence, Jin Siyu was indulging in a delightful moment with a captivating beauty. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Jin Yoshu. How strange, I thought my father was attending a banquet. Why has he returned so early? After hanging up, Jin Siyu turned to the naked Su Shuawei beside him and said, Shuawei, my father is coming back. You must leave quickly. Uncle Jin is back so soon. Su Shuawei hurriedly dressed, and before departing, she bit her delicate lip, casting a reluctant glance at Jin Siyu. Brother Siyu, when do you intend to announce our relationship? Shuawei, you are aware that my affair with Wang Shiyao is well known throughout Anyang. I just broke up with her. It would not be wise for me to quickly pursue a new romance. How about I announce our relationship next month? Jin Siyu responded dismissively. Really? That would be wonderful. Hee. Next month I will officially be Brother Siyu's girlfriend. I am so happy. Su Shuawei exclaimed as she leaned in to kiss him, then gracefully exited the Jin residence. Watching Su Shuawei's alluring figure depart, Jin Siyu smirked with disdain before rising to dress. Meanwhile, a Rolls-Royce pulled up at the Jin residence. President Yi, Miss Xian, I will park the car. Please wait a moment. All right. After Jin Yoshu left, Su Shuawei emerged just in time, and upon seeing Yi Chun, her expression immediately soured. Yi Chun, what are you, a clown, doing at the Jin residence? Aren't you quite the big shot? Wang Shiyao said you are not afraid of the Huang family. If you are so capable, don't come to the Jin residence seeking favors from my man. Your man? Yi Chun was taken aback. Humph. I am not afraid to tell you that my man is Jin Siyu, and he is far superior to you. Su Shuawei declared arrogantly. Yi Chun, if you flatter me a bit, considering my cousin's reputation, I might consider helping you negotiate a deal with the Jin family. Otherwise, prepare to face my grandfather's wrath. Unconsciously, Su Shuawei assumed Yi Chun had come to the Jin residence to discuss business with Jin Siyu. Su Shuawei, I appreciate your goodwill, but I will manage the cooperation with the Jin family on my own. No need for your assistance, Yi Chun replied, shaking his head. Manage it? Humph. What can a mere nobody from Beihai City accomplish? Who do you think you are? Or do you believe that by climbing the ranks with the Wang family, you can look down on others? Don't be ridiculous. A small fry will always remain a small fry. With a single word from me, I can ensure you leave Anyang empty-handed. Do you understand? Su Shuawei mocked. This lady, Brother Yi is not a nobody. Jiang Xian was about to interject, but Yi Chun interposed. Xian, I am thirsty. Could you please fetch me a bottle of water? Of course. Jiang Xian cheerfully departed. Seeing this, Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief. This little girl nearly put him in jeopardy. If Su Shuawei were to discover he was a master from Jiangnan, would the Su family still be able to easily break off their engagement? Chapter 80. Not in the Jin family. After Su Shuawei departed, Jiang Xian approached with 3 bottles of water. Brother Yi, where did that sister go? She has left, Yi Chun replied with a smile. Humph, that sister is truly outrageous. How dare she claim that Brother Yi is a trivial character? Does she not realize that Brother Yi is a master of Jiangnan? Jiang Xian's expression was one of discontent. At that moment, the imposing Jin Siyu emerged from the Jin family residence. It's you? Jin Siyu's eyes glinted with mockery upon seeing Yi Chun. Kid, just a while ago at Shiyunju, Wang Shiyao claimed you were unafraid of the Huang family. I thought you were quite impressive. Yet here you are seeking my aid so soon? Seeking your aid? Yi Chun replied with a smirk. How did you know I was looking for you? Humph. If you're here at the Jin family to discuss cooperation, who else would you be looking for? Let us cut to the chase. If you kneel and utter a few flattering words, swearing never to entangle yourself with Wang Shiyao again, I might consider collaborating with you. Otherwise, humph. Jin Siyu looked down at Yi Chun with an air of superiority. Kneeling to you is out of the question. However, if you kneel and say a few sweet words to me, I might persuade your father to go easy on you next time he punishes you, Yi Chun retorted, leaving Jin Siyu speechless. Kid, are you out of your mind? Why would my father beat me? Jin Siyu questioned angrily. Don't you believe me? Yi Chun countered. I believe your mother, Jin Siyu coldly replied. Since you refuse to kneel, then be gone. Do not mention cooperation again. Oh, by the way, I heard your fiancée is Su Xuanyi, right? Coincidentally, I plan to visit Beihai City soon. I'll be sure to send you some intimate photos of Su Xuanyi. Don't get upset, all right? After saying this, Jin Siyu meaningfully patted Yi Chen's shoulder. I heard from Shuawei that Su Xuanyi has never allowed you to touch her. Well, I might just help you out with that. You think Su Xuanyi would allow you to touch her? Yi Chen shook his head, given his understanding of Su Xuanyi. That woman was proud and lofty, with eyes only for martial arts masters. She would never cast her gaze on Jin Siyu. Kid, do not view me through the lens of your trivial existence. I am the son of the oil tycoon of Jiangnan. In Jiangnan, there is no woman I cannot have. If you obediently distance yourself from Wang Shiyao, after I am done with your woman, I shall sever ties with Su Xuanyi. But if you do not comply, then Su Xuanyi will become my long-term companion. No sooner had Jin Siyu finished speaking than Jin Yoshu approached after parking his car. Father, why are you back so soon? Jin Siyu asked, puzzled. Has the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce event concluded? By the way, I heard a significant figure attended the event today. Who was it? However, Jin Yoshu remained stoic and silent, for he had heard every word of Jin Siyu's earlier reckless remarks with perfect clarity. Father, why do you look so grim? Surely the important figure from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce did not humiliate you at the banquet? As Jin Siyu spoke, he noticed Yi Chen addressing Jin Yoshu, the head of the Jin family, saying, You arrived just in time. Your son just threatened to share intimate photos of my fiancée. What do you think about that? Kid, are you joking? Do you think that telling my dad will make him punish me? I am his son, you are nothing. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Jin Siyu was not only unafraid but grew even more brazen, retorting, If you don't leave now, my father and I will share your fiancée together. Before Jin Siyu could finish, Jin Yoshu swiftly struck him across the face. Jin Siyu, you insolent wretch. If you dare speak another word of nonsense, I will end you right here. Dad, why are you losing your temper? Jin Siyu protested, feeling wronged. He pointed at Yi Chun, saying, This kid's fiancée is Su Xuanyi, the first love goddess of Beihai City. Don't you wish to be with her? I'd rather not. Jin Yoshu slapped Jin Siyu again. Dad, why? Jin Siyu was bewildered by his father's actions, but he felt a genuine fear now, for his father's gaze was terrifying. Chairman Yi, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in discipline. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation today. Jin Yoshu ignored Jin Siyu and trembled in fear while addressing Yi Chun. Chairman Yi? Dad, what are you saying? Isn't this kid just a nobody from Beihai City? Seeing his father's terrified demeanor, Jin Siyu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. A nobody? Jin Siyu, you blind fool. Chairman Yi is a master of Jiangnan. How dare you threaten to share the intimate photos of a master's girlfriend? Today, I will cleanse the family. Jin Yoshu seized Jin Siyu and began to beat him mercilessly. In no time, Jin Siyu's face was bloodied, and he cried out for mercy, but Jin Yoshu showed no signs of relent. Chairman Yi, Master Yi, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I am a blind fool. I will never go to Beihai City again. Please spare my life. Jin Siyu knelt on the ground, trembling and terrified as he looked towards Yi Chun. You deserve it. Who told you to speak so recklessly about sharing brother Yi's fiancé's intimate photos? Jiang Xian coldly remarked from the side. Yes, I was reckless. I will punish myself. Jin Siyu raised his hand and slapped his own face several times. Ultimately, in a moment of despair, he struck himself into unconsciousness. Seeing his son collapse, Jin Yoshu's heart softened. He knelt before Yi Chun, pleading, Chairman Yi, please spare my son's life. I am willing to serve you as a loyal servant. Head of the Jin family, please rise. Yi Chun replied with a smile. Your son's matter is trivial. We must now attend to more pressing matters. Yes, pressing matters. Please, Chairman Yi, do come inside. Jin Yoshu gestured submissively, like a grandson. Upon arriving at the Jin family estate, Yi Chun turned to the anxious young woman beside him. Xian, where is your sister? Strange. I just saw her here, but where has she disappeared to? As she surveyed the surroundings of the Jin residence, Jiang Xian could not find her sister, Jiang Ling. It matters not. We shall take our time to search. Yi Chen offered a word of comfort. 2 hours later, Jiang Xian and Yi Chen departed from the Jin family estate. Brother Yi, why has my sister vanished? She was clearly taken by the Jin family. Jiang Xian's face reflected her desolation as they walked along the road. Xiao Xian, you may be mistaken. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the Black Tiger Society to inquire. Yi Chen replied with a silent smile. No, I am certain I am not mistaken. My sister is undoubtedly within the Jin family. Jiang Xian exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears. Just as she finished speaking, her petite frame suddenly weakened, and she fell into unconsciousness. What is happening? I had clearly cured Jiang Xian's TNAI illness. How has it relapsed? Yi Chen's expression shifted slightly. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Jin estate, Jin Yoshu gazed at the recently revived Jin Siyu, his countenance notably frigid. Siyu, do you understand how close you came to jeopardizing my plans? Father, I was wrong. Jin Siyu knelt before him, and in that moment, their relationship felt less like that of father and son, and more akin to master and servant. One must bear the consequences of their mistakes. You have severed your own limb. Jin Yoshu continued. Moreover, we shall be departing Jiangnan tomorrow. Departing Jiangnan. Jin Siyu thought he had misheard. Father, surely you jest? You are on the verge of becoming a martial arts master with your Inshui technique. Our family could soar to great heights in Jiangnan. How can you bear to relinquish such a promising future? Humph, is it not your folly? I instructed you to capture an 18-year-old virgin, yet look at the trouble you have invited. Jin Yoshu's expression darkened ominously. If not for my careful handling all these years, disposing of the bodies each time, the Jin family would have faced annihilation today. Regardless, we must first retreat to another province to evade the storm. We shall return once President Yi has left Jiangnan. Is the martial arts master truly that fearsome? Jin Siyu could not help but inquire, observing his father's trepidation. What do you know? The masters of the 9 provinces are no ordinary individuals. Each possesses the means to alter the very landscape of the 9 provinces. Yet, I wonder how President Yi has cultivated his skills. At such a young age, how has he achieved such heights? Could it be that he practices some nefarious art? Jin Yoshu mused aloud, then produced a pink hair tie, licking his lips with a grin. That girl named Jiangling truly is a delicacy. Alas, her sister is still quite young, otherwise. Father, if you wish, I can fetch Jiangling's sister right away, Jin Siyu suggested with ill intent. With a resounding slap, Jin Yoshu struck him. Fool, do you wish for the Jin family to accompany you to your grave? Jiang Xian is with President Yi. Not even Morong Yu would dare to touch that girl, let alone you, a mere waste. Jin Siyu found himself momentarily speechless. Begone. I do not wish to see your face before dawn. Jin Yoshu waved him off irritably, and ensure that the relevant contracts are delivered to President Yi, as he intends to collaborate with the Jin family. I understand, father. The Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Anyang. Jiang Xian opened her eyes from unconsciousness. President Yi, Miss Xian has awakened, said Pu Yiqin hurriedly to Yi Chun as she saw Jiang Xian, pale and haggard. Xiao Xian, what is the matter with your illness? Yi Chun asked, his face etched with concern. Brother Yi, I'm fine. I'm just a bit exhausted. Jiang Xian managed a faint smile, but as soon as she spoke, she began to cough up blood. President Yi, Miss Xian's condition is severe. We should take her to the hospital, Pu Yiqin urged. It's futile. Xiao Xian's Tian AI disease has relapsed. She has no more than 3 days to live, Yi Chen said, closing his eyes in despair. In the past, he had nearly exhausted the spiritual herbs on Kunlun Mountain to treat Jiang Xian's Tian AI disease, for which his father had scolded him fiercely, branding him a fool for his kindness. Now, Kunlun Mountain had vanished from the 9 provinces, and it was no longer possible for Yi Chun to find the spiritual herbs to extend Jiang Xian's life. Tian AI, Pu Yiqin had never heard of this ailment. But Pu Haiming's expression turned serious as he recalled something. President Yi, could it be that Miss Xian suffers from one of the 10 deadly diseases of the 9 provinces? Indeed, the so-called Tian AI is a disease so tragic that even heaven mourns it. Those afflicted rarely live beyond the age of 9, Yi Chen sighed. Back then, in the palace of Kunlun Mountain, I believed I had cured Xiao Xian, but unexpectedly. President Yi, you were a disciple of Kunlun Mountain? Pu Haiming's interest piqued. Brother Yi, am I really going to die? Hearing the conversation, Jiang Xian showed no sorrow. Instead, she comforted Yi Chun. Brother Yi, do not be saddened. Life and death are natural phenomena. I have merely lived a few decades less than others. Yet, I feel content having met you and sister in this lifetime. Xiaoxian. I am sorry, Yichen expressed his guilt. I did not foresee the relapse of the Tian AI disease. Brother Yi, there is no need for you to blame yourself. You saved my life back then, and I am deeply grateful. My days on Kunlun Mountain were the happiest moments of my life. Jiang Xian took Yichen's hand. Brother Yi, since I am nearing my end, may I ask you for one last favor? What is it? Yichen nodded. I wish to see my sister before I depart. Back then, she carried me across mountains to Kunlun Mountain. I do not wish to leave without saying goodbye. Very well. I will help you find Jiangling. I swear it. Just as Yichen was about to say more, Jiang Xian fell unconscious once again. President Yi, is it truly the case that Miss Xian has only 3 days left? Pui Weqin gazed at Jiang Xian's pale face, feeling sympathy for the young girl. 3 days is already an optimistic estimate. It is possible that Xiao Xian may not even survive the night. Yichen's voice was heavy with complexity. What? Pui Weqin gasped. And just then, a staff member from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce approached Yichen. President Yi, a member of the Jin family requests an audience. Let him in. Soon. A woman from the Jin family presented a contract to Chairman Yi, stating that she had heard of his desire to engage in an oil trade with the Jin family. Yichen briefly glanced at the contract and noted that the dividends exceeded the expectations of old Master Su. Chairman Yi, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, the Jin woman said as she prepared to depart. However, Yichen called out to her, please wait a moment. Is there something else? Chairman Yi? The Jin woman replied with a gentle smile. Have you been to the cemetery recently? Yichen inquired unexpectedly. The cemetery? Have you seen me at the mausoleum in Anyang? She responded, shaking her head. But I have not visited a cemetery lately. Perhaps I mistook you for someone else. You may go, Yichen said impassively. After the Jin woman left, Yichen turned to Park Yueqin and instructed, please take good care of Xiao Xian. I need to step out for a while. Yes, Chairman Yi, she replied. At the Wang family residence in Anyang, the family gathered around the unconscious Wang Shiyao. Brother Feng, you mentioned that you had summoned Dr. Lu from Jiangnan. When will he arrive? A woman in the Wang family asked the man beside her in a suit. Dr. Lu will be here shortly, Wang Feng replied just as a servant rushed in, exclaiming, Mr. Wang, a guest has arrived. It must be Dr. Lu. The Wang family members brightened at the news and hurried outside to welcome him, only to be met by a stranger. Young friend, who might you be? Wang Feng inquired, perplexed by Yichen's presence. Due to Wang Shiyao's condition, no one from the Wang family had visited the Shui Lan International Hotel that day, so they were unfamiliar with Yichen. I am here to treat Miss Wang, Yichen said with a smile. Treat her? Who sent you? Wang Feng frowned. But at that moment, an elderly man with white hair approached quickly, saying, Young friend Yi, you have finally arrived. Father, do you know this person? Wang Feng and the others expressed their surprise upon seeing Wang Fuhai recognize Yichen. Xiao Feng, he is the staff member from the antique studio I mentioned. Thanks to young friend Yi, we were able to purchase the golden silk feathers from Shui Yunju for Shiyao. Wang Fuhai's face was beaming with joy, and he added, Young friend Yi says he can cure Shiyao's illness. Ah, it is young friend Yi. Please, come inside. Wang Feng's demeanor immediately softened. Once inside the Wang residence, Wang Fuhai led Yi Chun to the side of the unconscious Wang Shiyao. Young friend Yi, I entrust my granddaughter to you. If you can heal Shiyao, the Wang family will reward you handsomely. As Yi Chun observed Wang Shiyao's pale lips, he inquired, Uncle Wang, do you have any candles? Candles? Yes, we do. I will need 9 candles to treat Miss Wang. Someone, fetch the candles. As Yi Chun arranged candle after candle beside Wang Shiyao, several members of the Wang family displayed expressions of doubt. Father, can this staff member from the antique studio truly heal Shiyao's condition? A beautiful woman could not help but voice her skepticism. It was not that she doubted Yi Chen's abilities. However, Yi Chen's every action was exceedingly peculiar. Who would encircle a patient with candles for treatment? Wang Fuhai remained silent. Previously, when he invited Yi Chun to the Wang family, he harbored a glimmer of hope. Yet he never anticipated that Yi Chun's methods of healing would be so unconventional. At that moment, Wang Fuhai could not ascertain whether Yi Chun could truly cure Wang Shiyao. Mr. Wang, the renowned Dr. Lu from Jiangnan has arrived. At that instant, a servant of the Wang family rushed before Wang Feng. Dr. Lu? Wang Feng's eyes brightened, and he quickly urged, Hasten, bring Dr. Lu here. Before long, an elderly man clad in a white robe, exuding an ethereal aura, arrived at the Wang residence. Dr. Lu, you have finally come. Wang Feng greeted Lu Chongqing with fervor. Greetings, Dr. Liu. The other members of the Wang family bowed in respect. Mr. Wang, where is the patient you mentioned? Lu Changxing inquired directly, bypassing pleasantries. My niece lies there. Wang Feng indicated towards the unconscious Wang Shiyao on the bed. What is that young man doing? Observing Yi Chen arranging candles around Wang Shiyao, Lu Changxing queried in bewilderment. The Wang family exchanged glances, and Wang Fuhai, with a wry smile, replied, "To be candid, Dr. Liu, the young friend Yi is currently treating my granddaughter." Treating? A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Changxing's countenance. After a pause, he shook his head, stating, "I perceive that the young man is not engaged in healing, but rather performing a rite." Wang Fuhai was at a loss for words. "Let the young man remove the candles," Lu Changxing asserted with unquestionable authority. "Since I have come to the Wang family personally, there is no need for anyone else to treat Miss Wang." Without hesitation, Wang Feng promptly halted Yi Chen, saying, "Young friend Yi, please cease your actions. Doctor, Lu claims he can heal Yao Yao." "Oh." Yi Chen paused, scrutinizing Lu Changxing intently. "The disciple of the revered medical sage Hua Ming? It seems you are acquainted with me." "Indeed, the medical sage Hua Ming is my esteemed master." Lu Changxing nodded with an air of gravitas. "Your master may indeed be able to cure Miss Wang, but you cannot," Yi Chen retorted bluntly. Are you questioning my medical skills?" Lu Changxing's expression darkened. "In Jiangnan, my expertise in medicine is not something a junior like you can challenge. Young friend Yi, Dr. Liu is a distinguished physician renowned throughout Jiangnan. Please refrain from uttering imprudent words, lest misfortune befall you," Wang Fuhai cautioned, concerned about Yi Chen offending Lu Changxing. "Uncle Wang, do you not trust me?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. Wang Fuhai hesitated, and finally, with a bitter tone, he admitted, "In matters of appraisal, I certainly trust young friend Yi. However, each field has its own expertise, and in terms of healing, I lean towards Dr. Liu. Indeed, young friend Yi, my father has spoken highly of your extraordinary skills in appraisal, yet healing differs from appraisal. It is not merely a matter of perception," Wang Feng chimed in. Both spoke with caution, as they wished to avoid offending Yi Chen, the master of appraisal. "Well, since you both do not trust me, let us allow Dr. Liu to treat Miss Wang. Coincidentally, I am also eager to witness how proficient Dr. Liu has become in the art of the 13 needles of Zhaoxian." With that, Yi Chen extinguished the candle and made way for Lu Changxing. As Lu Changxing approached Wang Shiyao, he waved his hand gently, and with a swift motion, 13 silver needles flew into her brow. "What is this?" Noticing the dark mist swirling around the needles, Lu Changxing furrowed his brow. "An ominous aura?" Yi Chen looked on in astonishment. The fact that Lu Changxing recognized this malevolent energy indicated he possessed genuine medical expertise. "Dr. Liu, can you cure my niece's ailment?" Wang Feng asked anxiously, observing Lu Changxing's grave expression. "Miss Wang has malevolent energy within her, which has already harmed her internal organs. This condition is difficult to treat, but I will do my utmost," Lu Changxing replied. He then waved his hand once more, sending the 13 golden needles toward Wang Shiyao's abdomen. Creating a diagram reminiscent of Tai Chi simultaneously, a torrent of black mist erupted from Wang Shiyao's mouth, and in an instant, it enveloped Lu Changxing's body. "This is bad." Enveloped in the black mist, Lu Changxing's complexion changed slightly. He intended to retract the needles, but it was too late. The swirling black mist surged toward his brow. At that critical moment, with a flick of his finger, Yi Chen propelled a golden needle into Wang Shiyao's throat. Immediately, the engulfing black mist began to gradually dissipate. "Thank you, young brother, for saving my life," Lu Changxing said, regaining his composure and bowing gratefully to Yi Chen. Had it not been for Yi Chen's timely intervention, he feared his life would have been claimed by the malevolent energy. "Dr. Liu, the malevolent energy belongs to the lower yin. Although your 13 needles of Zhaoxian can drive out this energy, it cannot eliminate it entirely. Such a method of treatment is exceedingly perilous. Did Huaming not inform you of this?" After receiving Lu Changxing's bow, Yi Chen smiled and inquired. "To be honest, young brother, my master did indeed caution me about this, but I did not anticipate the malevolent energy within Miss Wang to be so formidable," Lu Changxing replied with a bitter smile. After a pause, he respectfully regarded Yi Chen. "Young brother, was that needle you used earlier the 9 needles of Taishang from Kunlun Mountain? You have quite the discerning eye, recognizing even the 9 needles of Taishang." "Indeed, I am a disciple of Jiang Taihe from the Kunlun lineage," Yi Chen nodded with a smile. So it was the 9 needles of Taishang. Before the sage of medicine, I must pay my respects. Lu Chongqing was taken aback, and he stepped back respectfully, turning to Wang Feng with a wry smile. Mr. Wang, your family has already summoned a sage of medicine. Why must you still call upon me to treat Miss Wang? Is it not merely a ploy for me to seek attention? Chapter 83. You dare to deceive me? Hearing Lu Chongqing's words, the Wang family members were left in stunned silence. In the 9 provinces, only those whose medical skills are truly extraordinary are worthy of being called a sage of medicine. Unexpectedly, Yi Chun, despite his youth, not only possesses extraordinary skills in the appraisal of antiques, but also harbors profound medical expertise, prompting even the renowned Jiangnan healer, Lu, to address him as a senior. Father, where did you find such a young individual? I find it hard to believe that this young friend is truly an employee of the antique shop. A woman from the Wang family hesitantly glanced at Wang Fuhai. This young friend indeed was recruited by me from the antique shop, Wang Fuhai replied with a wry smile, though a tempest of astonishment surged within him. When did the employees of antique stores become so formidable? Where did Yin Yang find such a remarkable talent? Dr. Lu, surely you jest? This young man is a true medical sage? At that moment, a member of the Wang family began to question Yi Chen's credentials. Jest? Humph. Who but a medical sage could wield the supreme 9 needles? This is a legendary technique within the medical community. Lu Chongqing scoffed lightly, then turned to Yi Chun with a sense of shame. Esteemed medical sage, I wonder if you have any intentions of taking on disciples? I wish to learn the supreme 9 needles. Dr. Lu, you are already a disciple of the illustrious medical sage Hua Ming. It would be somewhat improper for me to accept you as a disciple as well. However, if you wish to learn the supreme 9 needles, that is a straightforward matter. As he spoke, Yi Chun presented a jade slip, which contained the teachings of the supreme 9 needles. This? Lu Chongqing looked at Yi Chun in disbelief. Such a precious medical text, and he was simply giving it to him? Rest assured, Dr. Lu, I do not require anything in return. Yi Chun replied with a gentle smile. He understood Lu Chongqing's benevolent nature. This man had once selflessly aided the people of Jiangnan during a great calamity without seeking compensation. With this act, Yi Chun entrusted the supreme 9 needles to Lu Chongqing, thus repaying the kindness he received from the illustrious medical sage Hua Ming long ago. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed medical sage. I will surely endeavor to promote the supreme 9 needles. Lu Chongqing bowed deeply to Yi Chun. Very well, Dr. Lu. Your business with the Wang family is concluded. You may return now. I still need to attend to Miss Wang's ailment, Yi Chun said, smiling as he waved his hand. Once Lu Chongqing departed from the Wang residence, Yi Chun cast a knowing glance at Wang Fuhai and the others. Uncle Wang, do you now believe in me? Esteemed medical sage, we were indeed blind to your greatness. We implore you to overlook our previous ignorance and save Yao Yao, Wang Feng pleaded, kneeling before Yi Chun. Years ago, Wang Shiyao's father had saved his life. How could he bear to watch his niece descend into despair? Uncle Wang, please rise. Yi Chun assisted Wang Feng to his feet. I will save Wang Shiyao, but I require a drop of her heart's blood once she awakens. That is acceptable. Wang Fuhai nodded in agreement before Wang Feng could respond. Seeing this, Yi Chun ceased further discussion and arranged an array of candles around the unconscious Wang Shiyao. With a flick, Yi Chun ignited 9 candles, their faint flames flickering in the air, creating an eerily enchanting atmosphere. Having completed this, he produced 9 silver needles and carefully inserted them into the vital organs of Wang Shiyao. As the malevolent energy within Wang Shiyao gradually emerged, it was promptly extinguished by the flickering flames of the candles. Time elapsed. After half an hour, a resonant hum echoed as Yi Chun extinguished the 9 candles and withdrew the silver needles from Wang Shiyao's body. He then addressed the Wang family, declaring that Miss Wang's ailment had been cured. Is it truly so? Wang Feng and the others' eyes sparkled with hope, and at that moment, the previously unconscious Wang Shiyao awakened. Grandfather? Uncle? Yi Chun, why are you all here? She asked, momentarily taken aback. Yao Yao, it is young Master Yi who has healed your affliction, explained Wang Fuhai. Yi Chun can heal? Wang Shiyao exclaimed in disbelief. Just then, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly inquired. Yi Chun, why haven't you left Anyang City? Has Huang Qiyu troubled you? Yi Chun remained silent, placing his hand gently on Wang Shiyao's forehead. Ah! Wang Shiyao gasped in pain, and moments later, a drop of crimson blood appeared at Yi Chun's fingertip. Miss Wang, I have a question, he suddenly asked, observing the blood. Is it true that you fell ill only after you began your relationship with Jin Siyu? How do you know? Wang Shiyao was taken aback, her expression one of surprise. Did my grandfather tell you? Indeed, the Jin family harbors issues, Yi Chen remarked cryptically, leaving the Wang family members bewildered. He then turned to Wang Fuhai and said, Uncle Wang, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I'll accompany young Master Yi. In a concealed underground warehouse belonging to the Jin family in Anyang City, a young girl clad in tattered clothing was being held captive. The girl, approximately 18 or 19 years old, possessed beauty rivaling that of Huang Qiuyu and Pu Yueqing. This young woman was none other than Li Anjing, one of the three goddesses of Anyang City. However, unlike Pu Yueqing and Huang Qiuyu, Li Anjing hailed from an ordinary background. She did not enjoy a wealthy family and had to work to support herself even while attending university. With a creak, the door to the underground warehouse opened, and Jin Yoshiu, dressed in a suit, entered alongside Jin Siyu. Mr. Jin. Upon seeing Jin Yoshiu, Li Anjing trembled, her face filled with terror and pleading. Mr. Jin, please let me go. I haven't returned home for days. My mother will worry about me. Your mother? A knowing smile curled at the corners of Jin Yoshiu's lips. Do not fret about her, Li Anjing, for she is already deceased. What did you say? Li Anjing's body shuddered, and she screamed in madness. Jin Yoshiu, you caused my mother's death. Shut up. Jin Siyu slapped Li Anjing harshly across the face, then turned to Jin Yoshiu. Dad, before you enjoy Li Anjing, may I have the chance to sleep with this woman? It would be a shame for such a goddess of Anyang City to perish so easily. What? You find such a lowly woman appealing? Jin Yoshiu furrowed his brow. Hee. Although Li Anjing's status is lowly, she is undeniably beautiful. Moreover, I cannot afford to offend Huang Qiuyu and Park Yueqing. Jin Siyu forced a bitter smile. Huang Qiuyu is backed by a 6th grade master, while Park Yueqing has the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce behind her. These two proud women would hardly spare Jin Siyu a glance. I will only give you half an hour. After saying this, Jin Yoshiu sat on a bench in the warehouse, closed his eyes, and added, You better hurry. Thank you, Dad. Jin Siyu licked his lips and approached Li Anjing with ill intentions. Little beauty, since you're going to die today anyway, why not indulge in some flirtation? Get away from me, don't touch me. Li Anjing retorted, disgusted as Jin Siyu toyed with her hair. Even at death's door, you still pretend to be pure? Jin Siyu slapped her, simultaneously tugging at her clothes. No, please don't. Li Anjing's face turned pale with fear. Yet, no matter how she pleaded, Jin Siyu showed no signs of stopping, leaving her in utter despair. A thought of ending her own life suddenly crossed her mind. If I die, then Jin Siyu will not be able to humiliate me. With this thought, she contemplated taking her own life. But at that moment, a cold voice echoed through the Jin family's underground warehouse. Inshui Gong? You Jin family truly have great audacity to deceive even me? Chapter 84. A desire to survive, huh? What is this? The sudden voice startled not only Jin Siyu, who was about to commit an immoral act, but also caused Jin Yoshiu, seated on the bench, to tremble. That voice, could it be President Yi? Upon seeing Yi Chen walk in from outside the warehouse, Jin Yoshiu fell to his knees in fright. President Yi, what brings you here? Jin Yoshiu, you are quite impressive, Yi Chen remarked coldly, glancing at the enchanting Li Anjing. Inshui Gong requires the blood of an 18-year-old virgin for cultivation. It is truly a sinister martial art, created by the Supreme Ao. Am I correct? President Yi. Jin Yoshiu felt as if he had a fishbone lodged in his throat, unable to utter a word. The Jin family is engaged in the oil business. Yet in recent years, I have been ruthlessly humiliated by martial masters from other provinces. Is it wrong for me to want to grow stronger? Jin Yoshiu's voice quivered with indignation. Desiring strength is not wrong, but you should not practice such an insidious and deviant art as Inshui Gong, Yi Chen retorted coldly. I do not understand what you mean by deviant. I simply do not wish to be humiliated, Jin Yoshiu shouted. To avoid humiliation, you resort to harming these virgins? Turning them into sacrificial offerings? Yi Chen looked at him expressionlessly. The virgins I kill are ordinary people without background or status. They are born lowly and humble. My actions are for their own good. Jin Yoshiu argued defensively. Who is to blame for their weakness? This world is one of the survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest? Yi Chen suddenly smiled. Every individual inhabiting this world possesses their own significance, be it through the trials of life or a life of tranquility. Yet, their existence should never be stripped away by anyone. With that, Yi Chen placed one foot upon Jin Yoshu's head. Where is Jiang Ling? Jin Yoshu remained silent. I have no desire to delve into the past. Bring Jiang Ling to me, and I shall spare your life, Yi Chen declared, suppressing his anger. He had promised Jiang Xian that he would locate Jiang Ling. President Yi, do you truly mean that? Jin Yoshu struggled to lift his gaze to Yi Chen. Do you believe that someone of my stature would deceive a mere insignificant figure like you? Yi Chen retorted. Very well, President Yi. I shall bring Jiang Ling to you at once. Jin Yoshu rose from the ground, casting a fearful glance at the terrified Jin Siyu before he hastily exited the underground warehouse. Once he departed, with a thud, Jin Siyu knelt before Yi Chen. President Yi, please spare my life. I know nothing of this. It was all my father's doing. I have never harmed any maiden, I swear. Witnessing the palpable fear in the Jin father and son, Li Anjing could not help but cast a puzzled glance. She was intensely curious about this young man. Who exactly was he? Why would the oil tycoon, who held immense power in Anyang, be so fearful of him? Jin Siyu, how many maidens has your father harmed over the years? Yi Chen suddenly inquired. More than 200. No, over 300, Jin Siyu answered in a fluster. Over 300? This implies he is nearing mastery of the first level of his Yin water technique. Yi Chen mused aloud, then uttered a statement that left Jin Siyu in shock. Jin Siyu, do you believe your father would abandon you? Jin Siyu swallowed hard, unable to respond. For, based on his understanding of Jin Yoshu, it was indeed plausible that his father might forsake him. Meanwhile, in the underground parking garage of the Jin residence, Jin Yoshu hastily entered a sports car, intent on fleeing Jiangnan that very night. He could no longer afford to care. That foolish Jin Siyu. Were it not for his provocation of President Yi, I would never have to abandon the Jin family's legacy. Just wait. Yi Chen, the humiliation I endure today, once I master the Yin water technique, I shall repay it tenfold. Is a martial arts master truly so formidable? If I can reach the level of the Supreme AO, a mere master could be extinguished with a mere flick of my fingers. Just as Jin Yoshu prepared to drive away from the Jin family estate, suddenly, the entire space around him froze. Or rather, the entire Jin residence seemed to be suspended in time. What is this? Absolute space? Jin Yoshu's face drained of color. Jin Yoshu, where is Jiang Ling? A voice resonated, as Yi Chen and Li Anjing approached side by side, while Jin Siyu was nowhere to be found. President Yi, what brings you here? It seems Jiang Ling has gone missing, and I am on my way to search for her, Jin Yoshu stated, his demeanor unflinching. Is that so? Yet, why did your son inform me that Jiang Ling is already dead? Yi Chen's gaze was ominous. What? That good-for-nothing Jin Siyu actually betrayed me? Jin Yoshu roared in furious indignation. Indeed, Yi Chen sighed helplessly. Observing Yi Chen's demeanor, Jin Yoshu trembled. You plotted against me? Jin Yoshu, you have a fine son. But alas, you, as a father, are woefully inadequate. Yi Chen advanced step by step towards Jin Yoshu. Chairman Yi, what do you intend to do? Jin Yoshu's face was stricken with fear. Yi Chen yanked Jin Yoshu from the vehicle, gripping his neck with one hand. Do you have any final words? Chairman Yi, I beg you do not kill me. If you spare my life, I am willing to offer you the entire Jin family. You wish to collaborate with the Jin family on oil, correct? It is simple. In the future, the oil business in Jiangnan will be at your discretion. Jin Yoshu pleaded desperately, hoping for a chance at survival. The Jin family is not solely represented by you. I can cooperate with others as well. Yi Chen remained unmoved. If you kill me, the Jin family will follow me to the grave. Jin Yoshu shouted, simultaneously producing a small knife and stabbing it into his abdomen. In an instant, a mist of blood enveloped Jin Yoshu, wafting towards every corner of the Jin family. Chairman Yi, you see, the fate of the Jin family is intertwined with mine. If I die, they too shall perish. Yi Chen fell silent. Chairman Yi, since you have compassion for all beings, surely you would not wish for the Jin family to meet their demise alongside me. Let me go, and I swear I shall never return to Jiangnan. Moreover, you would easily gain the Jin family's support. What could be more advantageous? Jin Yoshu attempted to entice him. Are you threatening me? Yi Chen regarded him intently. I dare not. I merely wish to survive. Should the Jin family be exterminated, resolving matters with the Su family's oil fields will become exceedingly arduous for you. Jin Yoshu revealed a concern that weighed heavily on Yi Chen's mind. Although I do not know why you, Chairman Yi, remain with the Su family, it is clear that to negotiate an oil partnership, you must spare me. It seems you have investigated me thoroughly. Yi Chen suddenly chuckled. For a figure of your stature to grace Anyang, I, as a mere individual, must indeed gather information. Jin Yoshi replied with poise. Unfortunately, you were close to persuading me. Just as Yi Chun began to speak, Jin Yoshi's expression turned to one of sheer terror. Chapter 85. A night past Anyang City, a long night. In the courtyard of the Huang family. Huang Qiufeng abruptly raised his head, gazing towards the direction of the Jin family with a grave and anxious expression. Grandfather, what is wrong? Huang Qiuyu inquired, noticing Huang Qiufeng's unusual behavior. A significant event is unfolding in Anyang tonight. Huang Qiufeng trembled as he spoke, subsequently ordering the Huang family members to refrain from going out for 3 days. Meanwhile, in a villa community in Anyang, an elderly man with white hair suddenly looked up towards the Jin family, exclaiming, "Is everything all right, grandfather?" A charming young girl, adorned in splendid attire, approached. Xiaoqing, Jiangnan is not a place for prolonged stays. We must depart swiftly, the old man with white hair declared, promptly gathering his belongings. That night was destined to be sleepless. The following morning, a shocking piece of news reached Anyang City. The Jin family, who commanded the oil trade in Jiangnan, had been annihilated overnight. Upon hearing this, the prominent families of Anyang behaved like frightened mice, choosing to remain behind closed doors. Particularly those families with close ties to the Jin family abandoned their businesses in Anyang, opting to seek refuge in other provinces. For no one knew whether the powerful figure responsible for the Jin family's demise would seek retribution against them. At the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Anyang, Park Hyeming stood respectfully beside Yi Chun, while Park Yueqin continually urged Yi Chun not to dwell in sorrow. Simultaneously, news of the Jin family's destruction coincided with the untimely passing of Jiang Xian, who succumbed to her illness. President Yi, do not grieve. Miss Xian once confided in me that meeting you was the greatest fortune of her life. She also mentioned that you need not blame yourself for not locating Miss Jiang Ling. She would not hold it against you, Park Yueqin said softly, her tone reminiscent of an elder sister comforting a child in the neighborhood. Yet, despite my mastery, there were countless matters beyond my control. Yi Chun silently closed his eyes. He had intended to personally inform Xiao Xian of her sister's departure from this world. President Yi, the matter of Miss Jiang Ling is not your fault. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon that beast, Jin Yoshio. He ruthlessly harmed so many innocent girls for his selfish desires. Park Yueqin's gaze turned icy at the recollection of the Jin family's massacre. Had she known Jin Yoshio's true nature, she would have taken the initiative to eradicate the Jin family without requiring Yi Chun's intervention. Enough of the Jin family. With such a ruckus last night, have the other families in Anyang made any statements? Yi Chun inquired suddenly. President Yi, currently, all the major forces in Anyang are holed up in their homes. Fearing your displeasure, Park Hyeming replied with a light laugh. In that case, let them be. Manager Park, I plan to return to Beihai today, and from now on, the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce in Anyang shall be under your full authority, Yi Chun declared unexpectedly. What? President Yi is leaving today? Both Park Hyeming and Park Yueqin were visibly taken aback. After all, Yi Chun had only just arrived in Anyang the day before. Is my departure truly so difficult for you to accept? Yi Chun remarked with a smile that was not quite a smile. It is my oversight. President Yi holds a position of great power and responsibility in Jiangnan. How could you remain in Anyang indefinitely? Park Hyeming chuckled, though inwardly he felt relieved. If Yi Chun were to stay in Anyang, his influence would be significantly diminished. That afternoon, Yi Chun attended Jiang Xian's funeral at the Anyang cemetery. Those in attendance were all members of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. Though not a large gathering, it numbered over 100. Xiao Xian, it appears that Brother Yi has broken his promise. I could not locate Jiang Ling, nor could I bring you back to life. I hope that in the next life, you will grow up healthy, free from the affliction of the heavenly sorrow disease. Standing before the gravestone, Yi Chun placed a bouquet of fresh flowers at the tomb. Please accept my condolences, President Yi, echoed the voices of over 100 members of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce from behind him. At that moment, a gentle breeze suddenly swept through Anyang City, lifting the flowers before the grave into the air. As he gazed at the petals dancing in the wind, Yi Chun's mind was flooded with memories of the first time he encountered the Jiang sisters. Old sir, I implore you, save my sister. I will not leave. I shall kneel here forever. She is the most important person in my life. I cannot abandon her. Yi Chun, can you truly heal my sister? Brother Yi. You are so kind. You and my sister are the most important people to me. As the flower petals settled, Yichun gradually returned to his senses and turned to Piao Yuaqin and the others, saying, "Let us return." "Yes, President Yi," they replied. Just after leaving the cemetery, Yunyang from the antique pavilion approached Yichun. "President Yi, the Wang family from Anyang is looking for you." "The Wang family?" Yichun thought of Wang Shiyao and replied nonchalantly, "Let us go meet them." In a lounge at the antique pavilion, Wang Fuhai and Wang Shiyao greeted Yichun enthusiastically as he entered. "Young friend Yi, you have finally arrived." "Uncle Wang, Miss Wang, Yunyang mentioned you were looking for me." "What is it?" Yichun inquired. "Young friend Yi, you truly have a forgetful nature. When we were at the antique pavilion, I asked for your assistance in appraising treasures. And I promised an antique as a reward," Wang Fuhai said, producing an antique lamp base from his pocket and placing it before Yichun. "Ah, what is this antique?" Yichun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the lamp base. "Young friend Yi, this is our Wang family's cherished copper lamp antique. I wonder if you find it satisfactory?" Wang Fuhai asked with a warm smile. "Uncle Wang, to be candid, although this antique is a lamp base, it does not share the same origin as my own piece," Yichun replied, retrieving the body of the Sanqing Shangyuan lamp from his pocket. The two pieces did not fit together at all, not even the same antique. Wang Fuhai was momentarily stunned. "Though they are not of the same origin, this antique holds great significance for me, so I shall graciously accept it," Yichun said, smiling as he accepted the lamp base. "Young friend Yi, in addition to presenting you with this antique today, I have another matter to discuss with you." Wang Fuhai transitioned smoothly. "Please, Uncle Wang, go on," Yichun responded with a slight smile. "Young friend Yi, our Wang family is planning to open an antique shop, and I would like to invite you to be the manager of this establishment," Wang Fuhai proposed with a smile. Beside him, Wang Shiyao added, "Yichun, our Wang family's antique shop is an investment of 10 billion, larger than the antique pavilion. If you agree to join us, your annual salary will start at 8 figures. I appreciate the kindness of both of you, but I must soon depart from Anyang City." Thus Yichun graciously declined the invitation from the Wang family. "You are leaving?" Wang Shiyao was initially taken aback, but soon her expression softened as she remarked, "Indeed, having offended the Huang family, it is indeed a wise decision to vacate Anyang City." Coincidentally, a significant incident occurred in Anyang last night, and Huang Qiuyu is reportedly too frightened to venture out. "Your departure at this juncture means he cannot trouble you." "I had the same thought," Yichun replied with a smile. After Yichun left the antiquities shop, the Wang family sought out Yunong. "Yunong, are you aware of Ye's background? Where did you find such a staff?" Yunong was uncertain how to respond, fearing that a misstep could invite trouble, so she replied, "Mr. Wang, Miss Wang, to be honest, I am also not very clear about Mr. Ye's origins. I only know he hails from Beihai City." "I see." The Wang family exchanged glances, and they chose not to inquire further. Chapter 86. The journey home on the high-speed train back to Beihai City. Yichun gazed out at the passing scenery, his expression somewhat melancholic. Initially, he had anticipated that his visit to Anyang City would allow him to smoothly annul his engagement with Su Xuani. However, he never expected that a member of the Jin family was practicing dark arts. To be honest, there was a fleeting moment last night when Yichun contemplated persuading Jin Yoshu to leave Jiangnan, but he ultimately relinquished the idea, as he felt it necessary to provide an explanation to the Jiang sisters. "Though I could not facilitate the collaboration between the Su and Jin families regarding the oilfield mine, my trip to Anyang was not without its rewards." Contemplating this, Yichun retrieved 3 items from his pocket. Among them were 2 objects, the body of the Supreme Clarity 3-yuan lamp and an unknown lamp base. The final item was a shattered jade tablet obtained after Yichun vanquished Jin Yoshu. This jade tablet, no larger than a thumb, was as smooth as glass. Yet what astonished Yichun most was that he did not recognize the material. This was rather astonishing. After years of cultivation on Kunlun Mountain, Yichun's horizons had broadened to unimaginable heights, yet he had never encountered such a peculiar jade tablet before. Setting the jade tablet aside for the moment to inquire about it with the old master upon his return to Kunlun Mountain, he turned his attention to the lamp base. Observing its striking resemblance to the Supreme Clarity 3-yuan lamp, Yichun felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be possible that the Yi family's heirloom actually consists of a pair? Was another ancient lamp similarly lost? Yet, he had never heard of such a matter during his childhood in the Yi family. "I wonder if this lamp base can heal my severed meridian." Yichun attempted to disassemble the lamp base, and at that moment, a faint warm current surged into his body. Immediately, Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it truly be effective? He hastily activated the Nanhua scripture, and indeed, a small portion of his severed meridian was healed. Including the treatment he received from Yunyan and the Supreme Clarity 3 Yuan lamp, the current healing had restored 1% of his severed meridian. In other words, even without the ethereal energies of Kunlun Mountain to extend his life, he could still survive for another year in the 9 provinces. With this newfound assurance, Yi Chen felt no urgency to annul his engagement. He exhaled with relief. Previously, his haste to dissolve the engagement stemmed from a desire to return to Kunlun Mountain and rejuvenate himself with its spiritual essence. But now, with an entire year at his disposal, annulment of the remaining 8 marriage contracts seemed a trivial endeavor. In the afternoon, Yi Chen returned to the Su family in Beihai City. However, the countenance of the Su family members was far from favorable. It was truly unexpected that the Jin family had encountered such a catastrophic misfortune. Such a grand scheme. Who could be the mastermind behind it in Jiangnan? Su Baihe's eyes were laced with worry. Without the assistance of the Jin family, how could the Su family possibly sell the oil from their oil field? It would be more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Father, could it be that some martial arts master from Jiangnan has set his sights on the lucrative oil trade, intending to claim it for himself? Su Qishan's sudden remark startled the Su family. If a martial arts master were indeed interested in the oil trade, the revelation of the Su family's ownership of the oil field could spell disaster. Xiaoyi, you have been to Anyang. Do you know who is responsible for the downfall of the Jin family? Su Baihe inquired gravely. Yi Chen, feeling the pressure, shook his head. Grandfather, I only encountered young Master Jin Siyu in Anyang yesterday. I did not meet any other members of the Jin family. Nor do I know whom they have offended to incur such a calamity. Grandfather, what do you expect Yi Chen to uncover? He is merely a small figure with no access to the upper echelons of Anyang. Su Xuanyi scoffed. It would be more prudent to contact Su Xuewei. Xuewei? What insights could a student possibly have? Su Baihe frowned. Grandfather, you may not be aware, but Su Xuewei is in a relationship with Jin Siyu. Su Xuanyi exclaimed, shocking the members of the Su family. What? They are in a relationship? The Su family was taken aback. Very well, I shall call Xuewei immediately. Su Xuewei's father hurriedly dialed his daughter's number, but the inquiry left the Su family in shock. It was revealed that a master from the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce had annihilated the Jin family. Su Baihe appeared lost in thought. Father, a master of such stature would hardly covet a mere oil trade. There is no need for our family to fret unduly. Su Qishan chuckled, indeed. After Su Baihe spoke, he turned to Yi Chen. Xiaoyi, I appreciate your efforts in Anyang. However, the exploitation of the oil field may need to be postponed for a while. Please remain with the Su group for now. Of course, Grandfather, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Grandfather, young Master Lu is calling for me. I must step out. After answering a call, Su Xuanyi suddenly addressed Su Baihe. Take Xiaoyi with you. Su Baihe ordered without hesitation. Do not bring him. Su Xuanyi retorted coldly. Previously, at the Shilin racecourse, Yi Chen incurred the wrath of Lu Wenjue. I fear that bringing him along might provoke young Master Lu to take drastic measures against him. The esteemed Elder Su was indeed aware of the wager between Yi Chen and Lu Wenjue. Ultimately, he conceded, Xian Yi, return early. After all, you are betrothed to young Yi and should not spend too much time alone with Lu Wenjue. Understood, understood, Su Xianyi replied impatiently, not even casting a glance at Yi Chen before departing from the Su residence. Outside the Su family estate, Su Xianyi entered a luxurious vehicle, accompanied by Chu Tianlong. Xianyi, why do you appear so sullen? Who has offended you? Chu Tianlong inquired with curiosity. It's that Yi Chen. Su Xianyi's voice dripped with malice. That insignificant figure is truly fortunate. The Jin family has been annihilated, yet he returns unscathed to Beihai City? Wouldn't it have been better if he had perished with the Jins? As she spoke, a tinge of resentment crept into Su Xianyi's tone. If Yi Chen had died, her engagement would naturally be rendered void. Yi Chen has returned? Chu Tianlong's expression shifted. Indeed, he just arrived in Beihai today. My grandfather has even permitted him to remain within the Su group. Su Xianyi seethed with indignation. By the way, Xianyi, has Yi Chen mentioned anything about me? Chu Tianlong suddenly asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. No, he hasn't. He brought you up. Su Xianyi shook her head. I see, Chu Tianlong sighed in relief. Though inwardly he sneered. It seems that Yi Chen, the insignificant individual, harbors fear of him. After all, How could a mere scion of a prominent family compete with someone of his caliber? Even though the Chu family's fortunes are waning, it remains a simple task for him to eliminate Yi Chun in Beihai City. By the way, Xianyi, tomorrow is your birthday. Are you planning to invite young Master Lu? Chu Tianlong asked, a smile crossing his face as a thought struck him. Invite young Master Lu? I would like to, but I doubt he will attend, Su Xianyi replied, somewhat uncertain. Give it a try. I would rather see you wed to Lu Wenjue than to that waste of space Yi Chun. Having come to terms with the fact that he could never marry Su Xianyi, Chu Tianlong was nonetheless unwilling to see her with such a minor figure as Yi Chun. Thank you, Tianlong. You have always been a source of comfort to me over the years. Once I marry Lu Wenjue, I will certainly help you find a suitable partner from Jiangnan. She promised. Let us speak of that later. To be honest, I am not interested in women at the moment, Chu Tianlong admitted, his voice tinged with bitterness. Half an hour later, they arrived at the venue for the gathering organized by Lu Wenjue. The attendees were all prominent young heirs from Jiangnan, including Feng Shaoqing and Zhuang Yang, who greeted Su Xianyi and her companion with only a casual acknowledgement. Suddenly, Lu Wenjue asked, Where is that Yi Chun? He bested me at the racetrack, and I wish to spar with him here. Young Master Lu, you jest. Yi Chun is merely a trivial figure. What prowess could he possibly possess in drinking? While you indulge in the art of fine drinking, Yi Chun merely engages in self-destruction. Su Xuanyi smiled gently. I do enjoy hearing such words. Yi Chun, merely a minor character abandoned by Yun Yan. Had it not been for my own carelessness at the Shilling racecourse, could he truly have bested me? Lu Wenjue's cold laughter was undeniable. That very night, Su Xuanyi returned home, intoxicated beyond measure thanks to Lu Wenjue. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Baihe felt discontent but refrained from reproaching Lu Wenjue, instead advising Su Xuanyi to refrain from going out for drinks in the future. Meanwhile, Wang Peng and his nephew arrived at Fengheyaju to pay their respects to Yi Chun, accompanied by several semi-masters of martial arts from Jiangnan. Greetings to President Yi, they said, bowing respectfully, akin to grandchildren before their grandfather. Wang Peng, what brings you all here? Yi Chun inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. President Yi, we merely wish to extend our greetings, Wang Peng replied cautiously, with the others hastily affirming his words. Greetings? I suspect it is not merely that, Yi Chun observed meaningfully, directing a scrutinizing gaze at the assembly. President Yi is indeed perceptive. In truth, we have come to visit because we heard of your expertise in antique appraisal, and we brought some personal collections to present to you. The semi-masters from Jiangnan offered with an air of flattery. Bringing me antiques? Yi Chun shook his head in polite refusal. I have no interest in antique collecting. You may all return if you have no other matters. The group of semi-masters exchanged glances, perplexed. Shall I have to ask you to leave? Yi Chun's voice turned frosty. And no, we wouldn't dare. We shall take our leave immediately. They stammered. Once outside Fengheyaju, the semi-masters turned their gazes toward Wang Mo and his nephew. Old Wang, what shall we do? We cannot even present a gift to establish a connection with President Yi. Indeed, Old Wang. President Yi's sudden visit to Anyang and the annihilation of the Jin family. Who wouldn't be terrified? What if one day he turns that wrath upon us? It became apparent that the semi-masters from Jiangnan were shaken by the recent destruction of the Jin family. Fear not, for President Yi is not of a ruthless disposition. The demise of the Jin family surely harbors deeper intricacies. I inquired with the Pu family in Anyang, yet they remained tight-lipped on the matter. Wang Peng's countenance darkened at the thought of the Pu family. He had previously withheld Yi Chun's identity from Pu Haiming and others, only to find them now withholding information as well. Brother Wang, your words come easily. You are part of the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. So President Yi would not pose a threat to you. But we are not. Please help us devise a way to cultivate a connection with President Yi. I do not wish for the Han family to face annihilation one day. Indeed, you must assist us. Hearing his friend's lamentations, Wang Peng pondered for a moment, a glint of inspiration flashing in his eyes. Gentlemen, it is not necessary to present gifts to establish a connection with President Yi. Oh, what do you mean? The crowd leaned in, eager to listen. As far as I am aware, tomorrow marks the birthday of President Yi's fiancée, Hihi. I believe the esteemed guests know what actions to take without my elaboration, Wang Peng remarked with profound significance. The birthday of President Yi's fiancée? A glimmer of interest sparked among the martial arts masters of Jiangnan. Indeed, while gifts bestowed upon President Yi may be declined, offerings for his fiancée Yi would surely be welcomed. After all, who is not to curry favor? Soon, These distinguished figures from Jiangnan were formulating their plans. The following morning, Yichen arrived at the Su group. "Brother Yi, you have come," greeted a few members of the business department. "Today is President Su's birthday, and we have prepared a small token of our appreciation. We hope you can pass it on to her." As they saw Yichen approach, they eagerly presented the gifts they had prepared. "Today is Su Xianyi's birthday?" Yichen was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, didn't Brother Yi know? That seems unlikely." "I heard you were about to marry President Su," the members of the business department inquired. Yichen remained silent. At noon, Wang Lingming sought out Yichen. "Yichen, today is Xianyi's birthday. Shall we go together in the afternoon to buy her a gift?" As she spoke, Wang Lingming boldly linked her arm with Yichen's, exuding a sense of intimacy. Feeling the softness against his arm, Yichen calmly inquired, "Aren't you worried that Su Xianyi will be upset if she sees you so close to me?" "Rest assured, Su Xianyi has been accompanying Lu Wenjue these past few days. She hardly has time to pay attention to me," Wang Lingming replied with an alluring tone. "Then why not accompany Lu Wenjue instead? Why seek me out?" Lu Wenjue is the most talented scholar of Jiangnan, the dream lover of countless women. Yichen remarked with intrigue. "Me? I think I shall pass. Although I possess a good figure and am pleasing to the eye, my background is unremarkable. I would surely fail to catch Lu Wenjue's attention. If he were to have any thoughts about me, it would likely be to enjoy a fleeting dalliance and then depart." Wang Lingming retorted without hesitation. "You seem quite self-aware," Yichen teased. "Of course, I possess a strong sense of self-awareness," Wang Lingming asserted. As she spoke, she deliberately leaned closer to Yichen, adding, "As for you, while you may not be as exceptional as Lu Wenjue, I would still be content to marry you. After all, Lu Wenjue's status is too lofty for me to aspire to." Yichen smiled, but remained silent. "That said, if Su Xianyi were to marry Lu Wenjue, then you would truly be mine." Wang Lingming's tone suddenly shifted to one of anticipation and longing. "Do you think Lu Wenjue would marry Su Xianyi?" Yichen asked, almost instinctively. "That is hard to say. Lu Wenjue is the foremost scholar of Jiangnan, a master in his own right, and holds a distinguished status. However, Su Xianyi is not without merit. Her mother hails from the Wang family in the capital, and she herself is the first love goddess of Beihai City." Wang Lingming thoughtfully analyzed. "True, if they were to unite, I would certainly offer my prayers," Yichen remarked just as the door to the office swung open, revealing Su Xianyi, dressed in uniform and black stockings, entering with an air of coldness. Yichen, as Su Xianyi began to speak, she was taken aback. "Ming, what are you doing here?" Chapter 88. Zijin Pavilion. Xianyi? "Oh dear, what brings you here?" Upon seeing her dear friend, Wang Lingming quickly released her hold on Yichen's arm and feigned ignorance, asking, "Are you here to find Yichen?" "Humph, do you think I want to find him? If it weren't for appeasing my grandfather, I wouldn't give this guy the time of day." After saying this, Su Xianyi coldly addressed Yichen, "Be at Zijin Pavilion tonight at 7 for my birthday party. Latecomers will not be welcomed." Once Su Xianyi departed, Wang Lingming blushed and adjusted her attire, exclaiming, "That was terrifying." Yichen, are you nervous?" "Why would I be nervous?" Yichen retorted to Wang Lingming. "I haven't done anything with you." "Not yet, but what if you do in the future?" Wang Lingming's heart raced. "I need to convince Grandfather Su to call off the engagement, so I won't have to sneak around to see you." "Well, good luck with that," Yichen replied dismissively. In the afternoon, Yichen asked Chen Xiaofeng to help him prepare a birthday gift. After all, Su Xianyi was his nominal fiancée, and it would be unbecoming for Yichen to arrive empty-handed. "President Yi, here is the gift you requested." Chen Xiaofeng presented a beautifully wrapped box before Yichen. "Thank you for your hard work," Yichen said, not bothering to inspect the gift, as he had requested something understated, assuming that the contents would not be overly extravagant. "It is my honor to assist President Yi." After Chen Xiaofeng left, Yichen glanced at the time and set off for Zijin Pavilion. At the entrance of Zijin Pavilion, Yichen encountered Chu Tianlong. With a smile, he greeted him. Well, you've returned to Beihai City?" "Yichen, stop with the smirking." Chu Tianlong barked, unapproachable and filled with anger. "You should be grateful that the Jin family of Anyang was wiped out and the Huang family has been prudent. Otherwise, do you think you would have made it back alive?" Chu Tianlong vividly remembered how Yichen had offended Huang Qiuyu, and he couldn't help but admire Yichen's incredible luck. How could he return to Beihai unscathed? "Have you sold that ancient coin?" Observing Chu Tianlong's grim demeanor, Yichen inquired with an air of intrigue. "Yichen, shut your mouth." If it weren't for you framing me, I could have sold my ancient coin for at least 10 million. Thinking of the auction at Shui Yunju, Chu Tianlong was instantly furious. His ancient coin had only fetched 2 million, a staggering disappointment he simply could not accept. Well, I must say, I find your words quite unappealing. What do you mean by framing? I merely spoke offhandedly. Who knew those people at Shui Yunju would take it seriously? Yichen replied with a smile, then paused before becoming curious. By the way, Chu Tianlong, I forgot to ask you when you left in such a hurry. Do you stand or squat when using the restroom? Yichen, you're pushing it too far. I'll take you on. With a furious roar, Chu Tianlong prepared to take action, but at that moment, a sleek black Rolls-Royce glided into view. Shortly thereafter, the imposing Lu Wenjua, clad in a tailored black suit, emerged from the vehicle, accompanied by none other than the birthday girl, Su Xuanyi. Today, Su Xuanyi dazzled in a resplendent red evening gown, her neck adorned with deep blue sapphires, exuding the regal elegance of a princess. Xuanyi, you truly managed to invite young Master Lu. Upon seeing Lu Wenjua, Chu Tianlong's demeanor softened considerably. Indeed, I did not anticipate that young Master Lu would attend my birthday celebration, Su Xuanyi replied, her expression radiating joy. However, her countenance suddenly turned cold as she addressed Yi Chun. You should come over and pay your respects to young Master Lu. Were it not for young Master Lu's generosity, do you think you could remain unscathed in Beihai City? Given your disrespectful behavior at the Shilin racetrack, young Master Lu has ample reason to make you suffer 1,000 cuts. Lu Wenjua is not that petty, is he? Just because I won a race against him, does he intend to inflict such punishment? What if a martial arts master were to defeat him? Would he also wish to do the same to the master? Yi Chun questioned candidly. Yi Chun, comparing yourself to a martial arts master is utterly foolish, came the scornful retort from Feng Xiaoqing, who had just arrived at Zijing Pavilion with Zhuang Yang and a few other striking individuals. She looked down on Yi Chun with an air of superiority. The martial arts masters hold high status and are revered by many, while you, Yi Chun, are a mere nobody, leading a life of mediocrity. How can you even think to compare yourselves? Indeed, it is preposterous to draw such comparisons. No matter how skilled you are at racing, you remain a small fry in Beihai. Even an international equestrian champion would be insignificant in the presence of young Master Lu. Zhuang Yang added, with a tone of earnestness. If I were you, I would seek to ingratiate myself with young Master Lu, for in 10 or 20 years, he will be a formidable martial arts master in Jiangnan. While you, Yi Chun, where will you be in 2 decades? Living off the kindness of others in Beihai? Enough, Zhuang Yang and Feng Xiaoqing. Do you truly believe this insignificant person can comprehend your words? Lu Wenjua interjected, casting a dismissive glance at Yi Chun. With an air of superiority, he continued, Yi Chun, you are correct. I am not a petty person. I acknowledge your prowess in racing. However, as my associates have stated, what does it matter? In this world, connections and influence are paramount. Without the Su family as your support, you are no different from a beggar in my eyes. And even the Su family holds little significance to me. Considering Miss Su's presence, I shall extend you an opportunity that could save you 50 years of struggle. If you simply leave Zijing Pavilion now, I shall publicly declare you as my subordinate. Lu Wenjua's tone dripped with condescension and pity, for he intended to dismiss Yi Chun, wishing to pursue his interests with Su Xuanyi unimpeded. Yi Chun, did you hear that? To be chosen as Master Lu's companion is a fortune that one can only earn over several lifetimes. Shouldn't you hasten your departure? Chu Tianlong, too, wished to avoid an encounter with Yi Chun. I appreciate Master Lu's goodwill, yet I am not one to serve as a subordinate. Perhaps it would be better for Master Lu to vacate Zijing Pavilion and allow me to take you as my aide? Yi Chun uttered a statement that left the crowd in stunned silence. Yi Chun, have you lost your mind? You wish for Master Lu to serve under you? Who do you think you are? A martial arts master of Jiangnan, perhaps? It appears your condition is quite dire. Master Lu, let us depart. Do not pay heed to this fool. The crowd collectively admonished Yi Chun. After uttering an incomprehensible remark, Lu Wenjua strode directly towards Zijing Pavilion. Observing this, Feng Xiaoqing and Zhuang Yang shook their heads at Yi Chun, saying, Yi Chun, you may not yet realize what you have lost. To serve as Master Lu's aide is a tremendous opportunity for someone of your stature. Regrettably, you do not recognize its value. You shall surely come to regret this in the future. Truly, a decade wood cannot be carved. Su Xuanyi shot Yi Chun a disdainful glare before turning away towards the Zijing Pavilion. Just as Yi Chun intended to follow, A sudden call from Wang Peng interrupted him. Chairman Yi, Sima Yueshan from Yuzhou Province wishes to invite you for a casual meal at Zijing Pavilion. Are you available? Chapter 89, Games at the Banquet Table. Sima Yueshan from Yuzhou Province? Upon hearing this name, Yi Chun paused momentarily, recalling the 9th grade master from Yuzhou. What brings him to Jiangnan? It seems Sima Yueshan's visit is somehow related to Murong Yu, though I dare not inquire further. However, Mr. Sima has already reserved a private room at Zijing Pavilion. Will you be going, Chairman Yi? Wang Peng inquired cautiously. No, I have another birthday celebration to attend. Yi Chun declined. My apologies. Today is indeed the birthday of Chairman Ye's fiancée. I shall inform Mr. Sima that you are unavailable. After Wang Peng ended the call, another BMW pulled up at the entrance of Zijing Pavilion. Yi Chun, dressed in a white strapless top, the alluring Wang Lingming approached gracefully in high heels. Noticing her long, seductive legs beneath her denim shorts, Yi Chun inquired nonchalantly, "Why are you dressed so lightly? I heard Xuani invited Lu Wenjua to the birthday party, and she was concerned you might feel neglected, hence the minimal attire to offer you warmth." Wang Lingming eagerly linked her arm with Yi Chen's, flashing a beaming smile. Yi Chen's lips twitched, and he retorted, "What kind of reasoning is that? You're not planning to get drunk and make advances on me, are you? Rest assured, I am not that kind of woman." Wang Lingming shot him an exasperated look. As they conversed, they arrived at the Shueihua private room in Zijing Pavilion. With Yi Chen's entrance, a number of curious gazes turned towards him. He seems to be Su Xuani's fiancé, Yi Chun. Oh, is he not the discarded scion of the Yi family from the capital? Indeed. It has been said that this young man first approached the Yun family with a marriage certificate, only to be promptly rejected by Yun Yan. Undeterred, he then sought out the Su family, displaying a remarkable audacity. What a pity it is for a young gentleman to squander his potential in such a manner, resorting to a life of dependence. The young men gathered in the private room were all scions of the elite in Beihai City, and upon spotting Yi Chun, they could not help but engage in hushed discussions and whispers. Yi Chun, however, paid them no heed and found a spot to sit down. "Meng Meng, come here." Su Xuani, displeased at seeing Wang Lingming seated next to Yi Chun, urged, "Why are you mingling with a nobody? Come and join young Master Lu for a drink." "Xuani, I've been unwell these past few days and cannot drink," Wang Lingming replied with a wry smile. "Then so be it," Su Xuani conceded without pressing further. Once everyone had arrived, Su Xuani instructed the staff of Zijing Pavilion to begin serving the dishes, marking the official commencement of her birthday celebration. After a sumptuous meal, the guests engaged in drinking games, but as Wang Lingming had previously noted, Su Xuani and her companions completely ignored Yi Chun. In the spacious private room, not a single person approached Yi Chun, while the rest clustered around Lu Wenjua, vying for his favor. Observing this, Wang Lingming sighed. "Yi Chun, do you see? This is the allure of the foremost talent in Jiangnan. The young heirs of Beihai City are all eager to associate with him. Then why do you remain here with me?" Yi Chun inquired with a half-smile. "Oh, I mentioned before that I am quite self-aware," she replied. "And you are quite remarkable in your own right, residing in Fenghe Yaju and possessing connections within the Yunlong Chamber of Commerce. While you may not rival Lu Wenjua, you are indeed exceptional among the younger generation in Beihai City. Is that so?" Yi Chun chuckled, choosing not to respond further. Kiss kiss. Suddenly, from a distance, the raucous cheers of Feng Xiaoqing and others erupted. "Young Master Lu, you lost the game. As punishment, you must kiss Miss Su," Feng Xiaoqing exclaimed with a grin. "Is that really appropriate?" Lu Wenjua said with a wry smile. "I was merely jesting." "Oh, young Master Lu is the foremost talent of Jiangnan. Do you truly wish to go back on your word?" Feng Xiaoqing insisted playfully. "It must be done. Yi Chun, come over here." Hearing the commotion, Wang Lingming seized Yi Chun and pulled him into the restroom. "What is the matter?" Yi Chun asked, gazing at her. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a soft pressure on his lips, accompanied by a delicate fragrance. Wang Lingming's sudden kiss took Yi Chun by surprise. "What are you doing? Did you not say you wouldn't act recklessly with me?" "Hee. I was worried that if Lu Wenjua truly kissed Su Xuani, you might not be able to bear it. So I thought I would kiss you first to ease your heart," Wang Lingming expressed with heartfelt sincerity. "Wang Lingming, you must know that I do not harbor feelings for Su Xuani." Yi Chun rolled his eyes in response. "Even if you do not like Su Xuani, she is still your betrothed in name. I cannot believe that Su Xuani and Lu Wenjua are exchanging glances while you remain composed. Yet, I truly can maintain my composure. Do not deceive me. Besides, When I kissed you earlier, you did not resist, did you? Wang Lingmeng crossed her arms, her enchanting gaze fixed intently on Yi Chun. How could I anticipate your sudden kiss? Just then, there was a knock at the restroom door. Is anyone inside? I will come out immediately. Wang Lingmeng exclaimed in a flurry, then turned to Yi Chun, saying, I will step out first. Please wait a moment before you follow. When Yi Chun emerged from the restroom, Chu Tianlong and the others were engrossed in their drinking game, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Miss Su, the birthday cake you ordered is ready. At that moment, a server from Zijing Pavilion wheeled in a cake. Everyone, let us pause the game for a moment to wish Xuani a happy 25th birthday. Chu Tianlong began lighting the candles. Miss Su, make a wish, they encouraged. Su Xuani closed her eyes to make her wish. After everyone had enjoyed the cake, Chu Tianlong was the first to present his gift. Xuani, the Chu family's circumstances have not been favorable recently, so I could not afford an extravagant gift, but I hope you like this token of my esteem. Su Xuani opened Chu Tianlong's present to reveal a Chanel handbag. At the sight of the handbag, her expression fell noticeably, as its price was just over 30,000. Rather modest. Thank you, Tianlong, she replied with reluctant gratitude, slinging the bag over her shoulder to show Chu Tianlong a modicum of respect. Miss Su, here's my gift. One after another, gifts were presented. Soon, it was Lu Wenjua's turn. Miss Su, this is a small token from me. Happy birthday. Su Xuani opened Lu Wenjua's gift to find a jade hairpin adorned with a dragon and phoenix design. This is the Qingyu dragon and phoenix hairpin, an antique once worn by the queens of ancient dynasties. Young Master Lu is quite generous. It is no wonder he is regarded as the foremost talent of Jiangnan, as he presents such lavish gifts. This hairpin alone is likely worth millions. Seeing Lu Wenjua's offering, Chu Tianlong felt a pang of envy. To give away $1 million gift so easily, that is the legacy of the four great families of Jiangnan. Yi Chun, upon seeing the dragon and phoenix hairpin, could not suppress a chuckle. Though his laughter was subdued, it drew the cold stares of those in the private room. Yi Chun, what are you laughing at? Where is your gift? Chapter 90, Stepping on It? Upon hearing Yi Chun's laughter, the eyes of everyone in the Shueishua private room turned toward him. Yi Chun, as Miss Su's fiancé, surely you did not forget to prepare a gift for her birthday? Feng Xiaoqing questioned without reservation. A gift? Of course, I have prepared one. Yi Chun retrieved the gift box given to him by Chen Xiaofeng. When Su Xuani opened the box, she was rendered speechless. Not only her, but the others, including Zhuang Yang, stared in disbelief at the contents. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, initiated by an unknown source, followed by uproarious laughter from Lu Wenjua and the others. Yi Chun, I questioned whether you could afford a gift, yet here you are, embarrassing yourself with a mere handful of dirt. Your actions are enough to tarnish Su Xianyi's reputation. Do you not feel any shame? I have never encountered such a spineless man as you. The Su family has treated you well, and yet you repay their kindness with ingratitude? If I were old Master Su, I would immediately call for Su Xianyi to break off the engagement with you. Upon hearing the murmurs around him, Yi Chen's expression grew peculiar. He had not anticipated that Chen Xiaofeng would present him with such a grand gift. Previously, he had explicitly stated that a modest gift would suffice. Yet, Chen Xiaofeng had prepared a piece of rare soil. It is known that this soil is not easily found. Ancient legends speak of you using this soil to fill floodwaters and create renowned mountains. In the realm of the 9 provinces, this soil, also referred to as river and mountain soil, is indeed a priceless treasure. Just the portion in Su Xianyi's possession could easily exceed 20 million. Yi Chun, what do you mean by this? Out of respect for my grandfather, I invited you to Zijing Pavilion, and you present me with nothing more than a worthless clod of dirt? Do you think I would covet such a thing? Su Xianyi glared at Yi Chun in a fit of rage and humiliation, stating, if you have no intention of attending my birthday celebration, then leave. Miss Su, this is not ordinary soil, Yi Chun calmly explained. Since the gift had already been presented, he had no intention of retracting it. Not ordinary soil. What is it then? Made of gold? Su Xianyi scoffed, believing him to be mocking her. Initially, she intended to unleash her fury, but she restrained herself, instead tossing the soil to the ground and stomping on it with force. What is the meaning of this? Yi Chun furrowed his brow. It means nothing. Dirt belongs underfoot, not cradled in one's hands. Su Xianyi replied disdainfully, looking up at him. I had once held you in higher regard concerning the matter at Shilling Park, but it seems I was overly naive. Yi Chun, I have previously remarked that you are like the fleeting ripples on the Xiang River. Though there may be brief moments of brilliance, you ultimately fade back into obscurity. I should not have harbored any expectations of you. After all, you are not like Lu Wenjua. Even a simple hairpin gifted by him could require a lifetime of effort and accumulation from you. This is the tragedy of the small fry, who can only stand beneath others and gaze up at the splendor and extravagance of high society. Upon hearing Su Xianyi's assessment of him, Yichen couldn't help but laugh. Miss Su, do you believe you truly understand me? Yichen, while I may not know you well, I am acutely aware that we inhabit different worlds. The social circles I traverse are utterly unattainable for you, and no matter how skilled you are at horse racing, that will not change this reality. Therefore, it would be wise for you to leave Beihai City and cease your pursuit of me. At this point, Su Xianyi cast another glance at the dirt beneath her feet, smirking as she said, otherwise, your fate will be like this puddle of muck, crushed beneath my heel. Well said, applauded Chu Tianlong beside her. Yichen, did you hear that? Hurry and leave Beihai City. Otherwise, when the Su family discards you, it will be too late for you to depart. Witnessing Su Xianyi's disdainful treatment of Yichen, Wang Lingming couldn't help but smile wryly to herself. Xianyi, oh Xianyi, if you truly marry Lu Wenjua, then so be it. However, should your union fail, you will undoubtedly regret the words you uttered today. Yichen is no mere figure from Beihai. His status is such that even the Su family must look up to him. Miss Su, I reiterate, should your grandfather consent to the annulment of the engagement, I shall depart from Beihai City immediately. Yichen spoke with an air of indifference. You. Su Xuanyi was on the verge of an outburst, yet Wang Lingming approached with a smile, saying, all right, Xuanyi, do not be angry. If you do not covet this soil, I shall gladly accept it. In fact, I find myself rather fond of it. With that, Wang Lingming crouched down to collect the dirt that Su Xuanyi had stepped upon. Mingming, are you mad? You desire this muck? Su Xuanyi gazed incredulously at her dear friend. Wang Lingming, didn't Yichen just gift you a necklace? Must you defend him so fervently? Have you lost your senses? Chu Tianlong's expression was equally perplexed. Xuanyi, Chu Tianlong, do not misunderstand. My grandfather has recently taken a liking to collecting various types of soil. I intend to bring this back for him to examine. Wang Lingming concocted a flimsy excuse. In truth, her intentions were merely to provide Yichen with a graceful exit. As for the value of the soil, Wang Lingming had not contemplated how precious it might be. Are you really trying to fool your grandfather with such rubbish? Su Xuanyi rolled her eyes, indicating that this was not the first time Wang Lingming had engaged in such antics. Hee, as long as you know, why must you expose me? Wang Lingming's cheeks flushed. All right, I shall remain silent. Do take a look. Does this hairpin suit me? Su Xuanyi refrained from continuing the argument. Adorning herself with the azure feathered dragon and phoenix hairpin gifted by Lu Wenjua, twirling gracefully like a celestial being beneath the moonlight. This moment instantly evoked envy among Feng Xiaoqing and the other women. To don a hairpin once worn by ancient queens is indeed a stroke of fortune for Su Xuanyi. Indeed, that hairpin is quite lovely. Wang Lingming nodded earnestly. It must be beautiful. Can a mere lump of soil compare to a priceless antique worth millions? Chu Tianlong concurred. However, Wang Lingming could not suppress her curiosity and interjected. Yet, why does this hairpin appear somewhat reflective? Indeed, is it true that ancient jade reflects light? I am uncertain. This is my first encounter with a jade hairpin worn by an empress. A murmur of speculation arose among the onlookers. Just then, a voice laced with intrigue resonated within the private room. A counterfeit would naturally reflect light. After all, this hairpin is made of glass. The speaker was none other than Yichen. Yichen, you must silence yourself at once. What do you mean by counterfeit? What glass? What status does young Master Lu possess? Would he bestow upon me a fake gift? Su Xuanyi glared fiercely at Yichen. You are incapable of presenting valuable gifts yourself. So you resort to slander? Do you not possess a shred of shame? I have never encountered such a shameless person as you. What? Miss Su, do you not believe me? Yichen replied with a smile. Do you think anyone present would trust you? Su Xuanyi retorted coldly. This time, even Wang Lingming remained silent. It was not that she lacked faith in Yichen, but rather that she did not dare to offend Lu Wenjua. After all, he was the foremost talent of Jiangnan and a master of martial arts in his own right. It could be said that if Lu Wenjua were to unleash his wrath, the entire Wang family would face annihilation.